The early morning sunlight shines through the dense canopies of the surrounding giant trees, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground covered with dead leaves. Under the tree, a Lolita, 1.28 meters tall, with waist-length snow-white hair, wearing a dark blue long-sleeved hoodie and a short white stocking. She walked with a silly, adorable expression on her face amidst the decaying, stinking leaves. Smelling the fresh fragrance of plants mixed with the smell of earth around him, Xuanxi's heart was full of excitement. I woke up and found myself traveling through time. Can you believe it? Not only was his age reduced to around 7 or 8 years old, but he was also forced to wear women's clothing? Who the hell can I go to for justice? But fortunately, although he is now slender, with waist-length hair and fair skin, he also wears a short skirt and white stockings, has 2 thin ponytails, and his voice is like soft breeze in clear spring water. But he is still a genuine boy. From the moment he crossed over, Xuanxi wanted to strip off this set of clothes and throw it away as far as possible. But his reason told him that it was not good to be naked in public, even if it was a remote primeval forest. And now, compared to such minor details as the changes in appearance, there is something more important. That is to leave this damn place as soon as possible. No matter in which world the primeval forest is, it is definitely not synonymous with safety. Whether it's snakes, insects, rats, ants, or jackals, tigers, or leopards, if you're not careful, you might even lose your life. And Xuanxi is a time traveler. Of course there are plugins. After traveling for more than an hour, he had roughly figured out the function of his golden finger. It seems to be infinite endurance and super recovery ability. He walked all the way through this complex forest without slowing down, not even taking a breath, and not even shedding a drop of sweat. The wounds on the skin caused by the thorns recovered visibly and then disappeared. The clothes on his body are spotless, and even if they are stained, they will be restored to cleanliness in a moment. Along the way, Xuanxi tilted his little head and looked around. From time to time, you have to climb over the dead trees in front of you, which are buried in rotten leaves. He even wondered if he had come to a world of giants, where even the mushrooms seen everywhere were taller than humans. In particular, his height has shrunk to less than 1.3 meters. Xuanxi was still somewhat unaccustomed to observing the world from this dwarf's perspective. Keep moving forward. For the umpteenth time, he pushed aside the bushes that blocked his view, and suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening. I almost blurted out fuck. Xuanxi rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief. About 20 meters ahead, I saw a snail that was milky white in color, more than 5 meters tall, and carrying a huge shell covered with moss on its back. At this time, it was slowly climbing to the top of a giant tree that was as thick as a dozen people could hug. Behind it, it left behind a long moving path made of mucus. Although Xuanxi had already anticipated the size of creatures in this world when he saw ants and beetles the size of watermelons along the way. But I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. As if it had sensed Xuanxi's presence, the snail's 2 lantern-sized eyes quickly shrank, and its white, jade-like body also shrank into its shell. The whole process lasted about 30 seconds, which was not slow considering its huge size. Unfortunately, it has not moved since it retracted into its shell. Xuanxi knew that time was precious, so he just looked around curiously for a moment and did not stay here for long. But I always feel like... What's wrong? Is it suddenly too quiet around you? As we walked along, we could hear the sounds of insects chirping and birds singing. But now, these voices suddenly disappeared without a trace? The quiet environment around him made Xuanxi feel uneasy, and he unconsciously quickened his pace. SSSSSSS. Bump! In the woods behind, the sound of leaves rubbing against each other became increasingly obvious as it got closer and closer. It was like some giant creature was moving quickly through the bushes. From time to time, there were sounds of tree trunks hitting and branches breaking. The hairs on Xuanxi's fair arms stood up, and her scalp seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Bang, bang. Rustle. The sound got closer and became a little harsh. Xuanxi's heart was in her throat. How could she dare to dawdle? She stretched out her short legs and ran forward with her head down. Call out. It's going to be bad. Something attacked from behind. Li Xuanxi was shocked. In the face of life and death crisis, he unleashed amazing potential. The body is faster than the mind. A lazy donkey rolled over and avoided the sneak attack from behind in a panic. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a white shadow flash past his head. When he looked up again, the way ahead was completely blocked by a giant spider web that was more than 10 meters long. Li Xuanxi? No. Whose real spider makes a web like this? No. This is not a question of whether to weave a web or not, this is just asking for your own death. By the time he reacted and wanted to escape in another direction, it was too late. A shadow accompanied by a fishy wind pressure completely covered Li Xuanxi's petite and fragile body. He turned around with difficulty and stared at the giant spider in front of him. It was over 3 meters tall, with dark green saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth, covered in fur and with reddish-brown markings, and he swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Brother Spider, I just traveled through time. Can you please give God a little face? Li Xuanxi felt a little numb. How is this different from the plot in time travel novels? Logically speaking, after just traveling through time, shouldn't I be in the novice village? No matter how you look at it, this thing doesn't look like a novice monster. His small body now is not enough for this monster to swallow in one bite. Could it be? Laugh. The big spider did not give Li Xuanxi much time to fantasize, as a spider leg covered with sharp steel hairs had already pierced his chest. The speed was so fast that Li Xuanxi didn't even see how the spider spear attacked, blood had already soaked his chest. A feeling of powerlessness washed over my whole body. Surprisingly, no pain? It's just a physical blockage in my heart. This is? A last gasp? When he was watching science videos on Blue Star, he seemed to have read that when a person's life is threatened, the adrenaline in the body will burst out the body's potential in a short period of time and temporarily block the pain. Doesn't my current state perfectly meet all the characteristics of a last gasp of life? Unfortunately, this adrenaline rush was useless. Now that a hole the size of a bowl had been stabbed in his chest, there was no way to save him. This is better, at least the death will be less painful and more comfortable. A marquee flashed through his mind, and he seemed to see Tainai. His life before crossing over was quite ordinary. No one could recognize him in a crowd, and no one even knew how he crossed over. I never expected that I would have the opportunity to experience such a novel way of dying. But before dying, Li Xuanxi felt that there was one more important thing he needed to do. There was a stubborn expression on his smooth little face. He raised his 2 white and tender arms with difficulty, and raised a middle finger with each of his delicate little hands. One was aimed at the giant spider that pulled him to its mouth, ready to eat at any moment. One was raised high above his head, aimed at the thief god who pulled him into another world and made him a cannon fodder. I really wanted to curse a few more times, but as soon as I opened my mouth, mouthfuls of blood gushed out. The brown-spotted demon spider's dull brain naturally couldn't understand Li Xuanxi's friendly gesture, and it couldn't wait to gnaw on the head of the appetizer. The fragrance coming from the white and tender creature in front of him made his saliva flow into a stream, dripping onto the dead leaves on the ground, making a sizzling corrosion sound. The little snack stuck in the spider spear gave up struggling and its consciousness gradually separated from its body. Dogecoin thief god, you beep beep beep, I beep beep beep, you beep 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 beep. Manually muted. This is a snack, no, this was the last thought in Li Xuanxi's mind before his consciousness faded. As the last vitality dissipated, an invisible pulling force, like pulling out a carrot, pulled Li Xuanxi's soul out of his body. I am dead now? Li Xuanxi didn't come back to his senses until his soul completely left his body. He just felt like he couldn't help but vent his frustrations. If this were in a novel, it might not even make it through a single chapter, right? I looked around, feeling a bit lost. In my current state, I had no body and couldn't move. So, I'd become a ghost? He has never died. Now he can't wait to return to Blue Star and ask on Bihu. What should we do next? Li Xuanxi frowned his brows that didn't exist anymore. Do I have to be a ghost in this damn place from now on? Or his script itself follows the ghost cultivation route? finally become the peerless ghost emperor? After looking around to no avail, he returned his gaze to the ground again. The giant spider still held its own unrecognizable corpse, chewing it slowly, feeling a chill in its heart. Well, Li Xuanxi now has no heart. Perhaps because there was no physical reason, he did not feel any emotions such as nausea or fear. From an outsider's perspective, I even think that the way the big spider eats is quite relaxing. While eating, rubbing hands. At this moment, something strange happened. Bang! The corpse stuck in the claws of the brown-spotted demon spider exploded into a pile of pixelated smoke. Not even a trace of blood was left as it dissipated into the air. Brown-spotted demon spider? The brown-spotted demon spider's head was buzzing and it crashed for a moment. Where are the desserts? I just took 2 bites, how come it's gone? The brown-spotted demon spider fell into a brief period of doubt about its spider life. After that, it frantically searched the ground, suspecting that it had accidentally dropped the snack. Li Xuanxi witnessed his own body exploding with his own eyes. He was shocked at first, and then his head was full of questions. Then comes ecstasy. Because, as his body exploded, a familiar interface suddenly appeared before him. You are dead. You were pierced through by the brown-spotted demon spider. Score, 0. Rebirth. This is suddenly the ending screen of the Minecraft game in the previous life. It just lacks the option of return to title. Li Xuanxi's thoughts suddenly became clear. How can my own golden finger have infinite stamina and super recovery? This clearly has the game features of MC. Although this is only a preliminary guess and needs to be verified. Li Xuanxi's gaze on the rebirth option became increasingly intense. Ignoring the big spider that searched the ground below without any results, it crawled towards the snail, looking back every few steps. Li Xuanxi learned it all by himself, silently reciting in his heart. Rebirth. He felt the scene in front of him blurry, and the strange pulling feeling came again, and he didn't know where it would take him. When I came to my senses, I had returned to a somewhat unfamiliar place. But Li Xuanxi still recognized it at a glance. Here. This was the first scene he saw after traveling through time. Ha ha ha. It really works. Li Xuanxi felt his back straightened. Perhaps because life was protected, the surrounding environment, which was slightly dark due to the trees, became bright. He looked at the resurrected body curiously, and it still felt warm and soft to the touch. She was still wearing the same combination of a long-sleeved hoodie and a short skirt with white stockings. There is nothing unusual. After that, it was time for the highlight he was most looking forward to, verifying the cheat code function. Because I already have a guess in my mind, the subsequent test is more like a logical thinking question where I have to work backwards after knowing the answer. The process was smooth sailing. By the time the test was nearly complete, the corners of Li Xuanxi's delicate chubby face were almost stretched to the back of her ears. He. Invincible. Directly invincible. MC has no regrets in this life, and he doesn't even have to wait for the next life. Now he is the Cube Man himself. Ha ha ha. At this moment, if there were other people around him, they would probably look at him with sympathy, thinking that he was a little fool who would drool even after being cured. Passed the test. This time traveling. MC's ability to dig blocks with bare hands has been perfectly preserved, and it can even do remote digging like in the game. The maximum digging distance is 6 meters, which is consistent with the game. The backpack and crafting pages can also be opened and crafted normally. Items placed in the quick slot can be seamlessly switched with a single thought, even smoother than in the game. When attacking with a wooden sword, the weapon needs to hit the opponent's body, and there is no fixed attack distance of 3.5 meters in the game. I stopped him from cheating in opening the creative mode. While studying the golden finger, Li Xuanxi saw his current appearance for the first time. Next to the equipment bar, just like in the game, is a miniature full-body portrait. The movements of this little man are exactly the same as his in real life. After reading it, the only thing left in Li Xuanxi's mind was this. She's so cute, of course she's a boy. In the picture, there is a little girl with a petite and well-proportioned figure. Her bright and pretty face has a pair of sky blue eyes as clear as amber. Her facial features are delicate, as if she is not a product of this human world. Her skin is as smooth as green jade, without a single flaw. With her snow-white long hair, the whole lowly is cool and a little bit cute and playful, making people want to get close to her. Even at this moment, this chubby little face was grinning foolishly without any image. However, just because of her cuteness, it is hard for anyone to resist going forward and pinching her delicate face. If all of this happened to any other girl, she would definitely become a disaster for the country and the people when she grows up. But the problem is, he is a man. He is a man. He is a man. Important things should be said 3 times. I just said that I always felt that something was inexplicably familiar. Wow, isn't this the MC skin he uses most often when playing games? Although his face is no longer a pixelated block, the clothes on his body are definitely not fake. As for why Xuanxi was grinning like a fool? It's not because she transformed into a cute little Dio girl. But Xuanxi discovered. He is so powerful now. At this moment, on the giant tree in front of him, in addition to 7 or 8 empty square areas, there were also several deep sword marks. This is exactly the trace left by the previous test excavation and attack. But it is more like a gap that was smashed out than a sword mark. It seems that the weight of the material he used to make the wooden sword did not disappear. It was just compressed into this ordinary-looking wooden sword. When I tried to throw the wooden sword in my hand just now, it made a small hole in the ground. Even though the wooden sword looks light in his hand, it definitely weighs 500 kilograms. Xuanxi felt a domineering aura surging from his body, and he felt extremely heroic, his own feeling. A true man is born between heaven and earth. How can he live in depression among insects for long? You bastard, I'm back. In the brown-spotted demon spider's hunting grounds. The brown-spotted demon spider held the giant snail tightly with its 8 legs and devoured it with relish. The snail's once mossy shell was now riddled with holes from the venom, leaving it in a state of disrepair. Pale blue blood and milky white flesh splattered everywhere. There was a fishy smell in the air. The brown-spotted demon spider sensed the vibrations in the air through the hairs on its body and actually noticed that there were creatures approaching nearby very early on, but it was too lazy to pay attention as it was eating. As the wave got closer, it looked up at the bushes not far away. What came was the delicious little dessert that disappeared inexplicably more than half an hour ago. The brown-spotted demon spider's terrifying claws trembled twice in excitement. The big butt covered with steel hair swung violently, and a stream of transparent mucus gushed out from its tail. As soon as the mucus left the body, it seemed to undergo a chemical reaction with the air and quickly turned into an opaque white color. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a large white net composed of countless extremely fine threads, covering the direction of Xuanxi. Damn! This bastard doesn't play by the rules. Xuanxi had just pushed aside the bushes, and before he could see the scene inside clearly, his face was covered by spider webs, leaving him no time to react. Following closely behind was the brown-spotted demon spider that was approaching rapidly and emitting a disgusting smell. Shoo! This damn heart-wrenching feeling again. You are dead. You were pierced through by the brown-spotted demon spider. Score, 0. Resurrection. Xuanxi. What was even more frustrating was that he was tightly bound by the spider web from beginning to end and couldn't even fight back. Damn it, I was careless. After returning to his birthplace, Xuanxi returned to his penniless state. All the things in the backpack were blown up by the brown-spotted demon spider. There is no loot drop when you die, bad review. After a break, he reassembled the wooden sword. The difference was that this time he spent 2 more seconds reviewing the previous battle. The conclusion is, we can win, but we just didn't have the opportunity to do so. Even if we tried our best, it only took us more than half an hour to get there. It seems that we are late. The snail that was originally lying on the giant tree now fell to the ground and had been torn to pieces by the brown-spotted demon spider. The amazing thing is, this thing isn't dead yet? Combined with the 5-meter-high broken giant shell, the visual impact is not reduced but increased, and it is more domineering. No wonder some figurine players paint their own battle-damaged versions. Perhaps this is the charm of war damage. Lin Yu Snail, I hashtag you hashtag. Lin Yu Snail said the curse was very dirty. Li Xuanxi naturally would not miss such a good opportunity to make a finishing move. Such a huge size can definitely provide him with a lot of experience points. Although the early experience is just for show, as an MC survivalist, the more of it the better. He walked quickly forward, ignoring the strong fishy smell, and raised the wooden sword high in his hand. SSSSSSS. A familiar sound of leaves rubbing against each other came from behind, like a devilish sound piercing my ears. Li Xuanxi's heart skipped a beat. He didn't have time to turn around. The familiar fishy smell hit him instantly, and a spider spear pierced through the back of his head. His entire head exploded. Bang! He died so quickly that he didn't even have the chance to raise his middle finger. You are dead. You've been backstabbed. Score, 0. Resurrection. Respawn at the resurrection point for the third time. Li Xuanxi, who had returned to his blank state, felt that he had to take a long-term approach to dealing with the brown-spotted demon spider. Li said that it's not that the big spider can't be beaten, but that development is more cost-effective. He had simply misjudged it before. Being able to pick up a weapon doesn't mean you'll be stronger. His body is still too fragile now. It may be related to the characteristics of MC. Even though he was holding a 500-kilogram wooden sword in his right hand, he still couldn't break a thumb-thick branch with his left hand. I feel that if I want to deal with the brown-spotted demon spider, I need to at least make an iron gauntlet. As long as he could block the opponent's attack, maybe just one sword would be enough to kill the big spider on the spot. If I kill it then, wouldn't it be like killing a chicken or a dog? Die together? That's just the worst option. He, Li, is too disdainful to do it, Sundara. Li Xuanxi automatically ignored the question of how to find iron in the real world. After running a few rounds, it was just approaching noon. The sunlight in this other world may be much harsher than that in the northern city where he lives on Blue Star due to geographical or seasonal reasons. Although he is now immune to cold and heat, who doesn't like a cooler place? We still have to build a temporary shelter first. Because of his MC ability, Li Xuanxi no longer had such an urgent desire to leave the forest. There is no particular requirement for the location of the shelter. According to the game habits, in the early stage, you can just develop underground without thinking and see if you can get some minerals. But now I have nothing. The first step to building a home and getting rich is to cut down trees first. It took me more than 10 minutes to cut down the trees and then, with a wooden shovel, I started digging the soil down the stairs. What surprised him was that the block under his feet was not ordinary soil, but a kind of block called cotton mycelium soil that did not exist in the original MC. It should be formed by the fermentation of fallen leaves from the surrounding cottonwood trees. Digging a block of mycelial soil takes about 20 seconds using a shovel. It takes 40 seconds with bare hands. After digging down for 5 meters, they finally harvested the first piece of soil that had crossed into another world. Li Xuanxi was immediately shocked. How long would it take for the fallen leaves to be 5 meters thick? No wonder all I saw along the way were ferns and mushrooms. I continued digging for a long time, but still couldn't see any trace of stone. As we get further away from the ground, the surrounding environment begins to darken. Until an hour later. Li Xuanxi crawled out of the mine tunnel with a look of doubt on his face. The soil below is really thick, black, and damp. It always made him feel a chill down his spine, and it dissuaded him from ever wanting to be a cave dweller. So, a new problem arises. Crafting torches requires coal or charcoal. Both can only be obtained through digging and firing. Smelting requires a cobblestone furnace. Crafting a furnace requires mining cobblestone. If you want to dig boulders, you have to keep digging downwards. It's pitch black down there, and we need a torch. Li Xuanxi lived in Bengbu. Maybe you can consider looking around for rocks exposed on the surface. It seems that continuing down is not very reliable. There is a new goal. Li Xuanxi did not delay. It would be too tragic if he had to grope in the dark on the first day of his journey. Fortunately, because of his MC characteristics, he doesn't feel tired at all, and he doesn't feel bored at all about digging. Who doesn't like the live-action version of Minecraft? Before going out to look for exposed stones, he dug out a 5x5x3 treehouse from a nearby giant tree, installed a door, and placed boxes and a workbench inside. This would be his residence for a long time to come. But unfortunately, this box, for some reason, does not have the storage function in the MC game. It is simply an ordinary storage box. In desperation, he could only throw the extra props in his backpack on the ground, to avoid being blown up by something else when he went out, and having to go back to pick up things. After packing up, Xuanxi took his wooden sword and mining tools, randomly chose a direction, and set off. The situation with the box just now made him feel a little uneasy. He was absent-minded all the way and studied his golden finger more seriously. If it is really as he imagined, with only the form but not the reality, it will definitely be an epic blow to him. Doesn't that mean that things like infinite water, pole creating everything, and stone generating machines might all be stillborn? Another detailed study. After a long time, a bright smile appeared on Li Xuanxi's nervous face again. In front of him, a piece of cottonwood was clearly floating in the air, but it didn't move at all. The wooden sword in his hand, which could originally leave horrific cuts on ordinary giant trees, was completely unable to cause any damage when it was chopped on this tree. If his guess was correct, this block could only be removed by digging, burning, or explosion. Now that I think about it, I have to thank a few insects from another world that passed by. If they hadn't selflessly provided valuable experience for his research, it would have been difficult for him to notice the changes in the props in his hand. Just inject experience balls into ordinary items in your hand to turn them into MC without changing their appearance. Achieve the same effect as in the game. This is how the floating block in front of you came about. The bugs only lost their lives, but Li Xuanxi saved a lot of time. Moved to tears. Besides this, there is another good news. This time travel seems to have brought several modules along with it. As long as he turned his thoughts towards modules, the names of these modules would naturally appear in his mind. As if he had known it all along. But he was sure that when he stopped thinking about the word module, he knew nothing about the modules that came with the gold finger. It's a pity that the time travel only brings functional modules to assist survival. Among them, there are only 3 that are of greater use. More synthesis, you can make many things that cannot be synthesized in the original MC, such as trident, undying totem, end portal, monster spawner, etc. Of course, there are also items other than the original props available for synthesis. For example, it requires 4 iron blocks, for swords, and a bow to synthesize a defense core that automatically attacks hostile creatures. For example, you need 4 nether stars, for clocks to synthesize acceleration torches, etc. Epic Enchantments adds a large number of new spell enchantments based on the original enchantments in the game. Decomposition Master, when you hold an item in your hand, just concentrate your mind and silently say decompose, and you can restore it to its basic materials and store it in your backpack. In addition, there are 3 modules that are not so important. They are Better Monster Animation, Farmland Protection, and Automatic Rod Collection. Li Xuanxi was in a good mood and walked with a lighter pace. From time to time, we also knocked down the ferns growing around it. Then, there were 3 or 4 extra wheat seeds in the backpack, which was very MC, and several kinds of fruits from another world that had been put into the backpack at some point. Just pick one out at random. Blood spider fruit. The information automatically comes to mind. There is no valid information except the name. It is only the size of a baby's fist, exudes an attractive luster, and looks exactly like a blue star tomato. Li Xuanxi's Adam's apple moved subconsciously and he swallowed. This is a tomato from another world. I wonder what it tastes like. He wiped the fruit with his sleeve and then put it under his nose to smell it. Very good, even the smell is exactly the same, so it's safe now. I brought the fruit to my mouth and took a bite. It was soft in texture. This taste. Ugh. An extremely strong fishy smell instantly bursts out in the mouth. Ugh. Shit. Vomit. Li Xuanxi felt his heart beating noticeably faster. The world before my eyes began to double and I felt dizzy. He staggered a few steps, his eyes went dark, and he fell heavily on his back to the ground. I don't know how long it took. You are dead. You died of food poisoning. Score, 17. Resurrection. When Li Xuanxi's soul left his body, the sunlight that was originally above his head had disappeared, and only a little bit of sunset remained around him. Apparently, he had been unconscious for a long time and was only poisoned to death just now. Damn it. Resurrected immediately. Li Xuanxi felt a little numb when he returned to the birthplace. It is indeed not advisable to travel to another world and rely on experience. Most importantly, this death wasted a lot of precious time. Not only do I have to sleep on the floor tonight, but I also have to grope in the dark. Li Xuanxi seemed to have thought of something, touched his chin, opened the synthesis column and confirmed it again. Line. Wool. It seems. I don't have to sleep on the floor? Wire. Aren't there some ready-made ones at the snail place this morning? It shouldn't be a problem to synthesize 3 or 4 wools from such a large area of spiderweb. It's been so long, the brown-spotted demon spider should have left. Time waits for no one, so in order to lie on a soft big bed at night, Li Xuanxi exerted all her energy. He went back to the treehouse without stopping, retrieved the materials, and synthesized the wooden pickaxe and wooden sword in turn. He set out from the treehouse and headed to the place where he was killed by the brown-spotted demon spider in the morning. While obtaining the line, also check if there are any stones or the like along the way. He really didn't pay attention to this aspect during his 3 previous trips there. After setting off, he kept running all the way. As he was familiar with the route, when he saw the spider web, he was even faster than the last time he came here. But this time, he was much more cautious. He held a cotton brocade board in one hand and a wooden sword in the other. If there is even a slight mistake, he can use the hand speed acquired from being single for more than 20 years and the superb combat skills learned in the game to quickly build blocks at the landing point of the opponent's attack, and through sliding tackle, complete a Jedi counterattack against the big spider, someone's fantasy. As the distance to the spider web gets closer, Li Xuanxi couldn't help but tighten his hand holding the wooden sword. Because he was holding it too hard, the joints turned slightly white. The surroundings were calm and the sounds of insects and birds had returned, which made him feel a little relieved. It took a long time to test again. There was no movement. Did the giant spider go far away? He came within 6 meters of the spider web, his hands moving without stopping, swinging the wooden sword and slashing at the air like a block. The feeling of remotely moving blocks gave him a strange feeling. Even though he wasn't touching anything, the feedback transmitted to his hands was incredibly real. An obvious crack formed on the entire spider web, and Li Xuanxi suddenly had an ominous premonition. No way, it can't be what he thinks? Duo. About 40 seconds. After a muffled sound, the entire spider web shattered and a spider silk fell from the sky. The ominous premonition became more and more obvious. He took a few quick steps forward, and the shrunken spider silk was sucked into his body like a young swallow returning to its nest. As he thought about it, it appeared in his hand. Line 1. Li Xuanxi's face turned dark. It's outrageous. The spider web that I just pulled off covered an area of at least 10 meters, but it only produced 1 line? This is far from his expectations. What kind of wool is this? With a dull face, he picked up the props that were dropped by the spider in the morning. Keep the useful ones and use the decomposition master ability to transform the useless ones back into raw materials. Seeing that it was hopeless to build a bed, he simply plucked up his courage. Even if he was beaten to death, he could save half an hour of walking on the mountain road after being resurrected. Going around the giant snail's corpse that had begun to rot and stink, we returned to the place where it died the first time. The distance is not far. Recover the spider webs left there. If nothing unexpected happens, there will still be only 1 line. Li Xuanxi searched around again unwillingly, then started his return journey cursing. The sky is dark. A thin mist rose in the forest, and because of the dense tree canopy, the already humid environment here became even colder and darker. There were even water droplets condensing on the leaves close to the ground. Ouch! Rustle! The chirping of insects and birds during the day were replaced by other sounds, and the forest gradually became lively. I could even faintly hear the howling of wolves. Xuanxi, who had originally been thinking of taking a detour to look for more stones, unconsciously quickened his pace. Finally, we returned to the treehouse before it got completely dark. Along the way, he did not forget to kill a few lucky insects passing by to gain some experience. As for the insects' drops, he didn't pick them up. To obtain items dropped from monsters, it seems that you also need to inject experience into their corpses and assimilate them. But he hasn't even assimilated experience into the treasure chests at home, so where would he get the experience to assimilate these little karami? After entering the treehouse, Xuanxi immediately closed the cotton-woven wooden door. Then, using the moonlight shining through the wooden door, he placed his hand on the treasure chest at the door. For a long time. Well, no reaction at all. The feeling of some energy being guided within the body did not appear. What's going on? Did I guess wrong before? Assimilate 2 more cottonwood logs, decompose them into planks, and then combine them into a box. Level 2 Level 0. The appearance of the newly synthesized box is no different from the previous one. He opened the box with some trepidation. Seeing the familiar storage interface, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this MC storage interface appears above the newly synthesized box, it does not block his view of the internal space of the box. When storing things, a smaller version of the item will appear in the box, lying quietly at the bottom of the treasure chest. If you manually put items into the box, they will automatically shrink to the appropriate size when entering the box. The page floating above the box will also show the props that were previously manually deposited. It took more than 10 minutes to finish packing the backpack, and most of the time was wasted studying the box. It's done. He sat back in the dim moonlight that shone through the crack in the door. Without the box to distract him, the slight sound of rustling bushes and the roar of unknown animals outside the door came into his ears from time to time, making him feel a little creepy. Xuanxi replaced the wooden door and blocked the entrance with brocade wood blocks. As the light disappeared, the surrounding environment became much quieter. It was completely dark inside the treehouse. Maybe it's because of his MC characteristics. Even in this dark environment, he can still vaguely see the surrounding environment, and it's not so dark that he can't see his hand in front of him. However, in such a dark and unfamiliar environment, it is difficult not to have random thoughts. Xuanxi always felt that there was something dirty behind him staring at him. I can't sleep at all. How about changing back to a wooden door? That way, at least it won't be pitch black, right? He took out the wooden axe and was about to strike it down when he suddenly heard the faint sound of trampling dead leaves. Getting closer and closer, mixed with heavy breathing, right outside the treehouse. Xuanxi's heart tightened and she almost screamed. She quickly stretched out her little hand and covered her mouth. He switched the wooden axe he had just taken out into a wooden sword and instinctively lowered his breathing rate. The footsteps outside seemed to be circling around the treehouse and were reluctant to leave for a long time. It was obvious that they had discovered something. I don't know how long it took before peace returned outside the treehouse. The sudden change successfully dissuaded him from digging a passage. If he had not replaced the wooden door back to cottonwood before, he would probably be dead by now. No words were spoken that night. Xuanxi opened his eyes from the darkness. I stayed up very late yesterday before falling asleep. Fortunately, I didn't leave the treehouse rashly to check last night. The sound of footsteps trampling on fallen leaves came back several times, and it seemed like they were conducting a sting operation. After waiting in the tree hole for a long time, he carefully dug a passage. The bright sunlight outside made Xuanxi, who had been in darkness, unable to open his eyes. It should be close to noon. Around the treehouse, you can see at a glance a lot of traces of leaves and mud being crushed. Judging from the footprints alone, this creature is quite large, but it is impossible to tell what kind of creature it is. After a night, the satiety level dropped from 5.5 bars to 3 bars. Li Xuanxi felt a rare pang of hunger in his stomach. Just like in the game, the lower the satiety, the faster it decreases. Sprinting cannot be activated after 3 grids. He took out another kind of fruit from his backpack, thought for a moment, and put it back. Dying all the time is not a big deal. Let's set a small goal today. For example, how about not dying today? As for the big goal? Look for the cobblestone. Because his satiety was too low, Li Xuanxi did not leave the treehouse too far. 3 bars of satiety are actually quite durable as long as you don't run, jump, or play with blocks. It wasn't until the evening that it was all consumed. Still no sign of the boulder. Li Xuanxi now faces 2 choices: starve to death or be poisoned to death. After just a moment's hesitation, he pulled out a bunch of yellow, edible-looking fruits. It looks a bit like an unripe cherry. I picked a reddish one, put it in my mouth and chewed it. The taste is unexpectedly not. You are dead. You died suddenly. Score 72. Resurrection. The resurrected Li Xuanxi is full of energy. Another poisonous food has been confirmed, and there are 3 more in the backpack that need to be confirmed. Back to the treehouse, we started counting today's harvest. The 2 threads obtained from the spider web have been assimilated. In addition, there are 4 cotton logs with MC characteristics. Then, 2 more boxes are added to the treehouse. One of them is specifically used to store materials assimilated from experience. The other is for storing seeds, fruits, and the like. The original boxes were filled with ordinary materials such as soil, wood, mycelium soil, etc. As for the cobblestone? No. I can only go to bed and talk about it tomorrow. He blocked the entrance of the treehouse with cottonwood again and Li Xuanxi lay down. On the spot. Still no bed and no light. But I have experience sleeping on the floor. Sleeping tonight actually felt like a breeze. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. Li Xuanxi woke up from the floor. It was the 3rd day of the journey. Since he went straight to sleep after being resurrected last night, his food intake was still full. After digging a hole in the tree, it was still early outside and I could only vaguely see the sky turning pale. The air around is a little humid, probably because it rained a little last night, not because of fog. Not to mention, this was the 2nd time he had seen the rising sun in a few years. When was the first time, you ask? That was naturally the morning of the 1st day of the journey. There is only one task for today: to find pebbles. Li Xuanxi packed up, took out the wooden sword he had stored away before his death last night from the box, and started today's adventure. Having finished exploring the surrounding area yesterday, he plans to explore further today. However, this world is far more dangerous than he imagined. After spending more than 5 hours in the morning and sacrificing 3 lives in a row, he gave up completely. At the same time, the names of 3 more monsters appeared in Li Xuanxi's little notebook. They are the giant anaconda opposite the treehouse, the wood crystal scorpion behind the treehouse, and the 3-eyed poisonous bee to the right of the treehouse. As for Xiao Benben's main wife, she is still the brown-spotted demon spider that killed him 3 times. After exploring that morning, he roughly deduced that he was currently in a plain area. The terrain he encountered was mostly gentle slopes, with no significant ups and downs, let alone rocks or even small pebbles. Li Xuanxi began to doubt his life. I've been playing Minecraft for 4 days and still haven't found any cobblestone. If I tell anyone about this, I'm afraid people will laugh to death. Fortunately, I traveled through time, so no one would know. As for seeking revenge on those monsters from another world? Li Xuanxi said that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Return to the cabin from the spawn point. The 8th synthesis is wooden shovel and wooden pickaxe. Li Xuanxi gave up the fantasy of taking shortcuts and decided to go down to the mine honestly. As long as you dig deep, there is no cobblestone that cannot be dug. But this time, he brought a lot of ladders with him, preparing to try a new way of digging, opening a 1-block-wide, vertically downward mine next to the treehouse. The site selection was still random. We just picked a location that we liked and started construction. 2 hours later. Li Xuanxi climbed up again and collapsed on the ground covered with fallen leaves with his face up, his expression a little chapped. He used 6 shovels in a row, and in his backpack, besides a few piles of soil, there were some tree roots buried deep underground. Moreover, perhaps because this so-called cottonwood is stronger than ordinary wood, the shovels made from it are much more durable. A shovel can dig about 80 dirt blocks. In other words, the place he has dug now is at least 480 meters underground. Li Xuanxi's defense was somewhat broken. What kind of weird place had he traveled to? Not to mention coal and iron ore, you can't even dig up a stone? Just to build the ladder, he made 2 trips and spent an hour digging wood. And, most importantly, water appeared from the bottom of the mine. This is also the reason why he was forced to come up. The water at the bottom of the pit was now deep, already reaching above his calves. Although it was an unintentional act, compared to water, what Li Xuanxi needed more urgently now was the round stone. At this time, the clouds in the sky were tinged with gold. Return to the treehouse, transfer all 7 groups of soil in the backpack into the box, and use the workbench to make 3 wooden barrels used for storage in the original MC. Li Xuanxi planned to use this wooden barrel without MC characteristics to collect some water and make something like infinite water. Come to the edge of the mine and jump. You are dead. You fell from a great height. Score, 0. Resurrection. Li Xuanxi. I learned that ordinary water cannot be used for landing water. After being resurrected, Li Xuanxi, with a dark face, climbed down the ladder carefully. It is easier to raise the standard than to lower it. He retrieved the props from the bottom of the pit, and just moments after he came up, the water seeping out from below had already reached his thighs. But this water is obviously not enough. Li Xuanxi dug down a distance, and at the same time expanded to the side from time to time to speed up the immersion. By the time he brought up the water, it was an hour later. When we returned to the treehouse, the weather outside was no longer suitable for exploring. Block the door and go to sleep as if he were familiar with it. Tonight was unexpectedly peaceful. A dreamless night. Day 4. Today Li Xuanxi plans to relax for a day, making infinite water and fishing. What's lacking now is experience. He put the 3 buckets of water in the box, took out the wooden sword and pickaxe, and started a new day of fighting monsters and leveling up. Bug, MMP. In less than 2 hours, Li Xuanxi raised his level to level 5 again. It seems fast, but in fact it only takes 55 experience points in total. As we all know, levels in MC are not very useful except for enchantments. Even if there are tens of thousands of levels, the attributes will not increase at all. But now that I have traveled through time, I have gained an additional function of assimilating items from other worlds. Li Xuanxi chose to place the infinite water in the treehouse. Putting it outside is not a wise choice. Who knows if there are alien creatures that use this place as a fixed water source and refuse to leave? If you are weak, it is not a big deal. But if you encounter a strong one, why not use your resurrection point as a monster spawner? It's just that I'm the one being treated as a monster. Infinite water is easy to make, but it is different from the original game. Dig 2 grooves in the corners of the treehouse, leaving a block in the middle to separate the grooves. He poured a bucket of water into each groove. To be on the safe side, he also filled the 2 grooves on the left and right with a spare bucket of water. Then she put her 2 tender white hands into 2 compartments of turbid water separated by a log. As the experience was injected into the body, the water source, which was originally yellow and black and mixed with a lot of mud and sand, became visibly clean. In less than 10 seconds, it became crystal clear and flawless. There's only one last step left. Li Xuanxi felt his heartbeat quicken. He was very ceremonial and didn't use the wooden axe to move the middle block, but just started working directly. More than 50 seconds passed in a flash, and Li Xuanxi held his breath. Duo. The cracked block in the middle shrank instantly and was then sucked back into his body. The unblocked water flow rushed towards the empty space in the middle. The amazing thing is that there is no sign of the water level on both sides dropping. The water surface only returned to calm when the middle compartment was filled and level with both sides. Alright. MC, I'm gonna blow it up. Excitedly, he took out an empty wooden barrel from his backpack and took out half a bucket of water from the middle compartment. Sure enough, the water level dropped for just a moment before it was quickly filled up. As for the water scooped from the wooden barrel, apart from being still clean, it seemed to have lost the characteristics of MC water. It seemed that MC water could only be obtained directly through an iron barrel. Moreover, he made an interesting discovery: even if he slapped the water's surface with his hands, it would only create ripples, without the slightest splash. In short, this is very MC. As for the taste of infinite water, if I have to say, well, it tastes like water. The remaining level 1 experience can be used to assimilate a cotton log, and then separate the wooden stick to synthesize a fishing rod. What is extremely outrageous is that the level required to assimilate a cotton log and a wooden stick is both level 1. However, one assimilated cotton log can be made into 8 assimilated wooden sticks. It's clear at a glance how cost-effective it is. Finally, he took out the line from the treasure chest and fiddled with it on the workbench for a while. A small fishing rod less than 1 meter long appeared in Xuanxi's hand. The appearance is quite exquisite. In order to make fishing more comfortable, he resynthesized a cottonwood staircase and 2 notice boards, and prepared to make a stool, which he placed 1 block away from the infinite water. Only when his butt landed on the stool did he breathe a sigh of satisfaction. Great! The rod gives birth to all things. Start. Cast the rod. Bang! The float hits the wall, bounces, and then falls back to the ground. Xuanxi. Reel in the rod and cast again. Continue to bounce back to the ground. Xuanxi. He gave up the cool casting action, and slowly and honestly let out the half-meter-long fishing line, and placed the float steadily into the water. Wait for the fish to bite. The float rises and falls slightly in the infinite water. Xuanxi also stared at its floating position without blinking. In the game, before a fish is hooked, there is a splash effect of water approaching. Moreover, Xuanxi had no idea whether he could catch fish in this clear water that was only 3 grids deep. Of course, if it is a game, 1 grid of water is actually enough, but he has 2 more grids. 1 minute. Xuanxi was a little anxious. 5 minutes. Xuanxi began to shake his short legs unconsciously, and his small brows furrowed. Half an hour passed, the water was still calm. Is it not possible? He couldn't hide the disappointment in his tone. In the game, every successful fishing will randomly give you 1 to 6 experience points. In addition to catching fish, there is also a chance to catch dozens of items such as enchanted books, enchanted bows, enchanted fishing rods, name tags, saddles, etc. Especially tripwire hooks, bows, fishing rods, leather boots and the like. Through his decomposition ability, these props can be directly disassembled back into iron ingots, wooden sticks, strings, and leather. Try for one last half hour. After all, in the past, many anglers threw a lot of bait materials throughout the day, but still returned empty-handed, didn't they? Xuanxi quickly found an excuse for himself. My mood improved a little. His eyes were still fixed on the float. Time passes slowly. Another 10 minutes. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the water surface and quickly approached the float. The shadow of a fish that was more than 20 centimeters long flashed by at the bottom of the water. The fishing rod in his hand sank, and Xuanxi's sky-blue amber eyes suddenly lit up, and even his wilted expression began to brighten. He exerted force with his hands, but the fishing rod in his hand was not as heavy as he had imagined, and he almost fell backwards. He pulled a round, yellow, spiny fish out of the water. Puffer fish 1. There were also 3 or 4 small experience balls rushing towards him. Closing his eyes and sensing, his experience bar had clearly risen a little. Unfortunately, this pufferfish is of no use at the moment. After retrieving the fish, Xuanxi couldn't wait to cast the rod again. Bang! The float hit the wall again and again, then bounced back to my feet. Xuanxi. Well, just put the float in the water. The second time I went fishing, with the previous success as a basis, the uneasiness in my heart disappeared. The version of the golden finger was determined as early as when he made the fishing rod. It's the same version he plays most often, which is the Bedrock version, not the Java version. The most obvious difference between the two is the durability of the fishing rod. The durability of the Bedrock edition is 385 points, while that of the Java edition is only 65 points. In Bedrock edition, you can catch all fish, garbage, and treasure within one block of water, while in Java edition, you need a 5x5x2 block of open water, otherwise you can only catch fish. This time, the rod was obviously much faster than the first time. After only about 20 minutes, the float began to sink sharply. This time, Xuanxi paid a little more attention to the strength, and with a slight pull of his arm, the experience ball flowed into his body. Raw cod 1. Then came the third time, this time for more than half an hour. Raw cod 1. Until evening. Raw cod 5, raw salmon 1, pufferfish 1, bull 1, wooden stick 1, leather 1. Each fishing trip lasts from 20 minutes to 1 hour, but no more than 1 hour. During this period, he gained a total of 44 experience points, and he used them immediately every time he reached level 1. These experiences assimilated 3 cotton logs and 3 dirt blocks for him. He filled 3 blocks of dirt to the edge of infinite water and developed it into small farmland. But there was no time to plant the seeds. Seeds also need experience injection. He still needs 3 experience points before his next level up. Another 20 minutes or so. Xuanxi skillfully reeled in the rod, already showing a bit of the demeanor of a fisherman. Line 1. Had any unexpected gains? Summoning it from his backpack, he sensed it and said, "Not bad, it's the same stick I caught before. I didn't even need to assimilate it." With a thought, the string in his hand was replaced with the wheat seeds he had hit before. All the experience points at the first level were poured into it and planted casually in the farmland beside the infinite water. He stretched himself, and the feeling of his bones stretching made him groan, but he felt that the wooden steps under his butt were really prickly. My butt hurts. But fishing is really a bit addictive. No wonder there are so many fishermen on Blue Star who spend the whole day feeding mosquitoes by the river. It should be more than an hour before it gets dark outside. During this time, he plans to give himself a break. Go out and block the mine tunnel that was dug at the beginning, and clean up the dirt in the box. This mine tunnel was difficult to dig but very easy to fill. In less than 10 minutes, it returned to its previous state. He also considerately cleared away some dead leaves around to allow the newly added mycelium soil to blend in. The setting sun can still be seen in the sky, so this little time cannot be wasted. So he filled it up with the tree he had dug near the birth point when he was experimenting with the golden finger. These filled areas automatically merge with the giant tree and are not in the shape of blocks. As for the other trees that were cut down later, it didn't require much effort. Later, he consciously dug a hole into the giant tree, and then blocked the entrance again after leaving. From the outside, no changes could be seen at all. He deliberately maintains the surrounding environment, tries to keep the forest original, and minimizes the chances of the treehouse being discovered. If possible, he even wanted to use his experience to assimilate the walls around the treehouse. Night falls. Back at the treehouse, Xuanxi skillfully blocked the door. But I don't plan to sleep tonight. In fact, he doesn't need sleep at all. The reason I slept for the past 2 days was simply because I felt it was too boring at night. As for what to do tonight? Of course it's fishing. The battle will last till dawn. It was the 5th day. Xuanxi's mood was mixed. Last night's fishing in the dark was quite rewarding. I caught a bow and arrow with only a third of its durability left, and a pair of leather boots with only a fraction of their durability left. For him, it doesn't matter how durable it is, because after decomposition, the materials are all the same. The bow and arrow provided him with 3 strings and 3 sticks. The leather boots were decomposed and then combined with a piece of leather that she had caught before to form a leather helmet that was put on her head. The items obtained from fishing are directly MC items, without the need for additional experience injection, which saves a lot of trouble. Currently, we are still short of the last 2 pieces of wool, or 8 threads, to synthesize the bed. Then, not very friendly news. He was now certain that the monster that had been hanging around the treehouse the night he traveled through time hadn't left. He had simply been sleeping so soundly that he hadn't noticed. Last night, he clearly heard the sound of sharp claws scratching the tree trunk, and there was more than one. Didn't leave until an hour ago. After carefully clearing the passage and making sure the surroundings were safe, he quickly walked around to the back of the treehouse. Sure enough, 2 half-meter deep holes appeared out of nowhere on the tree trunk at the back. There was also a lot of wood chips flying on the ground. He had only started digging in the latter half of the night in both places. This monster was weaker than he had imagined, otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long to dig. Xuanxi's current solution is very simple. Just remove the damaged area and replace it with a complete block. He reserved the thinnest area of the exterior wall, which was about 2 meters. It is unlikely that they will dig it up in a short time. Although these cottonwood logs were planed open, the excavation time did not decrease. Only the name has changed and it can no longer be superimposed. Damaged cotton brocade wood 1. Unlike the big spider, the treehouse is your own resurrection point. Xuanxi felt that they had to act cautiously before figuring out the strength and number of the monsters outside. If you die here, you might just get a corpse guarding gift package, which is useless even if you hide in the resurrection interface. This monster was able to find me on the first day, so I guess they have pretty good tracking abilities. I'm afraid that if I resurrect too many times, the monsters will treat this place as a food refresh point and won't leave. Well, if this monster really treats me as a meal, I'm afraid I'll starve to death. Every time he was resurrected, not even a drop of blood was left in the land of death. Cleaned up the traces of the unknown monster outside the treehouse. Xuanxi then returned to the room and counted the harvest from last night. In one night, a total of 113 experience points were gained. It only takes 7 experience points to upgrade from level 0 to level 1. Through transformation, there are 16 more pieces of MC cottonwood in the backpack. After being broken down into wooden boards, it can be completely assimilated into 4 complete walls. However, there is no rush for assimilation. Today's focus is still on finding pebbles. With a fishing rod and water source, you can basically say goodbye to the problem of food shortage, but you can't just eat it raw like the characters in the game. Now, his desire for the furnace is unprecedented. We still plan to dig vertically downwards today, but we need to change the location. The bottom of the mine has probably been filled with water. Leave the treehouse. It took some time to partially block the mine where we extracted water last time, ensuring that it looked the same as before. He chose the location of the new mine on the other side of the treehouse. The difference is that this time he not only brought stairs in his backpack, but also an MC-style door. After testing, it was found that the MC door, although a water-containing block, can only contain MC water. Therefore, the wooden door oxygen production method is still effective in the other world. The disadvantage is that this wooden door cannot make ordinary water disappear directly, but instead squeezes the water to the surrounding areas. Don't ask him why he knows. Because the ground is still wet in someone's treehouse. The early stages of the excavation went very smoothly. Since the excavation began, the first 400 meters were relatively normal. The soil only began to soak up water slowly. When they dug 500 meters, the seeping water had already reached their waists. But as he expected, there was no trace of the pebble. After digging 550 meters, the underwater excavation buff has been triggered, and it has reached the point where we have to use wooden doors. The question is, I'm too short, so it triggers early. You can save the ladder and just swim up on the return trip. The subsequent excavation speed was not reduced at all because there was a door to separate the water. Every time you dig out the block under the wooden door, you must quickly replace the door. Otherwise, the water flow squeezed above the wooden door would enthusiastically arrange a shampooing package for Xuanxi. 600 meters, no stones. 650 meters without stones. 700 meters, still no stones. 800 meters, no. Xuanxi has lived in Bengbu for a while. If he hadn't brought the workbench with him when he went down to the mine, he would have run out of ammunition and food by now. Somewhere around 900 meters. Li Xuanxi felt that at this moment, he had become an emotionless earth-digging machine. Clang! It's the sound of wood hitting a hard object. Li Xuanxi was stunned with a numb expression. He stopped digging in disbelief and leaned over to touch the ground. Slightly damp, with a bumpy surface, but solid. This heavy and solid feeling almost made Li Xuanxi burst into tears. 6 days. It's been 6 fucking days. Do you know how he spent these 6 days? With a thought, his hand switched to a wooden pickaxe. I will never feel at ease until the cobblestone is in my backpack. Opening champagne at halftime is not a good habit. If something like diorite or basalt comes to me, I won't even have a place to cry. Duo. About 30 seconds. The familiar sound of blocks breaking was heard. It almost became a muscle memory for him. He subconsciously replaced the wooden door that was sucked back into the backpack. His skill was so heartbreaking. Open the backpack. Rock 1. In the darkness, the corners of Li Xuanxi's mouth couldn't stop rising, finally revealing a row of neat little white teeth. The movement of his hands left an afterimage, and he dug down 5 more squares, fumbled around, and made sure that there were stones all around and it was dry. Then he began to explore to the side. Based on the amount of materials obtained in the backpack, we can roughly calculate the time he spent digging. Definitely no more than 5 hours. It should still be noon outside now. Next time you want to come down and dig stones, it won't be so easy. So, we must dig enough cobblestones in one go today. Put the workbench back in place and make a stone pickaxe. The digging speed is directly increased from 30 seconds of a wooden pickaxe to 20 seconds, which is roughly the same as the speed of digging soil with a wooden shovel. Li Xuanxi did not slack off at all when digging the boulders this time. It was not until the evening that Li Xuanxi, returning with a full load, climbed out of the mine. This time I got 10 sets of cobblestones. As long as you don't build a castle, it will be enough. As for other minerals, the number was still 0, but he was not disappointed. Now that you have the cobblestone, all you need to do is keep fishing and work hard to gain experience. Try to assimilate all the materials needed for the synthetic furnace tonight. After a day of digging, he was still half full. After crossing, just like in the game, sprinting reduces satiety the fastest, followed by jumping and swimming. Digging, which seems to be the most laborious, actually saves the most food. Every meter you sprint is equivalent to 2 jumps, 10 meters of swimming, and 20 blocks of digging. Newton said it was reasonable and gave a thumbs up. He was considering whether to get another fruit from another world to restore his satiety. He decisively threw the idea out of his head. There is a furnace soon, so food is not a problem. Why are you still stubbornly insisting on eating these fruits? Isn't that being a masochist? But he really couldn't bear to throw away these fruits. If you want to eat some fruit someday, you can take it out for emergency use. Profound Sky Continent, Eastern Region. Sanyuan Sect Masters Hall. On the main seat, a thin middle-aged man with half-white hair sat cross-legged, with an elegant demeanor. There seemed to be a wisp of mist around him, but his words were filled with concern and confusion that did not match his temperament. Junior sister, why don't you break through in the sect? At least you'll be protected by me and the elders, so it'll be much safer. The Grand Princess, a cold and elegant woman with a waterfall of black hair and a fairy-like figure, shook her head and refused. No emotion could be heard in her tone. I have made up my mind about this trip. Senior brother, there is no need to persuade me. The thin middle-aged man sighed. Knowing his junior sister's temper, he knew that it was useless to persuade her. I just followed her wishes. The thin, middle-aged man's face showed pain. He reached into his wide sleeve and pulled out an object. With a gentle push, a piece of yellow talisman paper with intricate patterns slowly floated towards the woman in the hall. There's been a lot of turmoil down the mountain lately. Keep this lightning-protecting talisman for now. Ning Qingxue took it with both hands, with surprise in her eyes. The lightning-protecting talisman is a top-level Earth-grade talisman and is not a cheap item. It cannot be obtained without 30,000 or 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, looking at the entire eastern region, they are in short supply and can only be found by chance. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be either dead or injured if he was hit by a blow without warning. Although she had no use for it, Ning Qingxue still remembered the sect master's care. He withdrew his inquiring gaze from the talisman paper and looked up to see that the sect leader seemed to be hesitant to speak. So he asked doubtfully, "Does the sect master have any further instructions?" The thin middle-aged man in the main seat didn't know how to start for a moment, but thinking of the preciousness of the Hanguan Yulei talisman, he said awkwardly, "This talisman should not be used unless it is absolutely necessary." "Why?" Ning Qingxue wondered. "Is there some flaw in this talisman?" This immediately explained that their small sect of 11 people, who didn't even have servants, really couldn't afford such luxurious things. To put it bluntly, even if you sell this sect, it may not be worth as much as this talisman. Guessing what Ning Qingxue was thinking, the thin sect leader looked embarrassed and coughed twice. "Ahem, there's nothing wrong with this talisman. If you can save it, you can return it to me." Ning Qingxue. Monster Forest, Yunjin Basin. Inside the treehouse. It was already late at night. As he pulled back the club, some experience points were absorbed into his body, and Li Xuanxi's level reached level 1 again, and then instantly returned to 0. There is a 9-grid synthesis interface in front of you. This is a function only available on workbenches that have been emceed by experience. On a regular workbench, you need to manually place the ingredients in the correct order, otherwise you won't be able to craft. No page will appear during this process, so you won't be able to view the crafting table. As for the original unassimilated workbench, it got dirty and wet when it was mined before, so we just disassembled it. It has been replaced with the current MC workbench, which does not get dirty, can be remotely controlled, and cannot be destroyed by violence. With a thought, 8 MC transformed pebbles were placed in the shape of a Chinese character in the 9-square grid. After a moment, a fist-sized stone furnace appeared in his hand. Finally, I can see the light. Li Xuanxi felt that this furnace was hard to come by. Place them side by side on the workbench, and take out the already assimilated cotton and brocade logs from the backpack and put them into the firing area. As for fuel, it was not that luxurious, so I just chose the most useless ordinary wooden board in the backpack instead. A warm yellow light instantly lit up from the furnace, illuminating the entire treehouse, which was already small. Li Xuanxi took a few steps closer and knocked and touched the furnace. Although the furnace was burning with flames, it had no temperature. Even if you put your hand into the fire, you won't feel anything. Moreover, like the workbench, the painting style has been changed to realistic style. With the help of the furnace fire, you can clearly see the slightly rough texture of the stone above. Because of the slight noise made by Li Xuanxi's action just now, the unknown monster outside that was digging the tree worked even harder. Li Xuanxi didn't care about it at all, and even found it a bit annoying. He is now more concerned about the furnace firing speed. I don't know if it's because the fuel hasn't been assimilated, it's so ridiculously slow. So I continued fishing by the light of the fire. Now there are only the last 7 lines left to synthesize the bed. Cast the rod and the float enters the water smoothly. After that, I waited for 20 minutes. Lift the rod. Leather boots 1. Not bad. Durability is still very low, only a dozen points left. Decompose directly and then resynthesize. In a moment, a pair of ugly leather boots were put on in addition to the ugly hat on Li Xuanxi. Li Xuanxi touched his smooth chin. After another moment, the helmet and leather boots disappeared at the same time, and when they reappeared, they were replaced by a pair of leather leggings. There are 2 more leather items in the backpack that are not used for the time being. It feels so good. This is what it feels like to be safe. He was really fed up with that kind of wind that made his butt feel cold. Keep fishing. Tropical fish 1. Raw cod 1. Raw cod 1. Raw cod 1. Saddle 1. Hey! Good stuff? To him, a saddle is just a pig to ride on. If you just want to control the direction, you also need a carrot on a stick. Remember that in the More Synthesis module, there is a synthesis formula for the saddle, which cannot be synthesized in the original MC. As long as there is a synthesis formula, no matter whether it is the original version or not, it can be decomposed. Adjust the saddle to the main hand position, and it looks only the size of a palm. Decompose, he muttered to himself. My hands were immediately empty. Leather 3. Rope 2. The 3 leathers and the 2 remaining pieces from the previous leggings modification can be combined into a helmet. The 2 leads can be broken down into 4 strings and a slime ball. Another piece of wool is obtained. Now we are only short of the last 3 lines to synthesize the bed. Now Xuanxi is even more motivated. Fishing. Continue. The furnace at the back still glowed brightly, with enough fuel remaining to last until tomorrow. Raw cod 1. Raw salmon 1. Raw cod 1. Puffer fish 1. Raw salmon 1. Until the furnace fuel burned out, the treehouse was suddenly plunged into darkness, and the only useful things were a nautilus shell and a tripwire hook. 8 nautilus shells. And 1 ocean core can be crafted into a conduit core. Combined with prismarine, it can provide players with underwater breathing, night vision, and underwater digging capabilities within a range of 32 to 96 blocks. However, this is just a thought. The Surge core has been out for several years, and he has only made it once in the game. As for the tripline hook, I think I caught one last night. Putting the 2 together, they can be decomposed into 1 iron ingot, 1 wooden stick, and 1 wooden plank. Xuanxi made the first iron ingot he had after traveling through time into a shield without hesitation. With a shield in hand, there is a sense of security that is even safer than wearing pants. Come to the furnace. When I opened it and checked, I found that the fuel compartment had been used up, and 5 charcoals were lying quietly in the finished product compartment. Just synthesize 20 torches. When the torches switch to the hand holding the torch automatically changes to a grasping state. The shape of the torch is similar to that in the game, square, but the material is realistic and not at all abrupt. Too bad it's not bright. It should be plugged into the wall like the game. Since the room is small, 1 torch is enough to light it. Although there was a flame burning at the top of the torch, just like a furnace, no heat escaped. Nature will not go out. With the light source, the wheat he planted at home was finally able to grow normally. It's really not easy. Return to the furnace and roast all the 30 or so raw cod in the backpack. After finishing his work, Xuanxi returned to his fishing position. Prepare to cast the rod. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Xuanxi frowned, realizing something was wrong. It seems, maybe, probably, it's already dawn now? Logically speaking, the sound of planing wood outside should have stopped. Why does it look like he not only didn't stop, but became even more excited? Xuanxi frowned even deeper. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. It would be a lie to say that he was not panicking. Since crossing over, he has only bullied the bugs that passed by, and the resurrection point is still outside. Fortunately, with the protection of the shield and leather shorts, he felt a sense of security, which made him feel a little more confident. He cut the shield to his offhand, took out a stone axe, and planned to dig it open. Duo. As Xuanxi struck, the sounds of the tree being dug hard stopped. The footsteps all gathered in the direction where Xuanxi was digging. But judging from the sound, it was quite far away. Duo. The block in front of his eyes disappeared instantly. It was indeed early morning outside. Although it was a little dark, it did not prevent him from seeing the scene outside clearly. Fuck! That's not right. Xuanxi raised his shield almost instinctively. 30 meters ahead, there were 3 dark gray wild wolves the size of lions with single blue horns. The hair on the back of its neck is long and dense, with a light green color. Fangs were exposed and saliva was dripping onto the ground. The wolf was clearly storing something in its mouth. Wind was constantly flowing towards it. Ah! Whoosh! The moment the accumulation was completed, the leader wolf howled loudly, and a wind ball as big as a bowl came crashing down on his face. Bang! After the wind ball hit the shield, it turned into a violent wind pressure, rushing throughout his room. His clothes were rustling in the strong wind. But it's okay. He didn't even take a step back. Sure enough, the first iron ingot was the right choice for making a shield. He then blocked the entrance again. He needs to take it easy. If we say that the monsters before had grown a bit bigger, it could be attributed to the good food. This wolf that shoots wind bombs doesn't look normal at all. So, did he travel to a magical world? The wolf leader's attack just now was blocked by the shield, and it only caused the shield-holding arm to tremble slightly. I can't feel the strength at all. In MC, only axes can break shields. It seems that the shield after the time travel has also inherited this feature. In other words, before the shield is damaged, he is basically invincible in frontal attacks. But as long as he's not crazy, he won't go out to fight. Being invincible from the front does not mean being invincible from behind. The other side has 3 giant wolves, and they can throw wind bombs. Then you have to think carefully about how to deal with it. Xuanxi frowned and thought, how about wooden boat sealing method? He had no idea whether this method was effective against creatures from other worlds. But it never hurts to try. After a while, Xuanxi, holding the 3 assimilated wooden boats, reopened the entrance to the treehouse. The moment the block disappeared, a bloody mouth squeezed in from the gap and bit his neck. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The ferocious mouth suddenly approached, and Xuanxi was almost frightened out of his wits. By the time he reacted, the stone sword in his hand had already slammed into the opponent's forehead. The stone sword is made of 2 cubic meters of boulders and a wooden stick, which together weigh at least 6 tons. It is said that it weighs more than 10,000 pounds of force. This time, it's not so easy to deal with. Bang! Under Xuanxi's horrified gaze, the giant wolf didn't even have time to scream before half of its head was shattered into pieces, red and white, all over the ground. Experience rushed out from the opponent's neck along with blood instantly, pushing his level from 0 to 6, and even making his level 7 experience exceed half a pipe. Roughly estimated, this monster provided him with more than 60 experience points. Xuanxi felt a little scared. He definitely didn't mean it. Who told it to rush so fast and scare itself? Looking at the hot brain matter that had already flowed to his feet, Xuanxi shuddered involuntarily. What the hell is this? My treehouse hasn't been fully occupied for a week, and it's become a haunted house? Well, it seems that only houses where someone has died can be called haunted houses. At this time, outside the treehouse, the 2 wild wolves looked at their companion who had just stuck his head in to bite, then shuddered violently, and then began to twitch from time to time, and they were confused as to what was going on. Isn't there just a tree worm inside that smells of milk but whose strength cannot be sensed? White and tender plus lives in trees plus can dig holes plus smells good equals tree worm. They will not admit their mistakes. Could it be that he is eating alone? Is it so delicious that you're twitching? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Damn it! How dare this idiot keep it all to himself? I can't stand it. The 2 wolves looked at each other, one on the left and one on the right, bit the wild wolf's hind legs and pulled it hard. The dead wild wolf, with half of its head that looked like it had been crushed by a heavy object, fell more than 10 meters away from the 2 wolves, dragging a long parabola and a bloody tail. A strong smell of blood instantly burst out from the gap in the treehouse, and the remaining 2 wolves' eyes suddenly turned red. This damn guy is really eating alone. His mind was filled with desire for the sweet and soft tree worms, and he didn't even notice the death of his companion. The largest wild wolf rushed into the cave without saying a word. Ouch, what the hell? Xuanxi's childish cry was heard again from the cave entrance, followed by a muffled sound. Bang! Level 6 Level 10, 108 experience points. The last wolf outside stared at the leader's direction intently, saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth and forming a pool at its feet. From time to time, he licked the blood that had splashed on his body. The taste is somewhat familiar. Like the taste of a mistress eating alone. Could it be that only the meat of this insect is fragrant? You see, even the boss is twitching with pleasure from the delicious food. I really want to try it. I really want to try it. I really want to try it. Unfortunately, it doesn't dare to compete with the boss for food. I can only hope that the boss will show mercy and leave it some soup, or no, some meat. Inside the treehouse, Xuanxi patted her pounding heart with her little hands. Oh my god, if someone has a weak heart, he would probably faint on the spot. Can you imagine that a monster with half of its head smashed into pieces suddenly comes back to life and shrinks back in a flash? Before he could come to his senses, an even more terrifying and ferocious mouth suddenly appeared and bit towards him? He was so scared that he subconsciously smashed his head again. Standing in a pool of blood, Xuanxi, who had recovered from his shock, was still clean, but now his entire body was covered in hair. Even when he watched his own death scene, he didn't have this feeling. In his soul state, he couldn't smell anything, and he didn't have a body. Even if his death was tragic, he wouldn't have any reaction. Not like now? The minced meat, blood, and brains almost turned the room into a small pond. The strong smell of blood even made it impossible for him to open his eyes. The whole room smelled fishy and foul. Ugh, it's not the hypocritical nausea after killing, it's simply the smell of the food. He pressed the stone sword against the other's body and pushed hard, but it didn't move at all. It was outrageous. He could hold a 5 or 6 ton stone sword in each hand, and even with all his might, he couldn't move a single inch of the giant wolf's corpse weighing over 1,000 kilograms. Blood was still gushing out from the giant wolf's neck like a fountain. After waiting for a long time, this giant wolf did not come back to life like the previous one. Instead, the pond in the cottage grew bigger and bigger. He simply dug outwards from the side. Now that we have the shield, it's just one, so it shouldn't be a big problem and we can end it quickly. The last wild wolf outside heard movement on the other side of the giant tree, and a very human expression of surprise appeared on its ferocious face. I didn't expect that there were other tree insects in this tree. I think the purpose of digging the hole at this time was probably to escape. The boss is still enjoying the previous one, he probably won't care about me. It happily went around, and as soon as the other party chiseled a hole in the tree, it stuck its head in, hitting the tree worms unexpectedly. Awoo. Duo. What the hell? Again? Bang. Level 10, level 13, 80 experience points. The world is quiet. Damn, these bastards, they don't have much strength, but they are really good at scaring people. Their heads are as fragile as watermelons. Who gave them the courage to stick their heads in here? Xuanxi couldn't help but vent his anger. The battle ended too hastily, so hastily that it was a bit dramatic. Looking at the 3 wooden boats in his backpack, Xuanxi was speechless. Was this all in vain? I really didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn. Well, he's not a fool, he did. After thinking for a moment, he decided to keep the wooden boat. I may not need it this time, but maybe I can use it later? As for these wolf corpses, they naturally need to be transformed. The wolf who can use the Rasengan, he is really curious about what good things can be released. He swung a stone axe to dig open the treehouse, carefully checked it out, and after making sure there was no danger, he approached the nearest wolf corpse and placed his hand on it. The hair was soft, yet unusually tough, as it had just died and was still warm. Trying to inject experience, it went smoothly. As the experience injection ended, the entire wolf, along with the blood it spilled, exploded into a pile of pixelated smoke with a bang. A large area of blood around was cleared in an instant. Level 13, level 8. Wild wolf leather 1. Bones 2. Wild wolf meat 3. The drops are pretty good, there are 3 of them. The level was reduced by 5 levels, which was within his acceptable range. The items that exploded from the monsters did not fall directly to the ground like ordinary blocks that had not been assimilated by experience. Instead, it slowly floats and rotates a few centimeters above the ground. This effect can only be achieved when props that have been assimilated into experience are dropped on the ground. But he was going to try. With a thought, 2 logs appeared in his hands, one on the left and one on the right, looking exactly the same, and he threw them casually. The effect is clear at a glance. One fell directly to the ground, and the other floated quietly like a prop dropped by a wild wolf. +1 for new knowledge. Collect the 2 logs and the loot, and open the crafting panel to view the harvest. Aside from unlocking bone meal, nothing else was seen. No. Xuanxi slapped his forehead, he almost forgot. When the workbench is not in use, the synthesis formulas that can be viewed are very limited, and only those items that can be synthesized using the foregrid slots are available. Turning back to look at the bloody floor of the treehouse, he decided to assimilate the remaining 2 wolves first. He walked straight to another wolf that had buried its head in the treehouse. At this time, its body was still twitching from time to time. This one should be the leader of the group, and it's obviously a bit bigger in size. Level 8 Level 1. Unformed Wind Attribute Demon Pill 1. Wild Wolf Leather 1. Wild Wolf Meat 2. Bones 3. After assimilation, the level was directly reduced by 7 levels. However, the good news is that there is an extra demon pill this time, although no one knows what it is used for. I took it out and looked at it. Some of them are like the transparent marbles with patterns on the inside that we played with as children. Apart from feeling cool to the touch, there is nothing special about them. The last giant wolf is a bit troublesome. The experience he has now is definitely not enough to assimilate. If you rely on fishing, you won't be able to gain enough experience in at least 6 or 7 hours. But Xuanxi still stepped forward and gave it a try. Thinking of inputting the remaining experience first, so that you can save some money for subsequent upgrades, right? Unfortunately, it failed. Assimilation does not support installment payments during this period of time when experience is stored. Of course, the body of the last wild wolf cannot be left like this. Even though he was a complete novice in wilderness survival, he had seen similar plots in various survival novels. The smell of blood will attract large predators. Xuanxi used the simplest and most brutal method. Simply use a shovel to dig out the blood-stained blocks on the ground, and the blood on these blocks will automatically fall into the next layer. Just dig 2 layers and cover 1 layer. Moreover, the efficiency of the stone shovel directly reduced the time of digging soil from 20 seconds to less than 15 seconds. After some processing, it didn't take much time. As for the body of the wild wolf, a matchbox will do. I returned to the workbench and took a quick look at the newly added craftable items. As expected. Since various tools can be made with cottonwood that is not in the original MC, there is no reason why the materials dropped by monsters from other worlds cannot be used. This time, 5 types of items were unlocked, namely, the wild wolf leather hood, breastplate, leggings, boots, and wind attribute demon pills. The crafting method of wild wolf leather armor is the same as the placement of ordinary leather armor materials. A demon pill requires 4 unformed wind attribute demon pills to be synthesized into 1. These things may not be useful in the short term. It's impossible to put them together. For him, the only useful things were the wild wolf meat and bones. I took out the only baked cod from the furnace and replenished my satiety by 2 bars. Well, let's be frank, he just wanted to try the cooked cod that he had eaten the most in the game before. In the real world, living in a small inland city, you have never even seen it, let alone eaten it. The cod did not shrink in size after being baked and was still about 20 centimeters. It tastes like salty sea fish and is very crisp. Simply put, it tastes like fried small fish, and even the bones can be easily chewed. No wonder the sounds of eating in the game are so crispy. The taste was surprisingly good, but not as amazing as I expected. If you insist, it's a bit of a waste of food. Braising or steaming would be more suitable. Satisfied curiosity. He sat back on his fishing throne with ease. After 2 days of continuous training, he can now perfectly master the technique of accurately casting the rod into the water within 2 meters. Raw cod 1. Raw cod 1. Tropical fish 1. Raw salmon 1. Fishing rod 1. Time always goes by very quickly when fishing. This card-drawing mechanism is really addictive. As he exerted force with his forearm, a fishing rod emitting a faint purple glow was lifted out of the water. Ho! Big baby! With a thought, the fishing rod appeared in his hand. Fishing rod. Experience repair eye. Vanishing curse eye. Li Xuanxi frowned on her delicate little face. How should I put it? It seems not very useful. As for durability, he has the ability to decompose, so there is no need to worry. Just decompose it before it is damaged and resynthesize it. Moreover, this fishing rod also comes with a terrible, vanishing curse eye. The effect is that after the player dies, the props will disappear directly from the backpack. Forget it. Although the enchantment attribute is of little use, it is still an enchantment tool after all, and it looks pleasing to the eye. Replace the previous fishing rod and disassemble it directly. Stick 3. Line 2. There is only one last line left to synthesize the bed. There is no rush to continue fishing. Before getting up and going out, you have to transform the last wild wolf corpse first. However, just as he opened the tunnel, Li Xuanxi keenly sensed that something was amiss. That damn silence is back again. Without thinking too much, he blocked the hole again with his backhand, and his hand instantly switched to a shield. Immediately afterwards, he heard a horrible crashing sound coming from the outer wall. The ground is shaking. Damn it! Did that bastard follow the scent and chase us? Soon, the monster outside announced the correct answer with actual actions. A terrifying claw actually pierced through the log that had just been placed. There was still a commotion in the treehouse, and the ordinary cotton logs around were scraped by its claws and the fragments flew everywhere. Li Xuanxi always felt that the scene in front of him was inexplicably weird. If it happened at night, it would probably scare people to death. After a while, the owner of the claw saw that he had not fished out the small dessert he needed for a long time, so the spider leg covered with steel hair retreated back the way it came. The 8 dark eyes of the brown-spotted demon spider took turns scanning the interior of the treehouse through the thick damage on its head, as if trying to redetermine Li Xuanxi's position. Li Xuanxi came back to his senses and felt a surge of regret. He had just missed an opportunity to break one of its legs. The regret didn't last long. The spider's leg reached in again and continued to dig. Li Xuanxi. Wow, it's true that everything you wish for comes true. It seems that this guy can't wait to try out this 6-ton sword. He took out the stone sword, took aim slightly, and smashed it down without mercy. Bang! The claws that were hit instantly exploded into pieces of flesh, and the broken limbs were connected only by something as thick as a baby's arm and similar to a rubber band. Outside the treehouse, the brown-spotted demon spider, which had been leisurely in dreaming of a little dessert, suddenly let out a shrill scream due to the severe pain. The remaining 7 spider legs tried desperately to pull out the claws. But due to the angle, the entire claw was stuck in the treehouse with the broken part. It hurts just looking at it. Li Xuanxi naturally had no reason to miss this opportunity for revenge. Just go around and dig a hole from the other side. The brown-spotted demon spider had a wide field of vision, and it immediately noticed Li Xuanxi leaving the treehouse. Especially when he saw the stone sword dripping with spider blood in the other person's hand, his struggle became more intense. While increasing the volume of his threatening voice, he tried to point his butt at the other person and smear him in the face with spider silk. But unfortunately, at such a close distance, the spider silk could not be used at all, and Li Xuanxi was well prepared. When he saw the corners of the brown-spotted demon spider, he started to build with blocks, using the assimilated cotton brocade wood boards. Li Xuanxi put the blocks together and came to the big spider. He held a shield in one hand and a stone sword in the other, and swung the sword at its big butt. Bang! A quarter of the brown-spotted demon spider's entire butt disappeared. The minced meat and internal organs flew more than 10 meters away, and even the big spider that was stuck by the broken limbs was thrown 4 or 5 meters away due to the huge force. And the claw stuck in the treehouse said goodbye to it completely. A white, translucent tendon more than 2 meters long was pulled out from it and dragged on the ground like a whip. Before Li Xuanxi could celebrate the victory in the battle, the brown-spotted demon spider, which had lost a quarter of its but staggered to its feet again. Even though they were of different species, he could still feel the deep hatred and murderous intent from the giant spider. Looking at the brown-spotted demon spider that staggered a few steps and then stood firm. It is impossible for Xuanxi to say that he has no regrets. If I had known that I couldn't finish it in one go, I wouldn't have cut corners when building it and would have only built 2 wooden boards. His current body is still that of an ordinary, fragile person. Even if his reaction speed is fast, it is still extremely limited. With such a short distance, with his current reaction ability, he simply doesn't have time to block the empty direction. The brown-spotted demon spider suddenly sped up, and its remaining 7 legs were as fast as afterimages. A distance of 5 or 6 meters is just a matter of a moment. When it reached Xuanxi, it raised its 3 front legs, clang! Clang clang! The shield in Xuanxi's hand was attacked several times in just a moment. The wind pressure brought by the huge body of the brown-spotted demon spider rushing forward rushed into the passage where he was hiding, blowing his clothes and 2 waist-length white ponytails into the air. Even though he blocked it with all his strength, he was still pushed back half a step by the huge force. Although the main reason was that he himself was unable to react in time and could not stand firmly. But you have to know that the shield and the stone sword in his hands alone weigh at least 8 tons. If the brown-spotted demon spider's attack force directly hits Xuanxi's body, 10 of him can be strung together. No, we can't wait like this. We have to plug the gap. Xuanxi quickly cut the stone sword back into its original wooden board. Without the weight of the stone sword, the brown-spotted demon spider's spider spear directly knocked him off balance and nearly made him fall. +1 for new knowledge. All materials and material blocks have no weight. However, the weight of the functional items synthesized is the sum of the required materials. Xuanxi was a little flustered for a moment and quickly changed back to the stone sword. It seems that the MC shield is not incapable of being broken by attacks other than axes. As long as the force is strong enough, it can be broken. As an ordinary person who was lost in the crowd and couldn't be found a week ago, this kind of battle was obviously beyond the standard. What to do? In just a few seconds, the shield's durability was consumed by more than 10 points. Even if the shield made of cotton and brocade wood is 60 points more durable than the original game shield, it will only last for 10 to 20 seconds. The best thing to do now is to return to the treehouse. However, there is a completely uncovered area of about 5 meters along the way. If it was a wild wolf, it would still be possible. But this time, it was facing a brown-spotted demon spider that could attack with every leg. What's the difference between this and seeking death? And pull up the tree and go back? That's even more impossible. You cannot be interrupted when you are pulling down a tree. Attacking, placing, or digging will cause the shield to have a short period of defensive vacuum. No matter how you look at it, this is a fatal situation. Good man, this bastard, Xuanxi will remember this grudge again and again. At worst, I can wait for a while before resurrecting after death. The most urgent thing now is to throw the fishing rod with the curse of vanishing to the ground. Otherwise, if you lose everything and then lose your fishing rod, you will suffer a great loss. Wait. Xuanxi noticed the cotton brocade wooden boat lying quietly in his backpack. I didn't have time to use it when fighting the wild wolves before. Now is not the best time to use it. In the game, you just need to put the wooden boat under the monster, and the monster will sit quietly in the boat and be unable to leave. Xuanxi turned to look at the 3-meter-tall, 9-meter-wide brown-spotted demon spider, half of its body resting on the ground and the other half on a tree. Forehead. It made him lose confidence all of a sudden. With such a big body, it seems that it really cannot sit down. The wooden boat in the game, if I remember correctly, has a capacity of less than 2 square meters. Whatever. Waiting any longer would mean death, so Xuanxi decided to give it a try. But you need to find the right timing. Otherwise, the shield's defensive vacuum at that moment would directly cost him his life. He continued to hold on for more than 10 seconds, but the brown-spotted demon spider's attack did not slow down at all, and even showed signs of speeding up. The durability of the shield dropped by more than 30 points. Chance. The stone sword in his hand instantly turned into a palm-sized cotton brocade wooden boat. He waved it towards the brown-spotted demon spider, and the wooden boat suddenly appeared under the brown-spotted demon spider. Li Xuanxi sighed. A sharp spider leg was right in front of him, piercing his eyes. It's too late. Although he tried hard to pull up the shield and protect his head, he still underestimated the speed of the brown-spotted demon spider. Li Xuanxi had already started cursing in his heart. Including this time, he would die at the hands of this bastard for the 5th time. The sharp tip of the spider spear had been magnified infinitely. Li Xuanxi's pupils, which were almost cross-eyed, suddenly shrank. It seemed too late to close his eyes now. Swoosh! The spider spear that had touched his eyelashes disappeared in an instant, leaving only a strong wind pressing against his face. Li Xuanxi? Brown-spotted demon spider? The brown-spotted demon spider suddenly teleported 3 meters back and felt dazed. When did I learn to teleport? When he wanted to continue attacking the creature that had exploded his stomach, he found that he couldn't move at all. It seemed like there was something underneath it, firmly holding it in place and making it lie on the ground unable to stand up. The brown-spotted demon spider struggled frantically on the wooden boat. Done. After surviving the disaster, Li Xuanxi was ecstatic. It is worthy of being the strongest seal in my world, it is fucking invincible. He. Bang. Shield durability -1. Damn, I can't get any closer. Although the big spider was trapped in place, it still had the ability to attack. After several unsuccessful attempts, Li Xuanxi decided not to continue wasting time with it. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because I can't get close to you? To be on the safe side, he filled the previously empty space with cotton-woven wooden boards. Then he used a stone axe to dig back to the treehouse, and combine more than a dozen stone swords in a row before returning to his original place. Die for me! Li Xuanxi pretended to throw a javelin, and a little muscle arc was barely visible on his white and tender arms under his sleeves. Throw with all your strength. Bang! Bang! The ground shook. The stone sword fell to the ground 3 meters in front of him, and the entire stone sword sank into the mycelium soil due to its weight. My hand must have slipped. A stone sword appeared in the hand that had just been freed. This time, he deliberately raised the angle. Clang bang. A little further away, but not much. He didn't believe it and threw it out again. The effect is pretty much the same as the previous two. Li Xuanxi's handsome brows were slightly furrowed. Well, it's probably not my fault, the problem is the game features. The brown-spotted demon spider had a rare smart mind and guessed Li Xuanxi's thoughts immediately. There was a sharp hissing sound. Although Li Xuanxi couldn't understand it, it sounded somewhat sarcastic. Blanche, I can't stand it. Move away the blocks blocking the way ahead, leave the wooden board protection area, and follow the giant tree toward the top of the brown-spotted demon spider. Today I must let this bastard feel what free fall means, what G equals GM/2 means, and what a knife falling from the head means. Realizing that its life was in danger, the brown-spotted demon spider's mocking hiss turned into a roar. The soil around it and the walls of the treehouse were all horrifically cut by the sharp spider legs. It's really anxious. Li Xuanxi didn't stop until he had reached more than 10 meters. He lowered his head and aimed it at the big spider's head. Taking off the shield, Li Xuanxi held a stone sword in each hand, holding it horizontally in front of him with the tip of the sword pointing downwards. Ignoring the warning hiss of the brown-spotted demon spider, he released the sword in his hand. Based on the principle of killing but not abusing life, he naturally threw the animal where the weak spot was. The stone sword fell, and although the brown-spotted demon spider barely avoided the vital points, it was still pierced through the neck by the stone sword like tofu. Seeing this, Li Xuanxi was speechless. Isn't this asking for trouble? Take out the 2 stone swords again. Brown-spotted demon spider. The brown-spotted demon spider dodged again, with 2 more holes on its body. It still doesn't believe that the fragrant creature above can keep throwing such a powerful prop. As long as it uses up the opponent's weapons, it has a chance to survive. Unfortunately, the brown-spotted demon spider didn't get the chance to survive it had hoped for. The moment it was secured to the ship, its fate was sealed. Xuanxi was speechless for a long time as he looked at the spider's corpse, which looked a little tattered with more than 30 holes smashed through it by the stone sword. It's just a hit on the head, why make such a fuss? Until death. The brown-spotted demon spider's head remained intact. I have to say that the movie's several demands I watched in my previous life was indeed not wrong. Spiders really do seem to have spider sense. Back on the ground, the experience orbs that burst from the giant spider began to slowly converge towards Xuanxi. Then, they gradually accelerated and swarmed into his body, forming a whirlwind of experience orbs. Level 6, Level 17. Oh my god! Xuanxi exclaimed in surprise. 11 levels at once? He is looking forward to this harvest even more. Even the pungent fishy smell that filled the air, well, never mind, it still smelled so bad. Cover one of the spider's front legs with your hand. The 11 levels I had just upgraded were all returned before I could even enjoy them, and I even owed 3 levels. Level 17, Level 3. Spider Venom Gland 2. Spider Eye 1. Line 2. Spider Fong 2. Demon Pill, Wood, 1. Judging from the amount of spoils, the harvest was quite good. There is even a complete demon pill. The thread for making the bed has also been collected. But he was not in a hurry to synthesize it. He noticed that there were actually many flowers of various colors around the treehouse. It's not impossible to change the color of the bed. Return to the treehouse and use the workbench to inspect it. As expected, spider eyes are used to make medicine. But at present, there is not even a medicine refining table, so there is no way to talk about it. Spider fangs, sticks, and feathers can be combined to create 32 Fong arrows. The only currently unlocked use of spider venom glands is to poison arrows. One poison gland can poison 16 feather arrows. Now Xuanxi is short of feathers. As for the demon pill? Well, I still don't know what it's useful for. I guess I haven't found enough props to synthesize it. Another headache is the severe damage to the surrounding environment caused by the fighting. For an old MC, he absolutely cannot tolerate any broken or uneven areas at the door of his house. After that, it took nearly an hour to level the environment and collect some beige flowers from the surrounding area. What Xuanxi wanted more was the flower with a blue and white gradient. But the smell of the flower is really not good. It smells exactly like a dead fish that has been soaking in a stinky ditch for more than 10 days on a hot day. Return to the treehouse. After being away for so long, as soon as I came back in, I could clearly smell the faint smell of blood still lingering around me, which even had a tendency to turn into a foul odor. It seems that the body of the wild wolf needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. He is afraid that he will be smelled by the smell if he lives in such a smelly place for a long time. Go to the workbench and convert the flowers into dyes one by one, combine them with wool, and obtain 3 beige wools. Then, something terrible happened. The wool that originally didn't need experience injection now needs to be injected with experience again. Xuanxi felt like he had suffered a huge loss. After thinking for a moment, he stopped synthesizing. He had already found the reason why he failed when he first assimilated the treasure chest. After these days of verification, now as long as it is a material block, no matter how it is synthesized, as long as it has not become a functional block, MC only requires 1 level of experience. The only exception at the moment is water, which requires 2 levels of experience. After the functional block is assimilated, the experience required depends on the amount of materials used. And now, he discovered a new assimilation feature. When an assimilated item is fused with any non-assimilated item, it will regress to the unassimilated stage. To speculate. So, after synthesizing the bed and then assimilating it, you need to be at least level 6, with a total of 72 experience points. To directly assimilate wool, you only need 3 levels and a total of 27 experience points. Even if you assimilate once every time you level up, you can save an extra 6 experience points. Only 21 experience points are required. 72:21. The choice is obvious. The most important thing now was the wolf's corpse. The wool and other things had to be put aside. There was plenty of time left today, enough to deal with the corpse and the bed. Return to the royal fishing spot. Use experience to repair the fishing rod. Raw cod 1. Raw cod 1. Aquarius 1. Raw cod 1. Raw salmon 1. Puffer fish 1. Bait fishing 2. Nice one. He casually took out a book with a dark brown cover and purple light flowing on it. He hugged her and kissed her hard, then rubbed her face. This is a great treasure, it can increase the speed of catching fish. Although I don't know how much the effect will change after crossing. But soon, he was stunned. That's not right. Now I only give you the enchanted book. What's the use of it? He took the enchantment book that was stuck to his face away, and a look of disgust was visible on the cute bun's face. Nothing. Throw it back into the backpack and continue fishing. Raw salmon 1. Raw cod 1. Disarmament 3. Come again? Disarm is an enchanted book from the mod. The effect is that each level of disarmament increases the chance of knocking the weapon out of the enemy's hand by 20%. Players can pick up these downed weapons. The disadvantage is that the disarm enchantment can only be attached to melee weapons. But the same old problem remains. It's useless to give him an enchanted book now. Xuanxi finally raised his level back to level 6. At the same time, I was lucky enough to get an enchanted bow with Strength 3, Impact 2. There is still a lot of durability left, a full 1/3. Unfortunately, there are no arrows. Feather actually encountered quite a few after traveling through time, but they were all in an unassimilable state. I think it is necessary to assimilate the feathers dropped by corpses before they can be used to synthesize arrows. As for manual arrow making? Forget it. He is just an ordinary citizen from a small town who has graduated less than 2 years ago and has no money, no relatives or friends. Who are you looking down on? Moreover, it is still unknown whether the arrows produced can be used. It was already dusk when Xuanxi left the treehouse. He came to the matchbox containing the wolf's body, took out his stone axe and put it in. The moment the block fell, the smell of blood that had been accumulated inside for a long time, along with a strong stench of decay, hit my face. Along with it came the sultry air currents. Ugh. Shit. Ugh. Xuanxi never expected that this thing would rot so quickly. Yes, this area is already hot and humid, and the shielding materials he used are ordinary blocks, which do not have the corresponding protective capabilities. If it doesn't rot, then there's something fishy going on. With the mentality of finishing the work as soon as possible and getting out of trouble as soon as possible, he retreated a few meters, took a deep breath, then pinched his nose with one hand and touched the body of the wild wolf with the other. Level 6 Level 0. Wild wolf leather 1. Expired meat 3. Bones 2. The corpse gradually dissipated along with the pixelated smoke. Xuanxi carefully released the hand that was pinching his nose, and fresh air flowed into his nostrils, and he took a long breath. Alive! Without this disgusting wolf corpse. Xuanxi returned to the treehouse and blocked the door again. The bloodstains inside the treehouse disappeared, and only a faint scent of wood filled the nose. There's only one thing left to do today. Earn experience by fishing and assimilate wool. Of course, it was just blackjack experience, so it didn't take long. The day has come to an end. After the bed was synthesized, Xuanxi happily began to lie down. Fishing? How can fishing be as comfortable as sleeping? Tonight is definitely the most comfortable night since I traveled through time, no doubt about it. There are lights, beds, food, and the resurrection point is fixed. Not only did he kill the wild wolf that was holding his treehouse, he also killed the brown-spotted demon spider. My sleep quality last night was perfect. I even fell asleep with a smile on my face. A new day has arrived. It was the 8th day. Xuanxi woke up from the ground with her hair disheveled, her legs up in the air, and her quilt kicked aside. Feeling the familiar ground behind him, Xuanxi's half-asleep brain froze a little. No, didn't I get out of bed last night? Did I remember it wrong? He supported himself on his elbows and looked towards the bed in confusion. There were only 2 white legs in the middle of the beige bed. The rest of his body was lying on the floor. From above, he looked almost vertical to the bed. Xuanxi said that this was definitely not his fault, it was mainly because the bed was too small. Sitting back on the 1x2-meter bed, I put on the clothes I took off last night. As for the white silk stockings? He doesn't wear it anyway. Finally, when I woke up, my hair looked like a mess. Xuanxi used the headdress she brought with her when she traveled through time and tried to tie it for a long time, but couldn't get it right, so she gave up. It would be better to just let your hair hang long. Judging from the equipment column, she is now a soft and cute little loli with straight white hair. Of course, ignore the actions of him scratching his butt and picking his toes. He took the leather leggings and helmet that had been restored to their original square shape after being separated from the body from the bed armor rack, as well as the leather boots that he had just fished out yesterday, and put them on neatly, providing him with 2 grids of armor. Fully equipped leather equipment can provide 3.5 grids of armor. As for the current 2-grid armor effect, the most intuitive manifestation is that it allows his body to gain almost 60% of the defense of leather. But these defenses cannot make him invulnerable to swords and guns, they can only make his skin more resilient. After the equipment is put on, it automatically fits the body and turns back into a set of exquisite leather armor, no longer having the previous boxy appearance. Of course, this set of exquisite leather armor is not really good looking, and there are no patterns on it. Because of the lack of breastplate, it looks a bit out of place when worn by Xuanxi, paired with the dark blue hoodie on his upper body. So, what should we do today? Xuanxi fell into deep thought. If he followed his previous in-game habits, he should be mining underground, crafting iron sets, and searching for diamonds and obsidian. But in the real world, this process is basically useless. If there is no mineral vein, mining here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. After thinking for a moment, Xuanxi found his goal for today. Rebuild a fishing spot in the sun. It should be safe outside for the time being now, and he has moved the resurrection point into the treehouse, so there is no risk of being guarded. In the game, there is a setting: if the water source is not under sunlight or moonlight, or is not covered by opaque blocks, the fishing time will be doubled. If you fish in the rain, or if there are fish near the fishing waters, you can reduce the time to catch fish by 20%, and the two can be combined. It now takes him 20 to 60 minutes to go fishing. If you cut it in half, it will take 10 to 30 minutes. This is a considerable improvement. After some hard work, he decided on a new fishing spot 30 meters in front of the treehouse. The area has also been upgraded to 4 water grids. The area around the water source is temporarily replaced by assimilated wooden planks. After gaining enough experience, it will be replaced with assimilated mycelium. Soil. A space is reserved above the water source so that the float will not fall to the ground when casting the rod. Before going to bed at night, you can use the assimilated mycelium soil to hide this place to prevent it from being occupied by alien creatures. In this way, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He sat cross-legged by the water and gently swung the 1-meter-long fishing rod in his hand. The float drew a half-meter-long arc and fell steadily into the water. In less than 15 minutes, the float was pulled. Xuanxi exerted a little force and pulled a fishing rod with a purple glow out of the water. Fishing rod 1. Ha, good start. Is it enchanted again? Xuanxi was surprised. Open the backpack. Fishing rod. Durability. Luck of the sea 2. This fishing rod only has about 1/5 of its durability left. The durability enchantment has a probability of not deducting durability when consuming durability. Now this fishing rod has 83 points of durability left, so it should not be a problem to catch fish 100 times. Luck of the sea can increase the chance of catching treasures such as enchanted books, enchanted bows, enchanted fishing rods, nautilus shells, etc. Get a new fishing rod. Continue. Until evening. The durability of the fishing rod in my hand is 31 points left. Apart from the fish, the only useful items in the backpack are 3 tripwire hooks, an enchantment book of Protection 3, and an enchanted bow of Fire Arrow I, Strength 2. The number of newly added assimilated cotton logs is 17. 20 new assimilated mycelium soils were added, but they have all been used up. Returning to the treehouse, the entrance was sealed as usual. After fishing for a whole day and experiencing the average fishing speed of 15 minutes to catch a rod, he was too lazy to fish at 30 minutes to catch a rod. I might as well go to bed early and get up early tomorrow. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, it was the 9th day of the journey. Xuanxi slept peacefully in bed, a rare sight, but his expression was a little grim. Apparently, it wasn't a very friendly dream. I woke up from my sleep, sat up straight with cold sweat on my forehead, and gasped for breath. Who? He dreamed that he was being chased by a group of Lolita-loving muscular men, who wanted to have sex with him. He hid in his dream all night. Sleeping is more tiring than being awake. Could it be, this is what it means to be lustful when you are well-fed and well-clothed? But Xuanxi always felt something was odd. He put on his clothes and leather armor, raised his shield, and with his hair still hanging down behind his head, he washed himself briefly and then dug a passage. It was still dark outside, probably around 4 or 5 in the morning. From a distance, I felt that a slightly bony figure appeared at the place where I was fishing yesterday. But because of the thick moisture outside, I couldn't see it clearly. Xuanxi continued to concentrate, his eyes almost narrowed into slits, as a feather arrow approached rapidly. Hold on, Xiao Bai. Bang! An arrow hit him right on the forehead, and the arrowhead came out from the back of his head. It just gave him a brainwave. Xuanxi was knocked back 2 or 3 meters and staggered several steps before he could stand firm. He subconsciously touched the place where he was hit. The arrow shaft was cold and slippery with blood, and a strange touch came into his mind. Hey, not dead? Everyone thought he would be killed by this blow, but now he is still full of energy. I didn't even feel any pain, I just felt like there was a foreign object inserted in my brain, which made me a little uncomfortable. He reached out and grasped the arrow feather, pulling it out with force. Blood immediately splattered everywhere, and his health began to drop rapidly. He was so scared that he quickly inserted the arrow back into the original position. Now that his health had stabilized, he felt somewhat surprised and doubtful. Bang! He was distracted for just a moment when another arrow came and pierced straight into his sword-holding arm. The remaining 5 bars of health were instantly reduced to 1.5 bars. Xiao Bai's 2 consecutive attacks made Xuanxi's soul tremble. He hid to the side in a hurry, and only after confirming that he had reached a blind spot of attack did he take out the cooked cod from the furnace to replenish the empty satiety. It took nearly 10 minutes and 3 grilled fish to replenish his health. The blood that was originally flowing slowly from the wound stopped visibly, and the arrow in the body was squeezed out of the body by the newly grown flesh and blood and fell to the ground. Even the sleeve that was pierced by the arrow was restored. In the game, you can only enter the blood recovery state if you maintain the satiety level above 8 bars. When you recover 1 point of health in the health recovery state, 1.5 points of satiety will be deducted. It seems like it's the same after traveling through time. Xuanxi suddenly realized that it was not that his body was always clean, but that the decontamination effect was only effective when his body was at full health. Now that the health is full, the next step is to deal with this skeleton. Although it is not clear where this came from. In the past few days, no original MC monsters have been refreshed. Isn't it an MC monster? Xuanxi guessed in his heart. After all, in the game, the skeleton archers were boxy and even a little cute, but what he had just seen was a life-sized skeleton nearly 2 meters tall. But one thing is certain, this skeleton archer is not very strong. Due to the MC characteristics of his body, he will not be killed by being hit in the vitals before his health is depleted. Just now, without the protection of a shield, he managed to withstand 2 arrows from the skeleton without dying. If he uses a shield to block, even if the skeleton archer pulls his bow until it smokes, he still can't break his defense. Forget it, let's just rush him first. Raise the shield and dig out the stone axe. Li Xuanxi opened the remaining passage from the side, and rushed towards the skeleton with a shield and a stone sword. Because he had been out of the monster's sight for a long time, the skeleton had already wandered back to about 30 or 40 meters away. When I got closer, I finally saw the other person's full appearance. It's confirmed. It's definitely MC Xiaobai. The thing on the opponent's forehead that emits a faint purple light is an enchanted gold helmet. The moment Li Xuanxi left the treehouse, Xiaobai had already aimed the bow and arrow in his hand. Bang! Bang! With the sound of breaking wind, 2 arrows hit the shield in his hand and bounced back. Li Xuanxi didn't feel much resistance. He gripped the stone sword tightly in his hand, put it close to his face, and suddenly exerted force with his feet. Bang! The shield hit the skeleton archer hard. It stumbled immediately after being knocked back, and the stone sword in Li Xuanxi's hand followed closely behind. The stone sword, weighing nearly 6 tons, made a whistling sound and hit Xiaobai's pelvis. There was a teeth-grinding sound of bones colliding in the air. The expected crushing did not happen. This attack only interrupted the opponent's bow-drawing action and knocked him back less than 2 meters. It's exactly the same as the action of the skeleton being hit in the game. Li Xuanxi was not surprised at all. Since it is an MC monster, it should naturally have MC characteristics. Otherwise, with just this pile of broken bones, it would be hard to avoid falling apart, let alone fighting. Taking advantage of the skeleton's unstable stance, Li Xuanxi pursued it. He simply gave up on the shield defense, kept walking, and slashed with the stone sword in his hand, not giving the opponent a chance to stand firm. 5 swords were slashed out, and the skeletons died instantly, scattered all over the ground, and exploded into pixelated smoke with a bang. The battle process was simple and brutal, lasting less than 10 seconds in total. The skeleton's movement speed is not only slower than that of the brown-spotted demon spider and the wild wolf, but it is also a little slower than Li Xuanxi's short legs now. Moreover, apart from the movements being the same as a real person, it doesn't seem to have a very high IQ. Bone 1. Arrow 2. Level 0 Level 1. My luck was average, and the enchanted gold helmet of the skeleton archer didn't drop, but I was able to get arrows, so it wasn't a loss. As for those arrows shot by the skeletons, now it has also turned into pixelated smoke and disappeared along with the skeleton. Rustle, rustle. Before Li Xuanxi could relax, he heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes not far away. Anything else? He subconsciously looked over there. A zombie wearing a tattered blue-green shirt, dirty dark blue pants that looked like rags, and with pieces of flesh hanging on his face, staggered towards him. Then a second one appeared, and a third one. He said, "Why did he smell a faint stench of decay when he first arrived here? Wow, haven't we found the source? Even MC zombies have appeared?" A few more sword strikes knocked the zombie to the ground. Just like in the game, only some rotten flesh fell out, and its level was raised again. Li Xuanxi was somewhat curious about the taste of these rotten meats that were jokingly called spicy strips. With a thought, I took it in my hand and smelled it. Damn, it smells like a dried-out rat. Ugh. But it is impossible to lose it. Before you understand the reason why monsters spawn, this thing is still quite precious. In the More Synthesis module, there are synthesis recipes for monster eggs and monster spawners. Although it is still a long way to go to collect all the materials, we always have to have dreams, right? Changing the item in his hand and switching back to the stone sword, Li Xuanxi planned to check the surrounding environment again. The 4 monsters just now directly provided him with 23 experience points. Isn't this much faster than fishing? However, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Apart from the 4 he had just killed, Li Xuanxi killed 2 more zombies and then saw no other monsters. Instead, a few large insects passing by took on everything. As the sky brightened, Li Xuanxi's little face was full of unsatisfied expression. The rest of the time, fishing. Li Xuanxi always remembered that the walls of his treehouse had not been completely updated yet. He intends to keep it authentic and log style. The pattern of the cottonwood is actually quite beautiful. However, when he got out of the bushes and returned to the fishing spot, he was stunned. This is Moo. A creature that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him appeared in front of him. A brown cow with brown mushrooms growing on its head and back, short and thick limbs, and a simple yet silly look. It looks like it's not smart. Mushroom? Mu the mushroom cow seemed to notice the movement from Li Xuanxi's side, and looked up curiously, but did not run away. He even calmly lowered his head and took a bite of the assimilated mycelium soil that Li Xuanxi used to hide the infinite water. The chewed mycelium soil was magically replaced by a grassless soil block with a loud bang. This is very MC. Li Xuanxi's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked to the front of mushroom and touched it left and right. Even the mushroom growing on its forehead was not dropped. The mushroom seemed to be unusually stable, and continued to calmly gnaw on the mycelium blocks on the ground, allowing Li Xuanxi to work on it. Li Xuanxi's amber eyes sparkled. Mushrooms in the real world. This is not unusual. Even in the game, Li Xuanxi had only found the mushroom island a few times. I've only ever seen red mushrooms before. This is the first time I've ever seen a brown mushroom. And in another world? A living one? That's right. A strong desire to explore flashed in Li Xuanxi's eyes. He remembered that in the game, using a bowl on a mushroom would yield a bowl of mushroom stew. If you feed a flower to a mushroom and then use a bowl, you can get a suspicious stew with additional properties. This completely goes against biological common sense. Li Xuanxi felt that he needed to put it into practice. Achieve mushroom freedom and mysterious stew freedom, today. He took out a wooden bowl he had harvested while fishing, pointed it at the mushroom, and had an idea. The originally empty wooden bowl was instantly filled with brown mushroom soup. A rich mushroom fragrance wafted into the nose from the wooden bowl. It had no extra smell, but was extremely tempting. The bowl was also warm, with steam coming out of it. Just smelling it, it looks delicious. Li Xuanxi licked his lips. Ever since he served the mushroom stew, the mushroom has been staring at him, and its eyes are even a little strange. It seems to be saying, "I didn't expect you to be such a person." Li Xuanxi felt embarrassed when she saw it. When he wanted to turn around and taste it away from the mushroom's sight, the mushroom raised its tail and spilled a brown soup from behind it that looked exactly like the mushroom stew in the bowl. It fell to the ground and gathered into a pool. The mushrooms mixed in it were much more than the mushroom stew in Li Xuanxi's hand. Li Xuanxi. Li Xuanxi felt that the warm mushroom stew in his hand suddenly lost its fragrance and was even a little hot. My goodness, how come this is so inexplicably reasonable? Use a bucket on a mushroom to get a bucket of milk, which can also be explained as squeezing it out. This kind of mushroom stew that is thin yet thick can't be squeezed out, right? And the mysterious stew obtained after the mushroom flower. How come? Disgusted face. With the company of mushroom, the next 3 days were much more interesting. However, he spent most of his energy on fishing. Li Xuanxi's treehouse is now completed. It has been fully MCI'd and even has undergone a minor upgrade. Today, the first floor of the treehouse is still where he lives, and he has expanded the second floor into farmland. As for the reason why monsters spawned outside the treehouse, he also found it. Those assimilation blocks used to build outdoor fishing spots. He witnessed with his own eyes a zombie appearing out of thin air on the assimilated block. However, these monsters did not pose any threat to him and could provide additional experience and item income, so Li Xuanxi naturally had no intention of stopping them. He even felt that the monster spawning speed was too slow. Only 7 or 8 monsters appeared in one night. Li Xuanxi also considered building a monster-killing tower, but he quickly rejected it. Now we still need to keep a low profile. The underground monster spawning ground could use some tidying up. Unfortunately, due to laziness, the construction has not started yet. As for the new members, mushrooms. He arranged for me to stay in the newly built treehouse next door. Every day, the mushroom would go back on its own without him even reminding it. Unfortunately, apart from this mushroom, I have never seen any other neutral creatures spawn. There is a high probability that the place where you are is judged as a mushroom field by the golden finger. Outside the treehouse, Li Xuanxi was still fishing intermittently. However, he changed the fishing rod in his hand. Fishing rod. Experience repair I. Bait fishing 3. Luck of the sea 2. He had just caught this fishing rod last night, and he was so excited that he almost couldn't sleep all night. Using this fishing rod, you can reel in the fish in just over 3 minutes at the fastest, and within 10 minutes at the slowest. In addition, a new item was obtained: an iron bucket. One of the iron ingots comes from a shovel dropped by a zombie, and the other 2 are obtained by decomposing them using a tripwire hook. It's completely on track. Well, not really. Xuanxi now actually doesn't know what to do except fishing. Mining? There is no mine to mine. Explore? Xuanxi's fragile little body couldn't bear it at all. Another problem is the common problem of being a player in Yen country, farming. As long as you have a safe place to live, can farm, and have water to fish, sandbox survival immediately becomes a farmer simulator. Boom! Suddenly, a dull thunder was heard in the sky. Xuanxi looked up at the sky with some confusion. The sky was still extremely clear, without a single cloud, and a deep blue. How could there be any sign of rain? However, before he could finish his thought, the entire sky became visibly gloomy. The wind was blowing wildly around, and the fallen leaves on the ground were blown all over the sky, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. What the hell? The mushroom, which was originally beside Xuanxi and leisurely chewing on the ground, turned around and ran towards the cowshed, as if it was afraid of being struck by lightning. As for Xuanxi, he couldn't run away or stay now. He remembered that in elementary school, his teacher had taught him that when it rained and thundered, he should never stay under a tree. Forget it, why bother so much? Fishing. Fishing on rainy days can increase your fishing speed by 20%. Time flies, more than 3 hours later. The rain fell not one drop at a time, but the thunder became more violent. The whole sky turned into a depressing purple-black color, as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was clearly only afternoon now, but it was pitch dark. The only way to see the surrounding environment clearly was by the thunder that rolled in the clouds from time to time. Xuanxi panicked. But keep fishing. Could it be that the will of the world has discovered that he is an alien and is preparing to forcibly expel him? Xuanxi speculated secretly. But he didn't do anything bad. Put away the fishing rod. Raw cod 1. Cast the rod. At most, he killed a spider that wanted to eat him, 3 wolves that wanted to eat him, and more than 20 insects that wanted to eat. Selfless dedication. Crack. Boom. Beneath the clouds, a terrifying lightning flashed down, and the entire surrounding area was as bright as day. Oh shit. There's someone. And in that fleeting flash of lightning, a figure suddenly appeared. Then the light disappeared and gradually faded into darkness. If a human figure appears in a flash of lightning, it can be regarded as dizziness. However, if there are 7 or 8 consecutive lightning bolts, each striking the same position and each with a human figure, it is no longer as simple as dizziness. Which Taoist friend is here to undergo the tribulation? Xuanxi blurted out. Damn it, I have traveled to the world of immortal cultivation. It is no exaggeration to say that such a cool scene is a scene of great power. Xuanxi held the fishing rod in one hand. Whenever the float sank, his arm would subconsciously exert force, and then he would cast the rod again as if by muscle memory. But his eyes were fixed on the scene of the tribulation in the sky without blinking. There is about a 3-minute interval between each lightning strike, and the color of the lightning is gradually changing. The first time he saw the figure in the sky, it was the purple lightning that was so bright that it turned white. After only a dozen attacks, a faint golden color was already present. Boom! After countless thunders, a pure golden thunder struck again, and Xuanxi's pupils shook violently. Under the clouds, behind the person undergoing the tribulation, a fox shadow tens of meters in size, made of golden thunder, condensed. Even the fox's internal organs are clearly visible. However, since it has just taken shape, it is not stable and looks like it will dissipate at any time. Boom! Another thunder. This time the golden thunder did not hit the human figure itself, but hit the shaky fox shadow. Instead of dissipating, the shadow became even more solid and powerful. After that, there were dozens of thunders in succession. The fox shadow had grown golden hair, and there was some spirit in its eyes. It seems that this fellow Taoist is about to successfully overcome the tribulation, Li Xuanxi guessed. However, things did not go in the direction he had guessed. High in the sky, a strange gray human-shaped gas mass, like an arrow, rushed towards the figure who was undergoing tribulation in the sky. A man and a ball of air started fighting in the sky, and even the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by the fight between the two. Li Xuanxi widened his eyes. Are there any other experts? Is this going to be a murder and treasure-stealing plot from online novels? Boom! The hemp rope broke at the thin part, and a golden thunderbolt formed again, slamming hard into the almost solid golden fox behind the figure undergoing the tribulation. One hit. The person who was undergoing the tribulation in the air fell dozens of feet in an instant. The human-shaped gray fog naturally could not miss such an opportunity and attacked with all its might. The figure who was undergoing the tribulation went from being able to suppress the gray fog steadily to being defeated and retreating step by step. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. Li Xuanxi was immediately shocked. What a big show! Is this what I, who have only traveled through time for more than 10 days, should see? After 3 more thunders, the golden fox phantom, which was only 1 step away from taking shape, returned to its original appearance. Then, a terrifying pale lightning burst out from the body of the seriously injured person undergoing the tribulation, and instantly hit the approaching gray fog. He was also blown away by the aftermath of the lightning explosion, turning into a white line and falling towards Li Xuanxi. In less than a few seconds, Li Xuanxi felt the ground beneath his feet shake. It was obvious that the fellow Taoist who had undergone the tribulation had landed. Not a very decent kind. Li Xuanxi looked up at the sky again, and in the blink of an eye, the black clouds disappeared and the sky became clear again. The gray fog that was blown into pieces still remained in the air, slowly condensing. At first glance, I thought it was just a stain on the clean mirror. So, should we go take a look? This person might be a cultivator. Li Xuanxi talked to himself, as if trying to convince himself. Even if what fell was a corpse, no matter how rubbish the immortal cultivator's belongings were, they would still be good things to me. The most important thing is that it's not far. Cultivating immortality. That is the dream of every Yin countryman. In Yin country, from ancient times to the present, there has never been a shortage of stories and legends about cultivators. Done. Li Xuanxi knew that opportunity waits for no one. Judging from the speed at which the gray fog in the sky was gathering, he estimated that he only had less than 3 hours to find someone. Moreover, if we go too late, the body of this powerful monk will be eaten by the monsters in the forest, which would be a great loss. Although, there was a high probability that the thunder tribulation just now had scared away all the creatures nearby, but what if? This is an opportunity to cultivate immortality, and he doesn't want to miss it. Li Xuanxi plunged into the woods under the dumbfounded gaze of the mushroom. In the Yunjin Basin, somewhere under a big pit, Ning Qingxue coughed up a mouthful of blood. The tribulation was successfully overcome, but not completely. He even lost his ability to move. Now that all the spiritual veins in his body are damaged, it will take more than 10 years for him to recover. And obviously, the Grey Demon would not give her a chance to recuperate. Ning Qingxue's usually cold face now had a hint of dejection. She didn't remember when she had offended the people from the Yin Gue Gate, but now they wanted to kill her. Although he had just caught the enemy by surprise, he had used the lightning-protecting talisman given by the sect leader to shatter the Grey Evil spirit. But it is useless to just smash the Grey Evil. As long as the monk who controls the Grey Evil is not dead, the Grey Evil can regenerate infinitely. Ning Qingxue knew that she didn't have much time left. When the Grey Evil takes shape again, that will be her death. My mind unconsciously recalled everything in my life, and for a moment I was a little dazed. Her mother gave birth to her because she was deceived by a white-clothed scholar who was disguised as a demon. Afterwards, when his mother was about to give birth, the scholar left without saying goodbye and was never heard from again. My mother was an ordinary woman in the village, not a cultivator. Pregnant with half-demon blood put a huge burden on her body. She worked tirelessly for 3 years after giving birth, suffered criticism from the villagers, and was exhausted. She finally passed away peacefully in her sleep on the night of her 4th birthday. She was the only one left behind, ostracized by the whole village because of her fox ears and tail. When her mother was still alive, Ning Qingxue longed to play and have fun with the children in the village, even if it meant getting hurt. I remember that at that time, I often heard my mother crying secretly while holding her in her arms in the middle of the night. Until her mother completely disappeared from her life. She remembered that she didn't cry, but just stared blankly at the villagers wrapping her mother's body in a straw mat. The villagers at that time looked at her with complicated and silent eyes. In the following 3 years, the villagers suddenly became much friendlier and would help her from time to time, so that she would not starve or freeze to death as she had no ability to survive. But still keep your distance. Before the age of 7, the world seemed to be in a state of confusion and lack of brilliance. Until one day, an old man in white robe and white beard descended from the sky and asked her with a smile if she wanted to learn how to cultivate immortality from him. Although he didn't understand what cultivating immortals meant, he only knew that there were immortals in this world. So he naively asked the old man, "Can cultivating immortals avoid hunger and beatings?" The old man nodded, and she agreed without hesitation. Later I learned that this old man was the founder of Sanyuan sect. And she became the 8th seat of the master and also the close disciple. The old leader knew that her half-demon identity was inconvenient, so he gave her an ancient sky blue jade to disguise her identity. In fact, before joining the sect, Ning Qingxue didn't understand why everyone hated and even feared her so much. Even if they are complete strangers, they will exude malice without reservation. Later, Ning Qingxue learned that in the eastern region, countless villages and towns on the outskirts were massacred by the demons every year, and it was well known that the demons were cannibals. Whenever a village or town is massacred by the demon clan, not even corpses or body parts can be found except for traces of blood. Every single incident is shocking. In her heart, there has always been a question: why did the old master accept her, a half-demon, as his disciple? It was not until the old master's life was about to end that he got a ridiculous answer from his master. The old leader had no children in his life and had been a cultivator for half his life. In the end, the person he loved became a Taoist couple with his good brother. So, the old leader, who decided to disappear completely, came to this mountain. Thus, we have the current Sanyuan gate. The old master knew that with his talent, the peak of Dharmakaya was already his limit. In addition, he was entangled with too many worldly affairs and his heart of Taoism was clouded. There was no way he could survive the heavenly tribulation and reach the tribulation crossing stage. Once he went out to recruit disciples and returned empty-handed. When he passed by Ningjiazhuang, he happened to see Xuanxi, who was sticking her little butt out, wagging her tail, and sticking her tiny body into a rabbit hole to catch rabbits. In short, at that moment, I just thought it was very cute and wanted to raise it. I thought, since I can't lick the person I like, I'll just skip this step and raise a daughter. After disguising himself, he went into Ningjiazhuang to inquire and learned that Xuanxi had a miserable life, was an orphan, and was still adorable. It is simply the innate holy body of a girl. If you miss it, you will lose it. So, we hit it off and raised him. As for half-demons, they are nothing but mundane and ignorant. As a cultivator, he would not be bound by worldly concepts, nor would he care much about them. He just liked what he liked. For example, his former sect had disciples who practiced demon cultivation, and the sect even had trade relations with the demon realm. Moreover, as far as he knew, most of the demons in the eastern region were there to take the blame. Now, the only thing I didn't expect was that the girl I brought back to the sect on a whim was actually a genius in cultivation. When testing the spiritual roots, the spiritual testing stone was actually burst. What level of talent is this? At least close to the immortal spiritual root. You should know that the upper limit of detection of ordinary spirit stones is the best spiritual roots. But the old leader did not make it public, but concealed it from the outside world. The old leader knew the rules of the world of cultivating immortals very well, and there was no shortage of children from big families who wanted to practice but had mediocre talents. Seizing spiritual roots is not a difficult task. Once exposed, his small sect would be in great trouble. Fortunately, he is alive. With him in charge, the Sanyuan sect in the eastern region has no worries. If he died, the people of Sanyuan would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of a real powerful force. Right. Ning Qingshua's original name was Ning Xiaoqiao. The old master disliked it and used Xiaoqiao as Ning Qingshua's nickname. Thinking of the scene when I first met the little girl. In a snowy field, under an evergreen tree, a little fox was guarding his hole waiting for a rabbit. This is where the name Qingxue comes from. I don't know how long it took. Ning Qingxue, lying in a huge pit several meters deep, couldn't help but tear up. There was a rare smile on his face. Although he still has a lot of attachment to the world, he also knows that if he falls into the hands of the Yin Guimen, even his soul will not be able to rest in peace. But I don't have time to say goodbye to my senior brothers and sisters from Sanyuanmen. She has decided that if she can't hold on any longer, she will just activate her Qi and explode. It would be even better if we could blow up the gray evil again. Although it cannot really hurt the opponent, it is good to make him feel disgusted. But she underestimated the severity of her injuries, and after just over 10 minutes, her consciousness began to blur. Even if you force yourself to be strong, it will be of no use. I smiled bitterly in my heart. So fast? The spiritual power in the body is like a stone falling into a calm lake, causing ripples, and then the ripples continue to expand, with a tendency to turn into huge waves. However, at this moment, above her head, at the edge of the pit, a delicate little head with white hair poked out. Curious eyes carefully looked at the bottom of the pit. A small white hand stretched out under her nose, as if to confirm whether she was alive or dead. The spiritual power in Ning Qingshue's Qi, which had been boiling, returned to calm. As a dying man, I don't want to be stained with the blood of innocent children. At this time, her consciousness was already very fuzzy, and she was completely unable to think about why there was a child in this Yunjin basin. Ning Qingxue now only hopes that this child can leave as soon as possible. Still breathing. Xuanxi stretched out his hand and probed under the nose of the fairy sister with white fox ears and tail who fell from the sky. Although the breath is faint, it is still there. Xuanxi's ideal scenario would be to simply pick up the corpse and inherit the immortal cultivator's legacy. If they were alive, I wouldn't be able to tell whether they were good or bad. What if they were after my beauty? Oh no, my abilities. Xuanxi looked again at the elder sister with fox ears and tail. Although her face was pale and there was blood at the corner of her mouth, her breathtaking beauty was not concealed at all. It seems like being targeted by someone for her beauty isn't such a big deal. No. Xuanxi shook his head repeatedly. As a man of great character, he should strive for self-improvement and work hard. How could he have such a desire not to make progress? It's really not right. So what should this fox-eared girl do? He came here with the intention of picking up leaks. Watch someone die without helping? He doesn't have such a cruel heart. Not to mention that the person who fell this time was a beautiful woman. Even if it was a rough man, he would still help. After all, based on his many years of experience in reading fantasy novels, the Grey Mist figure who launched the sneak attack was definitely not a decent character. Aren't the villain's enemies the righteous ones? And, most importantly, this is the fox-eared girl. A perfect combination of his two passions. Beautiful sister and furry. Oh, forget it, who made me soft-hearted? Xuanxi hesitated for a moment, but decided to rescue the person first. However, he did not forget to nag, but we agreed that you must not repay kindness with enmity. Besides, your eyes are scary even when they're open, so I'll close them for you first. Ning Qingshue's originally blurred vision fell into complete darkness as a pair of soft little hands came down and pulled her down. Soon, she felt herself being embraced in a warm embrace with a faint scent of milk. Even though she is very petite, she is inexplicably reassuring. The mind relaxes, sleepiness comes over you, and your consciousness falls completely into a deep sleep. Li Xuanxi struggled to bring the fox-eared girl out of the pit. Before leaving here, I did not forget to fill the pit and restore the surrounding environment to its original state. This can at least buy some time. This place is actually not far from the treehouse, only half an hour away. In addition, the previous terrifying thunder tribulation had already scared away all the surrounding creatures. There were almost no obstacles along the way. But it wasn't that smooth. With his current small body, it took him more than an hour to reach the destination, a journey of only half an hour. As for picking up the fox-eared girl and bringing her back to the treehouse, it wasn't difficult. Although he doesn't feel tired, he has little strength. Fortunately, the fox-eared girl's clothes are sturdy, otherwise she would have bumped into things along the way and ended up looking like a beggar. When I rushed back to the treehouse, the gray fog in the sky was much thicker than before. Li Xuanxi is gambling now. Bet that fog has no tracking ability. What if you lose the bet? Simple, just stay in the treehouse. Although the treehouse can still be destroyed by digging, explosion, and burning, it is difficult for outsiders to discover these weaknesses unless they remind themselves. But as a spectator who watched the entire battle between the two sides, I remember that the gray fog could only turn into sword energy at most. Such an attack couldn't even cause any damage to his wooden house. Walk into the first floor of the treehouse. Li Xuanxi gently placed the fox-eared girl on his back on his beige bed. He did not dare to relax. After quickly leaving the treehouse, he used wheat to lure Mushroom back into the treehouse. As for why it wasn't sent back to the cowshed next door? Naturally, the treehouse with the walls assimilated is safer. As an MC creature, Mushroom has no peculiar smell and does not even need to eat, drink, defecate or urinate unless necessary, which is quite convenient. In the remaining time, he quickly restored the surrounding environment to its previous appearance, returned home and skillfully blocked the door in one go. At this point, all sounds from the outside world disappeared. You know what, it's quite exciting after all the action. Ha! After a short pause, Li Xuanxi came to the bedside and leaned over with Mushroom to look at the fox-eared girl they had picked up. It was no different from before, the breath was still weak, but much steadier. Maybe, there is recovery. As for treatment? Li Xuanxi was confused for a moment. A big man who was struck by lightning in the sky for an entire afternoon, fought against a strange gray fog for 300 rounds, and finally bungee jumped unprotected from 1,000 meters high, and was still breathing when he fell to the ground, wanted an ordinary person like him to give his head for treatment? As for trying to feed MC food, it wasn't that Li Xuanxi didn't want to, but he couldn't do it. Although the fox-eared girl's body feels warm and soft, her teeth are clenched so tightly that they cannot be opened. For now, we can only leave it to fate. As Li Xuanxi looked at the fox-eared girl, his gaze gradually moved downwards, finally settling on the big, fluffy tail with white fur that was dragged on the ground. It looks like it is very raw. Li Xuanxi felt his hands itchy. Want to touch? I know you can't speak now. If you want to refuse, just shake your head. Ning Qingxue. Ning Qingxue actually woke up when she was put on the bed. However, his injuries were too severe and he didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. She was speechless at Li Xuanxi's words. I'm in this state now, do I look like I can shake my head? Besides, you didn't ask whether I agreed or not. However, she soon understood what the other party was asking. Because a tingling sensation had spread from the tip of her tail all the way to her forehead. If you look closely, you can see that the hair on the tail and ears is slightly puffed up. Ning Qingxue felt that the tip of her tail was being kneaded and played with in the palm of a pair of soft little hands. From time to time, you can hear the perverted laughter from the owner of the small hand. Although the laughter is a bit childish, it is even quite pleasant to hear. I felt so ashamed and angry that my head felt dizzy. If I had to make an analogy, having her tail coiled around her is like someone repeatedly kneading her but with their hands. Because the tail is more sensitive, the feeling is even more obvious and deeper. When I was a child, when the weather was very cold, I would hug my tail to spend the winter. I have never felt so strange. What's going on? Ning Qingxue inexplicably had the illusion that she was no longer clean. I feel like I might as well faint now. Unfortunately, she now has no control over whether she sleeps or not, and leaves it all to her body's instincts. The only thing to be thankful for is that the person who is rubbing her own rubbing her own tail, is a delicate and pretty little girl. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to face people. Putting aside the embarrassing feeling, it was still very comfortable, and I even felt a little happy in my heart. I have been practicing till now, but I have never heard of anyone liking half-demon tail. Whether in the eyes of demons or humans, half-demon is a monster that is neither human nor demon. All I could hear from them was disdain and disgust. Even she herself had thought about cutting off her tail more than once, but every time she was stopped by her master. 232 years ago, the master passed away. Until the end, he was still advising himself earnestly. He was worried that after he left, she would do something that would make her regret for the rest of her life. Ning Qingxue kept her master's final instructions in mind and never thought of leaving again. It's just that he usually hides it more carefully and never reveals any flaws in front of others. Over the years, in the sect, only third senior sister Han Yun knew about her half-demon bloodline. Xuanxi satisfied his urge to touch it, and then held the big tail to his face and sucked it twice. Fragrant. Only then did he reluctantly let go of her hand. His gaze returned to the fox-eared lady. Has the injury worsened? My face is so red and hot, is this the legendary reflux of qi and blood? Li Xuanxi placed her small hands on fox-eared girl and her own forehead respectively. The other party is obviously heating up. He felt that he had to do something. If the situation continued to deteriorate, the treehouse he had just lived in for more than a week would really become a haunted house. After thinking for a long time, he turned his gaze to the white silk that he had thrown aside. Just use it. It's clean anyway. Ning Qingxue felt the little hand leave her forehead for a moment, and then a cool breeze came over her, as if someone had placed a wet towel on her forehead. Li Xuanxi, who was free, unconsciously looked at both sides of the other person's head. There are two snow-white furry fox ears on it. It is not like the one in the previous Japanese cartoons that grows on the top of the head, but it is similar to the Chinese cartoon Little Matchmaker, replacing the original position of the ears. It doesn't feel weird, it's very natural and cute. I'm just sitting around doing nothing. I have seen it all. Li Xuanxi stretched out her sinful little hand again. Wow, so soft, so comfortable. He. Ning Qingxue. Ning Qingxue had the illusion that someone was pinching her vital points, and the blush on her face that had been gradually fading away reappeared. Tired, destroy it. Outside world. Near the place where the tribulation occurred. The gray fog that was originally dispersed has now condensed into a human shape and is wandering around the place where Ning Qingxue fell. I can't wait to look at every leaf. It's here. I clearly remember it. How can this not be possible? It's better to leave some traces. The black fog's featureless face was almost stuck to the ground, trying to find some clues from it. However, unfortunately, he did not find any traces of human concealment, let alone the half-demon's fall. As for the blood in the air? His current black mist body cannot feel it. Although the spiritual consciousness can still be released. But if his spiritual sense was useful, he wouldn't be searching on the ground. In a treehouse less than a kilometer away from the gray fog figure. Li Xuanxi came to the second floor and manually removed the wheat around him that had turned golden. A total of 16 wheat and 21 wheat seeds were obtained. Only after he had planted all the seeds did he go downstairs. 15 pieces of wheat can be synthesized into 5 loaves of bread, and the extra piece of wheat can be fed to the mushroom. Look how greedy the little kid is. His not-so-bright eyes are almost staring at the wheat on the 3 grids of arable land on the first floor. He stored the bread in the treasure chest, not intending to eat it. In fact, he had already tasted it. It's no different than Blue Star whole wheat bread. Although the malt aroma is strong, the taste is a bit rough, and the graininess can be clearly felt when chewing and swallowing. It's not very delicious, just average. Paired with the mushroom-scented milk produced by mushrooms, it has a unique flavor. After closing the treasure chest, Xuanxi became idle again. During this time, he decided to stay in the treehouse. After thinking for a moment, he took out the fishing rod that was almost finished. The rod gives birth to all things. Start up. I have to say, the fishing rod of Bait 3 is indeed powerful. The time it takes to catch fish in the treehouse was reduced to a minimum of 6 minutes and a minimum of 20 minutes. But when fishing, my eyes always unconsciously drift towards the big fluffy tail. If you can pet a fox while fishing, just do it when you want to. Take out the iron bucket you synthesized before, get some water, and build a new water source directly next to the bed. With his butt resting on the bed, he held the fishing rod in one hand and rubbed the big tail in his arms with the other hand. This is how you enjoy life. What a shame there's no fruit plate or orange juice. Xuanxi took a sip of mushroom milk. At this moment, Xuanxi was suffering from the shame of having her butt rubbed. And outside the treehouse, the place where Xuanxi fell, the gray fog was never willing to leave. Someone got lost right under your nose? The elder of the Yin sect who controlled Huisha wanted to curse. The situation in the eastern region is currently unclear, with many sects showing signs of a joint attack. Xuanxi is the key to the Yin sect's breakthrough. There is absolutely no room for error. Where the hell is that damn half-demon hiding? I clearly saw Huisha smashing into this place before she was blown up. Logically, it should have left a big hole. How come the people are gone and the pit is gone too? Damn it! Damn it! The violent sword energy condensed from the gray fog was about to rush out of the body and crush the surrounding trees into powder. But reason soon prevailed. It's hard to find the person to begin with, and now that this place is destroyed, it will be even harder to find him. He flew high into the sky again and looked around, trying to find anything suspicious. However, he was destined to be disappointed. When Xuanxi fell, she was lucky enough to pass between the giant trees without even touching a leaf. The area around the landing point is flat mycelium soil, with wild ferns and large mushrooms. When Xuanxi left, he also deliberately moved a few mushrooms and ripened them with bone meal to make them blend in more naturally, blocking the place where they had fallen before and creating the illusion that nothing had been hit below. Obviously, this gray devil took it seriously. Inside the treehouse, Xuanxi sat on the edge of the bed, holding the tail in his arms, holding the fishing rod in his hand, and squinting his eyes like an old monk in meditation. Xuanxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the tail was still held in the little guy's arms, which was a bit weird, it was a blessing that he didn't touch it like before. Raw cod 1. Raw cod 1. Leather boots 1. Xuanxi was excited at first, then came back to his senses. It seemed that he had already put on a full set of leather armor yesterday. Disassembled the boots into 4 leather pieces. Before casting the rod again, he did not forget to rub the big tail in his arms to see if he could get some good luck. After all, he was a cultivator. How could he cultivate immortality if he had bad luck? Xuanxi. Continue. Before it flew into his body, he caught it steadily and held it in his hand. Enchanted book. Protection 3. Fortune eye. Melting eye. Efficiency 4. Xuanxi's eyes widened. The best. The third level of protection can reduce all damage received by yourself by 12%. Fortune enchantment gives a chance to obtain extra minerals when mining. Smelting comes from the module, and you can directly obtain the smelted products after digging up the minerals. Efficiency can increase the mining speed. Except for protection, the remaining 3 can be used on pickaxes. It's definitely an enchantment book that's close to graduation level. But now I can only watch and can do nothing. Sure enough, only furry things can soothe people's hearts. Rua big tail again. He buried his face in it and took a deep breath. Comfortable. Xuanxi. Time passed quickly for Xuanxi, who had changed his job to become a fisherman. But for Ning Qingxue, who was being held and touched by the tail at this moment, and was always worried that Huisha would come to find her, it was a bit tormenting. The one who was suffering equally was Huisha, who was running around anxiously outside. After a whole night, not only did they not find Ning Qingxue, they didn't even find a drop of her blood. There is also the reason that Huisha's detection methods are limited. But this is not his problem. If there are any sophisticated means of investigation in this remote and poor area of the eastern region, it would be a miracle. It wasn't completely fruitless though. For example, this one in front of me with a strange blue-green lining on the upper body and dark blue trousers on the lower body, a corpse puppet? Roar! This corpse puppet moves extremely slowly, and even an ordinary person running normally can easily escape. Obviously, the refining of this corpse puppet was not successful. But, why would a corpse appear here? Could it be the Three Souls sect causing trouble? But Huisha quickly rejected the idea. The Yin Gue clan and the Sanpo clan have always been on good terms, learning from each other's strengths and making up for each other's weaknesses, and there is no conflict of interest. What's more, the fact that the Yin Gue sect possessed the 100 Ghosts banner and secretly cultivated Ning Qingxue to be the main soul was only known by the elders within the sect and a very small number of people. Even Ning Qingxue herself and the Sanyuan sect didn't see any clues. They just thought Ning Qingxue was lucky and could pick up treasures just by walking. Huisha forced a frown on his featureless face, his head full of thoughts. He ignored the corpse puppet that was approaching him. The Grey Evil is not a physical entity, and it is almost impossible to be harmed by mortal weapons, not to mention that it is just a stone sword made of ordinary stone. He just stood there and let it chop him. Even if the corpse puppet tore him apart, he wouldn't be hurt at all. The zombie showed no mercy to Huisha, who was standing there brainstorming, and raised his hand to strike him with a sword. Bang! Fuck! A huge force came, and the stone sword did not pass through Huisha's body as he had imagined. Instead, the entire air mass was instantly smashed away more than 10 meters. Huisha felt caught off guard, as if he was hit head-on by a Vajra warrior. Hundreds of miles away. Somewhere in a hidden cave. An old man with pale skin, withered breath and unkempt appearance, had a distorted face and spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? This blow actually hurt my soul. Now the old man is a little panicked. It is precisely because the skills and magic weapons related to the soul are extremely precious and rare in such a remote place as the eastern region that the Yin Gue men can act recklessly and do whatever they want. Now that there are corpse puppets that can penetrate the Grey Evil and attack the soul, how can he not be afraid? And in the Grey Evil, there is 30% of his soul, which is just enough to maintain control over the Grey Evil. Now, under this attack, the connection was directly severed. The sloppy old man's mind was racing, and he didn't have time to think too much. With only that faint soul connection, he gritted his teeth and separated part of his soul and transferred it into the Grey Evil. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and he looked like he was about to die. The moment he gained control of the Grey Evil, he twisted it violently, trying to avoid the attack. Escaped. Bang. Boom. Didn't completely avoid it. The zombie stone sword still brushed against a wisp of grey mist, and Huisha was knocked away again for more than 10 meters and crashed directly into the bushes behind him. Puff in the cave, the old man's consciousness was kicked out by the Grey Evil again, and a mouthful of blood mist spurted out. To make matters worse, he felt like he had lost half his life. The opponent's 2 attacks shattered nearly 2/5 of his soul. If he is chopped by this corpse puppet again, his soul in the Grey Evil will be finished. Maybe even the Grey Evil that he had been cultivating for hundreds of years would be destroyed. The old man's face turned grim, and except for a small part of his soul to maintain the basic functioning of his body, all his consciousness flowed into the Grey Evil. Just as he regained his sight, a stone sword was already pressed against his face. Grass. Boom. There was nowhere to hide, and Huisha felt sweating profusely. This time, he did not lose control of the Grey Evil, but instead severed its connection with the main body. I took a deep breath. This corpse puppet is so weird. Now his main soul is in Huisha's body. If Huisha dies, his main body will become an idiot who can't take care of himself. The previous attack once again widened the distance between him and the corpse puppet. He quickly took advantage of the situation and flew to a height of 1,000 meters. The zombie lost its vision, and after spinning around for a while, it walked away aimlessly. He raised his hand and touched the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. I felt a little surprised and confused. He had never sensed any trace of cultivation, magic weapon, or poisonous insect from this monster. Moreover, judging from the current situation, compared to Ningqingxue, who can help the sect stabilize the current situation, this strange corpse puppet, which is related to the foundation of the sect, is obviously more important. If this method of attacking the soul through the gray evil is studied and understood by the hostile sect, the consequences will be unimaginable. The gray mist's body twisted faster and faster. But if he was asked to leave now, he wouldn't dare. All of Wish's attacks require the help of gray mist, and the flying gray mist is also a part of his body. The attack of that strange corpse puppet could cost him his life even if it touched him even slightly. He decided to return to the cave where he was hiding, come over in his real body, and use his magic weapon to move. The morning light has penetrated the treetops. In the tree house. Because his bed was occupied, Xuanxi could only spend the night fishing. Yesterday's fishing was quite good. I got another fishing rod and 2 bows and arrows, both of which were enchanted. It's just 1 line away from the next bed. At the same time, 2 more tripwire hooks, the most useful at present, were obtained and decomposed into an iron ingot. The number of iron ingots in the backpack is now 2. Still short of the anvil, still short of, let me do the math. An anvil requires 3 iron blocks and 4 iron ingots. 3 iron blocks equal 27 iron ingots, plus 4, for a total of 31 iron ingots. Great, only 29 irons left and he can have his own anvil. Xuanxi expressed that he is full of energy. Ningqingxue fell into a deep sleep at some point last night. When I woke up again, the mental fatigue had disappeared a lot. I was so nervous yesterday that I didn't even feel how comfortable the bed was. It felt like I was lying on the clouds. Her tail was put back into the quilt by the little guy at some point, and her heart couldn't help but feel warm. She remembered that her mother had only been so careful to cover her tail when she was very young. Like Master, he never cares about these details. To him, perhaps the concept of being sick does not even exist. Even if you get sick, it can be cured with just a bit of spiritual power. Xuanxi stretched his body and checked the rescued fox-eared girl as usual. I touched her forehead and it was very smooth. No. She didn't have a fever. Looking at the rise and fall of his chest, his breathing had completely stabilized and his complexion was much better. Your injury is healing so quickly? Xuanxi was surprised. When I picked up the fox-eared girl yesterday, she was still dying? Judging from her current condition, he would believe her if she said she was asleep. I just don't know if she can teach him how to cultivate immortality when she wakes up. Flying with a sword is so cool, isn't it? You must hold on to this thigh. Xuanxi's eyes were firm. After that, of course, I continued fishing and worked hard for the first anvil after crossing. I just feel a little uncomfortable without the tail in my arms. As for taking the tail out of the quilt after putting it back last night, it felt strangely perverted, as he couldn't do something like lifting a girl's blanket. Even if you know the other person is wearing clothes. Speaking of which, what if? What should I do if this fox-eared girl wets the bed? I heard that people in a coma usually cannot take care of themselves. It's been almost a day since he was rescued. Ningqingxue felt her heart lift. Then he listened to Xuanxi talking to himself again. I think I'm overthinking it. How could a fairy sister wet the bed? But Ningqingxue still hadn't let go of her worries. I'd better take a look. Then, she felt her body being pushed inward along with the quilt, followed by the sound of slapping the quilt, and her tail was pinched twice. Ningqingxue had reason to suspect that the other party had other intentions. I was wondering how a fairy could possibly wet the bed. Then you still watch? Ningqingxue was speechless. After a night of recovery, her physical condition improved a lot. After all, the previous thunder tribulation was not in vain. After reaching the Dharma realm, both physical strength and recovery ability have been improved by more than one level. The real difficulty lies in the spiritual vein in Dakan's Dharma image. Compared to these things that happened long ago, she was even more confused at this moment. How could the great evil spirits still not find their hiding place? Now, the ancient sky blue jade that she used to hide her aura had lost its spiritual power and her aura was completely exposed. As long as you use your spiritual sense a little, you can easily find her. A somewhat outrageous guess came to her mind. Did they escape from Wish's pursuit? I subconsciously shook my ears, trying to avoid being grasped by a pair of small hands. Outside the treehouse separated by a wall. The withered old man frowned and looked heavy. Under the shade of a tree not far from him, 3 black coffins stood upright, and from time to time the roars of zombies and the sound of bones colliding could be heard from inside. Inside the coffin was a strange corpse puppet that he had carefully tested for a long time before daring to capture. Originally, of course, there were more than these, but they were all killed when he was conducting experiments. What's strange is that when these corpse puppets died, they left behind nothing but a pile of strangely shaped smoke and yellow-green glass beads, as well as a few bones and pieces of flesh floating in the air. The feeling is different from when I used the great evil method before. Now using the ontology test, there is only one feeling. Weak. Very weak. The attack power of these corpse puppets is ordinary. When it is not wearing armor, its defense is even less than that of a body-tempering monk. The zombie holding the stone sword can only strike as hard as a Jindan cultivator. Faced with a flesh and blood body, the opponent also lost the ability to attack the soul. During this period, he captured many nearby monsters and tried his luck. After being attacked, none of these monsters suffered any damage to their souls. It seems that this corpse puppet can only attack the soul through the gray evil? When he thought about the movements of the sects in Dongzhou in recent years, a bad guess made his scalp tingle. Someone is specifically researching methods to target the Yin Gue Gate. And judging from the current situation, it is obvious that considerable results have been achieved. To achieve such results, it will definitely not be achieved in just 1 or 2 years. Now that I think about it, I break out in a cold sweat. It was as if there was an invisible big hand in the dark, pushing all this, which made him shudder. No, we must bring this corpse puppet back to the sect as soon as possible. The sloppy old man felt that the surrounding environment suddenly became dangerous. It seemed as if countless sects whose elders and sect leaders had been hunted by them were staring at him from somewhere unknown to him. The sloppy old man walked in a hurry, even a little panicked. He pushed his strength to the extreme, carrying 3 coffins, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Achoo! Inside the treehouse. Li Xuanxi subconsciously picked his nose. Some hair was sucked into his nasal cavity, making him itchy. Ning Qingxue, who had been lying in bed for almost 2 days, finally calmed down. It seems that he has really escaped from Wish's pursuit. She had heard a lot about the Yin Gueman's deeds before. In the past few hundred years, the powerful men of the Yin Gue sect have been attacking various nascent soul cultivators and even Dharmakaya cultivators everywhere in the eastern region. In the eastern region today, all the sects are so terrified at the mere mention of the Grey Evil. So far, there has never been any report of the Grey Evil giving up its pursuit halfway. Generally, they will never give up until they achieve their goal. I thought that since I was in the little-known Sanyuan sect, I might never have any intersection with the Yin Gue sect in this life. Unexpectedly, I was still targeted by the other party. Ning Qingxue cleared her mind of all distracting thoughts. Her top priority now was to recover from her injuries. However, looking at the spiritual veins and incomplete Dharma images in the body that were messed up by the thunder, even if he survived the disaster, his mood would definitely not be good. He tried to circulate the spiritual energy in his body, but the spiritual veins felt noticeably blocked. After half a day, he could only mobilize a thumb-sized amount. Ning Qingxue was not disappointed, but rather happy. As long as the spiritual power can be mobilized, it means that the current situation has not reached the point where it is irreversible. This was much better than she expected. Control these spiritual powers and disperse them throughout the body. With the help of the spiritual power, the body can barely gain some control. Xuanxi, who was fishing, seemed to sense something and looked curiously in the direction of the fox-eared girl. He always felt that the airflow in the treehouse was converging towards the fox-eared girl. The soft hair on the white fox ears swayed slightly in the breeze. It looks kind of tempting. I want to pinch it. Reach out. Hey slurp. It is still warm, soft, and furry. When he came back to his senses, Xuanxi met the calm gaze of the fox-eared girl. It was just the blush on her face that gave her a bit of inexplicable charm. Xuanxi's little hand retracted. Suddenly, as if it had been electrocuted, with an indescribable expression of embarrassment on her face. However, seeing the fox-eared girl struggling to get up, he hurriedly supported her arm and let her sit on the bed with her back against the wall of the treehouse. Thank you. The fox-eared girl's voice and expression were as cold as ice, but very pleasant to the ear. Xuanxi felt a little guilty, worried that the fact that he had been secretly pinching her ears and rubbing her tail would be exposed. Looking at the adorable little girl in front of her, Xuanxi inexplicably had the urge to hold her in her arms and rub her. My name is Xuanxi. Ning means tranquility, Xingxue means green leaves and white snow. Xingxue usually concentrates on cultivation and is not good at communicating with others. She didn't know how to get along with the children for a while, but it was always a good idea to introduce herself first. Silence returned to the treehouse. What's your name? Xingxue looked at the little lowly and saw that she was staring at her tail without saying a word. For some reason, out of inexplicable shame, he subconsciously hid his tail, which was shaking uncomfortably because he was being stared at, behind his back and asked. Seeing his tail hidden, Xuanxi felt like he was being caught red-handed, and quickly replied, Xuanxi, the Li of Taoli, the Xianwang tide. That's my name. Yeah. Xingxue nodded. There was no further text after that. Quiet. Xuanxi was restless. She had thought she was a gentle and charming young lady, but she turned out to be a cold and aloof young lady. To be honest, Lan Xing has lived for more than 20 years and has only seen this personality type in novels. You know what, it's exactly the same as described in the novel. Just looking at it makes me feel a little cold, the kind where you don't even need to turn on the air conditioner in the middle of summer. Xingxue saw the little lowly in front of her looking timid and guilty. I couldn't help but laugh. She didn't mean to blame me. Where did the courage to hold her tail and suck hard go? Xuanxi was captivated for a long time by this beautiful smile that looked like meltwater from a glacier. But he was relieved. Judging from the other party's appearance, at least he doesn't seem to be ungrateful. Xingxue did not speak again for a while. The 3 sentences I just said were already the limit of my current body. If I accidentally disrupted my internal energy, I would suffer even more damage. Under Xuanxi's curious gaze, she took out a healing pill from the space bag with some difficulty without any unnecessary movements. After taking it, she sat cross-legged and began to refine it. Xuanxi just watched for a moment, and after realizing that the other party might be healing, he stopped disturbing him. He took out the small fishing rod again and started fishing casually. However, the number of times he looked at the fox-eared girl had obviously increased a lot. Raw cod 1. Raw cod 1. Raw salmon 1. Name tag 1. Tropical fish 1. Although torches were used inside the treehouse, there was no flickering flame. After several hours, Xingxue finally dispersed the spiritual energy around her body and slowly opened her eyes. With the help of the 8th grade resurrection pill, apart from a number of internal injuries that could not be repaired, daily activities were basically no problem. The main reason was that her spiritual veins were blocked, and she was unable to mobilize the spiritual energy in her body to quickly repair her injuries. There seemed to be some restrictions in this room. After she absorbed the remaining spiritual energy in the room, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could not be replenished. She released her spiritual sense to investigate and was surprised to find that her spiritual sense could not penetrate the surrounding wooden walls. It seems that she has found the reason why she escaped from the pursuit of the Ingui men. It must be this room that isolates the two of them from each other. He collected his mind and carefully looked inward at his spiritual veins again. Still no idea where to start. Because the spiritual veins do not grow in the flesh, but are branches and leaves emanating from the spiritual roots, taking root in the Qi and spreading throughout the body. The resurrection pill only heals physical injuries and has no effect on the spiritual veins. Nowadays, spiritual plants and elixirs that can repair spiritual veins are extremely scarce and priceless in the entire eastern region. Most people whose spiritual veins are damaged, unless they have good luck, can only rely on elixirs and spiritual plants to nourish their spiritual veins to recover little by little. Ning Qingxue was having a headache. The key was the elixirs and spiritual plants needed to nourish her spiritual veins, which she couldn't afford. She sighed, cleared her mind of all these chaotic thoughts, and then began to look around carefully. This is an extremely narrow wooden house, but under the warm yellow light, it looks very cozy. Apart from this, she couldn't find a suitable adjective for a moment, mainly because it was too shabby. It's definitely a small, incomplete, and bare house. The entire house layout, apart from 3 chests, 2 beds, and a shelf with a strangely shaped armor hanging on it, also includes a stone furnace, a square wooden platform with a saw and hammer hanging on the side, for water grids, 3 farmlands planted with wheat, and a silly cow with mushrooms growing on it. Although she didn't know much about construction, she knew that wheat and cows shouldn't be in the house. But when she looked at the little lowly who was daydreaming on the strange chair, she felt relieved. After a quick look around, she didn't see any signs that another person had lived in the house. "Sheer, why are you living here alone? Where are your relatives?" When Li Xuanxi heard the name Xier, she didn't react for a moment. When he realized that this pleasant voice was calling him, he couldn't help but shudder all over. As a real man, he couldn't stand this title, but he didn't hate it either. After all, when he was a child, he was called Xuanxi. Whenever there are distant relatives visiting, the rare title of Xuanxi Bar will come back from time to time. After a comparison, Xier is not so difficult to accept. I can only say that there is no harm without comparison. As for the fox-eared girl's question, there was no need to hide it. He turned his head to meet her gaze, scratched his head, and answered truthfully, "Well, I don't have any relatives here." After hearing this, Ning Qingxue fell into a brief silence. I felt guilty for bringing up the little lowly's sad past. His cold expression softened. "How about Sister Qingxue becoming your relative from now on?" "Li Xuanxi, huh?" Li Xuanxi and Ning Qingxue get along quite well. In addition, Ning Qingxue was not the type to ask questions, so even when she saw some strange MC props, she never asked. This made Li Xuanxi secretly feel fortunate. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to explain it. Compared to Li Xuanxi's worries, it is much easier to understand from Ning Qingxue's perspective. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are so many strange and bizarre magical weapons, spiritual objects, and supernatural powers, and there are more than tens of millions of types. If you insist on figuring out how everything you see works, then there's no point in cultivating yourself as an immortal. After all, isn't cultivating immortality what it advocates, a pure mind and few desires? Curious babies are not suitable for the world of immortal cultivation. Raw cod 1. Raw cod 1. Raw cod 1. Raw salmon 1. Raw cod 1. Li Xuanxi was still in a trance, his eyes occasionally looking at the big furry tail swinging at his side. "I want to touch it, but I'm embarrassed." Sure enough, when fishing, without the help of the beast-eared girl, even my luck became much worse. After such a long time, no good fish appeared. Ning Qingxue noticed the little Lolita's little movements, subconsciously lifted her tail, brought it closer, and rubbed it with her hands. It's no wonder she hasn't touched her tail for a long time since she was hiding for so many years. Now when she touches it, it really feels great. But there is no strange feeling of blushing and heart beating. He took his hand off the tail and looked up to meet Li Xuanxi's envious eyes. She blushed a little. After hesitating for a moment, he handed the tail to the little lowly with bright eyes. "After all, he is my savior, and it won't hurt me to touch his tail." Before she could remind the other party not to play with the tip of her tail, she felt a tingling sensation from her tail all over her body, making her feel weak all over. The feeling was even more pronounced than when she couldn't move. The voice was gentle and inexplicably attractive, but someone who was immersed in stroking the fox's tail did not notice it. Ning Qingxue felt that after returning to the sect, she must look for records of half-demons and demons. She suspected that there was something wrong with her body. When I touched it myself, everything was normal, but once it fell into the hands of this little lowly, my body became very strange. Sister Qingxue? What's wrong with you? Li Xuanxi, who had been rubbing his tail for a long time, always felt that the fox-eared girl behind him was breathing a little quickly, so he turned his head and asked curiously. No, nothing, my internal injuries have relapsed a little. Ning Qingxue clenched her fists, her pretty pink face flushed slightly, and began to explain. Is that so? Li Xuanxi continued to pinch the tip of the tail, which was a little evasive, and buried her face in it to rub it. She had to say, this tail was really great. Ning Qingxue's long white legs were unconsciously tangled together, her white hands covered her red lips, her eyes were watery, and she nodded. Li Xuanxi always felt that the fox-eared girl was a bit erotic now, but he wondered if it was just his illusion. Seeing that the fox-eared girl's old injury had relapsed and was getting worse, he frowned and thought for a moment, then took out an iron bucket the size of his head from his backpack. It was filled with white liquid, which swayed slightly with his movements. That's right, this is MC's bug-level item, the milk bucket. Its function can be summarized in 6 simple words: reset the body state. Even curses can be removed. This is... Ning Qingxue took advantage of Li Xuanxi's loosening of her grip and quickly pulled the tail back, holding it tightly in her arms. He looked at the liquid with a curious look, which exuded a rich milky aroma and a faint mushroom flavor. Mushroom milk. Li Xuanxi added, it's not ordinary milk, it's the kind that can remove any condition. I don't know if it will work on you. Ning Qingxue was full of questions and shook her fox ears. She didn't sense any spiritual energy in this milk, which means it was just ordinary milk. Can it remove all states? Isn't that cheating, children? Then look at the serious expression on the little Lolita's face. Well, it is indeed cheating on children. But she was still ready to reach out and take it. In any case, this is the intention of the little cutie in front of me. Even though she knew that it was best for her current body not to come into contact with ordinary food, she still couldn't bear to refuse when she saw the little lowly's eyes full of expectation. However, the moment she grasped the handle of the iron bucket, a huge force came from the small bucket, carrying her arm downwards. A rough estimate is that it weighs over 7,000 kilograms. It is several times heavier than her own magical weapon. What the hell? He immediately exerted force with his hands. For her spiritual practice, in her heyday, with the help of spiritual power, tens of thousands of pounds are no problem. Unfortunately, his body is still seriously injured and he has no spiritual support. If it weren't for his physical body in the Dharma realm, it would be difficult for him to lift this thing weighing more than 7,000 pounds. Under this kind of pressure, even the injuries that had been repaired before showed signs of recurring. Looking at the fox-eared girl's trembling arms, Li Xuanxi realized what was happening and hurriedly took the milk bucket back from her hands. How could you forget such an important thing? This milk bucket may not look big, but it contains a full cubic meter of milk. Including the iron barrels outside, the total weight is at least over 3,000 kilograms. Note, milk weighs 1,000 plus kg/m superscript 3, and iron weighs 7,850 kilograms per cubic meter. This breaks down into 9 iron ingots, each weighing 872 kilograms. 3 ingots weigh 2,616 kilograms, plus milk, for a total of 3,616 kilograms, or 7,232 jin. I won't explain this later, I'll just do the math. Ning Qingxue waited until her hands were empty and breathed a sigh of relief. However, her face, which usually rarely changed, now showed a look of surprise. Although when I saw the little lowly with white hair and blue eyes before, I guessed that this might be a child with a special spirit or holy body. But what she guessed at that time was more inclined towards a pure ice attribute spirit. But now, why doesn't it look like that? whose ice-attributed spirit is so powerful. She clearly didn't sense any spiritual energy from the little guy, and it was obvious that he had never been exposed to cultivation. And this spiritual body is not a physical body like the Quishan holy body or the barbarian bull holy body. Could it be that this child possesses both spiritual and physical fitness? The more Ning Qingxue thought about it, the brighter her vision became. The last person to experience this kind of situation was the Empress Lingyun, who had been in charge of the Lingyun dynasty 1,300 years ago. Sorry, I forgot that this milk bucket is a bit heavy. Li Xuanxi subconsciously shrank his neck. He always felt that Sister Qingxue's eyes were a little hot when he looked at him, as if she had the illusion that she would eat him alive at any time. Come here, let me see. Ning Qingxue said softly. Look, what are you looking at? This sentence sounded strangely familiar. Would this elder sister do something illegal to herself? But should I not resist, or should I resist appropriately to add some fun? Ning Qingxue looked at the shy little girl, who was reluctant but willing, with a slightly red face, and frowned. What else can I see? It depends on your physical condition. Does this little guy need so much drama? How come I was going to do something beastly to her? Also, what the hell is this kind of thing where you're trying to refuse but still get what you want? Just to see if you can cultivate your physique? Li Xuanxi said with disappointment in his tone. Ning Qingxue, why does your tone sound so disappointed? She angrily hugged Li Xuanxi, who was walking towards her, and put her delicate hands under the hem of his clothes. Now that there is no spirit testing tablet, we can only use the most primitive method. Li Xuanxi felt the softness resting on her head, and a slender hand constantly moving on her body. Her earlobes felt hot and her mind went blank. But it is difficult to stop it, after all. This is related to his own path to becoming an immortal. He even instinctively lowered his breathing, for fear of disrupting Ning Qingxue's thoughts. It was not until this jade hand was about to reach into the leather pants and touch the taboo place that he panicked and grabbed Ning Qingxue's jade hand with both hands, stuttering, Qingxue's sister, this is not allowed here. Ning Qingxue was puzzled. She looked down at the little lowly in her arms who had turned into a braised prawn in oil. Why not? Men and women should not touch each other. Ning Qingxue was amused by the little lowly's words and laughed. I didn't expect that this little guy knew that men and women shouldn't touch each other. But I'm not a man either. She gently pinched the little girl's red face in her arms. It was so elastic that she felt inexplicably addicted. But he still loosened his arms and let the little girl free. Leaving Ning Qingxue's arms, Li Xuanxi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is my physique very special? Li Xuanxi has already begun to fantasize about awakening a heaven-defying physique for cultivating immortals. He pretends to be cool and gets slapped in the face all the way, has countless female friends, and reaches the pinnacle of cultivating immortals. Forehead. Ning Qingxue shook her fox ears awkwardly. Can she say that she didn't find out anything except bone age? I just think the little guy is quite soft, and has an inexplicable fragrance. As for her hand reaching towards the little lowly's lower body? After touching the upper body, I felt a little unsure and wanted to touch the lower body to confirm. After all, when I touched his upper body just now, I found that this child's physical strength was basically the same as that of an ordinary child, or even weaker. Logically speaking, with this kind of strength, let alone 7,000 kilograms, even 70 kilograms wouldn't be enough to lift. Could it be a special spiritual root or innate magical power? But she really couldn't imagine what kind of spiritual roots and innate magical powers could allow a 7-year-old child to lift a 7,000-pound object with one hand effortlessly. How is it? Seeing the fox-eared girl hesitate to speak, the tip of her tail wagging back and forth, Li Xuanxi couldn't wait to ask again. He wondered in his heart, could it be that his talent was too extraordinary? Ahem. Ning Qingxue coughed twice and chose to answer tactfully. Having a special physique certainly adds to cultivation, but it is not indispensable. There are countless top-level experts in the entire Xiantian continent, but not many have truly become giants by relying on their spirit bodies. Li Xuanxi. Li Xuanxi was petrified on the spot. It wasn't. Why do I always feel that the other person has said everything and nothing at the same time? After all, he is not a child and can still understand good and bad words. Isn't this equivalent to directly saying that he does not have any special physique? Ning Xingxue couldn't bear to see the little girl disappointed, so she said, "The path of cultivation depends mainly on spiritual roots. To test your spiritual roots, you need to use a qi sensing stone, a spirit testing stone, or a spirit testing tablet. You can't detect them directly. When the time comes, come back with me to the sect, and I'll help you test them." Ning Xingxue then comforted him, "But I think you should have good talent." "Is that so?" Li Xuanxi's mood suddenly improved. Sister Qingxue, the big boss who had been struck by lightning for so long, said that there was no problem, so how could she be wrong? "Hey! Let's go back to the sect." Li Xuanxi realized it later. Ning Xingxue laughed, and her delicate hands couldn't help but reach out to the little lowly's cute face again. The smooth touch made her unable to stop. "Of course I have to return to the sect. Do you really want to stay in Yunjin Basin alone? But I need to wait until my injuries recover a bit, which should take another half a year." Half a year? When talking about recovering from injuries, Li Xuanxi remembered the important matter just now. He quickly took out the milk bucket from his backpack and handed it to the fox-eared girl. "Sister Qingxue, try it quickly. This milk should be effective for your injuries." Ning Xingxue was helpless and could not refuse, so she reached out to hold Li Xuanxi's little hand and slowly moved the milk bucket closer. As we got closer, the rich and special milky aroma became clearer. He swallowed subconsciously, opened his mouth slightly, and took a sip from the edge of the bucket. A milky aroma, 100 times richer than that in the air, instantly bursts upon the taste buds. The subtle mushroom flavor, mixed in with it, far from destroying the overall milky aroma, actually adds the finishing touch, adding a layer of depth. Ning Qingshue's eyes lit up. When she was very young, her masters searched for various spirit beast milks to help her recuperate. But no matter how fragrant the spiritual milk smelled, it tasted fishy and she didn't like it. Feeling the silky touch of milk on the tip of her tongue, as she gently swallowed it, it seemed to turn into a breeze with the fragrance of milk and mushrooms, blowing from her mouth to every part of her body. Li Xuanqi looked at the fox-eared girl enjoying the way she squinted her eyes, and subconsciously glanced at the milk bucket. Is it really that delicious? He had drunk it before, and it felt like milk mixed with a hint of mushroom flavor. Honestly, it's not as good as Blue Star's Xuanxi milk. When Ning Qingxue came to her senses, she was stunned for a moment. Why did she feel that her spiritual veins were flowing a little more smoothly? Is it an illusion? Take another sip and swallow. No, it wasn't so delicious that I was hallucinating. This milk was completely absorbed before it even reached the stomach? Because she observed carefully this time, she could clearly feel the changes in the spiritual veins in her body, and even the hidden injuries left over from her cultivation were healed a little. How is it? No effect? Seeing the fox-eared girl in a daze, Li Xuanqi was a little worried. Ning Qingxue shook her head and asked tentatively, "Where did you get this from?" Milk bucket? Li Xuanqi asked in confusion, then pointed to a corner of the treehouse. Here, that's where the mushrooms are. There's definitely enough. Moo. Mushroom? Ning Qingxue naturally knew this mushroom. After all, it was very cute and she had even touched it not long ago. But there is no spiritual energy fluctuation on this guy? It's obviously just an ordinary beast, it just looks a little weird. You can drink as much as you want. Ning Qingxue still couldn't believe it. Her disbelief was only a small reason. The main thing is, this thing that is priceless in the entire Tianxian continent is actually produced by an ordinary beast with no spiritual energy? Of course. Li Xuanqi thought the fox-eared girl had shaken her head because the milk bucket had no effect on anyone other than the players, and felt a little disappointed. If you think it tastes good, you can drink more. It won't take up any space in your stomach anyway. If it's not enough, I'll help you with it. In the game, in addition to removing various states, the milk bucket also has another feature, which is that it does not increase satiety. Otherwise, wouldn't drinking a bucket of milk that weighs a ton make you burst? Ning Qingxue, who was used to being poor, felt her hands trembling. Listen, what kind of rich person's statement is this? This is definitely like sitting on a mountain of gold without knowing it. However, since the quantity of this magical milk is not non-renewable, she feels much more comfortable with it. She didn't know how to repay the previous life-saving grace. If she used up some priceless treasure from him, she was afraid that she could only repay him with her body. She would be a slave in the next life. After all, there is no such thing as physical commitment between same-sex people. She held Li Xuanxi's hand again. This time, she looked inward while swallowing in small sips, wanting to see how far this magical milk could reach. This bucket of milk is surprisingly durable. After such a long time, its taste has only decreased a little. But as the milk went into his mouth, his complexion became better and better. Until the last drop of milk slid into his mouth from the wall of the bucket, the damaged spiritual veins in his body were completely restored. Also disappearing were various old hidden injuries left over from training. Although the physical injuries were still serious, she had recovered her spiritual veins and didn't even need any elixirs to heal such injuries. She would be back to normal in less than 2 weeks. At this moment, she felt refreshed and more relaxed than ever before. Before I could calm down from being shocked beyond words by the outrageous effects of mushroom milk, there was another surprise. Her incomplete appearance now seemed to have been restored to its original state by the milk. Some of the repairs were even overdone. Her Dharma image was actually curled up in her chi at this moment, as if she was asleep, with her body slightly rising and falling. He subconsciously tried to summon, but suddenly remembered that the room was small and the huge Dharma image might destroy the surrounding environment. When he wanted to take back the spiritual power, it was too late. Her black hair moved without a breeze, and a fox shadow appeared behind her. A white shadow flashed, and a palm-sized, sleepy fox cub fell on her head. Ning Qingxue? Ning Qingxue reached out and grabbed the back of her own Dharma image's neck, lifting it from the top of her head to her face. She felt a little numb. No, whose Dharma image is so small? Other people's Dharma image battles are often hundreds or thousands of meters in size, and at the very least, more than 10 meters. How can she have the nerve to say that she is also a powerful Dharma image master? Li Xuanxi fixed his gaze on the snow-white ball in Ning Qingxue's hand, which was rubbing its eyes. Ning Qingxue, who wanted to take back the Dharma image, looked at the little Lolita whose face was full of "let me touch it," and could not bear to refuse, so she could only put the little fox on her fingertips into the little Lolita's arms. However, Ning Qingxue's expression was somewhat melancholy. In Xiantian continent, after a strong person reaches the Dharma realm, he can summon the Dharma realm to fight together with his main body. You can even hide your true body in the sea of Dharma consciousness and control the Dharma phase to fight against the enemy. Unlike the main body which draws its own spiritual power, the Dharma image fights by intercepting the power of heaven and earth. The same spell released is several times more powerful. Only. Ning Qingxue looked at the palm-sized, cute and coquettish little white ball in the little Lolita's arms. Its only purpose might be to sneak attack after she releases her Dharma image, while the enemy is laughing until they're out of breath. Ning Qingxue was in tears. It could be said that her Dharma image was basically useless now. Moreover, logically speaking, her Dharma form should be a half-demon human form, so what the hell is this little fox? Although unlike other Dharma images that can only condense huge phantoms, his little fox Dharma image is too real, so real that it has flesh and blood and a high IQ. But there's no denying the fact that this little fox is just a newbie. She tried to use her spiritual consciousness to control the Dharma image, and at the moment of synchronization, a comfortable feeling of being touched and gently massaged spread throughout her body. She could even feel the warmth of Li Xuanxi's palm. Even my emotions were infected by the little fox, and I felt inexplicably happy. Then my face started to feel hot and I quickly curled up. This guy actually lifted himself up and looked at her private parts in a brazen manner? Li Xuanxi looked at the little fox in his hand, which suddenly became quiet, curled up into a ball, and held its tail in its arms to block the key position. He was a little confused. Feeling the little fox struggling, he loosened his grip slightly. The little fox jumped lightly and jumped back into Ning Qingshue's arms, then looked at her with a vigilant look. Li Xuanxi was embarrassed. She wanted to see the gender of the little guy, but she didn't expect him to be so shy. I'll take the little fox back first. I need to recover from my injuries. Ning Qingxue, who was controlling the little fox, had a light blush on her face. She felt extremely strange now, as if she had one soul and two bodies. Fortunately, she didn't feel any discomfort in controlling it. Or, Sister Qingxue will recover from her injuries, and I will help take care of the little fox. Li Xuanxi still wanted to fight for it. Ning Qingxue shook her head repeatedly. What a joke! She had just been distracted and the little fox was touched all over. She felt this shameful feeling all over again the moment she controlled the Dharma image. If she continues to let you take care of her, what will happen? Immediately, the little fox flashed white light and turned into a stream of light and rushed into Ning Qingshue's smooth eyebrows. Li Xuanxi's eyes widened. Can small animals be taken into the body? It's worthy of being the world of cultivating immortals. Okay, go and do your thing. Ning Qingxue stretched out her jade hand and gently pushed away the little lowly face that was leaning against her forehead to examine her carefully. There's nothing to see. Okay. Li Xuanxi actually didn't know what to do for a moment. The wheat upstairs matures every 2 to 3 days, and it will take at least one more day before it matures again. So all we can do now is continue fishing. Ning Qingxue spent the next few days recovering from her injuries. In my spare time, I watched the little girl fishing. Unconsciously, she became interested in the feeling of opening blind boxes and even tried it herself. It is actually possible to catch all kinds of things you have never seen before from this crystal clear water. Li Xuanxi is still 25 iron ingots away from the first anvil he will cross over to. If you break down the iron barrel, iron helmet, and shield, there are only 16 left. During these days, Ning Qingxue also tried some MC food. Good news, it works. Bad news, not very useful. Compared to milk, which doesn't take up too much space in the stomach, most people really can't finish MC spread. It's not that it's unpalatable, but there's just too much of it. Since the weight of the bread in Li Xuanxi's hand was about the same as an ordinary piece of blue star bread, he did not notice anything unusual. And in fact, bread, as a functional item, clearly has all the weight of synthetic materials. This loaf of bread, which is only 20 centimeters long, weighs nearly 500 kilograms. By conversion, a bundle of wheat weighs at least 80 kilograms? Wow, doesn't that mean I'm a big eater now? Ning Qingxue said that she was full after just a small bite. He showed off 3 of them without any pressure. As for the recovery effect after eating bread and being full? Yes, there are some, but most likely because not all of it was eaten, the recovery effect is very average. It's not as fast as Ning Qingshue's recovery after taking the pills. I can only say that it's reasonable. What are you doing? Ning Qingxue looked at Li Xuanxi, who was wearing leather equipment but an iron helmet, and felt a little confused. Sister Qingshue's injuries have almost healed, haven't they? I plan to go out and take a look. Li Xuanxi's eyes flashed with excitement. There are zombies and rogues accumulating outside for 7 or 8 days. At least 40 or 50 of them should be spawned. In the game, 15% of the monsters that appear come with their own equipment. Although most of them are junk gold and leather sets, to Li Xuanxi, who has the ability to decompose, they are all treasures. What if I get lucky and get that 0.04% chance of getting a diamond suit? Even if it's just the 2.5% drop of carrots and potatoes, he won't be picky and will even be happier. This is the indelible obsession with farming that is engraved in the genes of every Yen Nation player. Li Xuanxi said that he has begun to look forward to it. Ning Qingxue looked at the blazing fire in the little lowly's eyes and was very puzzled. What is there to see in Yunjin Basin? Apart from the cottonwood tree, there are various large mushrooms. In addition, the spiritual energy is thin, and there are basically no spiritual fruits or plants. But when I thought about the age of this little guy, I felt relieved. It is indeed difficult for a child at such an active age to stay in the treehouse for such a long time. However, in order to ensure the little lowly's safety, she still planned to go out with her. As for the previous Grey Evil, he is just a villain who takes advantage of others' misfortune. Now his strength has reached the Dharma realm. Even if his Dharma realm is destroyed, his combat power is not comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. As long as the Grey Evil dared to appear in front of her, even if his real body was thousands of miles away, she would pull him out and cut him into pieces. Li Xuanxi, who took out a stone axe and prepared to dig a hole, felt the coldness behind him. He subconsciously raised his head and looked over the towering mountains. What he saw was the chin of the fox-eared girl who was gritting her teeth. "Sister, please manage your expression. The good iceberg fairy image is about to collapse." Well, actually, after spending these days together, Ning Qingshua's image as a cold goddess has long collapsed. It's not that she doesn't like to speak, but that she simply doesn't know how to interact with people. There's an inexplicable cute contrast. This kind of immortal cultivator sister is even more interesting. It's just that he's a bit older. After all, he's over 300 years old. Li Xuanxi speculated secretly. Ning Qingxue frowned, pinched Li Xuanxi's face with both hands and looked at her. "I always feel like you were thinking about something rude? This little lowly's guilty conscience is too obvious. How is this possible?" Li Xuanxi avoided his gaze. Ning Qingxue felt as if her heart had been shot by an arrow. "Cute. Forget it, I won't bother with you this time." A pair of bare hands rubbed Li Xuanxi's face for a while, then let go. Let's go out for a walk." Li Xuanxi, who regained his freedom, subconsciously touched his earlobe, which was a little hot. Since he couldn't resist, he could only enjoy it. Duo. As Ning Qingxue watched in amazement, as he continued to chop, cracks appeared on the log in front of him and then gradually expanded. Bang! With a muffled sound, the broken wood, which was as large as 1 cubic meter, shrank in an instant and flew into Li Xuanxi's body. Although Ning Qingxue was curious, she did not ask. "I think it should be the effect of some kind of storage magic weapon." These days, she discovered that the 3 ordinary-looking boxes in the treehouse actually had ridiculously large storage spaces. In this case, it is not surprising that this child has some more powerful storage items. Ning Qingxue didn't have the chance to dwell on the storage magic weapon for too long, as 2 sounds of breaking through the air came from outside the treehouse. She moved without any pause, and a semi-transparent long sword made of white jade suddenly appeared in her hand, and she swung out a frosty sword energy. Brush! The arrow shot from the opposite side actually passed through the sword energy without any hindrance, and continued to attack the shield held by Li Xuanxi without slowing down. Li Xuanxi waited for a long time, but the expected hit did not happen. This is... He looked up in confusion and was surprised to find that these flying arrows were caught directly by Ning Qingxue with one hand. Li Xuanxi opened his mouth slightly, and before he could see Ning Qingxue's expression clearly, a slender white hand had already pulled him behind his back. Swish! Ning Qingxue swung her sword and cut down the log that was blocking the way. It didn't move. Ning Qingxue? She awkwardly tightened her delicate toes inside her shoes to make herself appear more relaxed. "I finally got the chance to show off in front of the little girl, but ended up making mistakes again and again." Another sound of breaking air came, this time aimed at Ning Qingxue himself. He swung the sword again, but it was still ineffective. The 2 arrows seemed to be in a different space from the sword energy. They clearly collided with each other, but did not affect each other. Until the arrow came close, Ning Qingxue raised his sword and swung it continuously. Clang! The arrow was instantly shot out at a speed even faster than the initial speed, and no one knew where it went. After seeing the attacker clearly, Ning Qingxue was visibly stunned. Skeleton? This doesn't seem like the style of the Yin men. A sect quickly flashed through Ning Qingxue's mind, the Sampo sect. This evil sect is in cahoots with the Yin sect and is good at making corpse puppets. Li Xuanxi felt that she was impressed by her sister Qingxue's handsomeness. Before he could react, Ning Qingxue's figure had already flown out of the treehouse from the 1-by-1 area. This action made Li Xuanxi, who had always only walked 2 blocks high, speechless. He seemed to be aware of a very realistic problem. It seems, maybe, probably, in another world, you don't need to dig 2 blocks to go out? Doesn't this make him look stupid? In order to appear less stupid, he decided to follow suit and flip out. It turns out that even in a 1 by 1 meter space, this little dwarf, who is less than 1.3 meters tall, can pass through it without any obstacles by just bending down slightly. The only downside is that it's a bit difficult to flip. When his feet landed on the ground, there was no trace of Ning Qingshui around him. Instead, the nearby ground and tree trunks were covered with terrifying sword marks. If it hadn't taken him only a dozen seconds to climb over the wall and land on the ground, he would have suspected that he had arrived at a battlefield. Bones, rotten flesh, gunpowder, experience balls and the like were floating everywhere on the ground, but the only thing missing was the equipment he wanted most. Xuanxi hurriedly ran towards the place where the sound of fighting came from. A dazzling golden color appears particularly dazzling in the woods. It's an innocent zombie wearing a golden helmet and golden breastplate. But at this moment it was about to die under the ruthless sword of the fox-eared girl, so it couldn't think too much. Leave the zombies behind the sword. Ning Qingshui's sword stopped abruptly in front of the zombie's head. She dodged the golden-armored zombie's attack with ease and instantly retreated back to Xuanxi's side. Xuanxi, what's wrong? It has good stuff on it, I want to keep it. Xuanxi laughed dryly and explained. Ning Qingshui was speechless, but shouldn't we kill him first? According to common sense, that's true. But the problem is, MC monsters don't follow common sense. Sister Qingshui, didn't you notice that the monsters you killed before didn't leave any corpses behind? No body? Ning Qingshui was puzzled. She really hadn't noticed. He glanced at the location of the previous slash, and it was just as Xuanxi said. Apart from a few sword marks, there were a few strange objects floating in the air, and a few yellow-green glowing glass beads slowly approaching Xuanxi. The body disappeared? The confusion on Ning Qingshui's face was visible to the naked eye. He grabbed Xuanxi's collar from behind, dodged the attack of the golden-armored zombie again, and came to a distance of 30 meters. After the attack failed, the golden-armored zombie persisted and turned around to continue rushing towards Xuanxi. Then do you know what to do? Ning Qingshui also became interested. Why did this little guy look like he was very familiar with these corpse puppets? She had sensed before that there was no spiritual fluctuation in the aura of these corpse puppets. To put it bluntly, in her perception, this was just an ordinary corpse. If she closed her eyes, she wouldn't even be able to detect the existence of this corpse. But which ordinary corpse would chase people? Xuanxi nodded repeatedly. Don't mention it, he actually has a perfect way to remove equipment from zombies. In the bedrock version of MC, if you directly kill an equipped zombie, there is only a pitiful 8.5% chance that the equipment will drop from it. If a zombie is transformed into a drowned corpse, the equipment on the zombie will not be directly transferred to the drowned corpse, but will be picked up by the drowned corpse after all the equipment is detached. In MC, the equipment picked up by monsters has a 100% chance of being dropped. Of course, players can also intercept the fully durable equipment thrown out by the other party after the transformation is successful. The same applies to weapons in the hands of zombies. The only trouble now is how to transform the drowned corpses. Well, it's not that difficult. Sister Qingshui, can you control it? Xuanxi looked expectant. He was still very curious about the methods of the cultivators described in the novel. Although he could use the wooden boat to seal the magic, he had powerful cultivators around him, so it would be a waste not to use it. Ning Qingshui was stumped for a moment. She mainly focuses on attacking and has no means of control. Certainly. The main reason is that Xuanxi is a small family with limited business, so forget about all kinds of auxiliary, life-saving, and offensive magic weapons and skills. That thing costs tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Even if they could afford the spirit stones, they had no competitiveness in front of the many sects and forces in the eastern region, and it was even difficult for them to even see them. Her life-defining weapon, the Jade Frost Sword, was even forged by fourth senior brother by Duan. Moreover, the Yuxuang sword at that time was only of the mid-level Xian grade. It took her 100 years of nurturing to reach the current initial level of the Earth grade. Seeing the fox-eared girl in front of him fail to respond for a long time, her eyes evasive and wandering, Xuanxi was a little bit incredulous. No way? Is it really not possible? Seeing the little lowly's expression, Ningqingxue blushed a little. She turned her head to the side and pretended not to see it. She shook her ears unnaturally, and the tip of her furry tail slapped the ground from time to time. Okay, Xuanxi understood and expressed his understanding. Looking at my sister Qingxue, she is obviously a powerful swordsman. What does the novel say? Only by fighting without retreat and moving forward courageously can one achieve unparalleled sword power. I guess my sister Qingxue is trying to cultivate the sword. I simply disdain to use such a roundabout means. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. Xuanxi flipped her hand, and the iron sword in her right hand turned into a light-colored wooden boat. Go! As the boat landed in the zombie's path, the zombie approached and suddenly sat in the boat as if teleporting. The speed was so fast that even Ningqingxue, who was stealing a peek, couldn't see it clearly. Seeing the little lowly approaching, she hurried to catch up. With her ability, it is no problem for her to protect the little lowly at close range. Xuanxi came to the wooden boat, took out a stone shovel and started digging the soil, digging the zombie sitting on the wooden boat and the wooden boat down 3 squares. Knock down the wooden boat, seal the roof, and take in water until the zombies' heads are submerged. Use a fence gate to lock the water 1 square in front of the zombies, making it easier to kill the zombies and get equipment later. Finally, just wait for the zombie to twitch underwater until the transformation into a drowned corpse is complete. The process of transforming drowned corpses was slower than Xuanxi had imagined. In the game, it only takes 30 seconds, but now that I have traveled through time, I can't be sure of the exact time. While waiting, Xuanxi was not idle either. While picking up the loot dropped by the monsters killed by Ningqingxue, he searched around and finally found 2 surviving zombies, a creeper and a spider. Kill several monsters by yourself and gain a total of 23 experience points. Judging from the spoils alone, there were more than 30 melons and vegetables that were chopped up by Ningqingxue. But I don't know if it was because he didn't have any equipment to wear, or if Xuanxi was just unlucky, but he only picked up a pair of leather leggings. If I had known this earlier, I should have made it clear to Sister Qingxue in advance. It's too late to regret now. Xuanxi's battle with these monsters is basically the same as in the game. Just run towards zombies and spiders. Hit creepers twice and run away. Wait until they calm down and then repeat the previous action. Although the action optimization module has been loaded to make the monsters' movements look less stiff, the lack of intelligence and the simple lock-on pursuit of enemies are still a major flaw. For Xuanxi, who is more flexible and smart, the battle difficulty is even lower than in the game. At most, the monsters in the game look scarier than those in the game. Ningqingxue witnessed the entire battle of the little lowly, with a glint in her eyes. At first glance, the little guy's fighting style seemed crude and disorganized. But if you paid close attention, you'd notice that the force he used was exactly the same every time. Moreover, every strike can exert all of one's strength. A true top-notch sword cultivator. Even if one's spiritual roots are poor and one cannot follow the path of spiritual sword cultivation, it is not impossible to become a sword cultivator with the sword-breaking mountains and rivers body. Ningqingxue shook her head repeatedly. What was she thinking about? What do you mean by weaker spiritual roots? Isn't this a curse on Xuanxi? Putting aside other things, Xuanxi's white hair and a pair of water-blue amber eyes are not something that ordinary spiritual roots can possess. Moreover, although the little guy is already 7 years old, his aura is pure, just like a newborn baby, a true spiritual cultivator. Without testing, she could tell that his spiritual root talent had an extremely high upper limit. This time, they are in the eastern region, and they are afraid that after 1,000 years, they will produce another spiritual root of immortal grade or above. Xuanxi naturally had no idea what the fox-eared girl behind him was thinking. After Xuanxi confirmed that there were no other monsters nearby, he and Ningqingxue returned to the site where the drowned corpses were made. The zombie's body was still twitching in the water. Under the rotten flesh, blue lines appeared, as if flashing blue light regularly with the rhythm of its breathing. As time goes by, this light flashes more frequently. But it will still take some time for the transformation to be completed. In the ancient Dongling area, high in the sky outside the monster forest, the sloppy old man suddenly felt a slight overflow of spiritual energy from his chest, and it was the soul-fixing bead that he kept close to his body that reacted. Is it that the half-demon's hiding method has failed? 3 speeding black coffins suddenly hung in the air. When I took the bead out of my arms, I felt a weak pulling force, as if trying to pull the bead back in the direction it was going. Based on the brightness of the light emitted by the beads and a rough estimate, the approximate distance can be known. Yunjin Basin? That half-demon is really still in the Yunjin Basin. The gray-robed old man's scrawled face showed a trace of struggle. So, should they return to the Yunjin Basin and capture this half-demon and bring him back to the sect? Considering the injuries that Ban Yao had suffered before, it would be easy for him to capture him if he went there now. But he quickly gave up the idea. Capturing the half-demon was nothing more than redeeming himself from his previous mistakes. At the very least, it meant that he was making amends for his mistakes. If the younger generations of the clan can be allowed to go, wouldn't this give them a chance to enter the vision of the higher-ups? He put the soul-fixing orb back into his arms, pointed his right hand as a sword, and suddenly a yellow talisman appeared. The scribbled old man closed his eyes, and as the corners of his mouth moved, countless black words appeared on the talisman paper. Bang! After more than 10 seconds, the talisman paper printed with black characters exploded into gray flames between his dry fingers and disappeared between heaven and earth in an instant. The coffin magic weapon rushed towards the sky again. Eastern Region, Sanyuan Gate. 2 weeks have passed since Junior's sister left the sect. Sect leader Qin Zhengxing looked towards the sky worriedly. In fact, he knew the true strength of his junior sister. To be precise, except for the only 3 remaining disciples of Sanyuan sect, the rest of the brothers and sisters all knew about it. A look of reminiscence crossed his face. My master at that time was devoted to the great Tao. I heard from him that even in Xianbin territory, a place with rich spiritual energy, it took him 300 years to reach the Dharma realm. Of course, he felt that it was probably because of his master's poor aptitude. His master only had a top-grade earth spirit root. In the world of cultivating immortals, even a tiny improvement in one's spiritual roots can make a world of difference in cultivation. He had heard that among those geniuses from other regions, there were many who were 100 years old. I also heard that in the outside world, cultivators don't even bother to use low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones for cultivation, because the speed of drawing spiritual energy from spirit stones is no match for the speed of directly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Of course, he had never actually seen it. However, my junior sister has achieved the state of Dharma in just 300 years in the eastern region, a place with thin spiritual energy, and she is not at all pretentious. You can imagine how terrifying her talent is. There are only 100 Dharma images like him, even in the entire eastern region. He is an absolute giant. Although I have great confidence in my junior sister, I am still afraid of the worst. Of course, apart from worrying, they really don't have any effective solutions. He has been stuck at the peak of the concentration stage for 70 or 80 years, and hasn't even touched the edge of the nascent soul stage. How can he help his junior sister, who is at the peak of the nascent soul stage and half a step away from the Dharmakaya stage? Perhaps the greatest help to my junior sister would be if we didn't cause more trouble. The greatest contribution he could make was probably the lightning-protecting talisman that his master had left for the sect to use in times of crisis, which could directly and severely injure a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Although the junior sister has a cold personality and keeps strangers away, everyone can see her feelings for her senior brothers and sisters. They, the brothers and sisters, never look down on the junior sister's half-demon identity. Perhaps junior sister doesn't know yet, but her half-demon bloodline was exposed as early as when she joined the sect. The master did not tell Xuanxi that the ancient blue jade was only a low-level magic weapon of the Xian grade. Its ability was limited, and it could only block the perception of cultivators who were no more than 2 levels higher than itself. For them, who were 3 or 4 levels higher than their junior sister more than 300 years ago, the ancient blue jade was actually useless. But at that time, Xuanxi was very fragile and sensitive because of her half-demon bloodline when the villagers made things difficult for her. The people in the sect did not want to add unnecessary pressure to this little junior sister. The master and his disciples discussed it and pretended not to notice anything. Later, when the master passed away, they wanted to confront each other, but they didn't know how to start. I just maintained the status quo until now and let nature take its course. Xuanxi laughed silently, as if he had thought of something interesting. He seemed to remember that once when his junior sister was breaking through in the sect, her spiritual power was disordered and she accidentally revealed her fox tail. Han Yun, Shuji and others who were about to go in to help were caught off guard. Fortunately, Han Yun was the only one who entered the room at that time. I guess Xuanxi still thinks she's hidden it well. The little fox, who was about 11 or 12 years old at the time, was so adorable when he fumbled to hide his tail behind his back after it was exposed but couldn't. What is our Lord sect leader laughing at? At this time, a soft female voice came from outside the hall. A gentle and mature lady with a graceful figure walked slowly into the hall. Xuanxi's smile remained unchanged as he asked, "Junior sister Han Yun, how come you have time to come to my place today?" "That's certainly a good thing." The gentle royal sister's voice was like a spring breeze blowing across the water. Just listening to it made people feel inexplicably relaxed. But Xuanxi knew that this was just an illusion. Beneath her gentle exterior, this third junior sister of mine is actually a carefree, unconcerned person. Good news? Xuanxi showed some interest. Tell me about it? Han Yun explained with a smile, the Qingting Profound Realm has been fluctuating recently, and it's expected to open in less than a month. Is this a good thing? Xuanxi was speechless. How could this be considered a good thing? What does the opening of this secret realm of Jindan have to do with their small and insignificant sect? Putting aside other things, every time the secret realm is opened, doesn't it always kill 1,000 or 800 disciples from various sects and scattered monks? Even with the disciples of the Sanyuan sect who couldn't even gather enough to fight, if they were thrown in, they wouldn't even make a splash. Han Yun saw that her senior brother, the headmaster, had obviously not grasped the key point, so she reminded him, "Have you, the headmaster, forgotten about Kangwu City in a month?" 1 month later? Kangwu City? Xuanxi was dazed for a moment, then his eyes lit up, the disciple accepting ceremony. But his eyes soon dimmed again. Even if the high-end combat forces of those major sects have gone to the secret realm, what does it matter? When it comes to recruiting disciples, they can also recruit disciples from within the sect. Han Yun knew what Xuanxi was thinking and began to explain. When I went down the mountain to sell medicine, I heard that the scale of the secret realm opening this time was unprecedented. Many sects were rumored to be withdrawing from the disciple recruiting ceremony. Perhaps, this is our chance to become a 9th grade sect. The more Xuanxi listened, the brighter his eyes became. In the Tianxian continent, sects are divided into 9 grades. Those beyond the 9th grade are the lowest class. And today's Sanyuan sect is just such a low-ranking sect. Only by entering the 9th grade sect can one be protected by the Immortal Alliance and be eligible to participate in the Immortal Alliance competition. But the problem lies in the hurdle of advancing from the lowest level to the 9th level. Because a large number of cultivators found it profitable to establish a sect, countless fake sects sprang up like mushrooms after a rain. The Immortal Alliance had to raise the promotion standards for 9th grade sects. From the initial 3 foundation establishment disciples and 7 Qi refining disciples under the age of 80, it has now become 10 foundation establishment disciples under the age of 80. In the eastern region, the spiritual energy is already thin, and it is basically impossible to build a foundation with spiritual roots below the Xian level. As a result, various fake sects began to scramble for people frantically. The problem is, it's still not available. After all, there is no idealistic cultivator parent who doesn't want his children to develop in a better and more formal sect. On the road to becoming an immortal, every step is slow. The only ones that are truly fought over by the fringe sects are those left over after the larger sects have recruited their full complement of members. Of course, for the Sanyuan sect, which mainly acts low-key, lacks obvious strength and even more financial resources, it cannot grab the remaining ones. In the 200 years since the old sect leader passed away, Sanyuanmen has accepted a total of 22 disciples. Among them, 10 people were poached by other unofficial sects while they were out for training. 3 people ignored the advice and went to the secret realm to look for opportunities, but never returned. Feeling that there was no hope in cultivating immortality, 4 people went down the mountain sadly. 1 person is missing, 2 people have died of old age. There are currently 3 disciples, 2 females and 1 male. The current situation can be traced back to the world-destroying thunder catastrophe that occurred more than 100,000 years ago. But here's the long story. Poverty. Monster Forest, Yunjin Basin. Inside the treehouse. Li Xuanxi's little face was full of smiles. It was obvious that the transformation of drowned corpses brought him good results. As he expected, the golden helmet and golden breastplate obtained by killing drowned corpses were both close to full durability. But he still decomposed and synthesized it again, otherwise it would be a bit disgusting. The gold helmet and gold breastplate can directly replace the previous equipment. The iron helmets that were taken off were disassembled and reassembled into iron boots to be worn. What Li Xuanxi did was not unnecessary. In MC, the gold helmet and iron helmet have the same 2 grids of armor, but the gold boots have half a grid of armor lower than the iron boots. Only by matching a gold helmet, gold breastplate, leather pants, and iron boots can you maximize your armor benefits. Ning Qingxue looked at Li Xuanxi's outfit and hesitated for a moment. This little guy knows how to dress. Li Xuanxi didn't care about it at all. He was playing a sandbox survival game, not a dress-up game, so naturally he would wear whichever piece of equipment had higher attributes. His current set of armor has 5.5 bars of armor, which is much better than a full leather suit. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, his current physical defense is equivalent to 30% leather, 60% gold, and 15% iron. In the previous life, the body could withstand missiles. Well, that's an exaggeration, it seems unlikely. But ordinary swords and knives can hardly cause fatal damage to him. As for no injuries? It shouldn't be possible. Even a kitchen knife can make a hole in a steel pipe, not to mention it's not even as hard as the pipe. Now that Li Xuanxi has returned to the treehouse, he has no plans to go out. He hung the equipment on the armor rack one by one, and the moment it left the body, it returned to its square shape in the MC game. Looking at the cute little boy who had regained his softness and cuteness, Ning Qingxue felt inexplicably relieved. She felt that the little Lolita didn't look so cute anymore when she put on that outfit. Although she is ugly and cute, she still prefers the sweet and soft little Loli who was not wearing any equipment. Li Xuanxi, who had taken off his equipment, was not idle either. Start picking and choosing among the 3 treasure chests, preparing to leave this damn place. Li Xuanxi said that he didn't want to stay in this damn place for even a second. In Ning Qingxue's words, the monsters here are of extremely low grade, the spiritual energy is thin, there are no rare spiritual plants and fruits, even casual cultivators despise it. Perhaps the most impressive thing is the unique geographical location. Ning Qingxue looked at the cheerful and nimble little girl and leaned over to see what she was busy with. Then she saw all kinds of props she didn't recognize. Okay, I don't understand. Even though he had seen Li Xuanxi storing and retrieving things quite a lot these days, he was still shocked by the capacity of this box-like storage magic weapon. After that, Ning Qingxue just watched the little Loli pick and choose like a hard-working little bee. Although I wanted to help her chat, I was completely unable to get a word in. As a homegirl in the world of immortal cultivation, her social skills are only inferior to Li Xuanxi's. Therefore, unless Li Xuanxi took the initiative to ask, she basically would not speak. Even though she really wanted to chat with the little Loli. As night falls, Ning Qingxue was lying on the beige bed, unable to sleep. She subconsciously held the tail in her arms. She had forgotten the last time she slept with her tail in her arms like this. In fact, she could put away her tail at any time now, but for some unknown reason she did not do so. By the way, it seems, Xuanxi didn't even say she wanted to touch her tail today. She was a little worried. Could it be that the little guy no longer liked his tail? She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she sighed and said nothing. Xuanxi, who was too excited to sleep because of the news of leaving tomorrow, heard fox-eared mother sigh and asked curiously, Sister Qingxue, is there something bothering you? Qingxue sat up from the bed, her tone unclear, did you forget something today? The big white tail behind her was sweeping the box at the end of the bed, as if she was worried that it was not conspicuous enough. Xuanxi looked at the tail that swept over his head from time to time, hugged it in his arms and rubbed his face against it. It's still the familiar feeling, the familiar taste, and the fragrance. What did I forget today? After satisfying my desire to play, I finally realized it and tried to think hard. It seems, it really exists? In his little notebook of vengeance, there were 3 bastards who had killed him, but he almost forgot about them. Damn it, I'm not a gentleman if I don't take revenge. He buried his face back into the big furry tail and took a deep breath. Qingxue blushed and gently twitched her tail, but because she used too little force, Xuanxi didn't notice it at all. Xuanxi, who loves furry animals, slurp. The next morning, Xuanxi then took Qingxue on a journey of revenge. Unfortunately, after going around in circles, I found that these 3 guys had already escaped. Apparently he had been gone for a while. It should be because of the previous thunder tribulation. This time, Xuanxi felt a little bit confused and didn't know what to do. It is nothing but a pipe dream to want to find only 3 monsters in the entire Yunjin Basin. It took less than an hour in total to get back to the treehouse, including the time spent searching. Let's see if there's anything else we need to take. Let's get on the road as soon as possible. Qingxue, who had put away his tail, spoke with a lot more confidence. Moo. As if noticing Qingxue's gaze, the abandoned mushroom raised its head and tilted it to look for a moment, then called out in confusion. Qingxue was in a headache. As a child of a poor small sect, she didn't have any treasures to house a spiritual pet. Do I have to carry the mushroom back to the sect by myself? Qingxue's scalp tingled just thinking about that scene. The scene was too shocking. But if there is really no other way, then this is the only thing we can do. While Qingxue was racking her brains to think, Xuanxi's cute voice came into her ears. No more. Xuanxi simply ignored the mushroom. Qingxue. This is a spiritual beast that can produce large amounts of soul-healing milk. Just say no and you don't want it? High in the sky. 2 men and a cow galloped across the sky. Finally, under Qingxue's strong persuasion, Xuanxi brought mushroom with him. I didn't bring much from the treehouse this time. There are only 128 assimilated cotton logs, 24 assimilated mycelium soil, 64 assimilated cobblestone, 128 cobblestone, 7 wheat, 1 rope, 64 wheat seeds, 36 leather, 1 enchanted fishing rod, 20 enchanted books, 8 iron ingots, 1 wind attribute demon pill, 2 spider fangs, 2 spider venom glands, and 1 bed. It's not that Xuanxi doesn't want to bring more, but her backpack doesn't allow it. In order to make room for enchanted books, even iron buckets are broken down into iron ingots. I thought about using Qingxue's space bag to put some in. But unfortunately, her space bag was too small, less than 1/3 of a cubic meter. At most, it can hold spirit stones and elixirs. The extra space can't even fit an enchantment book. Xuanxi said that he smelled a sense of hardship from the other party. Qingxue's response to this was, why does one need to rely on other things to cultivate immortality? If the fox-eared girl hadn't turned her face away in such a miserable manner, Xuanxi would have believed it. Now that Xuanxi has left, the treehouse remains basically the same except for the lack of a bed. After all, this is my first home after traveling through time, and it is near the initial resurrection point. Maybe I can use it in the future. He cancelled the infinite water outside the treehouse and replaced it with ordinary mycelium soil. Now that I'm gone, I don't know how long it will take for me to come back, or maybe I will never come back. God knows how many monsters will appear over the years. On the flying sword, Xuanxi, who had nothing to do, turned his attention back to his sister Qingxue's butt. To be precise, it is placed where the tail originally grew. Now there is nothing there, which is quite magical. I subconsciously reached out and touched it. It felt smooth and soft, as if it was no different from a normal person's. Ah! When Ning Qingxue was touched by Li Xuanxi's little hand, the hair on the back of her neck stood up, her breathing became unstable, and she almost fell from the sky. Don't touch me. Ning Qingxue's tone was flustered and without any intimidation, which even made Li Xuanxi want to explore deeper. This damn reverse psychology. However, he still gave up in embarrassment. The action just now was indeed inappropriate. But who wouldn't be curious when seeing a fox-eared girl with a tail turning into an ordinary person in the blink of an eye? This cannot be explained by biology at all. Half a day has passed since they set out from the treehouse. Half an hour ago, the two of them had already flown over the jagged cliffs at the edge of the Yunjin Basin and truly entered the sky above the monster forest. Looking down, the Yunjin Basin looks like it was created by a huge meteorite, presenting a downward concave hemisphere with no end in sight. Completely covered with dense vegetation. Li Xuanxi withdrew his gaze and looked at the tail of the sword. There was a knot made of a rope as thick as a thumb. At the other end of the rope, the mushroom was hanging far away 10 meters away from the flying sword, floating in the wind. Unlike in the game where the rope will automatically fall off after being detached from it for 10 meters, the rope in reality is unlikely to fall off on its own as long as you don't remove it. Although Mushroom's hair was blown back by the strong wind, his mood remained stable. Even when it saw Li Xuanxi taking out wheat in front of it, its 4 short legs flapped their wings vigorously for a while, but the distance between them did not get any closer. This is one of the few pleasures that Li Xuanxi has in flying the sword. Ning Qingxue felt that one of the hands that was originally around her waist was suddenly gone, and she instinctively looked back. Then he narrowed his eyes. The pure gold helmet on Li Xuanxi's head was too dazzling in the sunlight. Just staring at it for a while made his eyes sore. Xiao Xuanxi, it's better to take off the armor, so we can go faster. Li Xuanxi, who was teasing the mushroom, was stunned. Why? It's too heavy. Ning Qingxue said concisely. This is not just an excuse she made up, this thing is really heavy. A rough estimate is that they weigh about 60,000 kilograms. If I had not been promoted to the Dharmakaya, I might not have been able to carry all these things and fly for half a day without rest. Li Xuanxi was embarrassed. Ning Qingxue didn't mention it, so he had forgotten about it. But it's simple. There was already space for a leash on his backpack, but now that the leash was tied to the end of the sword, there was an empty space. After Li Xuanxi's operations, he successfully added 4 iron ingots, 13 gold ingots and 7 leather to his backpack. The backpack is really full now. Ning Qingxue was a little confused about Li Xuanxi's abilities, but she found it very interesting. These days, she never asked any questions, but she also observed a lot. She still didn't see the little lowly's limit. It seemed that no matter how heavy the object was, it was as light as a feather in the little girl's hands. Moreover, she was surprised to find that the little lowly's ability to store and decompose items obviously did not come from magic weapons or skills. Instead, it's more like an innate magical power. Although the innate magical power is not as rare as the immortal and holy spiritual roots, it is also 1 in a million in the world of immortal cultivation. Seeing Li Xuanxi back in her hoodie and short skirt, Ning Qingxue raised the corners of her mouth and said softly, "Hold me." Compared to a hard-armored man, it is more comfortable to be hugged by a sweet, soft, and cute lowly. The other side. Outside the monster forest. High in the sky. The sloppy old man driving the coffin left the monster forest. Not long after he left, he bumped head-on into a young man in fancy clothes with dark blue eyes, sunken cheeks, and a look of dying. "Old man, why did you call me over so hastily?" the young man said in a shrill voice, full of complaints. "I just bought a few young ladies from secular families, and I haven't had time to enjoy them yet." The sloppy old man frowned, angry at his son's lack of fighting spirit. As the most promising grandson among the younger generation of the Ming family, he was extremely talented, but he spent most of his energy on women's bellies. "I called you this time because of the matter of the half-demon." The young man with kidney deficiency was obviously stunned, Which half-demon? Which half-demon are you talking about? It's the one who was sacrificed. The sloppy old man was very disappointed. The one about the flag sacrifice? The young man with kidney deficiency pondered for a long time and finally found a trace in the corner of his memory. It seemed like the old man had mentioned this to me decades ago. At that time, after seeing the portrait of the fox girl, he couldn't sleep for a long time, and his heart was filled with longing. However, after learning that I couldn't touch it, I lost interest. But if I remember correctly, he shouldn't be able to beat the other party, right? So far, I have heard my grandfather complain more than once about the fox girl's amazing talent in cultivation and the huge consumption of cultivation resources. Whenever the fox girl went out for training, the elders of the Ingua sect would take turns arranging adventures along the way, cleaning up the dirty things nearby that affected her state of mind, and keeping her spirit pure. In order to find a suitable heaven-level technique for the half-demon, he even sacrificed half of the Ingua sect's wealth. Decades ago, I heard that he had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, and now he is probably only one step away from the Dharmakaya stage. Over the past few decades, he has been compared to a half-demon by the old man many times. The result is that he is always belittled as worthless. This half-demon is definitely someone else's child. He still has self-awareness. I have reached the peak of concentration by relying on elixirs, and I am going to use my head to bring back the fox girl? The sloppy old man dug in his pocket and casually tossed the soul-fixing orb to the kidney-deficient youth. He said, "She's been severely injured by me now. Only 1/10 of her strength remains. It will take at least 10 to 20 years for her to recover. You can go with peace of mind." Although the young man with kidney deficiency felt that these words sounded a bit strange, his eyes still lit up. Doesn't that mean? He had a bold idea in his mind. If I could experience it once. But the sloppy old man quickly poured cold water on the kidney-deficient young man. "You'd better put aside those dirty thoughts of yours. The sect has poured 100 years of hard work into that half-demon. If anything goes wrong here, not only will I not be able to protect you, but our family will also be dragged down by you." The sloppy old man had a serious expression, which made the kidney-deficient young man shrink his neck, but he still said stubbornly, "It's just a half-demon. I'm not so hungry that I will eat anything." That's the best. To be on the safe side, don't forget to go to the stronghold near Kangwu City and gather some manpower. The sloppy old man nodded, and then continued to move towards the Ingwe men. The young man with kidney deficiency didn't care until the old man's back disappeared into the horizon, then he curled his lips indifferently. Mobilize manpower? He needs to mobilize manpower? What a joke. He knew a little about the Sanyuan sect, but it was just a ragtag sect that hadn't even been promoted to a 9th grade sect in the past few hundred years. He looks so poor, has no elixirs and no skills, so his fighting power cannot be that high, right? Even within the recruiting circle, this sect, if not a household name, is notorious. And for him, who has been given all the family resources and has been cultivated with great care, wouldn't it be easy for him to overthrow the entire Sanyuan sect by himself? At worst, the Ingwe gate behind him is not just for show. So what if he kidnaps someone himself? How dare this shabby sect defend his Ingwe sect? The young man with kidney deficiency had a strange gray light in his eyes. Moreover, the deacon in charge of the news of Sanyuan sect said that the third elder of Sanyuan sect was also a beauty, but he was unable to influence the half-demon's mood and could only watch. That's perfect. Just bring them back with you when you go back. Ning Xingxue took Li Xuanxi for a walk, stopping and starting, and the flight lasted for 5 days. Without the heavy armor on Li Xuanxi, his speed was obviously much higher. At this time, the two finally left the territory of the monster forest and headed towards the sect at full speed. Li Xuanxi looked at the vast land beneath him with excitement in his clear eyes. Because they were thousands of meters high and there were no clouds in the sky, they could see the roads and towns below. This is the area under the jurisdiction of Kangwu City. Seeing Li Xuanxi's interest in the environment below, Ning Xingxue slowed down her flying sword and explained, "These small strongholds scattered around are not villages or towns, but places where independent cultivators gather and exchange resources." Self-guided cultivator? Li Xuanxi heard a very familiar term from the novels of his previous life. Yes, Ning Qingxue nodded, then explained, all cultivators who are not from a family, sect, or imperial court are considered independent cultivators. But in reality, there aren't many independent cultivators in the entire eastern region. According to statistics from the Immortal Alliance 10 years ago, there are only about 130,000. Li Xuanxi was a little surprised. This world was still different from the immortal cultivation world he had imagined. It felt like there were ridiculously few independent cultivators. Ning Qingxue's story was not over yet, so she took the opportunity to give the little girl some scientific knowledge. Due to the lack of spiritual energy and limited resources in our Dongling ancient domain, there are actually not many cultivators. In ordinary countries, warriors are the mainstream. When they reach the highest level of cultivation, they can be on par with foundation establishment cultivators. In the secular world, apart from towns near the Immortal Gate, ordinary people know very little about cultivators. Even many small countries in the eastern region have never seen a cultivator and do not believe that immortal cultivators exist. And cultivators don't like to be involved in worldly karma, so they usually won't take the initiative to expose themselves. Li Xuanxi felt the flavor of the fairy tale, and it was suddenly full. Loki, powerful, detached and full of mystery. Eastern region? Then he discovered another bright spot. Are there more regions? Ning Qingxue nodded, of course. The eastern region is also known as the Eastern Spirit Ancient Region. Although the spiritual energy is thin, it is protected by the good fortune of the human race and gathers more than 80% of the human race in the entire Tianxian continent. For the human race, the eastern region is the safest region. Even the demons and devil cultivators only dare to operate within the borders of the secular dynasty and dare not go too deep. To the southwest of the east region is the Xuanwu region, and to the northeast is the Xianbin region. Both regions are also dominated by humans, but they lack the protection of human luck. Their advantage lies in the rich spiritual energy, and they are also the location of most of the top sections. In these two regions, monks are everywhere. Furthermore, there are the Sushan region and the Lingxiu region where the demon race gathers, collectively known as the demon region. And there is also the Xuanxuan ancient region south of the eastern region. I don't know much about these places. I only know that the entire Xuanxuan ancient territory is an ancient battlefield. The spiritual energy there is even thinner than in the eastern territory, and it is extremely dangerous. In addition to this, each domain is separated by a sea of thin spiritual energy. It is impossible to cross it without the Dharma. The more Li Xuanxi listened, the brighter his eyes became. After all, who doesn't like a big map when playing games? Even if you travel through time, the big world is the only interesting one. Sister Qingxue, how many people are there in our entire eastern region? Hearing the little loli's question, Ning Qingxue thought for a moment. I don't know the exact number, but the Qianyuan dynasty where my sect is located has a population of 3.3 billion. 300 million? Li Xuanxi was stunned for a moment. After a quick calculation, he gasped, that's 300 million, right? Ning Qingxue smiled faintly, turned her head and looked at the little Lolita with a stunned expression, and felt a sense of accomplishment in her heart. She continued. Besides the Qianyuan dynasty we are in, there are also the Yenyang dynasty and the Tianlan dynasty in the eastern region. The Xianbin territory also has the Lingyun immortal dynasty, which is ruled by the Lingyun empress. These three dynasties are no smaller than the Qianyuan dynasty. In addition to the four top dynasties, there are 371 small countries, large and small, distributed in the East region, Xuanwu region, and Xianbin region. Their combined population is no less than that of the four dynasties. Ning Qingxue's voice was clear and cool, like a spring breeze that melted the snow, and Li Xuanxi gradually became fascinated by it. As the two of them completely crossed the edge of the monster forest and entered the area under the actual control of the human race, the originally scattered gathering points of cultivators disappeared and it once again became an endless wilderness. I heard from my sister Qingxue that this place is still a day's journey to the sect. Along the way, Ning Qingxue did not forget to explain the sect's general situation to Li Xuanxi. After some understanding, he can only say that it was a little different from the immortal gate he had imagined. There are a total of 11 people in the entire sect. Among them, there is 1 leader, 7 elders, and 3 disciples. Including myself, there are only 12 of us. The strongest person now is naturally Xuanxi, who has reached the initial stage of Dharmakaya cultivation. Next is the great elder Han Chang, the current eldest senior brother, who is in the early nascent soul stage. The third in strength is the current head of Sanyuan sect, the former eldest brother, Qin Zhengxing, who has reached the peak of concentration. The other 6 elders were also at the middle to high levels of concentration. As for why there is a distinction between the predecessor and the current eldest brother, the main reason is that there are few people in the sect, which just matches the ranking of the elders in the sect, so it is more familiar to call them that. What Xuanxi announced to several senior brothers and sisters this time was the breakthrough from Jindan to Ningxian, not the breakthrough from Yuanying to Dharmakaya. Li Xuanxi had a strange look in his eyes. Over the past few days, he had gained a general understanding of the hierarchy system of this world. In the novels of the previous life, it was enough for the protagonist to hide 1 or 2 small levels, but my sister Qingxue directly hid 1 or 2 major levels? This is a genuine fairy tale, not the world in fantasy novels where the fighting spirit turns into a horse, and the opponent can be defeated by fighting against a higher level. In the world of cultivating immortals, each major level corresponds to the sublimation of life forms. It is no exaggeration to say that the combat power has changed dramatically. Eliminating interference from magic weapons, formations, talismans, and the like, the higher-ranking players will undoubtedly crush the lower-ranking players. Xuanxi saw through Li Xuanxi's thoughts and explained, "This is what Master has repeatedly told me. The world of immortal cultivation is dangerous. You must know the truth that even if you are innocent, you will be guilty if you possess a treasure. This is not only about protecting yourself, but also protecting other people in the sect. This is what I want to tell Xuanxi." Xuanxi's expression suddenly became serious. A small sect without any background must be extremely cautious in the world of immortal cultivation. No matter how much cultivation you hide, it is never too much. Perhaps you just offend 1 person outside, or obtain a magical herb, a technique, or a magical weapon in a secret realm, and it may bring catastrophic disaster to you and your sect. Especially in the eastern region, which is vast but has a thin spiritual energy. It lacks magical instruments to track down criminals and lock souls. For most cultivators, dying outside is a waste. In order to compete for resources, there are many cases of ruthless killings. For a strong person, destroying a small sect with a dozen or so people is just a matter of raising their hands. It won't leave any trace at all. Li Xuanxi was a little dazed. It seemed that this world was even more cruel than he had imagined. At the same time, I also feel fortunate. It was not until Xuanxi finished telling him this that Li Xuanxi's mentality officially changed, and he felt a little scared. Perhaps, he could use his MC characteristics to revive infinitely and accumulate strength for revenge, but what about his future family and friends? People living in this world are dead once they die, and there is no second life. Xuanxi saw the little girl in a daze. Although her expression did not show it, she was a little flustered in her heart, worried that her tone was too harsh and might have scared the little one. His expression softened immediately, and he added, "Those weren't my original words. I just imitated Master's tone and recounted them. I heard from Master that every disciple who enters the Sanyuan sect will be told these words. The world of immortal cultivation isn't as scary as you imagine. With my current level of cultivation, it's easy for me to protect you. Sheer just needs to keep a low profile in the outside world." Xuanxi's words were absolutely true. In fact, not to mention her, even the strength of their Sanyuan sect can exceed 70% of the forces in the entire eastern region. Not to mention Xuanxi, a powerful Dharmakaya master who is numbered no more than 100 in the entire eastern region. With her joining, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that our power exceeds 99%. Li Xuanxi came back to his senses, looked up at Xuanxi seriously, and thanked her solemnly. "Thank you, Sister Xuanxi. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have gotten into big trouble in the future." Night falls. High in the sky. Xuanxi finally saw the first large city since he traveled through time through the gradually rising mist around him. In the field of vision, the city below has been illuminated with patches of lights, brightly lit. However, it is not the colorful neon light of the blue star, but a single yellow warm light, with a small amount of white light as embellishment. Unfortunately, it was too far away to see the details. This is Kangwu City, the closest city to Sanyuan Gate. Ning Qingxue looked at the scenery ahead and explained without waiting for Li Xuanqi to ask. Li Xuanqi marveled at the terrifying scale of this city. Now I am at an altitude of 3,000 or 4,000 meters, and when I look down, I still can't see the end. Ning Qingxue lowered her head and secretly glanced at the cute little loli, then pinched Li Xuanqi's little face with her jade hand without leaving any trace, with an expression of enjoyment on her face. Xiaoxi, there's no need to be so surprised. Kangwu City is one of the only 2 cities in the Qianyuan Empire that can contact cultivators, and it is also the 3rd largest city in the Qianyuan dynasty. There are countless sects of all sizes scattered around Kangwu City, and our Sanyuan sect is just one of them. Kangwu City doesn't prohibit cultivators from flying swords, which is quite convenient. If there's a chance in the future, I can take you down for a tour. Li Xuanqi was curious. Could it be that there are still cities that don't allow cultivators to fly with swords? Ning Qingxue nodded, that's true. Ordinary human cities are protected by the human race's luck. Suppression by the human race's luck will cause the cultivator's spiritual power to become disordered and their flying swords to lose control. A cultivator is not an immortal. If he falls from a height of 10,000 meters, he may die. Ning Qingxue was flying on his sword as he spoke. The strong wind passed through Ning Qingxue's magical barrier, and when it blew on the 2 of them, it turned into a breeze that could only blow the hems of their clothes. The wind speed can even be adjusted, which is very user-friendly. Until the 2 of them crossed the sky above Kangwu City, they did not encounter any sword-wielding monks. To be precise, from the time I flew from the treehouse until now, I haven't seen any other cultivators flying swords. Ning Qingxue was accustomed to Li Xuanqi's questions. The spiritual energy in the eastern region is thin, and the consumption cannot keep up with the recovery. The cultivators are poor and cannot afford better flying swords. Although cultivators can learn sword-wielding skills after establishing their foundation, they must wait until they reach the state of concentration if they want to fly long distances. But now, throughout the eastern region, most cultivators focus on qi refining, foundation building, and core formation. Those at the spirit condensation and nascent soul stages are already the eastern region's top combat power, and their numbers are scarce. Sword-wielding monks are naturally rare. 100 miles ahead is the Sanyuan Gate. Ning Qingxue had a calm expression, with a barely perceptible smile on her face, and her sword-flying speed also increased a little. Li Xuanqi looked at the mountain range below, which gradually became steeper as it broke through the sea of clouds. I can only say that it has that flavor. It's worthy of being the world of cultivating immortals. Seeing Li Xuanqi looking around with starry eyes, Ning Qingxue understood. When she was a child, she had the same expression when she followed her master and senior sisters to fly swords. Continue flying for dozens of miles. Ning Qingxue frowned slightly and stopped flying his sword in mid-air. Not far ahead, a figure was riding on the gray fog and rushing towards them. His strength was only at the peak of the concentration realm. Looks like someone coming with bad intentions? Are you from the Ingue Gate? Ning Qingxue's tone was cold, and there was a hint of coldness on her body. The aura of the person who came was somewhat similar to the Huisha who attacked her when she was undergoing the tribulation. The young man opposite had delicate features, but his complexion was pale, his cheeks were sunken, and his lips were pale. It was obvious that he would not last long. Young man with short duration, Ming Hung did not answer, his eyes scanning Ning Qingxue's body up and down. It seemed like every part of the woman in front of him was just right, with skin as white as cream but a face as cold as ice, which made him want to conquer her so much that his mouth was dry. This is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen, no doubt about it. For a man as eager for sex as him, having this kind of beauty just once would be worth it, even if it meant death. He admitted that he had greatly underestimated the stunning beauty of this half-demon, and the portrait he had seen that year did not capture her spirit at all. Moreover, it was just as the old man said, he had a powerful magic weapon to hide himself, and his aura did not leak at all. Of course, whether there is air leakage or not is not important. Anyway, the old man said that Ning Qingshue's spiritual veins are severely damaged now, and it would be difficult for her to face a Jindan cultivator. As for meeting Ning Qingxue who returned today, it was purely accidental. He originally thought that this half-demon would not return so soon, so he could live in the other party's sect first and let the Sanyuan sect find women for him to enjoy. As a result, this half-demon didn't even give him the chance to join the sect. Seeing that the scenery around him stopped retreating, Xuanxi, who was hugging Ning Qingshue's slender waist, curiously leaned forward and met the greedy eyes of the young man with kidney deficiency. They were both stunned at the same time. Cute. I want to. Fuck. This bastard wants to have sex with me? Ning Qingshue's eyes were so cold that they could freeze ice chips. In her eyes, this person from the Yin Gate was already a dead person. However, before taking action, Xuanxi needs to be settled down to avoid being affected. Ning Qingxue flew down on her sword, and Ming Hong followed closely behind. There was a flash of fanaticism in his eyes. It seemed that the half-demon's injuries were much more serious than he had imagined, otherwise he would not have turned around and fled without even a fight. The old man specifically reminded me that although the opponent's strength was only 1/10 of what it was, she had a magic weapon that could conceal her soul. I must not let the half-demon out of my sight. If I wasn't careful, she might run away again. Xiaoxi, you and Mushroom wait here for a while. I'll be back soon. After Ning Qingxue landed, she lifted Li Xuanqi's collar and put him on the ground. Li Xuanqi nodded repeatedly, untied the mushroom's leash, and asked worriedly, "Do you need my help?" Ning Qingxue laughed and rubbed the little guy's head. "I appreciate Sierra's kindness, but it's just dealing with a cultivator at the peak of the concentration realm." After she finished speaking, Ning Qingshue's figure turned into white light, rose from the ground, and headed towards the young man with kidney deficiency. With a swing of her sword in the air, she deflected several gray mist claw attacks from the opponent, and her speed in the air doubled again. In the blink of an eye, they were already within 100 meters of the young man with kidney deficiency. Another sword strike. Ming Heng's pupils shrank sharply and he was horrified. How could this half-demon even have the slightest hint of weakness? Ning Qingxue used all her strength in this attack, without holding back a single ounce of energy. There is little Xuanxi behind her who needs protection. If this guy from the Yin Gate lives one more second, Xiaoxi's chance of being threatened will increase. Ming Hong was already in a panic at this time, his aura had been completely locked, and he had no way to escape. I am the eldest grandson of the 7th elder of the Yin sect. How dare you, a half-demon, kill me? Aren't you afraid that my Ming family will wipe out your entire clan? Ming Hong shouted fiercely, his eyes bulging bloodshot. But his voice was shrill and neither male nor female. Fortunately, with the help of spiritual power, it was still loud. Li Xuanxi, who was looking up at the fight on the ground, felt goosebumps on his fair arms when he heard the sound. No wonder this guy didn't say a word when we met, turns out he's a sissy? Ning Qingxue was also obviously stunned when she heard the young man with kidney deficiency speak. This was the first time she heard such a strange sound. Seeing Ning Qingxue pause, Ming Heng's expression instantly became arrogant. Just as he was about to open his mouth to continue threatening, a frosty sword energy cut him in half. Although from the outside, it seemed as if the previous attack had never happened. But at this point, Ming Hong had already lost control of his lower limbs, and the two halves of his body were frozen together by a layer of solid ice formed when the sword energy passed through it. Ming Heng's eyes widened. It was a little hard to believe, as he had often acted arrogantly in that small sect in the past. Just relying on his title as the eldest grandson of the 7th elder of the Yin sect, he is almost invincible. He liked the attitude of these small sects that hated him but could do nothing about him and obediently offered up their female disciples and relatives to him. He knew that he was doomed this time because of the wrong information given by that old man. At the same time, a strong sense of relief emerged spontaneously. Fortunately, this sword energy was not slashing vertically, otherwise he would have died on the spot. Seeing that several more sword energies were coming, Ming Hung frantically used the gray evil technique. A gray mist gushed out from all the holes in his body. His body twitched as if it would fall apart at any time, and it shriveled up visibly. The half of the body that was originally glued together by the frost was separated directly from the lower abdomen due to violent convulsions and fell into the forest below. 7 or 8 sword energies followed closely behind, chopping the corpse, which had lost all its vitality and appeared and disappeared in the gray fog, into several pieces, but the gray evil was already fully formed. Ning Qingxue frowned. She hadn't expected that this gray evil technique could allow one to survive even when the physical body was dead. Ming Hung breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, but he also gritted his teeth. Although he had no teeth now. Now that his body has been destroyed, even if he returns to the sect, he cannot recover and enjoy the pleasure of love. It is very likely that he will have to live in a dark and evil place with this gray evil body in the future. After entering the sage state, he wished he could tear Ning Qingxue into pieces. Countless sword energies formed by gray mist surged out from the gray evil, even blocking the vision. After easily blocking several attacks in a row, Ning Qingxue realized something was wrong. This gray evil's attack shouldn't be so weak. She was suddenly startled. Oh no! His target is Xuanxi. When he turned around, the gray evil spirit was less than a kilometer away from Xuanxi. She was anxious, and the gray evil spirit was taking advantage of the situation, always keeping his body overlapping with Xuanxi below, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She had to use all her spiritual power to catch up. As a spiritual sword practitioner, apart from flying with the sword, her other air-controlling methods are basically unacceptable. Ming Hung knew that the method he used to confuse Ning Qingxue had worked. He became more and more excited, and once again sent a gray mist sword energy in the direction of the little lowly. The sword energy quickly changed shape, and in just a moment, it had become the appearance of a gray evil. The distance is shortened again. He has no way to deal with that half-demon, but that doesn't mean he has no way to deal with this little lowly. Now that his body is destroyed, everything has become dull except hatred in his heart, and he no longer has any worldly desires. Now, he only wants to kidnap the child that the half-demon cares about and bring him back to the Yin Gui Gate, pull out his tendons and cut his bones, and take away his soul and refine his spirit. It's too late. Ning Qingxue watched the gray evil getting closer and closer to Xuanxi below. She didn't have time to think too much. The spiritual power in the body rushed out of the body crazily. The spiritual veins had only recovered a few days ago, but because of the sudden infusion of a large amount of spiritual power, there were faint cracks again, and the lips were bitten with blood marks. Ever since her master passed away, her life, which had gradually returned to spirituality, was once again shrouded in a haze. She forgot why she was practicing and just followed the steps to practice the techniques and improve her cultivation. The stronger he becomes, the more confused he becomes, and the less he likes to show up in public. I have also tried to travel, but for some reason, everything went smoothly every time and I got what I needed. Over time, at some unknown time, they had relaxed their vigilance against the outside world of immortal cultivation. The reason why she chose to self-destruct without hesitation when she was seriously injured was not for a kind of relief? Until the little figure with white hair appeared in her blurry vision. Xuanxi was like a ray of warm sunshine, breaking through the heavy fog and pulling her back from the brink of sinking to a colorful and warm world at an incredible speed. Let her practice have a new goal. Xuanxi is now her Achilles heel and also her soft spot. Feeling Ning Qingxue approaching quickly from behind, Huisha became ruthless and instantly drew out 30% of the gray fog to form a trap, trying to delay Ning Qingxue. Although I know I can't delay it for too long, every last breath is victory. What we need to do now is to kidnap the white-haired little ghost on the ground as a hostage before the half-demon arrives. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Huisha looked at the white-haired lowly that was about to be obtained, and the mist on his body was almost boiling with excitement. As long as he catches this little thing, at least he can escape safely. It would be great if I could threaten this half-demon and make her return to the Yin Gui Gate with me. He. As the person at the center of the incident, Li Xuanxi was extremely nervous at this moment. Fortunately, after he landed, he habitually took out his shield and iron sword just in case. I didn't expect that it could be used. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to make the armor. Here I come. Li Xuanxi raised his sword high and gathered strength. Huisha was almost laughing out loud at the cute behavior of the white-haired loli. I feel like it's time to give this little thing a little enchantment shock. The gray evil figure did not dodge or evade, and even accelerated actively, trying to catch the iron sword attack that was about to miss. He wanted to see the terrified and helpless look in the cute loli's eyes when the sword blade pierced through the gray fog body unhindered. Huisha opened his arms as if he wanted to give Li Xuanxi a big hug. Puff! Boom! The iron sword in Li Xuanxi's hand seemed to be utterly chaotic and weak, but in reality, it was incredibly powerful. The sword landed firmly on Huisha's face. Perhaps because he swung the sword with too much force, Li Xuanxi staggered several steps before he could stand firmly. At this moment, Huisha's head made of gray fog was slammed into the chest cavity. The figure that was rushing forward at high speed was forced to stop and fell directly into the grass. Damn it, that gay guy with kidney deficiency is going to eat Grandpa Li's sword. Li Xuanxi saw that the other party seemed to be stunned by his attack, so how could he miss such a good opportunity? The iron sword in his hand swung back and forth, raised above his head, and struck him on the head again. Huisha still hasn't come to his senses yet and is indeed stunned by the attack. He was actually hit by lightning? What's going on? The sword strike from the white-haired kid just now actually destroyed over 40% of his soul? Isn't the gray evil technique invincible in the eastern region? The source of all his arrogance is the life-saving ability granted by the gray evil law. Whether facing sword strikes or sharp sword energy, the gray evil method can perfectly dodge them. Only magic can cause a little damage to it, but it will not damage its essence. Now, has he wiped out this invincible myth? Once faced with real death, fear becomes like a haze that cannot be dispelled. Even after being cut in half by a half-demon, he had never felt this terrified. You will die. If you stay here, you will die. This is the only thought in his mind now. The iron sword came whistling through the wind, and Huisha instantly changed his form. A gray mist sword energy shot into the sky, trying to switch places with the sword energy. Escaped. Unfortunately, there was no time to be surprised. Although Li Xuanxi's sword missed most of the opponent's torso, it still hit a wisp of gray mist that had not yet escaped. What the hell? Bang! The gray mist that had already flown high into the sky seemed to have substance, and was smashed back onto the grass by a huge force. The gray demon originally had less than 60% of its soul left, but it was reduced by another 40%. Only less than 20% remained, reaching the critical point of premature collapse. At this moment, the soul in Huisha's body was furious, and the iron sword raised again in the hand of the white-haired little ghost was like a judge's brush, which could erase his name at any time. He still has a lot of life to enjoy, and he also has to inherit the position of the head of the Ming family. He is a genius who has benefited from the Ming family's resources. Move! Move now! Huisha screamed silently. Now he just wanted to turn around and get away from this scary little ghost. But perhaps because the damage to his soul was too severe, his control over the gray evil became extremely slow. You can't kill me. I'm from the enchantments. It even forgot that Huisha couldn't speak. Bump! Puff! In just a moment, a large number of experience balls exploded along with the gray mist, and then rushed towards Li Xuanxi. Oh my god! Li Xuanxi didn't expect that this thing was just a fancy wax spearhead, good-looking but useless. Then he was shocked by the amount of experience that exploded from the body of this gray evil. It could form a yellow-green whirlwind of experience balls around him. I can only say that this wave of profits is huge. Hey! Li Xuanxi was just about to look up to find the location of his sister Qingxue when he felt his eyes go dark and a heavy, soft mass pressed down on the top of his head. It made his body a little stiff. A familiar fragrance filled his nose, and Li Xuanxi was confused. What was going on? Xuanxi. Fortunately, Xuanxi is okay. Ning Qingxue leaned forward slightly, her hands holding Li Xuanqi's head, trembling involuntarily, her face full of relief and fear at having regained what she had lost. A crystal teardrop slid down from her eyes and dripped onto the back of Li Xuanqi's neck. Li Xuanqi felt that his head was bearing a weight that he shouldn't have to bear at this age. Moreover, he was about to be strangled by his own sister Qingxue. After struggling in a panic, Ning Qingxue finally reacted and quickly let go. When Li Xuanqi looked up, he saw a beautiful fox-eared girl with red eyes and misty eyes, but with a smile that came from the heart. Li Xuanqi was stunned for a moment. Sister Qingxue, your ears are leaking. I remember my sister Qingxue said that the ears and tail should be kept secret. Seeing Ning Qingxue in a daze, Li Xuanqi stretched out her little hand and gently pinched her ear, which was within reach after she leaned over. Now the fox's tail is exposed. Ning Qingxue hurriedly rescued her ear from Li Xuanqi's little hand, and the blush spread from the tip of her ear all the way to her face. Feeling her pretty face getting slightly hot, she really didn't know what was happening to her body. She suspected that the thunder had caused some damage to her body. After a long pause, he finally retracted his ears and tail. It was probably because a large amount of spiritual power was suddenly mobilized just now, causing the spiritual power inside the sky-blue ancient jade that concealed its aura to become disordered, and the hiding effect was greatly reduced. It took her a long time to sort it out before she re-established a stable array circuit. The furry tail in Li Xuanqi's hand disappeared, and he felt a little lost. He felt that his sister Qingxue was too fast. He had only enjoyed it for more than 10 minutes before the jade pendant was repaired. Certainly. For Ning Qingxue, it was just the opposite, if it weren't for the little guy always playing tricks on her. It only takes 3 or 2 minutes to reorganize the ancient jade concealment formation. After killing Huisha this time, Li Xuanqi's level soared from level 12 to level 31. Then he got a headache again. Next to him was a newly crafted workbench, and scattered around it were a few extra sticks and planks from making shields and iron swords. So, how do you bring these things back? After thinking for a moment, he disassembled the workbench, iron sword, and shield, recycled the iron ingots, and threw the wooden boards and sticks back on the ground. He had tried it before. If the props that had been MC'd were not picked up within about 8 hours after landing, they would automatically disappear. If it is a normal drop that has not been MC'd, it will exist permanently. Xuanxi, let's go. Ning Qingxue was already feeling lucky to have recovered what she had lost, so she gently tightened the little hand she was holding. This time I almost made a big mistake because I underestimated the enemy. Fortunately, the weapon in Xuanxi's hand is powerful, and it can directly hit the gray evil spirit. She couldn't imagine what her state of mind would be like if she lost Xuanxi. Li Xuanxi looked around and felt as if some important step was missing. For example, the person has been killed, but the treasure has not been taken away? Even though this strange gray fog was a bit weak, it still provided a full 19 levels of monster experience. How bad can the drop be? He quickly glanced around, but unfortunately, the gray fog had almost dissipated. Li Xuanxi held his forehead. This time he was obsessed with stroking the fox-eared girl's tail, and suffered a great loss. Fortunately, the young man's body should still be there. He is the eldest grandson, so there should be a lot of good things. Li Xuanqi's eyes lit up. Sister Qingxue, aren't we going to check on that guy's body? Ning Qingxue was a little stunned for a moment, with a confused look on her face, as if asking, why do you do this? Li Xuanqi was shocked. No way. Could it be that this somewhat naive and cold fox-eared girl has never done such a thing? Killing people and looting is the primary means for all the protagonists in novels about cultivating immortals to get rich. A world of cultivating immortals without killing people and looting is soulless. Ning Qingxue was a little confused for a moment. She had never done this before, so she was a little unskilled. Mainly because there is no chance to do it. The cultivators in the eastern region are poorer than each other, and their pockets are cleaner than their faces. Over 99% of cultivators couldn't even afford a storage bag, the lowest of which cost 5 mid-grade spirit stones. All they could carry were a few bottles of healing pills used by ordinary warriors, most of which were used in worthless It's true that I feel a little disgusted. Sister Qingxue, think about it, he is coming to kill us. What's wrong with us fighting back and taking some of his things? Li Xuanxi's eyes were filled with anticipation. This was the first time in his life that he had killed someone for a treasure, and it was very memorable. Besides, Sister Qingxue, don't you want to know why they are chasing you? Maybe he has some clues. As for fear and guilt? Li Xuanxi said, not a little bit. The knife had already cut his neck, but he still wanted to have sex with him. He is not a mentally retarded saint. If he knew where that bastard's ancestral grave was, he would definitely rush over as soon as he got the chance, dig it up, break down his ancestors' bones into bone meal, and grow carrots to feed the pigs. Ning Qingxue listened to Li Xuanxi's explanation and it seemed to make sense. She was also curious as to why they were hunting her down and were determined to kill her. It seemed she had never had any contact with the Yin Gue clan before. The young man said that he was the direct grandson of the seventh elder of the Yin Gue sect and the eldest grandson of the Ming family, so he must have a very high status. You can at least discover something about the other person. Then let's go and take a look. Ning Qingxue released her spiritual sense and took Li Xuanxi to easily find the young man with kidney deficiency who died in an extremely tragic manner. Apart from the scattered body parts on the ground, the lower body of the young man with kidney deficiency, who had not yet dried up, was just sitting with his legs apart on a tree branch as thick as a bucket. The force of the fall must have been too great, even the branch was broken. In response to this, Li Xuanxi expressed some physical discomfort, saying that it hurt just looking at this thing. Well, of course, if he's still alive. As for the fear of corpses? After all, he had died almost 10 times. When the skeleton shot him in the forehead with an arrow, his brains were all flowing out, and he had to block them with the arrow again. Ning Qingxue realized it belatedly and reached out to cover Li Xuanxi's eyes. Li Xuanxi. It seems that his sister Qingxue has a long reaction time. He has seen everything that can and cannot be seen. What's the point of covering it up now? Breaking free from Ning Qingxue's hand, Li Xuanxi carefully looked at the mummified body parts scattered on the ground, trying to find something that could be used as trophies. By the way, try to assimilate this mummy. Unfortunately, it failed. He rubbed his little hands on the bark of the tree next to him in disgust, trying to wipe off the bad luck he had just gotten from touching the corpse. I don't know if it's because they can't assimilate human corpses or because they lack experience. Anyway, there is no feeling of experience being pulled in the body. Ning Qingxue just looked at the corpse for a moment, then used her long sword to pick out a palm-sized gray cloth bag with jewel tassels and luxurious fabric from under a piece of cloth. Storage bag? Li Xuanxi's attention was attracted. Just by looking at this pocket, it is obvious that it is much more advanced than my sister Qingxue's. Ning Qingxue nodded. With one hand he pinched a spell, and a stream of light flashed across the long sword. With a slight shake, the storage bag that was originally hanging on the tip of the sword instantly flew into the air, and then suddenly disintegrated, exploding into a pile of clothes, porcelain bottles and other messy items. Li Xuanxi was also shocked by the pile of things that was more than 1 meter high. There are only 3 words left in my mind: get rich. It's a pity that the storage bag was destroyed. I remember Sister Qingxue said that the cheapest storage bag also required 5 medium-grade spirit stones. That's 500 taels of gold. Looking at the little girl whose face was full of emotion, Ning Qingxue explained with a smile, when the owner dies, the spiritual energy left inside the storage bag will dissipate over time. The storage bag that recognizes the owner will disintegrate due to the imbalance of the formation circuit. There's no precedent for recycling yet. +1 for new knowledge, but I always feel that there is some conspiracy in it. Isn't this just the worry that the product quality is too good and will drive the manufacturer bankrupt? Li Xuanxi had reason to suspect that this was intentional by the person who invented the storage bag, although he had no evidence. He squatted down and looked at the treasure on the ground curiously. I picked up a white jade porcelain bottle from the nearby treasure pile and said I wasn't excited because it was fake. This is the elixir of the world of immortal cultivation. The golden finger is still powerful. The moment I got it, the name of the pill automatically appeared in my mind. Peach blossom cake. Peach blossom pastry? It sounds a bit like a snack from Blue Star. He turned the bottle over and took a look. There was a slip of paper with the name of the elixir written on it, and the font was very similar to the Blue Star language. Just as I was about to open it and smell it, I was held down by a smooth jade hand. Li Xuanxi looked at the blushing fox-eared girl in confusion. What's wrong with Sister Qingxue? Be good, this is not something a child should know. Give me the medicine. Oh, okay. Although Li Xuanxi wanted to clarify the fact that he was a mature man, this body was not convincing at all. After handing the medicine bottle to Ning Qingxue, he returned his gaze to the pile of treasures and picked up another blue porcelain bottle. This bottle was not big, only the size of a thumb. Big Buddha stick. Big Buddha stick? Wow! What kind of elixir is this? Why is it named so domineeringly? Throw it away quickly. Ning Qingxue's face turned even redder. As if swatting something dirty, she swatted the porcelain bottle in Li Xuanxi's hand more than 10 meters away and embedded it into the tree trunk. Forehead. Li Xuanxi didn't give up and picked up 2 bottles again. Qianxi-san, dripping guanyin? Pa. Spring heart pill, beautiful dream and spring pill? Pa. The 100 charming pills of the fiery woman, the ironclad golden spear pills? Pa. Ning Qingxue missed this time. Li Xuanxi shook her little hand and threw the 2 pills, whose names seemed unreliable, far away. My goodness, could it be that all the pills he picked up before were these kinds of inferior pills? Then he looked at the remaining pile of colorful medicine bottles, almost as tall as him. Li Xuanxi's fantasy about the world of immortal cultivation was almost shattered. Grass. No wonder that sissy looks like he has kidney deficiency. Based on this dosage, he definitely uses a lot. Even Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson would be reduced to a skinny dog. Ning Qingxue looked at the little loli who suddenly stood there in a daze, her eyes dull and her face looking as if her worldview was shocked, and covered her face. She quickly pulled the little guy behind her, as she was afraid that if the little girl continued to watch, she would really collapse. After Ning Qingxue's identification, she finally found only 15 bottles of useful unopened pills, including 3 bottles of 9th grade bone and muscle pills, 9 bottles of 9th grade qi gathering pills, 2 bottles of 8th grade qi invigorating pills, and 1 bottle of 7th grade resurrection pill. In addition to this, there are 353 low-grade spirit stones, 12 medium-grade spirit stones, some unknown spiritual herbs, 13 communication talismans, and 2 Shen-grade magic weapons, but they are all magical tools for evil cultivators. Let's go back to the sect. Ning Qingxue took Li Xuanxi's hand again, her face flushed, her steps a little flustered, and she was a little unsteady. After this round of cleaning up, not only the little one, but also her worldview was shocked. With her pretty face flushed, she swung her sword without looking back. Several frosty sword auras that were more than 10 meters long plowed across the ground at high speed, chopping into pieces the pile of women's underwear, various revealing clothes, and the corpse that was half-rotting on the tree. Hey Sister Qingxue, wait a minute, there seems to be something good. Li Xuanxi turned his head to watch the cool sword energy and clearly saw something similar to a night pearl flying out from the powder. It's quite bright. Nice one? Following Li Xuanxi's gaze, I saw a faint blue light on a tree not far away, which was particularly obvious in the shadow cast by the bright moonlight. When I got closer, I found that it was a translucent, smooth round bead, which had been deeply embedded in the tree trunk by the aftermath of the sword energy. Ning Qingxue took the bead back in her hand and studied it repeatedly, but she couldn't see anything. When I lowered my head, I met the little loli's eager gaze. Soul-fixing bead. As Li Xuanxi touched the glowing bead, its name appeared in his mind. But unfortunately, apart from the name, nothing else is known about it. I told Ning Qingxue, but she just shook her head and said she didn't know. When the two flew high into the sky again, more than 10 minutes had passed. During this time, the two returned to the woods where the workbench was placed and tied the mushroom tied to the tree back to the swordtail. The rest of the journey was uneventful. In less than half an hour, they arrived in front of Sanyuan Gate. Arrive! Ning Qingxue's tone revealed joy. Li Xuanxi followed the line of sight. It was pitch black, without a single light. After a long time, I finally saw a small building complex similar to an ancient village on the top of the mountain with the help of moonlight. There are only about 20 or 30 brick houses, big and small, open areas, and areas similar to farmland. Apart from the sea of clouds that is a must in novels at the foot of the sect's mountain, it does not look like what a sect of immortal cultivation should look like. Li Xuanxi. What a simple immortal cultivation sect. Could it be that when Sister Qingxue said it's here, she actually meant it's almost here? Li Xuanxi felt that he had discovered the truth because his sister Qingxue had already flown around the small village on her sword. Then, with a sharp turn, he landed in a quiet courtyard on the back of the mountain, which was also simple and built with its back to the mountain. Li Xuanxi. Because several brothers and sisters from Sanyuan sect were practicing and in seclusion within the sect. In addition, Ning Qingxue concealed her aura, so when the two of them arrived at the sect, they did not alarm anyone in the sect. Li Xuanxi didn't come to his senses until his feet landed on the grass. Is this where the immortal cultivators live? Isn't this just a farmyard? The area looks quite large, about 500 to 600 square meters, and is surrounded by a low wall. Inside the wall, there is a stone-paved path on the ground, and most of the rest of the area is covered with unknown weeds. In the corner of the yard, there is an ancient tree that is 2 or 3 meters thick and growing very well. The treetops were dense, like a giant umbrella covering half the yard. Beneath the trees were stone tables and benches, appearing tranquil under the bright moonlight. However, there are only 2 houses in the courtyard, one large and one small. To be precise, it should be a house and a cave, and it only occupies a very small part of the courtyard. Probably less than 50 square meters. Ning Qingxue held Li Xuanxi's hand, showing no intention of letting go, while introducing. The big one is the room we will live in from now on. The cave house opened in the mountain next to the house is a place for cultivation and retreat. It contains a spirit-gathering formation. Li Xuanxi's eyes lit up. A place for retreat and cultivation? He subconsciously glanced at the training room hidden in the darkness a few more times, but he couldn't see it clearly because it was in the shadows. Leaving the mushrooms to move freely in the yard, the two of them walked on the stone-paved path and pushed open the wooden door of their residence with a creaking sound. Just as Li Xuanxi expected, it was simple, neat, and fragrant. There were no partitions in sight, and the furnishings in the room were all visible: a soft couch, a wardrobe, a table and chairs, a dressing table with a mirror, and a semi-transparent screen. Behind the screen, vaguely visible, was a wooden barrel used for bathing. There was also a glowing jade pendant hanging beside the bed, which was activated by Ning Qingxue's casual wave of her hand when she just entered the room. Apart from these, there was nothing else in the room. Although the room is not big, it looks quite empty with very little furniture. Wow, it feels even shabby than my own treehouse. At least his treehouse has a second floor. Sister Qingxue has been living in such an environment for hundreds of years? Sheer, how about living with me from now on? Ning Qingxue pursed her lips. What she actually wanted to say was, sleep together. Li Xuanxi nodded subconsciously, then quickly shook his head when he realized what was happening. A grown man like him, living in the house of a girl, well, a girl over 300 years old, every night, what kind of thing was that? He looked at the open space outside and found it was quite large, enough for him to build a decent-sized house. Li Xuanxi said that there was still a bottom line, and by the way, he retracted the little hand that was held by Ning Qingxue. Ning Qingxue remained unmoved, staring at the little lowly with firm eyes, as if to say that if she didn't agree, she would not let go. Li Xuanxi. If Ning Qingxue hadn't had a calm expression on her face, he would have suspected that the girl next door was having a tantrum. Okay. Looking at the fox-eared girl whose eyes were gradually turning red, he felt that Sister Qingxue's cold and aloof image in his heart was further collapsing. He couldn't bear to refuse the fox-eared girl with this look. Only when she saw Li Xuanxi nod in agreement did Ning Qingxue reveal a faint smile. After entering the room, Li Xuanxi still had a lot of things to do. After resynthesizing the workbench, furnace, and treasure chest, place the bed in the corner. Use a bed to reset your respawn point. After avoiding accidental death, return to that damn place, Yunjin Basin. Ning Qingxue had been leading him in a straight line for the entire flight. If he were to leave the Yunjin Basin on his own, not only would he have known the way, but even the extremely dangerous monsters would have trapped him in the Yunjin Basin for life. After that, you need to classify the items on your body and store them in boxes. But I always feel like there is a mysterious gaze staring at my back. Li Xuanxi turned his head and saw Ning Qingxue sitting dignifiedly on the couch with her ears and tail extended. But he wasn't looking at him. Is it an illusion? It must be an illusion. Ignore it and continue classifying. Tomorrow I will also make 4 grids of infinite water in the yard to facilitate fishing. A survival base is also essential. However, before starting construction, we must first conduct an on-site inspection of the surrounding area. By the time he finished packing and lay back on his bed, less than half an hour had passed. Ning Qingxue saw Li Xuanxi lying down, then waved her hand to dissipate the spiritual power from the glowing pendant on the head of the bed. The room returned to darkness. But Li Xuanxi still felt a resentful gaze as real as a substance, staring at him, making him toss and turn in bed. Ning Qingxue held the tail in her arms, and her eyes looked towards the small bed at the corner of the house from time to time. Thinking back to the first time she killed someone, she was so frightened she couldn't sleep for several nights. Xuanxi had witnessed the horrific death of the Ghost Gate man with her own eyes, and she was already prepared for the little guy to come to her arms and ask for a hug tonight. For a long time, the imagined plot did not happen. She got out of bed barefoot, walked to the sleeping little girl, lifted the quilt and lay down in it. And she accidentally stuffed the big, furry, fluffy tail into Li Xuanxi's arms. Ning Qingxue's face turned slightly red, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and then she closed her eyes with satisfaction. If Xuanxi is awakened by a nightmare, she will be able to be with Xuanxi the first time. Yes, that's right. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, when Li Xuanxi woke up, the sun was already shining through the windowsill onto the small bed. Unlike the in-game bed where you can only sleep at night and get up at the hour, the real-world MC bed has no restrictions. I stretched myself and felt refreshed. Last night he seemed to dream that he was slept in the arms of a big fox, and now he still couldn't get enough of the furry touch. By the way, where's Sister Qingxue? Li Xuanxi looked around and did not find Ning Qingxue in the room. He went out to look and found that the training room was also open. There was nothing inside except a stone platform and a cushion. Li Xuanxi considered going out to look for her, but when he reached the wall of the courtyard, he gave up. My goodness, there is a cliff outside the courtyard. There is only a narrow path less than half a meter wide carved on the cliff leading to the top of the mountain. There are no protective measures on the edge of the path. It may even be covered with slippery moss because no one has walked on it for a long time. Just looking at it makes my legs weak. For an average person walking on this road, 10 lives would not be enough to save it. He couldn't walk on this broken road anyway. Turn your gaze back to the courtyard. With nothing to do, Li Xuanxi began to choose a suitable location to build a home. As a loyal MC survival player, he has an amazing obsession with building houses, farming, and breeding, which is deeply rooted. For him, only the MC who has settled down at home has a soul. Yes, there is also a small fish pond. Sanyuanmen, a small courtyard in a bamboo forest. Ning Qingxue and a thin man in a white robe sat opposite each other drinking tea at a low tea table. Junior sister, are you saying that you were attacked by the great evil when you were undergoing the tribulation? Xin Jingxing said with a serious expression. That's true, but it's no big deal. Ning Qingxue nodded. She came here to borrow the spirit stone from the sect leader, but the other purpose was to explain the whereabouts of the light-protecting thunder talisman. Is junior sister hurt? Xin Jingxing asked with concern. Not really. Now that the incident has passed, Ning Qingxue doesn't want to make her senior brother worry. Xin Jingxing breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that his junior sister's aura was strong and her complexion was rosy, she didn't look like a failure. That's good. I feel a little relieved. If he had not handed over the lightning-protecting talisman left by his master to his junior sister, they might never have seen this lovely junior sister again. As for the matter of the Yin Gui Gate, Xuanxi was not nervous. As far as he knew, the Yin Gui sect had not been doing well recently and was in a difficult situation. As for the specific reasons, as the leader of this small and insignificant sect, he had no chance of knowing. He only found out about it when the leader of the neighboring Taishan sect got the news from somewhere and came to Sanyuan Gate to drink and show off with him. As far as I know, hundreds of sects of various sizes and ranks have gathered to attack the Yin Gui sect. It seems that this time, all the major forces in Dongzhou are determined to severely damage the Yin Gui men, this cancer. Moreover, their Sanyuan sect is not completely without any trump cards. My master's cautious nature has left many backup plans for the sect. They even took into consideration their future home. Certainly. It would be great if the Yin Gui sect could be directly destroyed in this sect's attack. Come back to your senses from your thoughts. Xuanxi then remembered that his junior sister had come to him to borrow the spirit stone. It should be because of the little girl that junior sister mentioned who was brought back from the Yunjin Basin. Judging from junior sister's appearance, it seems that she likes the little girl very much. When the child was mentioned, the usually cold junior sister's mouth never relaxed, and even her eyes softened a lot. How about I, your senior brother, test her spiritual roots myself today? Xuanxi was very interested. He wanted to see what kind of child could have such charm that he could melt his junior sister's icy face. Ning Qingxue shook her head repeatedly, without even thinking, and gave him a death stare. She remembered that before her master died, he repeatedly warned her not to tell the eldest brother about important matters. This drunkard, when drunk, he would just talk and laugh, and he also liked to visit other people everywhere. Feeling the death gaze of his junior sister, Xuanxi scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems that this child is quite talented, and my junior sister has full confidence in her. Otherwise, junior sister wouldn't have to hide like this. Xuanxi coughed lightly twice, stroked the storage bag at his waist, and took out a mahogany box about 20 centimeters long, plated with mysterious golden patterns. He handed it to Ning Qingxue with one hand. Ahem, I won't go. You can take this spirit stone. Ning Qingxue took it with both hands and bowed slightly. Thank you, master brother. After drinking the remaining tea in a few sips, Ning Qingxue hurriedly stood up and said goodbye. Xuanxi was a little stunned. When did his junior sister become so impatient? He didn't look away until Ning Qingxue disappeared. So what gift should I prepare for my future nephew? Xuanxi fell into deep thought. Ning Qingxue flew over the courtyard. Xuanxi had just started work and was still busy leveling the mountain. The courtyard is only a small part of Xuanxi's plan for his new home. The interior of the mountain is the most important thing. I heard from Sister Qingxue that the MCized cube has a very good ability to conceal breath and can even isolate spiritual energy. In addition, MC stone blocks cannot be destroyed by means other than explosion and excavation, so the safety is also maximized. Things like monster spawning towers and automated farms must be built inside the mountains in the future. They would be too big to be placed outside. Not to mention portals to other dimensions like the Hell Gate and the End Gate. This will not be exposed for a long time in the future. Xuanxi, who was scraping the stone wall with a pickaxe in his hand, felt someone approaching from behind. He turned his head and exclaimed in surprise. Hey! Sister Qingxue is back. Sir, what are you doing? Ning Qingxue asked in a puzzled tone. Xuanxi scratched the back of his head and said, I just want to build a house here. Ning Qingxue tightened her hands in her sleeves, feeling a little nervous. Don't we already have a house? Why do we need to build a new one? Xuanxi didn't notice Ning Qingxue's actions and explained, I always feel like I don't feel at home without something to cover myself. Does it feel like home? Ning Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. So, did Xuanxi consider this place home? As for Xuanxi's construction and excavation capabilities, she had already witnessed them in the Yunjin Basin. Looking back now, I still find it magical, but not surprising. By the way, where did Sister Qingxue go so early in the morning? Xuanxi asked curiously. Ning Qingxue didn't explain much, and hurriedly took Xuanxi's hand and walked towards the stone table in the courtyard. What is this? Li Xuanxi, who was sitting on a stone bench, looked at the square box on the table that Ning Qingxue pushed in front of him, confused. This is the spirit testing stone I told you about before. Ning Qingxue opened the golden lock, revealing an oval object about 15 centimeters in size, made of a material similar to mutton fat white jade, placed on a white cushion. The spirit stone will emit corresponding colors and light according to the tester's spirit root attributes and grade. Xuanxi is ready, let's get started. Li Xuanxi was excited and extremely excited. This is the spiritual root detection in Blue Star novels. Doesn't this mean that he has officially embarked on the path to immortality? The pursuit of immortality is just around the corner. Come on, just put your hand on the spirit stone. Ning Qingxue gestured. Li Xuanxi took a deep breath and wiped his hands on his body. He still had to have a sense of ritual. It's prize-giving time. He had a premonition that he would soon witness a miracle. The world of immortal cultivation. I'm riding a horse. A claw slapped on the spirit stone. Spirit stone test. Li Xuanxi. Ning Qingxue. No response. There was no change in color on the spirit stone, nor was there any light emerging. What's going on? Is this thing broken? Li Xuanxi was puzzled. Li Xuanxi's question was exactly what Ning Qingxue was thinking about. Putting aside other things, Xuanxi has white hair, blue eyes, and a pure aura, so it is impossible for her not to have talent. Could it be that this spirit stone has not been used for too long and the spiritual power inside has been consumed? It seems that this is indeed possible. The last time this spirit stone was used was more than 10 years ago. If that's the case, then it's easy to solve. Ning Qingxue took out a low-grade spirit stone from the space bag and transferred all the spiritual power inside it to the spirit testing stone. She did not stop until the spiritual power inside the spirit testing stone reached saturation. He handed it back to Li Xuanxi, who was doubting his life, and began to explain. It must be because the spirit stone has been tested for a long time and has not been replenished with spirit power, so it cannot be displayed. Now you are trying it. Li Xuanxi, who looked a little pale, suddenly realized something, and the previous silence was swept away. Just say that he is a time traveler, has a golden finger, and is a perfect template for the protagonist. How could he be a loser who doesn't even have spiritual roots? After a long time, it turned out that the spirit stone had no spiritual power. It seems that I was worrying for nothing. As Li Xuanxi's small hand pressed on the surface of the spirit stone again, unlike the previous no reaction, this time he clearly felt a weak airflow, as if flowing out of the spirit stone and pouring into his limbs and bones. This feeling. Got it. Li Xuanxi closed his eyes and silently felt it. After a long time, he opened his eyes and stared at Ning Qingxue. The spirit stone in front of the two of them remained unchanged. This? Why is there still no response? Strange, is this spirit stone really broken? Ning Qingxue once again brought the spirit stone to her eyes, examined it carefully, and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Shouldn't it be? He pressed one hand on the spirit stone, and a dazzling blue-white light instantly burst out from its surface. He continued to turn the spirit stone over and over in his hand, looking at it for a long time. It should be fine now. However, Ning Qingxue's face clearly did not look so confident. To be on the safe side, he took out the spirit stone to replenish his spiritual power, and then handed it to Li Xuanxi. Come on, try it. Li Xuanxi was skeptical and reached out again. Ning Qingxue. Li Xuanxi. Xing, Sister Qingxue, is it possible that I have some rare spiritual root that cannot be detected? Ning Qingxue. Ning Qingxue began to doubt her life. Logically speaking, judging from the little lowly's appearance and the purity of her body, it was impossible for her to have weak spiritual roots. What's more, Xuanxi possesses powerful magical powers. Ning Qingxue was silent for a long time, then stood up. She was ready to ask for help. Wait here for me. I'll go get my senior sister. Ning Qingxue walked out of the door in a few steps and flew on her sword for less than 5 minutes before landing in front of a cave. This place is different from Ning Qingshue's courtyard. This is a cave that is actually carved out of the rocks. The outer wall of the cave is covered with green vines, and in front of the door is a large medicinal garden. Unfortunately, the herbs grown there are not really rare, and most of them are ordinary medicinal herbs. In the mundane world, Ning Qingxue landed in front of the stone gate and knocked twice, and the giant stone gate automatically opened to both sides. What happened, junior sister? Han Yun looked at her anxious junior sister, feeling somewhat puzzled. Junior sister looks rosy-cheeked and doesn't seem weak at all. It doesn't look like she has any hidden illness left over from the tribulation that needs her own treatment, does it? Ning Qingxue didn't explain much, just took Han Yun's arm and dragged her out of the cave. Han Yun quickly stopped her. Little junior sister, don't be anxious, my furnace is still burning. This is the only remaining alchemy furnace I have. If it explodes again, I'll have to use the iron pot to make elixirs. Only then did Ning Qingxue notice that in front of her senior sister's cushion, there was a small blue-gray stove about 30 centimeters in size, with white smoke rising from the hole above it. I'm at the final stage of making this furnace of chi-boosting pills. Please wait for me for a quarter of an hour. Junior sister, why don't you tell me first what you are so anxious about? I have made some preparations. Ning Qingxue took a moment to organize her words and roughly recounted Li Xuanxi's situation. After hearing this, Han Yun fell into deep thought. White hair, blue eyes, pure aura. Although his physique is no different from that of an ordinary child, he can wear armor weighing tens of thousands of pounds? Junior sister, are you kidding me? This doesn't sound reasonable at all. Since his physical fitness is no different from that of a normal child, how could he possibly wear armor weighing thousands of pounds? Isn't this contradictory? But looking at the serious expression on my junior sister's face, it doesn't seem like she is faking it. Still have to go and see it before you can draw a conclusion. Ning Qingxue felt that these 15 minutes were extremely long. Until he saw senior sister Han retract the spiritual fire, he didn't say anything and directly pulled her on the sword to fly towards the courtyard. A moment later, with Li Xuanxi looking silly and cute, her sister Qingxue dragged and pulled over a beautiful lady with squinting eyes and a gentle smile. This woman is slightly shorter than sister Qingxue, but much plumper, with a proud chest that far exceeds that of her own sister Qingxue. Her temperament is like a ripe peach. The last time Li Xuanxi saw this kind of figure was when she was the protagonist of a married woman in a book. It was completely different from the world of immortal cultivation he had imagined. Moreover, I always feel that this new squinty-eyed lady should be a hidden boss. In my previous life, the squinty-eyed people in anime were all monsters. When Li Xuanxi looked at Han Yun was also looking at Li Xuanxi. Just looking at the appearance of the little guy in front of me, I feel like I am seeing the protagonist of a storybook, and I feel like I am blessed with great luck. The description of my junior sister is still conservative. The junior sister back then was already stunningly beautiful, but the little girl in front of him, just one glance, could make people have the illusion that this girl has the appearance of an immortal. Xiaoxi, come here quickly and let me suck you. Seeing Li Xuanxi in a daze, Ning Qingxue reminded her. Han Yun also came to her senses at this time. She had no resistance to this little cutie. Yes, Xiaoxi, come to sister Han Yun quickly, and let her check your body. She bent down slightly, stretched out her arms, the smile on her face became a little gentler, and her sweet tongue gently licked the corner of her mouth. Li Xuanxi always felt that this elder sister was a little bit unserious, and subconsciously looked in the direction of Ning Qingxue. Ning Qingxue nodded to him, indicating that he could rest assured. Hesitantly approaching the queen, he said, that would be troublesome, eh? Before Li Xuanxi finished speaking, a fragrant breeze blew over him, and something surprisingly soft pressed against his chest. A pretty face as white as jade was pressed tightly against his little face, and then rubbed up and down. There was a suspicious drool at the corner of Han Yun's mouth, and from time to time there was a strange laugh. Li Xuanxi struggled frantically, afraid of touching something she shouldn't touch. Li Xuanxi's struggle clearly displeased Han Yun, who was immersed in the cute little girl. She said seriously, Xuanxi, don't move. This is also part of the inspection. Li Xuanxi expressed doubt. If you don't believe me, ask your sister Qingxue. Ning Qingxue, who was suddenly called out, tilted her head and indeed didn't notice anything wrong. Not long after she started practicing, her senior sister came to her specifically, saying that she was worried that she might have hidden injuries from her practice and wanted to help her check. The movements are the same as today. From that time on, she felt that this squinty-eyed senior sister was quite nice. Meeting Li Xuanxi's pleading gaze, Ning Qingxue nodded slightly, agreeing with Han Yun's explanation. After Han Yun had made up for her loss once, she reluctantly let go of Li Xuanxi, whose face was flushed red. You know what, the little guy's reaction is even cuter than Xiao Qingxue's back then. He couldn't help but suck Li Xuanxi's little face hard, leaving a faint saliva mark on Li Xuanxi's face. Li Xuanxi was completely stunned. Oh my god, this is also part of the prosecution? I have little education, so don't lie to me. This is clearly just greed for one's own body. Seeing the accusing look in the little girl's eyes, Han Yun coughed lightly twice and pretended not to see it. Okay, we can proceed to the last step. Stretch out your wrist. She certainly didn't forget the main thing. The dazed Li Xuanxi obediently reached out his hand. A soft and delicate finger gently touched his wrist, and invisible ripples spread from the wrist and instantly spread throughout his body. Han Yun was stunned. Why did the little girl's gender change in her perception? Is there something wrong with my medical skills? He withdrew his jade-like fingers, held the little lowly and looked at her carefully, and even pinched her pink little face and body. Han Yun's inquiring gaze made Li Xuanxi feel a little flustered. She wanted to lower her head, but Han Yun reached out and held her little face, bringing her pretty face closer. Is this a female appearance? He sang Finnish music, which made Li Xuanxi's nose feel itchy. Han Yun was even stranger. Judging from her bone structure alone, she was undoubtedly a girl. The spiritual sense can only detect the aura emitted by other cultivators, and cannot do things like seeing through things. For this kind of situation, the method generally used in the world of immortal cultivation is observation with the naked eye. Or, Han Yun's gaze gradually moved downwards, and her tender little white hands seemed to be ready to move. Feeling Han Yun's rude gaze, Li Xuanxi covered his vital parts with both hands and shook his head repeatedly, not here. Okay. Han Yun's face was full of disappointment. Li Xuanxi. I'm so angry. Don't children have human rights? I want to touch them. How is it? Ning Qingxue asked hurriedly when she saw Han Yun stop and stand up. Han Yun frowned and thought for a moment. I just checked and it is exactly as my junior sister said before. His aura is pure and his physical fitness is comparable to that of an ordinary child. Considering the child's exquisite appearance, white hair and blue eyes, he doesn't look like someone without spiritual roots. Moreover, in the world of immortal cultivation, although appearance alone is not completely accurate, it is not without basis. You can indeed tell something from his appearance, personality and temperament when he was young. For example, she has top-grade spiritual roots of fire, earth and wood. Regardless of her personality, crossed out, or appearance, she is gentle and charming, giving people the visual impression of a big sister next door. Another example is Ning Qingxue, who has an ice-type half-step immortal spiritual root. She gives people a cold feeling, and she was like this when she was a child. High-quality spiritual roots, even without cultivation, can automatically retain the spiritual energy absorbed into the body on a daily basis, and then nourish the body imperceptibly. Based on the little guy's appearance, she believed that he was the legendary Holy Spirit root. Normal people can't be so delicate. At the very least, it's a fairy product. There's nothing wrong with Xuanxi. Han Yun took the spirit stone and handed it to Li Xuanxi. Let me see if there's something wrong with the testing process. When Li Xuanxi placed his small hand on the spirit stone, Han Yun extended a green jade finger and pressed it against his brow, trying to capture the direction of the spiritual power coming from the spirit stone. Then. And that's all. Although the spiritual energy from the spirit stone converged in the same direction within the little fellow's body, it was as slow as a snail. No. It's several times slower than a snail. This was definitely the slowest spiritual power movement she had ever seen, no doubt about it. Even ordinary people wouldn't be like this. When this happens, there are generally only two possibilities. One type is someone with extremely poor talent, even worse than ordinary people. One possibility is that there are still restrictions in this little guy's body. The former was automatically ruled out when she heard the description from her junior sister and saw Li Xuanxi's appearance. Moreover, she heard from her junior sister that the little guy has supernatural powers. Although she has not seen it with her own eyes, based on her understanding of her junior sister, this must be true. Then there is only one last possibility left. Wait for me here for a moment. I'll go call my sixth junior brother who's in seclusion. Han Yun looks gentle, but her actions are decisive. In the blink of an eye, only a gust of fragrant wind remained in front of Li Xuanxi. Li Xuanxi was completely confused now. How could there be so many mistakes when testing his own talent? Is there really something wrong with his talent? He is a time traveler after all, so he doesn't believe it. Han Yun didn't let the two wait too long. After 3 or 5 minutes, she flew back to the courtyard, dragging a gentle and handsome scholar in a white robe. Junior brother Shuji, come and take a look. Is there any restriction on this child? The white-robed scholar was already accustomed to his anxious third senior sister. She skillfully straightened her wrinkled clothes, gestured to Ning Qingxue, and then began to carefully look at the little lowly in front of her. She is less than 1.3 meters tall, with white waist-length hair and unusually clear eyes as pure as the sky. Just a quick glance and you can tell that this boy will be extraordinary in the future. However, the restrictions cannot be determined directly, and one needs to use one's innate magical powers. The young man in white immediately closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. His originally brown pupils were completely replaced by brilliant gold, and even dazzling runes appeared in his pupils. Li Xuanxi was stunned by this cool scene. Senior brother Bai, how is it? Ning Qingxue was a little nervous. Bai Shuji did not reply, but moved closer to Li Xuanxi, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He circled Li Xuanxi for the third time before Han Yun grabbed him by the collar. What happened? Senior sister Han, junior sister Ning, I don't see any traces of formations on this child. No restrictions? Ning Qingxue and Han Yun both fell into deep thought. How about asking the sect master to come? Bai Shuji suggested, in previous years, when we recruited disciples, the sect master would always examine them. I think he should be able to tell a thing or two. Li Xuanxi. Why do I have the illusion that I'm being watched like a monkey? Another moment. The thin middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes finally landed in Ning Qingxue's courtyard. Then, he and everyone else fell into silence. So what went wrong? Qin Jingxing circled around Li Xuanxi and probed his spiritual power into Li Xuanxi's body from time to time. The conclusion is, Li Xuanxi is in good health and there is no problem with measuring the zero stone. A flash of inspiration instantly pierced his mind, and the thin middle-aged man hammered his palm. I know. The 4 people present all focused their attention on Qin Jingxing, waiting for his next words. Qin Jingxing pointed at Li Xuanxi and said, there is only one truth. The scheming frog keeps touching your belly. Li Xuanxi almost blurted out. According to the setting of a certain elementary school student who was a god of death, what follows this sentence is the truth of the incident. Exclude all possibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how bizarre, is the truth. Is it possible that Xuanxi has no talent for cultivation? Qin Jingxing's words fell, and the scene fell silent for a moment. As far as I know, the spirit stone test has never been wrong, so it's easy to verify. Even mortals have spiritual roots. Let's go to a dark place and test it again. You will know whether my guess is true or not. Everyone remained silent, finding it difficult to accept such an answer. Ning Qingxue was in a mixed mood, looking a little dazed. She knew that such an answer might be a bit of a blow to the little girl. On the way back to the sect, she could hear Li Xuanxi's yearning for cultivation between the lines. After a long while, she finally managed a word of comfort. Sheer, don't worry about your spiritual roots. The most important thing is your hard work. Li Xuanxi came back to his senses and felt as if some memory was attacking him. It seems, last time when I tested my physique, my sister Qingxue said that spiritual roots are the most important. Li Xuanxi shook his head to dispel the strange thoughts in his mind. He was a person who went with the flow, and after confirming the fact that he could not cultivate immortality, he felt relieved. With the MC golden finger that he brought with him when he traveled through time, he can live a happy life in this world. Don't worry, Sister Qingxue. I don't have to cultivate to become an immortal. There's nothing wrong with being immortal. Seeing the worry that was about to overflow from Ning Qingxue's face, Li Xuanxi said indifferently. Besides, don't I still have Sister Qingxue to protect me? A few people felt sorry for the little loli who was pretending to be really relaxed. What a considerate little cutie. Unfortunately, fate plays tricks on us. They felt that this little loli was about to break. Qin Zhengxing regretted his outburst. If he had just done what they did before and said they couldn't see the problem, wouldn't that have been better? He frowned, searching for a remedy, and then his eyes lit up. Although Xuanxi is born with a deficiency, there is a solution. The eyes of the people present were once again focused on Qin Zhengxing, looking forward to his next words. As far as I know, Bodhi seeds, Spirit Awakening fruits, Thousand Wisdom Lotus seeds, and Jade Root Bamboo can all improve the quality of spiritual roots. Those who don't know are like countless stars, too numerous to count. After hearing this, several people were speechless. It's easy to say, but which of these treasures is not rare? 50 years ago, a half-cut 1,000-year-old jade root bamboo in Xianjing attracted the scramble of geniuses from the three regions. No one knows who it ended up in. The Bodhi tree blooms once every 3,000 years and bears fruit once every 3,000 years, which is longer than the lifespan of most monks. Each time the fruits ripen, only a pitiful number of them are ripe. There is no need to think about it. Qin Zhengxing realized that he had said something wrong again, and said with an awkward tone, forcing out an awkward smile, "Well, I suddenly remembered that the Sanquan sect master invited me to drink with him today. Junior brothers and sisters, there's no need to see me off. I'm leaving now." After saying this, a jade flying sword suddenly appeared at his side. He made a hand gesture with one hand, and lightly jumped onto the flying sword. He stood firmly on it, and before anyone could react, he rushed away. Everyone, this excuse is so lame. It seemed like some time ago, the head of the sect had a fight with the leader of the Sanquan clan after getting drunk. I heard that Master Sun Xuan's dark circles under his eyes haven't gone away for 3 months due to residual spiritual energy. The final result was that the head brother was unilaterally cut off from the other party, and he was lost for a long time. Watching the unreliable leader leave, Ning Qingxue seemed to be lost in thought. "Junior sister, do you really want to get these things?" Han Yun looked at her junior sister's expression and said helplessly, "Even the great families and powerful forces in the eastern region can't compete for such a spiritual fruit, so how could it be the turn of our lowly sect?" Li Xuanxi also looked up, seeing his sister Qingxue's serious expression. As a familiar reader of novels about cultivating immortals, he naturally knew how rare spiritual fruits and elixirs that could enhance aptitude were. That is a treasure that many protagonists in novels have to risk their lives to obtain. In today's reality, after understanding it over this period of time, I'm afraid the difficulty will only increase, not decrease. While I was touched, I felt that I had to dissuade Sister Qingxue from thinking about this as soon as possible. Although cultivating immortality is tempting, he also doesn't want to see this fox-eared elder sister who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside and simple-minded get hurt because of him. Then he asked, "Sister Hanyun, if I only buy seeds, will it be cheaper?" "Seeds?" Ning Qingxue and Han Yun asked in confusion. Li Xuanxi nodded repeatedly, "I can try growing it myself." Han Yun was speechless. How can you plant spiritual fruits and plants just like that? Apart from anything else, the growth conditions for each spiritual plant are varied and most of them are indispensable. After all, only a very small number of them can be transplanted into medicinal gardens and artificially propagated. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators running to the monster forest. Well, actually, there aren't many high-quality elixirs in the monster forest of the eastern region. The best you can find are about earth-grade ones, which are hard to come by. The risk and reward are not proportional at all. Moreover, apart from those harsh preconditions, the growth cycle of spiritual plants can be as short as 3 to 5 decades or as long as hundreds or thousands of years. In a place like the eastern region where spiritual energy is so scarce, time is infinitely stretched. For example, the 100-meter-long medicinal garden in front of her cave only had a dozen or so yellow-grade spiritual plants that matured every 2 years and a few black-grade spiritual plants that matured every 10 years, which were cultivated with great care. Moreover, due to the low success rate of cultivation, the number of these spiritual herbs is decreasing year by year. She had tried to buy new seeds, but she still couldn't make ends meet. However, Han Yun changed the subject and rubbed the little cutie's furry head. You know what, I actually have a seed that can improve my spiritual root talent. Li Xuanxi's eyes lit up, and so did Ning Qingxue's. Han Yun shook her head with amusement, stretched out her jade hand, and touched the back of her neck. After a moment, she pulled out a glass pendant made of 5-colored rope from the surging waves. Hey, this is it. This is? Li Xuanxi was a little skeptical. No matter how you looked at it, this thing looked like a glass handicraft sold at a roadside stall on Blue Star, right? This is a top-grade Earth-grade bright glory fruit seed. Seeing the surprised looks from the others, Han Yun jokingly explained, the owner of the pharmacy gave it to me when I went there to sell pills a few years ago. The Minghui fruit blooms once every 70 years and bears fruit once every 70 years. A mature Minghui fruit tree can produce nearly 100 fruits each time. The fruit's health benefits all lie in the flesh. The core isn't valuable, but it's beautiful. There are actually quite a few bright glory fruit seeds left in the world. Even a worldly lady can get 1 or 2 to play with by spending a little more money. Li Xuanxi was curious, then why not plant the seeds? Even though it takes a long time, it will still give you a steady supply of bright glory fruit, right? Han Yun patted Li Xuanxi's head, as if she had known this question would come. Plant? Of course I want to. But the Minghui fruit tree has extremely high requirements for soil spiritual energy. In the entire world of cultivation, there are only a handful of places that meet the conditions for planting. And in these places that meet the requirements, other spiritual plants are competing for planting space. Naturally, when selecting seeds, we give priority to selecting the best quality fruit cores for cultivation. Currently, most of the Minghui fruit cores in the eastern region are circulated from the Xuanwu region or the Xianbin region. The quality varies. Mine is relatively good. There's still some life inside the core. Unfortunately, I don't have anywhere to grow it. Han Yun leaned over and rubbed Li Xuanxi's face with her hands as a reward. Then she handed the fruit core, which was still warm from her body, along with the colored string, to Li Xuanxi. Since you like it, I'll give it to you. When you grow it, remember to leave a few fruits for me. She was more of a joke. With the spiritual energy in their sect, it would be difficult to grow even earth-grade spiritual plants, not to mention profound-grade spiritual plants. Minghui Fruit Core 1. The moment Li Xuanxi took the seed, he felt a familiar pulling sensation, indicating that it could be assimilated. It's like finding a treasure. Feeling the residual warmth of the fruit core pendant, Li Xuanxi took it closer and sniffed it. A rich fragrance instantly filled his nose. Han Yun looked at Li Xuanxi's actions and blushed for some reason, but how could such a young child have any bad intentions? I guess the little guy is just curious about the taste of Minghui fruit core. When she first got it, she had smelled it specifically, but she didn't smell anything from the core. Seeing that there was nothing left for her to do here, Han Yun prepared to say goodbye and leave. As for staying to celebrate the junior sister's breakthrough? That's not necessary. Monks are not ordinary people. They are not bound by etiquette and their way of getting along with each other is very casual. Although they rarely communicate with each other, their relationships are very good. Another reason is that monks live in the mountains all day long, so how can they have so many topics to talk about? At most, we would sit together in meditation, drink tea, and exchange our experiences in cultivation. After watching the 2 senior brothers and sisters leave, Li Xuanxi and Ning Qingxue were left in the room again. Ning Qingxue saw that the little girl was still staring at the fruit core in her hand, and felt inexplicably distressed, so she reached out and rubbed her head. You don't need to worry about your talent. I will find you some elixirs and spiritual fruits that can improve your spiritual roots. Li Xuanxi came back to his senses, completely ignoring Ning Qingshue's words. His eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Ha, I'm going to be rich." Li Xuanxi was so excited, he must have something to rely on. If I remember correctly, the underlying logic of MC bone meal is to ripen a growth stage of the plant. This effect works regardless of whether it's saplings, wheat, berries, or melons, and has little to do with the time required for each growth stage. In other words, by paying only a small amount of bone meal, a large number of spiritual fruits can be mass-produced. Moreover, Li Xuanxi was so excited that Minghui fruit was secondary. The point is, since such rare Minghui fruit seeds can be bought cheaply outside, are there other high-level spiritual plant seeds that are equally worthless outside? If he planted all these seeds, wouldn't he become rich in minutes? Ning Qingxue looked at the excited little lowly and shook her head slightly. The little girl was thinking too simply. The Minghui fruit blooms once every 70 years and bears fruit once every 70 years, but before it bears fruit, it still needs to go through a 100-year growth period. My Sierra can't practice cultivation, so what can she do even if she can plant? The lifespan of a mortal is only 100 years, and they cannot even see the Minghui fruit bloom. Ning Qingxue sighed inwardly, thinking that when little Xuanxi grew up a little, she would go to Xianbin Domain and Xuanwu Domain to take a look. Li Xuanxi was still immersed in the beautiful fantasy of having all-you-can-eat spiritual fruits in the future. Looking at Li Xuanxi, who was grinning foolishly, Ning Qingxue decided to change the subject to temporarily distract the little guy. Don't let the little guy have too much hope for spiritual fruit cultivation, or he'll be even more disappointed. Sierra, how about I teach you how to practice? Ning Qingxue then said. Teach me how to practice? Li Xuanxi was stunned. Of course. Doesn't Sierra want to take Sister Qingxue as her master? Ning Qingxue sat directly on Li Xuanxi's small bed. Li Xuanxi's eyes flashed, and then he sighed helplessly, but don't I have no talent? Spiritual roots are certainly important, but we can start with body refinement first. Ning Qingxue said softly, with the help of spirit stones and elixirs, it is not difficult to become a body-tempering cultivator. It can also lay the foundation for future cultivation. A body-tempering cultivator? Li Xuanxi felt that happiness came a little too suddenly. Although it is the basic realm of cultivating immortals, it is still cultivating immortals after all. Moreover, even if I can't fulfill my dream of being a fairy hero who can fly into the sky and hide in the ground, it's not impossible to fulfill my dream of being a martial artist who can climb walls and run across rooftops. But then, wouldn't I have to call Sister Qingxue master from now on? Li Xuanxi considered a key issue. In fact, he prefers to call her Sister Qingxue, after all, it's a habit for him. Ning Qingxue couldn't help laughing when she saw the little girl's cute and naive look, and she gently hugged the troubled little girl into her arms. Okay, from now on, just call me Sister Qingxue. There's no need for us to be so formal. Li Xuanxi has become accustomed to being held in arms. Since she can't resist anyway, she might as well enjoy it. Now that I think about it, there's nothing wrong with being a 300-year-old sister. There is an old saying on Blue Star that older girls are caring. There is an old saying on Blue Star that goes, a woman who is 3 years older than a man will bring him gold bricks. He holds 100 yuan, making a lot of money. Thinking of this, Li Xuanxi suddenly felt at ease. He adjusted himself to a more comfortable position and squeezed into his sister Qingxue's arms. A pair of short legs that were not touching the ground were swinging on the edge of the bed, and he was obviously in a good mood. Ning Qingxue's pretty face flushed. She reached out to steady the restless head on her chest. With her other hand, she touched the storage bag, took out a booklet that had been prepared long ago, and placed it in front of Li Xuanxi. Before tempering the body, you need to cultivate your qi first. Starting tomorrow morning, Xuanxi, come with me to sense the qi. Only after we successfully sense the qi can we formally temper our bodies. When you have nothing to do, Xuanxi can memorize the contents of this book in advance. Li Xuanxi took the booklet in front of him curiously. It looked very old, but it was well preserved. On the yellowed cover, 6 words were written in elegant handwriting. Body tempering techniques, nourishing qi. Note, if you are the protagonist, the world does not have traditional Chinese characters. Li Xuanxi. What is the secret of quenching? I turned to the next page. There were not many words on it. It should be the preface of the book. The essence of heaven and earth converges within the body's veins. The mind becomes focused, and the qi sinks into the dantian. With each breath, spiritual energy blends. Qi and blood circulate, and every bone glows. All 9 elements converge into one, scorching the body like iron. Focusing the mind on the divine altar, one attains ultimate strength. The mortal body transforms into jade, and the immortal body begins to take shape. A cultivator who maintains this principle can transcend the mortal body. Li Xuanxi. Li Xuanxi was like, oh my goodness, I can't understand this. Although some of the fonts are the same as on Blue Star, why do some of the characters here have so many strokes? Don't give up, turn the page. There was no table of contents, so it seemed like it went straight to the main text, which was filled with densely packed small characters, making him dizzy. The body is the origin of life and the source of all things. Temper it with the essence of heaven and earth to nourish the foundation of life. Initially, with the radiance of the sun and moon, absorbing the energy of the morning sun, absorbing the rhythm of the remaining light, integrating it into the body, purifying the blood vessels. Li Xuanxi's expression gradually became stiff at this time. The more he turned, the colder his heart became. After I finished reading the whole book, I found that there was not even a single picture in this strange book. All I could see were small characters, densely packed with many strokes. According to the novels I read before traveling through time, I'm afraid I'll have to memorize the entire text of this booklet that's as thick as a finger. He forced a smile and looked up at Sister Qingxue, who was obsessed with rubbing the little Lolita. Before he could say anything, he heard her ask with some surprise. How much did you write down? Li Xuanxi? Listen, is this human language? Well, Sister Qingxue, do I have to memorize the entire book? Ning Qingxue didn't notice anything unusual about Li Xuanxi and nodded as a matter of course. This is the most basic and simplest qi cultivation chapter. The entire chapter only has 15,000 words. Once you've mastered it, I'll teach you the leather training chapter. Li Xuanxi suddenly felt that he didn't want to cultivate immortality anymore. It was like a sudden turn of events. In my previous life, I was tortured to death by just memorizing ancient poems of 30 or 40 words, or at most 100 words. This damn qi-nourishing chapter has 15,000 words in it? How long do I have to memorize it? How is this different from killing him? That's it. Or the simplest one. Sister Qingxue, can you tell me first, how many exercises do I need to recite in total during the body tempering stage? Li Xuanxi asked tearfully. Ning Qingxue took out the remaining books from the space bag. Chapter on training the skin, chapter on training the tendons, chapter on tempering the bones, chapter on the 5 internal organs, chapter on the 6 bowels, chapter on opening the meridians. Li Xuanxi. The body tempering technique consists of 7 volumes, totaling 130,000 words. Sheer, you can take it one step at a time. There's no need to overthink it. Back then, I also stayed in the body tempering stage for 2 years. There was some light in Li Xuanxi's eyes. How long did it take Sister Qingxue to memorize all this? Ning Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then chuckled softly. Master said that I am not very talented when it comes to memorizing things. It took me more than half a month to barely remember everything. Li Xuanxi, 1. Ning Qingxue, 7. Li Xuanxi felt as if a sword had pierced his heart. You call this stupidity? It's better not to cultivate this immortal. This broken immortal can let anyone practice cultivation if they want, but he has no chance anyway. Eastern region, Central Plains, Nguemen. In a secret dungeon, 2 zombies wearing blue-green short-sleeved shirts and dark blue trousers, and a skeleton holding a bow and arrow were imprisoned in 3 closed cages respectively. There were large pools of blood on the floor of the cage, some of which had dried and smelled bad, while others were still warm. Beneath the bloodstains, golden runes flickered faintly, which was out of tune with the gloomy environment. Outside the cage, several old men in fancy clothes had trembling hands and were even more panicked. Through these days of research, their concepts have evolved from initial doubt to interest, surprise, admiration, panic, and finally fear. The 3 corpse puppets brought back by the 7th elder were far more terrifying than they had imagined. Especially those 2 corpse puppets still wrapped in rotten flesh and tattered clothes. You know, in the world of immortal cultivation, making corpse puppets is not easy. A large amount of spirit stones and precious materials are needed during the process, and there is a high risk of failure. Even the source of the corpses must be carefully selected and no carelessness is allowed. And the 2 slow-moving, defective-looking corpse puppets in the cage are actually able to transform the slaves they killed into new corpse puppets without any damage? In fact, the 2nd-generation corpse puppets formed by the infection are even more terrifying than the 1st-generation corpse puppets brought back by the 7th elder. These 2nd-generation corpse puppets have a keen sense of smell, can run and jump, have no rationality, no sense of pain, are tireless, and do not distinguish between friend and foe. They are completely a terrifying killing machine that only knows how to kill. What's even more outrageous is that these 2nd-generation corpse puppets can perfectly inherit the physical strength of the monks during their lifetime. There are no disadvantages other than being out of control. Of course, if this were the case, they would not be frightened, but would be delighted instead. What really terrified them was that even if a living person was killed by these transformed 2nd-generation corpse puppets, they could still be transformed into new 3rd-generation or even 4th-generation corpse puppets. Even the effect is just as perfect. These transformed corpse puppets will also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain themselves. As long as they are not killed, they will almost become eternal. If they were to arbitrarily send the 2nd-generation corpse puppets transformed from high-level monks into the secular dynasty, they would feel cold in their hands and feet just thinking about it. I can't even imagine what kind of horrific disaster that would be caused. Even the demon sects whose hands were stained with countless blood were frightened by the man who made the corpse puppets and called him a madman. Why not destroy it? One of the old men was shaking a little. The world of cultivating immortals emphasizes cause and effect, and the good are rewarded according to the law of heaven and earth, so disasters will not happen to mortals. Even if they fight to the death among themselves, they dare not do evil in the secular world. Of course, this doesn't mean they are truly good, but rather that in this world there really is a law of nature. For monks, they never take direct action in worldly affairs, and mostly use the forces cultivated in the world to do things. Even if the sect's secular forces were wiped out by ordinary secular countries, they would not touch that secular country at all. Is it the immortal sect's responsibility? Of course not. If they really take action, under the suppression of the human race's luck, the sect's luck will be greatly reduced at best, and at worst, divine thunder will descend and the entire sect will ascend to heaven. The theory of thunder tribulation is not just talk, there are actual cases. Just think back to hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the Xuanxi sect almost unified the continent. How glorious was it? But at the peak of his powers, he became arrogant, and thought he could compete with the laws of nature. The holy son of 10,000 demons used materials looted from hundreds of top sects, mobilized the might of all the strong men in the sect, captured the souls of countless strong men from the righteous sects, and refined the 10,000 souls banner with heavenly fire. He then controlled the 10,000 souls banner, and in an instant refined the people of dozens of mortal cities and billions of lives. I want to achieve the supreme path with the help of this banner. However, just when his ambition was about to be achieved, it came to an abrupt end. Just a bolt of lightning shattered the 10,000 souls banner and the holy son of 10,000 demons into pieces. All the high-ranking members of the Xuanxi sect, which was advancing rapidly, died under this thunderbolt, and the high-end combat forces were killed or injured in an instant. At the same time, the thunder tribulation also brought indelible damage to the entire eastern region, and created a huge pit of nearly 10,000 miles. Due to this thunder tribulation, a large amount of spiritual energy from the eastern region was extracted, causing the entire eastern region to be depleted and difficult to recover. It was also since that time that the eastern region changed from a holy place for cultivation with many human cultivators to its current state with depleted spiritual energy. Later, out of mercy from heaven, the heavens granted the mortal race in the eastern region good fortune and protection, which lasts until now. His Nguyemen's 100 Ghosts banner was a fragment of less than 1/10,000th of the original 10,000 Souls banner. But it still reached the power of a quasi-immortal weapon. You can imagine what a terrifying killing weapon the 10,000 Souls banner was back then. Everyone, what do you think? Is there a possibility that the person who refined the corpse puppet is deliberately framing us? The old man who asked the question earlier, seeing that no one answered, began to speculate again. The other old men were also sweating profusely, and the more they thought about it, the weirder it seemed. This corpse puppet had extremely strong concealment skills. Even with the help of the spiritual sensing array, they could not detect any spiritual power emanating from its body. It is obvious that the other party does not want others to know who is behind the scenes. And the location where the corpse puppet appeared this time was also wrong. As if it appeared suddenly. The Yunjin Basin is far away from human habitation and is surrounded by cliffs. This kind of corpse puppet cannot leave by its own strength. Thinking about it carefully, the 3 corpse puppets captured easily by the 7th elder this time were not unexpected at all. It is even very likely that even the method of attacking the soul is just a bait. After testing for these days, it was found that the strength of this corpse puppet itself is actually not very strong. Knowing its abilities, with the corpse puppet's movement and attack speed, one just needs to be careful, and even a body-tempered monk, or even a stronger ordinary person, will not be attacked by the corpse puppet. It can even easily counter-kill. When everyone seemed to be in a daze, a bucket of ice water was poured on their heads. Everything becomes clear now. This is an open conspiracy. They are such old foxes that they can figure out the key with just one point. It is obvious that their Nguyemen has been plotted against by villains. This is a frame-up. It's slandering our Nguye sect. You are going to throw the dirty water of researching corpse puppets that bring disaster to the world onto my Nguyemen. One of the old men was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, and the others were also at a loss and not in a much better state. If their guess was correct, when the 7th elder brought the corpse puppet out of the Yunjin Basin, the Nguye sect was already under the surveillance of other sects. Now that these corpse puppets have been transported back, and after a few days of experiments, perhaps the news has already been passed back to the people behind the scenes. At that time, they will face ambushes from the entire eastern region's immortal cultivation world. Even monsters would come and take a few bites of the Nguye gate. The eastern region today cannot withstand another thunder tribulation like that in the past. No wonder the 7th elder said that ever since he took the corpse puppet away, he always felt that someone was watching him in secret. A certain 7th elder who had fabricated false news in order to increase his achievements scratched his nose. Who is thinking of me? Ignoring the right and wrong of the outside world, Xuanxi's life of cultivation had just begun when he encountered a major disaster. A week has passed since he arrived at Sanyuanmen. In Ningqingshua's courtyard, there was now a 2-story building built with its back to the mountain. Although this small building seems out of tune with the other buildings in the courtyard, it is also very beautiful. The cabin is mainly made of wood and stone, with a balcony on the 2nd floor. On both sides of the small building is a small fenced cowshed and a piece of farmland. The mushrooms that were originally wandering around the yard are now in the cowshed. However, these buildings all have one thing in common: some are square. Of course, the house is not yet finished. The reserved window area is still empty and has no place to go. The current house is still leaking everywhere. As for the construction inside the mountain, it is still a long way off. In front of the stone table. At this time, Xuanxi's fair and tender face was covered with ink, and she was sitting on a stone bench under a tree in the yard, crying. At this time, Ning Qingshua's cold expression had long disappeared. She frowned, holding a stack of scribbles on paper in her hand, and walked back and forth around Xuanxi. Whenever he saw the little girl distracted, he would reach out and tap her head gently. Xuanxi said that he was almost knocked silly. Family members, who understands? After traveling through time and cultivating immortality, one still has to learn to read. Close to Xuanxi's side was a plump, domineering lady with squinting eyes, covering her mouth and chuckling. This person is Li Xuanxi's real calligraphy teacher now. Unfortunately, because Han Yun was unwilling to physically punish Li Xuanxi while teaching, someone started to act like a chicken pecking at rice. At this time, Ning Qingxue, a genuine and strict teacher, is needed. The three people have clear division of labor. One is responsible for teaching, one is responsible for supervision, and one is responsible for suffering. Looking at the illegible words coal ball on his hand, even Ning Qingxue, who had cultivated a cold temper for more than 300 years, was somewhat broken by Li Xuanxi's stubborn mind. She seems to be developing into a grumpy older sister. Sister Qing. Qingxue, I tried my best. Li Xuanxi also felt aggrieved. He helplessly discovered that, apart from the MC characteristics brought by his travel through time, there was no other change in himself. Well, that's not quite right. He discovered that his mind had become much more confused, perhaps because his body had shrunk. Especially this painting of alien text that seems to be free of charge. Just looking at it makes my eyes go dark. Not to mention that the writing was done with a soft brush. Moreover, the world's Enlightenment reading materials do not have pinyin annotations, and the pronunciation and meaning of each word are entirely passed down orally by the teacher. After reading the entire booklet, he didn't see a single picture. The teacher next to him spoke in a soft voice. If he wasn't tired, who would be tired? His life of cultivating immortals was simply the beginning of hell. What happened to the immortal who promised to touch my head, tie my hair and grant me immortality? What happened to the promise that one could master the secrets of martial arts instantly with just a spell, a talisman, or a moment of meditation? Well, there is. But I can't afford it. Ning Qingxue looked at the little girl's aggrieved expression and felt embarrassed to continue criticizing her. Li Xuanxi secretly rejoiced. His cuteness strategy had worked. He knew his sister Qingxue would fall for this. Han Yun saw all of Li Xuanxi's little movements. The little guy's acting skills could only deceive the simple-minded little junior sister. This is the simplest Enlightenment book I know. For further information, I can only try prenatal education. Han Yun's every frown and smile caused ripples in her chest, which was spectacular. At the same time, she was also somewhat puzzled by Li Xuanxi's learning ability. Although she had never taught secular students, she thought that memorizing a book of less than 20,000 words would take less than a month. Li Xuanxi? At the rate that Xuanxi has been memorizing 100 words in the past 3 days, how long will it take her to memorize them all? Well, in fact, it would be difficult to write even 50 words, let alone 100. Knowledge goes in one ear and out the other, and what you learn later you forget what you learned earlier. Back then, I was the one who taught Xiao Qingxue to read, and the book I used was the slightly more difficult Thousand Clans genealogy. In total, it took less than half a month to master it. Hey! Ning Qingxue sighed and covered her face with one hand. This was the worst apprentice she had ever had. Although she had never accepted any other apprentices, she firmly believed that this was the worst one. Li Xuanxi continued to frown and buried her head in memorizing bitterly. Han Yun sometimes looked at the little Lolita, and sometimes looked at the little junior sister who was like an iceberg turning into a volcano. She suddenly felt that this was not bad. The junior sister seemed to have changed, as if she had finally walked down from the top of the snowy mountain and had become more down to earth. Looking into the distance and looking at the sky, the horizon is covered with rosy clouds. Alright, Xuanxi, junior sister, that's all for today. Tomorrow the Hanyuan grass in the medicine garden will mature, and I'll be in seclusion for a few days refining pills, so I won't be able to teach the little one. After hearing this, Li Xuanxi looked up suddenly, tears of excitement almost flowing out of her eyes. However, Han Yun's next words instantly shattered Li Xuanxi's beautiful dream. I have contacted Shuji. He will teach Xuanxi on my behalf tomorrow. Don't worry. After Han Yun finished speaking, she did not forget to give Li Xuanxi a gentle smile and pinch Li Xuanxi's little face. Li Xuanxi shuddered subconsciously, feeling that the smile had some ill intentions. See you in a few days, little one. Seeing Han Yun leave, Ning Qingxue looked at the little lowly with a bitter face and couldn't bear it after all. Forget it, let's stop here today. Ning Qingxue felt that tutoring Li Xuanxi in calligraphy for a whole day was more tiring than practicing for half a month without rest. At this moment, Li Xuanxi felt a deep sense of relief. As if afraid that Ning Qingxue would go back on her word, he quickly stuffed the pen and ink on the stone table into his backpack and ran towards his two-story building without looking back. Sister Qingxue, I'm going to go check on the growth of the fruit tree first. Ning Qingxue felt amused when she saw Li Xuanxi's impatient look. The fruit tree that Li Xuanxi was referring to was the Minghui fruit tree. The planting location is next to the farmland on the other side of the small building. Li Xuanxi walked around the two-story building. At this time, the wheat planted in the farmland had turned yellow and swayed slowly in the mountain breeze. A faint wheat fragrance filled his nostrils. The wheat planting area occupies an area of 7 by 9 meters, which is exactly the same width as the two-story building. Minghui fruit does not need to be planted on arable land, but can be planted directly on MC-graded grassland, where it has just sprouted. The main reason is that he never used bone meal to induce labor. Even the farmland was only created 2 days ago. Before that, all they had been doing was constructing the two-story building. These days, I get up early in the morning and spend an hour and a half sitting cross-legged with Sister Qingxue to cultivate my sense of qi. I also spend an hour and a half learning the basics of the world of immortal cultivation. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I also have to study and practice calligraphy to lay a solid foundation for learning the exercises. At night, it is rare to have some time, but my sister Qingxue said that cultivators must stay energetic during practice and need to go to bed on time. Throughout this week, his daily routine has become incredibly regular. Who has too much time to go fishing for bones? As for spawning monsters, forget it. Li Xuanxi had no intention of spawning monsters in Ning Qingxue's courtyard, so when he built the infinite water, he surrounded it with farmland where monsters could not spawn. He now relies on the wheat to mature and used the compost bucket to stuff the wheat into the compost bucket to get bone meal. As for his current level, it has dropped back to level 0. Just to assimilate the Minghui fruit core consumed a full 21 levels. Although fishing supplemented some of the resources later, a lot of soil and cobblestone blocks were also assimilated, and now we are still at a stage where our income is not enough to cover our expenses. Seeing Li Xuanxi's figure disappear around the corner, Ning Qingxue did not follow. She has important things to do. It has been a week since Xuanxi joined the sect, but her master has not yet given her disciple the sect uniforms. Now, Li Xuanxi is still wearing the sect attire she wore when she was a child. Under the eaves, Mr. Li, who had changed into women's clothes without realizing it, was enthusiastically putting the harvested wheat into the compost bucket. As green particles continue to emerge from the compost bucket, until the compost bin is filled and then empties instantly. A small pile of white powder was sucked into Li Xuanxi's body from the compost bucket. Bone meal 1. To get 1 bone meal, a total of 11 wheat is consumed, which is very MC. His hands were constantly moving, and there was no need to keep the more than 40 wheats in his backpack. Bone meal 1. Bone meal 1. Bone meal 1. Until the backpack's wheat was emptied, a total of 4 bone meals were obtained, which was less than expected. Okay. Li Xuanxi was not disappointed. This was no different from the game. As for that Minghui fruit tree, curiosity is greater than desire. To be honest, after a few days of getting up early and memorizing, he didn't seem to want to cultivate anymore. Sure enough, as a salted fish who loves farming games, it is more comfortable to lie down. He took out the bone meal and turned to the location of the Minghui fruit seeds. Let's go. Brush. The little hand holding the bone meal waved at the grass planted with seeds from 2 meters away, and a bunch of pixel green particles appeared again. As if in a time-lapse video, the previously empty lawn sprouted a tender bud with 2 yellow leaves from its center. Then it began to rapidly grow, reaching the height of his calf in less than a minute. The branches and leaves are dense, and the leaves are not the usual green, but like tender buds, still tender yellow all over, slightly transparent at the end of the leaves, and the golden veins are clearly visible. Before Li Xuanxi, he had only used it on wheat, and the visual effect was far less cool than this. Continue. Swish, swish, swish. The little hand waved 3 times in a row. The tender yellow plants on the ground continued to grow rapidly. In about 2 minutes, they had grown to his chest and were about 70 centimeters high. At this time, the effect of bone meal has not ended. The plant is still growing rapidly. The leaves are visibly wider, and the branches under the leaves are becoming thicker. Although it is still growing taller, it is obviously approaching its limit. Xuanxi originally thought that the minghui fruit would eventually grow into a big tree, but now it seems more like the berries in MC. After about 4 minutes, the accelerated growth completely stopped. Beneath the sturdy, lush, and tender yellow leaves of the minghui fruit tree, dozens of crystal-clear flower buds appeared. Even these flower buds emitted a faint golden light. It looks very magical. The height of the fruit trees is fixed at about 80 centimeters. After the bone meal was used up, Xuanxi circled the minghui fruit tree a few more times. It seemed that apart from being beautiful, there was nothing magical about it. Only then did he give up. Of course, we can't just sit there and watch for the rest of the time. Xuanxi's current task is clear, which is to catch more water bottles. 3 empty water bottles together can be decomposed into 3 glass blocks. He only needs to catch 6 water bottles to install glass windows on his small building. There are still 4 left. Raw cod 1. Raw cod 1. Raw salmon 1. Ningqing Xue's side. The journey was smooth and it took 10 minutes to fly to the sect's treasure house, grocery room. But in fact, the distance is not far. However, in the sect, there is no need to rush, you can just fly the sword according to the speed of the spiritual power in your body. The feeling given to outsiders by that high-speed sword flying is swoosh, sharp and piercing sound, air exploding, strong wind. This is why monks choose to fly swords in the sky when they are traveling. Crack! Arriving outside the grocery room, Ningqing Xue reached out and pressed the somewhat rotten wooden door with just a little force. The wooden door made a sound of being unable to bear the weight. Bang! Accompanied by a rotten smell and a teeth-grinding creaking sound, half of the wooden door suddenly broke at the connection and fell heavily to the ground. For a moment, the entire field of vision was covered by the raised dust. Ningqing Xue. The last time this place was opened was probably more than 10 years ago. The door to this utility room had existed when she entered the room. It must have been there for hundreds of years, and it must have been there until now. He waved his hand, bringing out a breeze that dispersed all the smoke and dust from the door. The interior of the utility room comes into view. There was a row of red cabinets with peeling paint, a few dark boxes half a person's height with unclear background color, some broken and rotten tables and chairs, and all kinds of messy items piled together. Ningqing Xue was familiar with the route. She walked around the pile of junk and stopped in front of the cabinet where she had been with her master when she was young. This is where the sect's clothing is stored. When I opened the closet, it was surprisingly dust-free. It was full of clothes, neatly folded. The clothing of male and female disciples is separated by wooden boards. The fabrics are very good. I heard from my senior brothers and sisters that when the master founded Sanyuanmen, he was worried that too many disciples would sign up and some would not be able to get clothes, so he spent a huge amount of money to customize 200 sets of various models of Tiankanjin clothing. Facts have proven that the old master was optimistic. Since the founding of Sanyuan sect, it has accepted less than 50 disciples, most of whom are male monks. There are only 9 female cultivators in total, and 5 of them are still alive, including Xuanxi. After taking the clothes, Ningqing Xue was not in a hurry to leave. She took out 2 spirit wood swords from the cabinet next to her. It is very light in the hand and can be used for sparring with Xuanxi during formal teaching. After Xuanxi has established her foundation, she can also use it to practice sword controlling skills. Xuanxi, who was immersed in fishing in the courtyard, felt his right eyelid twitching and always felt that something bad was going to happen. I quickly shook my head to dispel it. It was futile superstition and not advisable. It was just an eye muscle spasm. I was fishing. Aquarius 1. That's right, only 3 left. When Ningqing Xue returned, the sky had already darkened completely. She spent some time making a new wooden door for the treasure house and cleaned up the dust inside. When he flew over the courtyard on his sword, he was stunned. What's going on? Why is the spiritual energy in the courtyard so much richer? Moreover, the closer she flew, the purer the spiritual power became. This is... Ning Qingshue's figure landed in front of the bushes that suddenly appeared in the courtyard and were almost as high as her waist. As soon as she felt it, her hands trembled. Earth-grade spiritual plant? Or is it the lowest quality existence? As poor as the Sanyuan sect is, the highest level spiritual plant she had ever seen was only of the upper grade Xian level. Even though it's just a one level difference, it's a world of difference. The price has increased 1,000 times. Li Xuanxi, who was immersed in fishing, heard the noise and turned around to see Ning Qingshu leaning over and looking through the tender yellow leaves, curiously at the newly grown bright flower buds that were emitting a soft light. It wasn't until Li Xuanxi came to Ning Qingshue's side that she realized what was going on. Xiao Xuanxi, how did this come about? Her tone still contained some disbelief. This is a genuine earth-level spiritual plant. The kind that can automatically plunder the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and feed it back to the surrounding area. Li Xuanxi felt a little surprised, because when he planted the seeds, he did it in front of Sister Qingxue and Sister Han Yun. Isn't this the Minghui fruit tree we planted 2 days ago? Did Sister Qingxue forget? Minghui fruit? For the first time, Ning Qingshu felt that her brain was a little confused. On the day of planting, senior sister Han Yun casually added a lot of relevant knowledge. It takes at least 233 years for a Minghui tree to germinate from seed to bloom for the first time. You tell me, this was planted 2 days ago? Wrong. I remember she passed by this morning when she woke up. It clearly hadn't even sprouted yet, so how could such a big fruit tree come from? Ning Qingshu felt that although it was the world of cultivating immortals, it was somewhat magical. Li Xuanxi didn't know how to explain it for a moment, and just then he saw that a batch of wheat that had not ripened in the farmland had ripened again. Sister Qingshu, wait for me. Li Xuanxi hurriedly threshed the wheat, made compost, and obtained bone meal. Then he waved the bone meal at the Minghui fruit tree. A bunch of green particle effects emerged from the ground, like fireflies, and looked particularly beautiful under the dim moonlight and the faintly glowing flower buds. Then something happened that even more impacted Ning Qingshue's worldview. The entire fruit tree grew visibly, and the flower buds expanded rapidly as if inflated, and then bloomed into glowing, transparent flowers like gems. Even without using spiritual sense to check, one can clearly sense that the spiritual energy around has become much denser. The spiritual energy in the courtyard is now more than 30% richer than before she left. Ning Qingshu. She suspected that she was dreaming and had not yet woken up. Even the legendary top-level magical power, the thought of withering and flourishing, cannot have such an effect on spiritual plants. I have never heard of any magical object or supernatural power that can allow spiritual plants to go through decades of growth cycle in an instant. Otherwise, spiritual plants wouldn't be so rare. Even countless immortal cultivators unanimously affirmed that there was absolutely no possibility of such magical powers. Because the way of heaven is fair. And the scene before my eyes was incredibly real. Ning Qingshu struggled to refocus her gaze on the little lowly who turned around and looked for praise, and subconsciously pinched her chewy little face. It feels real, it's real. Later, Ning Qingshu was led back to the room in a daze and lay back on the bed as instructed, without coming to her senses. If this is really the Minghui fruit, then it is a high-level spiritual plant of the earth grade. Although it can't reach the legendary magical effect of the heavenly grade jade root bamboo, it can definitely make the major eastern region forces fight each other. Fighting to the point of bloodshed. So, what Sierra said before about being able to plant is this method of planting? She turned her head and peered through the dim room, looking at the sleeping little girl. She skillfully let out her tail, got out of bed, and crawled into the little girl's bed, then accidentally stuffed her tail into the little girl's arms. Early the next morning, Ning Qingshu woke up in a daze, and the little girl in her arms was still sleeping soundly. She felt like she had a beautiful dream last night. I actually dreamed that Xiao Xuanxi planted the Minghui fruit seeds given by senior sister Han Yun. I laughed to myself. It is true that what you think about during the day you will dream about at night. Subconsciously, the little lowly hugged her like an octopus, buried her head in her chest, and then was stunned. Why is the spiritual energy so pure this morning? She hadn't even started practicing her skills, yet a trace of spiritual energy flowed into her spiritual veins? An outrageous thought popped up in Ning Qingshua's mind. Was she still asleep? No, although she has gradually gotten used to it, she can still clearly feel the tingling sensation of the tip of her tail being rested under the little guy's head. I can even feel the hot breath exhaled by the little guy at my heart. Could it be that last night wasn't a dream? Is it true? He gently rescued Weibo from Li Xuanxi's arms, dressed himself, and carefully pushed the door open to go outside. The cool morning breeze on the top of the mountain blows towards you, carrying with it a rich and vital aura. From her current position, she could see at a glance the fruit tree beside the uneven wheat field, which was particularly dazzling in the morning light. The spiritual energy in the small courtyard alone is already more abundant than that in the training room with a spirit-gathering array. All right. The main reason why the spiritual energy here is richer than that in the training room is that the spirit-gathering array in the training room lacks spirit stones as the center of the array, and can only rely on the free spiritual energy of heaven and earth to barely maintain its operation. After all, she couldn't afford one spirit stone per hour. Only after a breakthrough in a small realm can one dare to use it. The morning sun shines through the clouds, illuminating the entire sea of clouds. Li Xuanxi, who was still trapped in the quilt, was pulled out from under the quilt by Ning Qingxue, who was in a good mood. After washing up and putting on new clothes, he went straight to the bright fruit tree with delicate flowers. 2 identical cushions were already placed there. Ning Qingxue helped Li Xuanxi adjust her meditation posture before returning to her own cushion. The key to feeling the qi is to comprehend it, and there is no need to memorize anything. Sierra, follow me. Ning Qingxue closed her eyes, began to breathe more calmly, and began to guide. Qi touches all things, and the mind and spirit become one. Listen to nature quietly and regulate your breathing. Inside and outside correspond, yin and yang interact. The meridians are unblocked, and the mind follows the flow of qi. First feeling the world, then gradually merging with all things. Clearing my mind and contemplating the myriad sounds. Call. After a full cycle, which lasted almost half an hour, Ning Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. Sheer, how's it going? Did you feel the spiritual energy today? Li Xuanxi, zzzzzzz. Ning Qingxue. Looking at the staggering little lowly, a well character appeared on Ning Qingxue's forehead. She felt inexplicably tight in her chest and felt a little restless. This guy. How can you be so stupid? Sierra. Ning Qingxue raised her voice. Ah. Li Xuanxi, who had become sleepy, suddenly sat up straight and pretended to be sensing something seriously. Ning Qingxue held her forehead, tired. Destroy it. She suddenly felt a little envious of her former master. He must be very lucky to have such a smart disciple like her. Seeing Ning Qingxue stand up, Li Xuanxi also stood up swiftly, with a look of surprise on her face. Sister Qingxue, are we finishing up so soon today? No, I'm done. Sit down and continue. I'll supervise you. Forehead. Li Xuanxi felt like he had been hit hard. He doesn't understand this stuff at all. What about the energy that affects all things, the unity of mind and spirit, the correspondence between inside and outside, the interaction between yin and yang? He didn't feel anything except that he thought his sister Qingxue's voice was pleasant and helpful in helping him sleep. As for sensing the surrounding spiritual energy, it's out of the question. An hour passed in a flash during this difficult time. Since Li Xuanxi got up a little later today, the best time to feel the energy had passed. Li Xuanxi and Ning Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It's so painful. The 2 people with the same expression were stunned. Ning Qingxue felt a little itchy, so she put her 2 jade hands directly on the little lowly's face, rubbing and squeezing it. That, Sister Qingxue, is it possible that my spiritual roots are too poor, so I can't feel the spiritual energy? Li Xuanxi said weakly. According to the experience read in Blue Star's novel, the ability to sense qi is probably closely related to spiritual roots. But with his limited talent, it's obviously not like he can sense qi in a short period of time. At this point, Li Xuanxi could already proudly admit that he was a loser. Ning Qingxue paused and fell into deep thought. When I first started learning, my master didn't seem to mention it to me. Back then, it only took her a cup of tea to complete the stage of sensing qi, and she did not study these basic things in detail afterwards. He withdrew his hand from Li Xuanxi's little face, thinking, maybe there really is a connection? She felt that she should ask the head brother. Since Xuanxi was involved, she felt that she couldn't delay any longer. I'm going out for a while. Watching Sister Qingxue fly away in a hurry on her sword, Li Xuanxi was a little confused and simply lay down on the mat. But he quickly sat up straight again. It's not time to rest yet. After the house is completed, there is still a monster tower to build. He took out the fishing rod from his arms and continued to work hard to have glass windows in the two-story building. Qin Jingxing was sitting in front of the stone table in the courtyard. Ning Qingxue and Qin Jingxing stared at each other. The question of qi sensation obviously fell into the blind spot of the two people's knowledge. At that time, Qin Jingxing only took 2 days to sense the spiritual energy. Master never explained this knowledge and principles to him. Naturally, he would not delve into such basic things. It should, maybe, be related, right? Qin Jingxing's tone was not very sure. After leaving the sect leader, Ning Qingxue felt even more worried. Sensing qi is the beginning of cultivating immortals and the entry point to tempering the body. During the body tempering process, the body will automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and store it in the sea of qi. Then, through the spiritual energy that enters the sea of qi, it will subtly improve the body, widen the meridians, and lay a solid foundation for qi training. It is said to be sensing qi, but in fact it is also locating one's own spiritual veins. If you can't even proceed to the step of sensing qi, how can you talk about tempering the body and practicing qi? Not to mention cultivating immortals. Sister Qingxue, what's wrong? Li Xuanxi put away his fishing rod and turned his head to look curiously at the fox-eared girl who had been sitting next to him since he came back from outside. She looked a little sad. Oh, forget it. Ning Qingxue reached out and rubbed her silly apprentice's head. Don't pay attention to it, go fishing. Okay. At noon, Li Xuanxi took out a grilled fish, filled the empty satiety bar, and drank some mushroom milk. Lunch was just okay. In fact, the last time he replenished his food intake was 2 days ago. Why? The life of cultivating immortals was far more boring than he had imagined. But there is good news. Sister Qingxue said that in another week, she would take him to Kangwu City to participate in a disciple recruiting ceremony to recruit disciples for the sect. He felt that he could use this time to go down the mountain and buy some coal, iron ore, or even minerals from other worlds. According to the information he knew. Today, the currency in the eastern region is mainly divided into 2 systems. One is the copper coins, silver and gold used by ordinary people and warriors. The conversion rate was 1,000 copper coins equaled 1 tael of silver, and 100 taels of silver equaled 1 tael of gold. A copper coin is almost equivalent to $1 before crossing over, but most daily necessities here are extremely cheap. 1 tael of silver is enough for a family of 5 to live comfortably for a month. As for gold, it is rarely circulated in the market and usually appears in the hands of warriors and casual cultivators. The other system is the currency used by monks' spirit stones. There are 4 categories: low quality, medium quality, high quality, and top quality. The exchange ratio between each quality and the next quality is fixed at 100 to 1. In the ordinary market, a low-grade spirit stone is worth about 1 or 2 taels of gold. It's not as expensive as you might imagine, but it's definitely not cheap either. In the previous life, it would have cost 100,000 yuan. From this perspective, although their Sanyuan sect is a poor and insignificant sect in the world of immortal cultivation, it is considered wealthy in the mortal world. Not to mention anything else, when he returned to the sect, he killed people and stole treasures and got more than 300 low-grade spirit stones and 12 medium-grade spirit stones, which were worth 1,500 taels of gold. Afternoon, it is time for my sister Xuanxi to practice. It's naturally not easy to disturb him. Now, we are only 2 bottles away from living in a glass house. Fishing progress still needs work. Raw cod 1. Raw cod 1. Raw cod 1. Bull 1. Tropical fish 1. Raw cod 1. 3 hours later. Shit. What the hell? They catch them one after another when they're not needed, but when they're really needed, they can't catch a single hair. Keep casting. Aquarius 1. Xuanxi. Very good, what you say is what you do. Cast the rod. Put away the fishing rod. 1 more. Raw cod 1. The last one. Raw cod 1. Water lily 1. It was not until around 5 in the afternoon that Bai Shuji, dressed as a scholar and entrusted by Han Yun, arrived as promised. Before he even landed, he was stunned by the rich spiritual energy near Ning Qingshue's courtyard. Then I saw the Minghui fruit tree growing next to the small building. Wow, it's so intense that I'm even hallucinating. It's only been a week since we last met. When did a low-grade spiritual plant that's been growing for over 200 years appear in Junior Sister's courtyard? Is this cultivation? As I stepped in front of the Minghui fruit tree, the unfamiliar fragrance of flowers filled my nose. Just smelling it made me feel relaxed and comfortable. Sealed golden pupils. Bai Shuji's eyes burst into brilliant golden light, intending to check if it was an illusion. However, no formation patterns appeared near the fruit trees. So, is this true? Until the evening, the day's study ends. Ning Qingshui and Xuanxi watched Bai Shuji leave the courtyard. Sister Qingshui, what happened to Master Bai? Why does he look so absent-minded? Ning Qingshui was also puzzled. She shook her head and guessed, maybe he has something on his mind. 2 days passed in a flash. In the past 2 days, Ning Qingshui no longer asked Xuanxi to get up early to sense the qi, but practiced alone. After all, the ability to sense qi is linked to spiritual root talent, so it would be better to wait until the Minghui fruit is ripe and then improve the little guy's qualifications first. Wasting time nowadays will only result in half the effort and twice the result. Xuanxi felt like his lazy life had suddenly returned. His sleep quality had improved several notches, and he could sleep until he woke up naturally every day. Moreover, every time I wake up, I can smell the fragrance of the quilt. It must be because I stayed in Sister Qingshue's room for too long and was scented with her body fragrance. When Xuanxi came out of the room, it was almost noon. The 2-story building outside had glass windows installed yesterday, so you can just put a bed in and move in. Unfortunately, there's still no furniture. Of course, there are still tables made of carpets commonly used in the game. You know what, it's quite useful. Although the carpet table felt soft to the touch, it would not bend at all no matter how hard I tried. The biggest problem with the hut now is that the MC blocks not only isolate the breath, but also isolate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Once the spiritual energy in the room is consumed, it cannot be replenished. Even opening and closing doors won't work, and the same applies to MC fences and trapdoors. It should be the same as in the game, where an open door can prevent water from spreading. There are only 2 solutions that I can think of at the moment. Make a gap in the wall to connect the inside and outside, or replace it with a non-assimilated door. But if that's the case, then the aura shielding effect of the cube is useless. Well, now this small building is just used as a survival base, and he has no plans to move in for the time being. As soon as Xuanxi came out of Ning Qingshue's room, he was so blinded by the golden wheat fields in the sunlight not far away that he could hardly open his eyes. No MC player can look at a whole field of ripe wheat and remain indifferent. He jogged all the way to the wheat field, harvesting wheat with one hand and planting seeds with the other. Feels good. The cultivated land became bare again. He wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead with his hand and walked to the compost bin. A total of 62 wheat heads were harvested this time. Put them all into the composter, which makes exactly 5 bone meals. It should be enough to ripen this Minghui fruit tree. Just as he was about to raise his hand, he felt a fragrant breeze coming from behind him, and there was another person behind him. Li Xuanxi subconsciously tilted his head back. Ning Qingxue was already standing behind him, staring at the fruit tree without blinking. The little hand poked him on the back, signaling him to hurry up. Li Xuanxi. Li Xuanxi did not hesitate. He was also quite curious about what the spiritual fruit looked like and tasted like, as he had only seen it in novels before traveling through time. I am still ready to invest it all, but when I add the fourth bone meal, it can no longer be used. Is that enough? The flowers of the Minghui fruit tree in front of him bloomed and then withered visibly, and thumb-sized milky white fruits grew from the original buds. Then expand. The expansion rate only slowed down when the fruit grew to the size of a blue star plum. The milky white color on the surface of the fruit is fading rapidly and becoming transparent from the fruit base. After about 3 minutes, the fruit trees completely stopped growing. The original gorgeous flowers were replaced by dozens of crystal clear fruits. Between the flesh, there are thin golden lines like leaf veins, emitting a faint golden glow. Because both the flesh and the core are transparent, you can't see the core from the outside. You can only see the opaque seed in the middle of the core that emits a faint golden glow. Is this the bright radiance fruit? Li Xuanxi was stunned. The name is indeed right, this fruit really glows. And her appearance is simply outrageous. Ning Qingxue still didn't come back to her senses. Did my little she really grow the earth-grade spiritual plant Minghui fruit? And it only took less than 7 days? Is this reasonable? Now that the facts were before her eyes, she didn't know how long she remained silent. After she came to her senses, she felt only excitement in her heart. With the Minghui fruit, it means that Xuanxi can accompany him further on the path of cultivating immortals. Ning Qingxue's lips curved up. I forced myself to resist the urge to pick up the little girl who was pulling the fruit hard and rub her in my arms. I decided to stay up all night holding the little one in my arms. Li Xuanxi naturally had no idea what Ning Qingxue was thinking. He used all his strength, but the fruit on the tree was not shaken at all. It can't be taken off at all. You can't just use brute force to pick spiritual fruits. Picking them this way will also cause the efficacy to be lost. Ning Qingxue was just about to lend a hand when she saw the little fellow taking a bite of the spiritual fruit that couldn't be picked. Ning Qingxue? Click click. Sister Qingxue, what did you just say? Li Xuanxi turned his head and asked curiously while chewing. Just now, I was concentrating on competing with Guozi and didn't hear clearly what my sister Qingxue said. But I have to say that apart from being a little difficult to pick, this fruit tastes surprisingly crisp and juicy. The taste is also excellent, sweet, slightly sour, with a hint of the fragrance of grapes and apples. Sister Qingxue, please try it, it tastes really good. Of course, don't forget to share. Li Xuanxi ate the flesh clean in 3 bites, and the thumb-sized fruit core, which looked like an exquisite work of art, was still hanging on the tree. Why is it not working? Li Xuanxi was puzzled. If the novel followed the normal flow of events, the situation should have changed drastically, with strange phenomena appearing in the heaven and earth. At the very least, one would have to strengthen their tendons and marrow, causing impurities to surge out of their bodies, and a foul odor would fill their nostrils. Not believing it, he pulled another fruit at hand to his mouth and chewed it. At this moment, all Ning Qingxue had in her eyes was the little lowly with chubby cheeks and who looked like a hamster. She felt like her heart was melting. It was not until she saw the little guy reaching out his claws to the third fruit that she remembered to stop him. She had never seen such a high-level spiritual fruit, let alone eaten it. What if the little guy gets sick from eating it like this? What's wrong, Sister Qingxue? Li Xuanxi looked up in confusion, looking at Sister Qingxue who suddenly pulled him in front of her and looked at him. Ning Qingxue heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the little fellow was fine. She explained, we should ask Senior Sister Han Yun for advice. Perhaps there's something wrong with your way of eating. I see. Li Xuanxi suddenly understood. It's worthy of being the world of cultivating immortals. Even eating has its own rules. However, he still wiped a fruit on his sleeve and handed it over. Sister Qingxue, try it first. Although it won't have much effect now, it tastes really good. Looking at Li Xuanxi's expectant eyes, Ning Qingxue couldn't bear to refuse. Fortunately, there are at least 70 or 80 fruits on the entire tree now, so it doesn't matter if one is wasted. Of course, if the medical practitioners in the eastern region knew about Ning Qingxue's thoughts, they would probably be criticized to death. Unfortunately, Ning Qingxue was not a medical practitioner. Although she knew that the spiritual fruit was precious, she had no idea about it. After all, she had never seen one before. But now, when I see it, it's a whole tree full. And this is even after knowing that this thing, my own Xuanxi, can ripen it in 7 days? My horizons and perspectives were broadened immediately. After taking the Minghui fruit that was still hanging on the tree, a wisp of spiritual energy flowed out from Ning Qingxue's fingertips, severing the connection between the fruit and the tree. With just a slight twist, the fruit fell into her hand. She opened her white teeth slightly, and the sweet and slightly sour juice poured into her mouth. A special spiritual energy burst out from the tip of her tongue. Wherever the spiritual power sweeps, the mind becomes clear, as if in the clouds. She was suddenly startled. He quickly swallowed the whole fruit, then sat cross-legged on the cushion in front of the fruit tree and began to practice his skills to refine it. Li Xuanxi was a little confused. Why did his sister Qingxue start meditating when they had a disagreement? Is the effect of this fruit so strong? How come he didn't notice anything? Uncertain. Try again. Aim. Open your mouth. Chewed it. Tasty. No more. After swallowing the third Minghui fruit, it was still of no use. Moreover, this Minghui fruit seems to be similar to the golden apple. Even when the food level is full, it can still be used as a boost item and can be used unlimitedly. You can eat it until you get tired of it. Sitting on the futon next to Ning Qingxue, he waited for a long time. Forget it, let's continue digging the cave. There is no point in waiting any longer, as his plan codenamed Dongfu has just begun. He had already reserved a passage into the mountain inside the small building, and it could even be seen at a glance when entering. Of course, he still disguised it somewhat, like adding a 2x2 oil painting of a cake, a jar, and a sunflower. Well, it would be more reasonable to say it is wool embroidery. This should be the hidden door built by all players who have come into contact with MC. The materials are very simple, a door and a painting made of 8 wooden sticks arranged in a U shape, with a wool of any color placed in the middle. Li Xuanxi walked straight towards the oil painting. Even though he was about to bump into it face to face, he did not slow down at all. Then his body unexpectedly walked into the painting like a video game player, until it completely disappeared. Li Xuanxi's real body came to a corridor that was 2 blocks wide and 3 blocks high. The corridor is 25 meters long, and there are torches every 5 meters, making the passage very bright. Start. He trotted to the end, took out the pickaxe and continued digging. The mining time for each piece of cobblestone has now been reduced from 20 seconds using a stone pickaxe to 15 seconds. 4 pieces can be dug in 1 minute, and if you work non-stop for an hour, you can dig about 240 cubic meters of stone. This afternoon is more than enough to create a simple monster spawning area. As for the monster spawner and monster egg combination that came with the mod, it wasn't that he didn't want it, the problem was that he couldn't make it. Among them, the monster spawner is very simple to make. You only need to arrange 8 iron bars on the workbench to form a mouth shape, leaving an empty space in the middle and place a chain. The real difficulty lies in the monster eggs. To make any kind of monster eggs, you need a core material, nether star. The process of obtaining the nether star in the game is extremely complicated. First, players must build a hell gate to enter hell. After that, it's time to find the hell fortress and kill the wither skeletons. Each wither skeleton has a 2.5% chance to drop a wither skeleton skull. After collecting 3 wither skeleton skulls, place them in sequence with 4 blocks of soul sand to synthesize one of the 2 bosses in the MC game, Wither. Only by killing the withering can you obtain a nether star. This tedious process makes most players give up just in the game, not to mention that they have to complete it in reality. I remember when I was playing the old save file, I spent a whole week in hell on and off to get the nether star to make the beacon. I work in the company during the day and work in the game at night. But now that I have traveled through time, not to mention defeating the wither, even finding obsidian is a problem. Xuanxi said that this monster egg can't be fixed at all. An afternoon passed quickly in the boring mining. The result was naturally that he overthought. There is no trace of the mine. At the end of today's excavation, a 16 by 16 by 4 area was cleared. He was not a machine after all, and it took him longer than he expected. It took 6 hours to dig. It should be around 3 in the afternoon outside, so there is plenty of time. But new problems have emerged. If you want to spawn monsters in this area, you will need at least 4 sets of assimilated MC materials to pave the floor. The materials he brought back from the Yunjin Basin in his backpack were basically all used to build the house. Now there are only 22 logs assimilated in the past 2 days and half a set of raw stones left in the backpack. Even if you mix it with other ingredients, it's not enough. Damn it, I still have to go fishing. At the current rate of 1 rod every few minutes, approximately 5 cubes can be assimilated per hour. It only takes 4 hours to gather half a set of logs, which can be broken down into half bricks to cover the entire ground. Sit back in the wheat field by the infinite water. Casting the rod into the water. Aquarius 1. Xuanxi. Around 5 o'clock, Bai Shuji also came, but seeing Ning Qingxue sitting cross-legged in meditation under the Minghui tree, he did not disturb her for long. He took a Minghui fruit given by Xuanxi and left in a daze. Of course, Xuanxi only gave one, not because he was stingy, but simply because Master Bai Shuji refused to accept it. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Xuanxi worked on the workbench for a while and walked into the semi-finished monster spawning tower with 4 sets of cotton and brocade wood half bricks. He knew that only the upper half of the brick could be used to spawn monsters in MC, but he didn't know what would happen after the time travel. However, to be safe, he still used the upper half of the brick. It only took a few minutes to cover the ground. Originally, Xuanxi was thinking of making a more efficient boat pressure water flow monster spawning tower, but this kind of monster spawning tower requires a large number of trapdoors and pressure plates. The pressure plate can be replaced with stone, but the trapdoor is made of wood. The remaining money in his backpack is far from enough. So, this plan was killed. Another reason is that Xuanxi has not yet found a new source of wood. He discovered that when his golden finger cut down trees with a diameter of less than 1 meter, they would only drop ordinary sticks. And near Sister Qingxue's courtyard, the only tree that met the requirement of being larger than 1 meter in diameter was the one next to the stone table. Then the other half-brick pathfinding tower that does not require redstone becomes the only choice. However, the subsequent construction will not be completed within a few hours, so we can only talk about it tomorrow. After extinguishing the torches in the reserved monster spawning area and blocking the entrance with an ordinary fence gate, Xuanxi left the hidden passage. When I left the small building, the moonlight had already filled the courtyard. There was a faint golden glow on the side of the house near the wheat field, which should be the light from the Minghui tree. He looked over and saw that his sister Qingxue was still lying on the cushion under the Minghui fruit tree, with her eyes closed and regulating her breathing. Could it be that I'm the only one who doesn't react when eating it? Xuanxi was puzzled and took a nibble on another one from the tree. Although Xuanxi didn't understand Ning Qingxue's breathing exercises, he knew that he couldn't disturb her. He decided to keep everything alive until dawn. After most of the day of refining, Ning Qingxue's body had basically absorbed the effects of the spiritual fruit. There was no change in the realm. After all, this Minghui fruit was not a spiritual fruit that could enhance one's strength. The key is to improve her talent. According to a rough estimate, her spiritual root aptitude has increased by about 10%. It may not seem like much, but in fact, for a half-step immortal spiritual root, it is just like putting this 10% of talent on an ordinary person. This ordinary person can also be regarded as a genius of a small sect. Unfortunately, her spiritual roots showed no signs of transitioning to immortal spiritual roots. There is still quite a distance, still around half a step to immortality. When Ning Xingxue opened her eyes from the refining state, the moon was already high in the sky. During her refining process, she could actually still hear the sounds from the outside world. She had long wanted to see what was making that noise in her ears. With a slight turn of his head, he immediately found the real culprit of the noise. A white-haired lowly stood on tiptoe and buried her head in the bushes. That crunching sound came from there. He stood up and walked gently behind the little lowly, leaned over and looked inside through the gaps in the leaves, and his face was immediately filled with black lines. My goodness, it's really hard for the little guy to eat a fruit, etc. She remembered that there were many fruits outside that were easily accessible, so why bother with so much effort? After taking a closer look, Ning Xingxue was stunned. On the Minghui fruit tree that was originally laden with fruits, how many intact fruits are left? More than half of the fruits only had a delicate and transparent seed left hanging on the tree. The culprit behind all this is clear at a glance. Ning Xingxue was speechless because of this greedy little guy. She hadn't even found out why the fruit couldn't be used to its full potential, but this guy had already eaten up all the fruit? Fortunately, although the little guy ate so much, according to her spiritual sense, there was no disorder in his breathing. Fortunately, this thing is not a spiritual fruit that improves cultivation, otherwise, if you eat it like this, you will definitely burst. Li Xuanxi, who was concentrating on eating, always felt that someone was staring at him from behind. He swallowed the fruit in a few bites, turned around and fell into a soft embrace. Feeling the amazing elasticity on his face, he always felt inexplicably familiar. It's like I'm buried in it every day. But he was sure, no. He reluctantly moved his head away from Sister Qingxue's chest, who was leaning over to observe him, and smiled brightly. Sister Qingxue, is the refining finished? Ning Xingxue, stare. Only after seeing the little girl at a loss did Ning Xingxue speak. From now on, before you know the effects of the spiritual fruit, don't eat it carelessly, understand? This spiritual fruit has special effects. With your current level of cultivation, consuming spiritual plants and fruits above the Xin level that increase your cultivation is no different from taking a strong poison. At the very least, the meridians will be damaged, and at the worst, the body will explode and die. Ning Xingxue tried her best to keep her expression and tone serious. She didn't want Xuanxi to eat all the spiritual fruits and eat herself to death when she came out of seclusion one day. Li Xuanxi met Ning Xingxue's gaze, which was more serious than ever, and nodded subconsciously. Be good. Ning Xingxue's serious expression instantly turned into a warm breeze. She reached out and rubbed Li Xuanxi's little face, then took Li Xuanxi's hand and said, Elbow, go back to the room and sleep. Yin Ghost Gate. The entire top leadership of the Yin Gue men spent more than a week in fear. They still humanely destroyed those two evil corpse puppets. As for the skeleton that was unable to transform the people it killed into corpse puppets, it was retained to continue studying the secret of how these corpse puppets could attack souls. At this time, in the meeting hall of Yin Gue men, the seventh elder, the sloppy old man who had ambushed Ning Xingxue in the Yunjin Basin, was sitting on pins and needles. Although the corpse puppet incident was unintentional on his part, he was indeed the victim of a conspiracy by a traitor. Now he listened to the speculations of the other elders of the sect and took a deep breath. What a vicious plot! If it weren't for the sect elders' caution, they would have noticed the unusual things in time and unraveled the truth of the other party's purpose. The consequences are simply unimaginable. In fact, after these days of research, they speculated that the mastermind behind these corpse puppets was most likely not from the eastern region. After all, if things go wrong and the eastern region is punished by heaven again, then the eastern region, which already has thin spiritual energy, may completely become a spiritual power forbidden zone like the Xuanxi ancient region. By then, the Yin Gue Gate, which brought about divine punishment, will turn into a huge pit as big as the second Yunjin Basin. The remaining disciples of the Yin Gue sect will completely become the public enemy of the three realms of cultivators, demons, and beasts in the entire eastern region. The Yin Gue Gate will also be infamous for hundreds of thousands of years, or even forever. For the specific consequences, you can refer to the cultivators in the entire eastern region. Every time their cultivation fails, they can't help but greet their ancestors, the 10,000 demon sect. He is indeed a person from outside the domain, and he still has the will to destroy the cultivation world in the eastern domain. Didn't the Wanma sect start out from other domains? In the end, it was the eastern region that bore all the brunt of the consequences. Mean. How despicable. However, this plan has been discovered, and the reasons why the corpse puppets can attack the soul and the grey evil are also being studied in an orderly manner. However, the other party's methods are too sophisticated, and no results have been achieved so far. But in the world of cultivating immortals, it is also believed that those who have the will can achieve their goals. The biggest trouble now is still those righteous sects outside the Nguyen area. Master, the matter of the 100 Ghosts banner can't wait any longer. A silent old man suddenly spoke. Elder Shui is absolutely right. Another elder echoed, hammering the armrest beside him, his beard trembling slightly. Now our sect has been under siege for over a month, and only 1 in 10 of our disciples who were away are left alive. If we don't teach these damned fellows a lesson, do they really think our Nguyen sect is a pushover? After hearing what the old man said, the others were furious. Isn't it just the true disciple of our own sect leader who killed the sect heir casually? It's no big deal. Besides, most people in the world of cultivating immortals pay attention to fate. Since he was killed, it means that this disaster was destined. He is not as skilled as others, so who can he blame? And that bastard Tu Kuan was so arrogant in the sect. I reminded him time and time again to be careful when going out. But he got into such trouble on his first trip out of the sect to gain experience. That's right. If the sect master hadn't been kind-hearted and hadn't given the 8th elder his respect when he was still alive, how could he have tolerated this bastard being so arrogant and domineering in the sect? Thinking back, the 8th elder's wife was pregnant for 2.5 years, thinking she would give birth to a child of destiny, but in the end, this thing came out? It's a waste of the sect master's efforts in nurturing her. He's just a useless bully. With the first person taking the lead, everyone started talking at once, and the topic turned to criticizing the source of the disaster. The leader of the Nguyen sect, who was sitting in the main seat, said nothing, and his expression became more and more gloomy as he listened. After all, the disciple who killed the heir of a first-rate sect claimed to be the son of the 8th elder's widow, but in fact he was his own flesh and blood. The 8th elder had been dead for 2.5 years, so where did the child come from? The 2.5 years of pregnancy was just an excuse. It is difficult for cultivators to have offspring. Even though they have not recognized each other, they have invested a lot of effort and resources in this son and are training him to be the next sect leader. The people below did not notice the sect leader's expression and continued to chatter. Enough! Seeing that the elders were getting more and more angry, the leader of the Nguyen sect slapped the armrest and shouted. The sect is still in crisis, so why are you making such a fuss? How disgraceful! I didn't call you here today to listen to your complaints. Several elders looked embarrassed and kept quiet. The leader of our sect has reached the realm of half-step Dharmakaya, and with the training of grey evil for thousands of years, he can control grey evil to fight, and his strength has long surpassed that of Dharmakaya. Cultivators. Huisha is immortal and indestructible. Even if he is a powerful being in the tribulation realm, he has the confidence to fight him. At the very least, you can escape unscathed. Certainly. Grey evil is not without its flaws. Because the grey evil method was created by the first generation of the sect leader with reference to the Dharma images of powerful Dharma masters. Although it can allow Foundation establishment cultivators to possess attack methods similar to those of Dharmakaya cultivators in advance, it also basically cuts off their possibility of becoming powerful Dharmakaya cultivators. Fortunately, this grey evil technique has an ability that even the powerful Dharma masters do not possess: soul transfer. The grey evil method can perfectly transfer the soul into the grey evil. One only needs to find a Yin evil area, and the grey evil body can practice like a ghost cultivator. This is also the reason why the so-called righteous immortal gates outside the Yin Gue gate surrounded it but did not attack it. As long as they hold on to the evil area of the Yin Gue gate, they will be invincible. Unfortunately, it is impossible for them to counterattack. If Huisha wants to stay outside the Insha land for a long time, he needs the help of a puppet. Otherwise, over time, it will cause irreversible damage to the soul and the gray evil. The matter of the half-demon will continue to be handled by you. The ghost sect leader looked at the sloppy old man and said in a deep voice, "There must be no mistakes this time. Master, don't worry. If I can't bring back that half-demon this time, I will die outside." The sloppy old man vowed. He calculated the time and found that Hunger, who had arrived earlier, had probably caught the half-demon and started his return journey. By the way, how's the research going on with the orb that dropped from the corpse puppet? The leader of the Yin sect, who was about to disband the meeting, suddenly asked. The scene fell silent for a moment, and several elders looked at each other. Elder Long, you go? The leader of the Yin sect called out the name directly. Elder Long, who was chosen, felt a little embarrassed. In fact, the bead that fell out of the corpse puppet had disappeared long ago. Several people thought that the others would report it to the sect leader, but they didn't expect that the sect leader still didn't know about it. In fact, they suspected that the glass bead was the main reason why the corpse puppet could penetrate the gray evil and attack the soul. Disappearance is most likely a backup plan left by the person who created the corpse puppet. The next morning. Sanyuan Gate, Ning Qingshua's courtyard. Li Xuanxi was pulled out of bed early by Ning Qingxue, and came to Han Yun's cave with a dozen minghui fruits. The two had just landed when the stone door opened to both sides. The space inside the stone door was not large and could be seen through at a glance. Han Yun was sitting on a cushion at this time, pounding medicine rhythmically with a jade pestle. Sister Han Yun. Li Xuanxi felt convinced when she called her sister. After all, given her age, there was no psychological pressure even if she called her grandma, let alone sister. Han Yun now looks to be only about 27 or 28 years old and is full of charm, but her real age is 703 years old. She is definitely a diamond old aunt. However, I heard from Sister Qingxue that a cultivator's appearance is related to his state of mind, and maintaining his state of mind is also an essential part of a cultivator's practice. Of course, it's still early for Li Xuanxi. Only after forming the elixir can one get a glimpse of the key. As for why not call her Master Aunt? Of course, it was Han Yun's own request. Li Xuanxi also felt that the title of Master sounded a bit old-fashioned. It's Xuanxi. Han Yun sat on the futon, smiling gently. She let go of the pestle and opened her arms. Come here and let me hug you. Li Xuanxi. Although he felt a little moved by the other person's chest, which was so turbulent that he could bury his entire head in it, his moral integrity would not allow it, and he could only refuse with tears in his eyes. Ning Qingxue didn't care about Han Yun's actions. She naturally took Li Xuanxi's hand and sat on another cushion beside Han Yun. Han Yun quickly placed her slender hands on Li Xuanxi's little face and began to play with it. Facing Han Yun's restless claws, Li Xuanxi said that he tried to dodge, but failed. Han Yun's hands are extremely beautiful, soft, warm, and have a faint medicinal scent and an unknown fragrance. He felt inexplicably addicted to having his face rubbed by these hands. Li Xuanxi said that it was definitely not because he had a hobby of having his face rubbed, it must have been caused by time travel. Ning Qingxue looked at the little girl whose eyes narrowed from being rubbed, and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She subconsciously pulled Li Xuanxi into her arms and said straight to the point, "Senior Sister Han, why can't Xuanxi absorb the effects of the minghui fruit?" Rhyme? Han Yun didn't understand what her junior sister meant for a moment. What does it mean that Xuanxi cannot absorb the effects of the minghui fruit? The premise of all this is that there is minghui fruit, okay? Li Xuanxi, immersed in the sweet and soft embrace of his sister Qingxue, suddenly came back to his senses. He remembered that they had agreed to share some of the fruit with Sister Han Yun after the fruit trees were harvested. He quickly stretched out his little hand, and under Han Yun's puzzled gaze, a transparent fruit with golden glowing patterns inside suddenly appeared in his palm. This is? Han Yun didn't recognize it for a moment. This cannot be blamed on her. The main reason is that this kind of high-end stuff is only outlined with simple lines and some text descriptions in the Spiritual Herb Atlas. In addition, the fruit has special effects, so the aura it emits is not obvious. After picking it, it is even difficult to tell the grade of the spiritual fruit. If she can tell the difference. Didn't Sister Hanyun say last time that she would give you a few Minghui fruits once they were grown? Li Xuanxi thought that Hanyun had forgotten what she had said before, so she reminded her. Hanyun is now full of question marks. The more she looked at it, the more familiar the fruit looked. The description of the Minghui fruit emerged in my mind. It is shaped like an apricot or plum, with a clear, elegant skin. Its core and flesh are as translucent as crystal, reflecting the light. Within the fruit are veins, a golden glow emanating from it, like flowing golden threads. It is not an ordinary fruit. Exactly the same. Doesn't look fake. Hanyun opened her mouth in surprise, and even her narrowed eyes cracked open. Unexpectedly, her pupils were a bewitching pink. Li Xuanxi patted his head, turned his face away, and dispelled the strange thoughts in his mind. For some reason, ever since he saw those pink eyes, he wanted to do things that could not be written in novels to Sister Hanyun with her mouth slightly open. Place the fruit gently on the table in front of you. The moment the fruit left his hand, it suddenly turned into a small pile of 13 pieces. This feature has existed before. It is not like dropping items from the backpack, but more like placing blocks. Things like grilled fish, weapons, armor, water bottles, etc., which were originally unable to be placed directly by MC, can be placed by holding them in your hands and then letting go. The disadvantage of this method is that all the items stored in one grid will be released at once. At this moment, Han Yun had forgotten how to organize her words. Her pink eyes were wide open and her mouth was open, with no intention of closing it at all. But he quickly took out a jade box, put the herbs inside on the table, used his spiritual power to clean it up, and put the fruits on the jade table into the box with a painful look on his face. Once the spiritual fruit is picked, its medicinal effect will slowly evaporate along with the spiritual energy. In order to prevent the loss of medicinal effect, the precious spiritual fruit will basically never leave the special jade box. It wasn't until Han Yun carefully held the box in her arms and clearly felt the real touch on it that she came to her senses and stammered, Xuanxi, where did it come from? Is it the seed that Sister Han Yun gave me before? Sister Han Yun forgot? Li Xuanxi answered. Although Li Xuanxi will not disclose some basic abilities, he has no intention of hiding them. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, his abilities can be completely transformed into an innate magical power. He lived under the eyes of the people of San Yuan sect, and he was not stupid. He was just an ordinary person, so how could he hide the secret in front of a group of immortal masters? If you use it secretly, it is only a matter of time before it is exposed. It's better to show it openly. If he really wants to hide, he can only move the base into the mountains as soon as possible. Only by being shielded by the MC block can you truly be worry-free. Han Yun naturally had no idea what Li Xuanxi was thinking. However, after listening to Li Xuanxi's explanation, not only did his doubts not get resolved, but he became even more confused. The seeds I gave you before? It's the pendant that Sister Han Yun gave me a week ago. Li Xuanxi took out a piece of fragrant 5-colored rope from his backpack. Ning Qingxue, who had been keeping a calm expression on her face, added, "This should be Sierre's innate magical power, which can greatly shorten the growth cycle of plants." She nodded in agreement with Li Xuanxi's statement. Han Yun's pink eyes opened wider. For Ning Qingxue, who didn't know how harsh the growing environment of Minghui fruit was, this simply meant shortening the growth cycle. But for a medical practitioner, this was as outrageous as a little brat telling her that an elixir of immortality could be made using cow dung. Leaning over with her hands on the table, her flawless face was almost touching Li Xuanxi's face. Really? In her wide-open pink eyes, Li Xuanxi even saw twinkling little stars. The hot air exhale from Pinky Tan's mouth made Li Xuanxi subconsciously turn her head to the side, and her earlobe felt slightly hot. Being stared at by those pink eyes, he felt the air was a little hot, which was very abnormal. Continue to nod in acknowledgement. Immediately afterwards, he felt a pair of soft arms suddenly wrapping around his shoulders, and he fell into a soft embrace that exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. He felt his cheek being sucked hard, and his face was numb. Ning Qingxue looked at her senior sister who was holding her little lowly and rubbing her face against hers, and once again snatched the little one back with a bit of jealousy. I haven't even kissed Xuanxi yet, and my senior sister has already kissed her twice. Han Yun didn't care about her junior sister's behavior. Then can Xuanxi grow other spiritual plants besides Minghui fruit? She looked expectant, with her hands cupped in the shape of a heart. This is what she cares about most. Is it okay? Li Xuanxi always felt that the sister Han Yun in front of him, who was originally mature, gentle and intellectual, had become inexplicably sexy and attractive since she opened her eyes. Hearing Li Xuanxi's affirmation, Han Yun's pink eyes burst into dazzling starlight. Her breathing became a little rapid, and even her pretty face had an alluring blush. No medical practitioner can refuse the magical power of unlimited supply of elixirs. If it weren't for the fact that her junior sister doted on the little guy so much, she would have wanted to borrow it and raise it herself. Moreover, if she had a large supply of spiritual medicines, her own talent in alchemy would not only enable her to achieve her dream of becoming a top alchemist, but her strength would also increase rapidly. Although her cultivation talent was not as good as Ning Qingxue's, she also had top-grade earth spirit roots and a dual cultivation holy body. Under certain special circumstances, her cultivation speed could not even match Ning Qingxue's half-step immortal spirit roots. The main reason why he was only at the high level of concentration now was because the spiritual energy in the eastern region was thin, and there were not enough elixirs and spiritual plants to assist in cultivation. Another thing is that she doesn't want to use her physical strength. As a celestial charm saint, if she relied on dual cultivation to improve her strength, even in the eastern region where spiritual energy was scarce, her cultivation speed would not be any slower than other regions with abundant spiritual energy. However, this kind of holy body is not a good thing for her. The reason why the heavenly charm holy body is called the dual cultivation holy body is that naturally she will not be the only one who benefits. Those who practice dual cultivation with her will also gain huge benefits. Once her physical condition is exposed and she has no strong protection, the only outcome will be that she will be taken away by a powerful cultivator and become a cauldron for him to improve his cultivation. Even if one comes from a big family, one will become the target of marriage with a powerful force. Ever since she was picked up by her master, he told her to try not to let anyone see her eyes. The physical changes brought about by this holy body could not be blocked by magic weapons. So, from then on, she developed the habit of squinting. Later, after gaining spiritual awareness, he simply closed his eyes and relied solely on spiritual awareness to perceive his surroundings. Ning Qingxue always felt that her senior sister's eyes when looking at the little Lolita had changed a little. He hugged Li Xuanxi tighter with great caution, and decided to bring the topic back to the point and ask again. Senior sister hasn't explained why Xi'er had no reaction after eating the bright radiance fruit? Ahem. Han Yun realized that she had lost her composure, and closed her beautiful eyes again, hiding her alluring and bright pink pupils once again. The tempting and criminal temperament on her body also subsided, and she once again became the gentle big sister next door. She asked doubtfully, "No reaction after eating it?" Li Xuanxi breathed a sigh of relief without the pressure of pink pupils and nodded repeatedly. Han Yun's jade finger lightly tapped Li Xuanxi's forehead, and an invisible wave instantly swept across his body. The problem was found immediately. She couldn't even find the little guy's spiritual roots. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation in the body. Xuanxi, have you felt the qi? Han Yun asked the key question. Li Xuanxi nodded naturally to Han Yun's question. I just felt the energy a few days ago. Did it work? No. Well, the truth is out. Sensing qi is not so much about feeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but rather about building a channel between the external spiritual energy and one's own spiritual root in qi. Now, Li Xuanxi's problem was like using a pipe to fill a bucket with water, but placing the outlet outside the bucket. Well, maybe it's because the little guy couldn't even find the water pipe and bucket. The water pipe is the spiritual root, and the bucket is the sea of qi. The Minghui fruit can widen the water pipe, but the prerequisite is to find the water pipe first. And this process of sensing qi is like finding a water pipe. Now the little guy can't even sense the energy, so it would be a miracle if this could have any effect. Han Yun held her forehead in silence. This disciple of hers. Well, this can't be blamed on Junior sister. If she wasn't a medical practitioner, she might not know either. This kind of overly basic stuff was simply ignored by my master back then. Well, I still have to give these silly master and disciple some knowledge about spiritual roots. Ning Qingxue was a new teacher and listened very carefully, and so did Li Xuanxi. Are you saying that he doesn't want to cultivate immortality? How is that possible? I don't believe there are Chinese travelers who traveled to the world of immortal cultivation but didn't want to cultivate immortality? Although he expressed his disgust before, he didn't relax at all when he was angry. Although feeling sleepy is normal. But a normal person will fall asleep if he closes his eyes for an hour or two, thinks nothing, and lets his mind empty. Li Xuanxi could still hold on for over 30 minutes each time, which was already a testament to her immense perseverance. By the time we left Hanyun Cave, it was already noon. There was one more person in the returning team. In her mind, she had already started thinking about what spiritual plant seeds she could obtain when she went to Kangwu City for the disciple recruiting ceremony. When the master was still alive, he would take them to Kangwu City 2 or 3 weeks in advance to try their luck. That's how fourth junior brother by Duan came to be. But their master is no simple person. He was once a direct disciple of a large sect in Xianbin domain, but he stumbled in his pursuit of love and eventually left in disgrace. Only then did he leave his hometown and founded the original Sanyuanmen. The martial arts techniques practiced by their brothers and sisters were of high quality, with the worst reaching the upper earth grade. At the beginning, the master often boasted that he was able to kill people everywhere in the secret realm, and that he was blessed with good luck and could obtain treasures as easily as taking something out of a bag. When she was a child, Han Yun believed it without a doubt, but as she grew up, she began to find something wrong. What is the hardest thing for a person to change? That's naturally a habit. Apart from his eccentric personality, the biggest impression her master gave her was that he was cowardly. I don't see any fearlessness of life or death in my master. She even suspected that the cultivation techniques they were practicing were bought by the master who had emptied his family's wealth before coming to the eastern region. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a great power to teach him personally. With such a biased approach, apart from powerful skills and many spells for escaping and trapping enemies, his frontal combat capability is extremely poor. My master once claimed to be the master of the 3 arts of elixirs, talismans, and weapons. I don't know whether it is true or not. Han Yun shook her head to dispel her thoughts that were gradually wandering. The 3 of them had already arrived above the courtyard. She clearly felt that the spiritual energy around her was noticeably richer and purer. This feeling made her, as a medical practitioner, feel quite comfortable. Soon, she fixed her eyes on the small platinum tree next to the 2-story building. There is a related description in the Xianjian Lingua Atlas. Its leaves are like bamboo, 6 in number, joined together in one. They are tender yellow, their tips gradually becoming translucent, and the veins at the end reveal a faint golden sheen. They are clean as snow, embellished with pale yellow veins. Li Xuanxi felt a gentle breeze, bringing with it a scent, and Han Yun suddenly vanished from her side. The next moment, she reappeared beside the Minghui fruit tree, like a pervert meeting a little girl with white silk stockings, sometimes stroking her hands, sometimes burying her head in the leaves to inhale. This operation made Li Xuanxi numb. What happened to the saying that people with squinty eyes are monsters? Also, where did that gentle and intellectual older sister go? Now she's called a nymphomaniac, and Li Xuanxi even believes it. This is... Han Yun paused and picked up a gnawed fruit core. I was so excited just now that I didn't pay attention. Now, after a closer look, there are actually 40 or 50 fruit cores that have been eaten. There are less than 10 complete Minghui fruits left on the entire tree? Could it be that, when my junior sister came to my cave, she was tormented by some monkey or bird? Otherwise, who in their right mind would eat fruit straight from a tree? And what would be more than 40 or 50 of them at once? Han Yun felt that she had discovered the truth. It must be those damn wild monkeys in the western forest again? Birds can't peck so cleanly. These despicable monkeys were habitual offenders. Before fifth junior brother left for his long journey, they would gather in groups and steal the spiritual grains and fruits he planted. After the fifth junior brother left, these monkeys extended their stealing hands to her medicinal field. But she doesn't have the good temper of her fifth junior brother. Just this year, she has beaten these monkeys several times. It has been less than 2 months since it was quiet, and now it is showing signs of making a comeback. I felt a surge of anger in my heart and gritted my teeth. It seemed that the lesson I taught them last time was not enough. This group of guys only care about eating and not about being beaten. Even though he knew that little Xuanxi could be quickly ripened, as a poor little medical practitioner, he still felt heartbroken. Xiao Xuanxi, junior sister, wait for me and I'll be back soon. Li Xuanxi looked at Sister Han Yun, who suddenly looked gloomy and aggressive, and shrank his neck. He felt as if someone was about to be in trouble. Ning Qingxue was also puzzled. Everything was fine just now, why did he suddenly become angry? It took Han Yun half an hour to get there, and when she came back, she was still very angry. As old neighbors living on the same mountain, she would not kill these monkeys. As a medical practitioner, she was very sensible. But there is no escape from the bruises. However, those monkeys were still very stubborn and dared not admit what they had done. She was so angry that she kicked one of the monkeys on the butt a few more times. Monkey? After that, because Li Xuanxi only had one bone meal, he naturally couldn't show too much. But it is still possible to let the Minghui fruit trees that have been picked clean grow flower buds again. So, after Han Yun circled the Minghui fruit tree full of flower buds for countless times, the three of them returned to the stone table. A thick book was stuffed into the hands of each of him and Ning Qingxue. Xianjian Spiritual Fruit Atlas and Xianjian Herbal Medicine Collection. Of course, the only two people who were really studying it seriously were Ning Qingxue and Han Yun. Since Li Xuanxi didn't recognize most of the words, the most he could do was look at the pictures of elixirs outlined with lines. His mind had already wandered to the monster spawning ground he had built yesterday. He felt that the efficiency of this monster spawning site was definitely much higher than the one in Yunjin Basin. In the MC game, the efficiency of monster spawning is mainly restricted by 4 mechanisms: monster spawning limit, environmental brightness, monster spawning initial position and roaming. Among them, the upper limit of monster spawning and the initial position do not need to be considered at all. After all, only the MC blocks placed by him can spawn monsters. The ambient brightness is also easy to achieve. At the time, the only thing that restricted the efficiency of monster farming was the so-called roaming mechanism. This mechanism is very simple to explain. A group of monsters do not refresh at the same time. Instead, after a monster refreshes, the next spawn point will move a random distance away from the first monster. If you still stay in a complete block where monsters can be spawned and there is no water flow covering it, the second monster will be refreshed, and then the same process will continue until the next round of monster spawning and wandering is completed. During this period, if you encounter an incomplete ordinary block such as the lower half brick, farmland, stairs, etc. that cannot spawn monsters, the subsequent monster spawning will be terminated immediately. The original Yunjin Basin had a monster spawning area that was too small, only a 6x6 area, which could not support a full round of roaming mechanism. As a result, only one monster would appear at each refresh. Go if you want to. I didn't ask you to stay and help. Ning Qingxue saw that Li Xuanxi was distracted from time to time and said with a smile. Li Xuanxi thought about it and it seemed to be true. Good man, it's like being trapped in your own web. Then Sister Qingxue, Sister Han Yun, I will go back to the small building first. Why should I stay if I can leave? That booklet is really nothing interesting. After entering the small building, Li Xuanxi went straight to the armor rack and took off the equipment on it. Gold helmet. Gold breastplate, iron sword. Leather leggings. Iron boots. This was resynthesized after he came back. Dress neatly, equip the shield, step through the painting, and enter a corridor 2 blocks wide and 3 blocks high. As soon as I entered, I heard the clanging sounds of metal and bones colliding coming from the darkness at the end of the passage. The familiar stench filled his nose, which made him even more excited. After retracting his small body into the shield, he continued to speed up his pace. Swoosh clang. Clang. There was a slight vibration on the hand holding the shield, and 2 arrows from the darkness hit the shield in Li Xuanxi's hand in succession with the sound of breaking wind. As he got closer to the monster spawning area, more arrows hit his shield. Li Xuanxi had miscalculated. He had thought that it would be a big deal if he could only produce a dozen or 20 at most. Now I see that there are more than 7 or 8 xiaobai alone. Including zombies, spiders, and creepers, there are probably around 40 of them. Bang! 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 Facing the rain of arrows shot from the skeletons from time to time, just as he reached the fence gate, a familiar sound of a fuse being lit was heard from in front of the shield. Holy crap! Li Xuanxi was shocked. He hadn't dared to show his head because he was worried about being shot in the head by arrows. Of course, he would never admit that he had forgotten to set up the pedicure area when he left yesterday. I originally wanted to test the monster's spawning efficiency. After all, it is only a semi-finished product and I have to continue building it today. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, there would be a creeper waiting for him on the other side of the fence gate? In addition, it is difficult to hear it from a distance because of the various zombie roars and the sounds of bones colliding. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 fence gates made of ordinary materials blocking the road were destroyed in an instant, and wood chips flew everywhere. The place where the fence gate was placed was replaced by a large pit 2 or 3 meters deep. The zombies and xiaobai that had originally gathered in front of the fence gate were also cleared out, but were quickly filled with monsters pouring in from all directions. These zombies quickly poured into the passage, and the 2 little white ones ran to the front because of the pushing among the monsters. The most fucking annoying thing is that there is a little zombie running very fast with an iron sword. There were only 2 words in Li Xuanxi's mind: it's bad luck. Next to the stone table in the courtyard. The creeper's self-explosion just now obviously attracted the attention of 2 people. In the yard. Their eyes narrowed slightly and their figures quickly rushed towards the direction where the shot came from. The 2 entered the room and began to look around and sense it. There was no result for a long time. Call out. Shoo! An arrow instantly knocked the painting away and shot straight towards Han Yun, who was standing not far from the entrance. What is this? Ning Qingxue held the arrow in her hand and frowned slightly. The arrow had the force of a full-strength attack from a foundation-building cultivator, and it could not cause any harm to her. But why would the corpse puppets from Yunjin Basin appear here? Readers who have questions about the protagonist, monsters, and the direction of the story, please go to the book review section. I have written everything there. On the other side, in Ning Qingxue's room, on the beige bed. The sect attire that Li Xuanxi had originally been wearing disappeared, and she returned to the hoodie and twin ponytail she had worn when she first traveled through time. That's right, he hung up again. The cause of his death was that he seized the opportunity to chop a small zombie that was about to go around behind him, and then he was hit by 2 little white zombies and a bunch of zombies and couldn't move, and finally he died. Of course, there is another important reason, which is that when you get close, the smell of zombies is really bad. The kind that's eye-catching. Damn, wait a minute. Li Xuanxi lay in bed in a trance for a long time, and sat up in shock in his dying illness. If we don't hurry up, those zombies, whitebait and creepers will rush out of the passage. Rushed back to the small building in a hurry. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Ning Qingxue in the corridor. Sister Qingxue, why is Sister Hanyun here? Although MC blocks can block out breath, hollow doors, fences, and trapdoors cannot block out sound like they can block out water. Sierre? Ning Qingxue heard the noise behind her, obviously not expecting Li Xuanxi to run in from outside. She approached Li Xuanxi in an instant, and the worry in her beautiful eyes was very obvious. A pair of small hands wandered over Li Xuanxi's body, and even tried to reach into her clothes through her collar to check, but Li Xuanxi dodged them. After dealing with the last monster, Han Yun also came to Ning Qingxue and stared at Li Xuanxi carefully. In her hand was the sect uniform that Li Xuanxi had just revealed. It was still warm, as if she had just taken it off. Sister Han Yun, what's wrong? Li Xuanxi felt a little embarrassed when Han Yun stared at her. As a medical practitioner, Han Yun keenly noticed that Li Xuanxi was different from before. It seems, the little guy suddenly became a little shorter? Although it's just 1 point, don't doubt the intuition of a medical practitioner. He came to his junior sister and started to attack Li Xuanxi again. The more I touched it, the weirder it became. Subconsciously, she still felt that Xuanxi should be a boy, but she was also very sure that this was indeed the bone structure of a girl. When you are undecided, you need to use human methods to verify it. As for asking the little one's gender directly? After all, I am a powerful medical practitioner. If I can't even tell the gender of a child, won't I be laughed at by my junior sister if I tell others about it? Han Yun licked the corner of her mouth, and her seductive pink lips became watery, ready to move. The little hand that was originally wandering on Li Xuanxi suddenly turned and reached out to the little guy whose face was a little hot. Ning Qingxue, who was standing next to Han Yun, was stunned by her senior sister's hooligan behavior. Her body moved faster than her brain. She stretched out her hand and grabbed her senior sister's arm, which was almost reaching the target position. Li Xuanxi felt the breeze from below, and belatedly looked down, then turned his head dazedly to look at the owner of the little hand that was about to make trouble. She still squinted her eyes and smiled very gently, as if the hand that was being held was not hers. Oops, my hand slipped. Seeing that the operation was exposed, Han Yun made up a random excuse, not taking it seriously at all, just fooling a child. She withdrew her slender hand embarrassedly, with a look of regret on her face. Li Xuanxi opened her mouth slightly, with an expression that said, "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person," which made Han Yun feel a little embarrassed. Ahem. Han Yun stood up and changed the subject naturally. For some reason, Xiaoxi's bone age has returned to that of a 7-year-old, and the same is true for her body. Han Yun's desire to explore skyrocketed. If this method can be replicated, doesn't it mean that this is an alternative form of immortality? Can you tell me what just happened? Bone age reduced to 7 years old? Li Xuanxi was stunned, but he quickly figured out the key to the problem. It was probably because he was resurrected and his physical condition was reset. No? Is resurrection such a ridiculous setting? Wouldn't that mean that after finally growing into a handsome 6 feet 8 inches man, I'd be reduced to a little brat again after dying once? Xuanxi? Han Yun looked at the little lowly who was suddenly petrified and called out to her softly twice. Ah! Li Xuanxi came back to his senses. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should tell the fact that he had just died. After all, this ability is one of the core functions of MC and it is impossible not to use it. Well, I want to say that I just died and can be resurrected infinitely. Will Sister Han Yun believe it? Li Xuanxi asked tentatively. Han Yun had an expression that said, "Do you think I believe it? You must be taking me for a fool. How could there be such an outrageous ability in the world?" Li Xuanxi knew from Han Yun's expression that she didn't believe it, but she couldn't just die on the spot. Forget it. Seeing how clumsy Xiaoxi is, I can't explain it clearly. How about junior sister, could you lend Xiaoxi to me to take care of her for a few days? Li Xuanxi. How am I stupid? It's just that my age has shrunk since I traveled through time, so my brain isn't as sharp as before. Ning Qingxue cautiously pulled Li Xuanxi back into her arms, like a little fox guarding its food. He. Ning Qingxue's actions successfully made Han Yun laugh. Look how nervous junior sister is. Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. Really? Ning Qingxue was suspicious, and added cautiously, Xiaoxi doesn't lend it to others. Ha ha ha. Han Yun really couldn't help herself. Her little junior sister was still as cute as she was when she was a child. He also rubbed Ning Qingxue's head and pretty face. To Li Xuanxi's surprise, Sister Qingxue didn't avoid him when he saw her looking cold, but instead narrowed her eyes in enjoyment. Li Xuanxi. Why do I always feel that Sister Qingxue is like a little fox acting coquettishly? Well, a fox-eared girl is also a fox. Li Xuanxi took the opportunity to break free from Ning Qingxue's arm. He had to go check on his monster spawning area. The sword marks around the passage and the collapse at the corner gave him a foreboding feeling. Really? When he reached the end, his heart finally died. The originally neat walls were now covered with sword marks of varying sizes, and nearly 1/3 of the entire interior space had collapsed. Ning Qingxue, who was still rubbing her face in Han Yun's palm, suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly freed her little face from the hands of her squinting-eyed senior sister. Her face returned to its usual calm, as if it wasn't her who had just been rubbed, touched, and rubbed, but a suspicious blush appeared on her face. Damn it! Why does my body suddenly go out of control when someone touches my head or chin? By the way, she was so busy worrying about Xuanxi that she hadn't asked what was going on with these corpse puppets. Han Yun felt the remaining heat in her hands dissipate, with a look of unsatisfied satisfaction on her face. Although she was also curious about the origins of these corpse puppets. But as a medical practitioner, she noticed something was wrong with these corpse puppets during the battle just now. There was no breath at all, just like a real dead body. If you don't see it with your own eyes, even in your perception, it is empty, as if it doesn't exist. Although it was a corpse, it did not have the evil aura that an evil object should have. To put it bluntly, this thing shouldn't appear in the world of immortal cultivation at all, and it can't be explained by common sense in the world of immortal cultivation. Knowing that thinking is useless, it is better to relax and live freely. In the monster farm, Li Xuanxi walked around in this small space and picked up props on the ground. The experience balls dropped by nearby zombies swarmed towards him, and in the blink of an eye, his level rose from 0 to 11. Sheer, do you know where these corpse puppets came from? Ning Qingxue came behind Li Xuanxi with a serious expression. In the Tianxian continent, any ability related to corpses is taboo and evil. Any cultivator who comes into contact with them will be labeled as an evil cultivator, even if they have not done anything evil. If the Yunjin Basin could be attributed to natural formation before, now that it has reached the sect, it is no longer as simple as natural formation. Even a simple guess could tell that these corpse puppets were related to Li Xuanxi, and she was worried that Li Xuanxi would go astray. Corpse puppets? Li Xuanxi didn't react immediately. Sister Qingxue is talking about these zombies and skeletons, right? Ning Qingxue nodded. Li Xuanxi also did not intend to hide the matter of monster hunting. Li Xuanxi briefly explained the monster spawning mechanism to the two of them. The more Ning Qingxue and Han Yun listened, the more confused they became. How could there be such strange magical powers in the world? Considering Li Xuanxi's outrageous ability to ripen spiritual plants, could it be that this god is too powerful and is a punishment from heaven? After all, the ability to quickly give birth to spiritual plants was unheard of. They didn't believe that the way of heaven had never been balanced. This also explains why there is no trace of causal energy on this corpse puppet, spider, and the strangely shaped green monster. It is an open secret in the world of immortal cultivation that powerful supernatural powers are accompanied by the limitations of heaven, and it is not surprising. For example, the former holy son of Tianji Pavilion was someone who later awakened to the ability to predict the future. The side effect is that the longer you predict the future, the longer your life will be lost. Then there is the incumbent leader of the Ichi sect, the top sect in the eastern region, who has the innate ability to turn stones into gold. He can consume spiritual energy to turn stones into any metal he touches. The side effect is that if these metals leave his fingers for 10 seconds, they will turn into mud and sand. Xuanxi is saying. Anytime you place a complete MC block in a dark environment, zombies, creepers, and spiders will spawn. In a place with sunlight, can livestock like pigs, cows, and sheep be produced? Although Han Yun and Ning Qingxue found it incredible, they basically accepted Li Xuanxi's statement. But I still feel that what Li Xuanxi said is a bit unbelievable. If zombies, skeletons, and creepers are punishments from heaven, then what are pigs, cows, and sheep? Are they compensations from heaven? Yes, that's what I mean. Li Xuanxi nodded. Then what does complete MC block mean? Han Yun continued to raise questions. This might be a common problem among medical practitioners who are devoted to exploring the unknown. A block with a size of 1 by 1 meter is a complete block, while blocks smaller than 1 by 1 meter are ordinary blocks that cannot spawn monsters, with the exception of the top half brick. Li Xuanxi pointed at the green experience balls that Han Yun was playing with. MC blocks are made by using magical powers to fuse these green balls into ordinary blocks. Li Xuanxi demonstrated it simply with a round stone. Several experience balls emerged from Li Xuanxi's fair little hands. After these experience balls sank into the shrinking cobblestone blocks, the situation returned to calm. With his other hand, he pulled out an ordinary pebble that looked identical to the others and threw it to the ground. One was suspended above the ground, slowly rotating. The other fell directly to the ground, no different from a normal object. This is the most intuitive way to determine whether it is an MC block. Han Yun looked at the little lowly in front of her who was gesturing and looking a little clumsy. Her mind was a little distracted, and she could no longer hear what the other person was saying. Her pink eyes opened slightly, and tears welled up in them. Now, there were only 2 words in her mind. I want to raise it. Li Xuanxi didn't know whether Han Yun and Ning Qingxue understood what he said in the end, but he had finished explaining it anyway. He placed torches in the monster spawning area, and pushed Ning Qingxue and Han Yun out of the small building. Then he opened his backpack and counted today's gains. This time it was a small profit. A total of 1 enchanted gold helmet, 1 leather breastplate, 1 shovel, 5 gunpowder, 5 spider silk, 22 rotten flesh, 9 bones, 11 arrows, for spider eyes, and 1 potato. It was a pity that the iron sword in the little zombie's hand did not fall. The enchanted gold helmet was a bit of a surprise. I took it out and held it in my hand, and I felt heartbroken. There were only 11 points of durability left. Gold helmet. Protection 3. Durability 2. Each level of protection can reduce the damage you receive by 4%, and protection 3 is 12%. Durability 2, there is a 27% chance of not consuming equipment durability, which is equivalent to increasing the durability of the equipment by nearly 30%. This enchantment property is already quite good. The leather breastplate and iron shovel naturally could not escape the fate of being dismantled, contributing 8 pieces of leather and 1 piece of iron to him. Finally, here is the biggest harvest of this time, bones and potatoes. 9 bones equals 27 bone meals. It is enough to stimulate 3 Minghui fruit trees to mature fruits. Minghui fruit's freedom was fully realized. Of course, he has no plans to ripen the new Minghui fruit trees yet. If he guessed correctly, this Minghui tree should be like the berries in the game, which can produce infinite fruits after being picked. After the stages of budding, flowering, fruiting, and maturity, it can be harvested again. As for the newly harvested potatoes, they can be planted directly into the arable land. Once he finds a witch and zombie villagers, he can build an automated farm. It is a good idea to grow potatoes in bulk and exchange them for emeralds. After sorting the spoils into categories and storing them in boxes in the workshop in the small building, I returned to the dilapidated monster spawning ground and started to have a headache again. The workload of this repair is extremely large. In the next 2 days, Li Xuanxi repaired and renovated the monster tower and did not kill any monsters. Again. He had only enjoyed 3 days of good days, sleeping until he woke up naturally, and then they were gone from him again. Ever since Ning Qingxue found out that the spiritual fruit had no effect on Li Xuanxi because he failed to sense the qi, she decisively cancelled Li Xuanxi's natural awakening. Every morning, Sister Qingxue would wake me up and continue to feel angry. Unfortunately, there was still no result. In the monster spawning field, Li Xuanxi poured the last bucket of water into the reserved space. Clapping his hands, he concluded the renovation of this simple, equipment-collecting, half-brick pathfinding and monster-killing tower. The principle is simple: monsters can spawn through the upper half of the brick, and monsters will actively seek out full blocks as a landing point. Lure the monsters through the open trapdoor and fall into the pre-built 3-meter-high, 16-meter-long trapdoor, the collection platform. Below the trapdoor on the collection platform are 2 grids of water that utilize the principle of monsters sinking to the bottom to transform zombies into drowned. The attack position reserved by Li Xuanxi was separated from the water flow by half a brick, and he could only see the area 25 centimeters below the monster's calf. Although there is a 25 centimeters gap, there is no need to worry about the water inside flowing out. MCized water has all the characteristics in the game. Even if it is placed on a flat surface, it is identical to real water except for its material. When it flows, it still spreads out in a square area. It can still be blocked by gaps in blocks such as fences, doors, and slabs. In short, it's very MC. But this time there is an extra half brick to prevent spiders from respawning. In Bedrock Edition, spiders require a 2x1x2 unobstructed area to spawn, and you only need to place the bottom half of the bricks in alternate rows to prevent spiders from spawning. Of course, in order to maximize the effectiveness of monster spawning, the lower half bricks should also be placed at intervals. As for the shortcomings of the current monster tower, they are obvious. The creeper will float on the water surface and needs to be cleaned up manually after it kills the monsters below. Moreover, when killing a drowned corpse, the equipment it drops will float to the surface due to the buoyancy in the water, and he will also need to collect it manually. After all, you can't have your cake and eat it too. If Xuanxi wants the equipment on the monster, he has to accept this shortcoming. As for expanding into multiple floors, there's no rush now. Let's get the anvil out first. How long will it take him to dig with this ordinary pickaxe? A few days later. Han Yun almost went to Ning Qingshua's courtyard as soon as she woke up. After witnessing Li Xuanxi making the Minghui fruit blossom and bear fruit, Han Yun took out several more spiritual herbs for planting experiments. The test results can only be described as making the alchemist ecstatic. As for the bright fruit tree beside the small building, it had disappeared at this time. Han Yun felt heartbroken for a long time. It is recorded in the Shenzhen Lingyao Tupu that the branches, leaves and roots of the Minghui fruit tree are also rare spiritual medicines. It can be used to refine many elixirs. After Li Xuanxi knocked down the Minghui fruit tree, not even a pit remained on the ground, let alone leaves. Since it has already happened, Han Yun feels not only heartbroken but also relieved. It may not be a good thing to have spiritual plants of this level growing in the yard. It's okay as long as the time is short. The longer the time goes, the more spiritual energy of heaven and earth the fruit tree will plunder. If a passing monk discovers it, it will probably bring about great disaster. Now, Li Xuanxi has grown another Minghui fruit tree in the living room of the small building. Because of the protection of the assimilation block, as long as you don't enter the small building, there is no need to worry about being exposed. The only problem that is not a problem is the growth of spiritual plants depends on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The absorbed spiritual energy from heaven and earth will be transformed into pure spiritual energy that is easier to absorb and more active. The spiritual plants themselves cannot absorb these pure spiritual energies again. In fact, because the pure spiritual energy has accumulated over the years, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth cannot approach, causing the spiritual plants to suffocate in the pure spiritual energy. At the very least, it will result in reduced production, and at the worst, it will lead to sudden death. Therefore, most spiritual plants are often guarded by monsters. While protecting the spiritual plants, these monsters will also absorb the pure spiritual energy around them. The Minghui fruit tree in the living room of the small building is completely isolated from the spiritual energy of the outside world. Even without pure spiritual energy, it would have been suffocated. Well, for some reason, the Minghui fruit tree in the living room showed no signs of withering and looked quite healthy. It was just that its growth had completely stagnated. Of course, Han Yun didn't expect the fruit tree to bloom and bear fruit by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That would take 140 years, and how many 140 years are there in a lifetime? What's more, 140 years, in a place with rich spiritual energy, in Sanyuanmen, I'm afraid it will take at least 1,400 years. Furthermore, against the backdrop of Xiao Xuanxi's almost inexhaustible supply of bone powder, she said she couldn't wait any longer. Unfortunately, her cave could not isolate the spiritual energy, otherwise she would have asked the little guy to plant a tree at the head of her bed and hold it in her arms while she slept every day. Those days are so happy just thinking about them. Li Xuanxi's life of cultivating immortals remained as uneventful as ever, without any effect at all. Get up every day, wash, feel the air, kill monsters, fish, replenish satiety, kill monsters, practice calligraphy, kill monsters, and then go to sleep. Time has passed and it is the eve of the disciple recruiting ceremony in Kangwu City. Early in the morning, Ning Qingxue corrected Li Xuanxi's sitting posture, told Li Xuanxi to sense the qi carefully, and then hurriedly flew to the master's hall on the top of the mountain on her sword. Then let's set a small goal first. Li Xuanxi said seriously, I successfully sensed the qi today. After a cup of tea. Li Xuanxi, zzzzzzz. Smelling the faint fragrance coming from the fruit trees, Mr. Li lay on the futon in the living room and slept soundly. Feeling angry? It was impossible to feel the anger, only lying down could soothe his restless heart. When Li Xuanxi woke up in a daze, the sun was almost overhead through the open door. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, gnawed a minghui fruit hanging on the tree to wake himself up, and then staggered into the hidden passage. Not even wearing any gear. Of course, there is no need. The monsters can't come out anyway. After a few days of killing monsters, the harvest was quite good. The monster spawning efficiency of this pathfinding monster spawning tower is much higher than he expected. As long as you leave the monster spawning area 24 blocks away, the monster spawning tower will start working, and this distance is exactly the length of the passage connecting the monster spawning field to the hut. In other words, as soon as you leave the passage, monsters will start spawning. However, the situation he expected, where monsters were stuck on the monster spawning platform, resulting in lower refresh efficiency, was not obvious. Basically, these monsters can go down the trapdoor before the next wave of monsters appears. Currently, about 10 monsters can be refreshed every hour. But the specific monster refresh interval is not fixed. There may be 3 or 5 monsters refreshed at a time, or only one monster may refresh at a time. Today, at the end of the corridor leading to the monster spawning tower, there is a cobblestone wall that can be used to block the creeper's sight and prevent it from self-destructing. If Li Xuanxi wanted to attack the creeper inside, he could just use a bow and arrow. The enchanted bow caught by fishing was very useful. Moreover, clearing creepers can only be considered a reserved item. The real main course is the crowd of zombies, drowned, and skeletons on the pedicure platform. Li Xuanxi went down to the monster spawning platform with ease, holding an iron sword, and stabbed their calves along the gap. It took less than 10 minutes to clear all the zombies, drowned corpses, and skeletons on the platform. At this time, the level of the spiritual plant seeds he deliberately left behind to assimilate in Kangwu City had reached level 23. Unfortunately, there is still no sign of zombie villagers. Li Xuanxi took a quick inventory of today's harvest. Gold helmet 1, leather leggings 1, leather boots 1, iron sword 1, iron shovel 1, rotten flesh 17, bone 11, carrot 1, iron ingot 1, gunpowder 13, arrows 16. I was lucky enough to get an iron sword and an iron shovel at once. As usual, the equipment was disassembled to obtain 14 gold ingots, 3 iron ingots, and 11 leather. The iron ingot income this morning is the total of yesterday and the day before yesterday. Li Xuanxi's mood suddenly improved. Today was a good day for the new business. Including the iron ingots on his body and the equipment on his body, he now has 23 iron ingots. He only needs the last 8 iron ingots to synthesize the anvil. Since the establishment of this pathfinding and monster-killing tower, iron ingots, gold ingots, and arrows have basically achieved a stable supply. Especially the gold ingots, it felt like he had disturbed a nest of gold ingots, and now he had 49 of them stored in his treasure chest. Converted into weight, it is 105 tons. Well, it seems like a lot, but in fact it is not enough to craft an enchanted golden apple. An enchanted golden apple requires 8 gold nuggets, equivalent to 155 tons of gold. Even ordinary golden apples require 19 tons of gold to synthesize, and these 49 gold ingots are only enough to synthesize 6 ordinary golden apples. Alas, there is still a long way to go. Li Xuanxi sighed. After making sure that nothing was missed, he extinguished the torches at the entrance of the passage and returned to the small building. Store the items in the boxes, and then it's time for fun fishing. The time came to around the end of Xinshi, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Ning Qingxue and Han Yun then returned together on their swords. He felt that it was a habit he developed at Blue Star School. Even though Sister Qingxue is much stricter than Han Yun, he is still more afraid of Sister Han Yun, who has a good personality but plays the role of a teacher. I can only say that this is a common problem among students. Moreover, I always feel that Sister Han Yun is becoming more and more weird. As for what was strange, Li Xuanxi couldn't tell for a moment. Little Xuanxi, come here and let your sister hug you. Han Yun opened her arms as if waiting for a young swallow to return to the nest. However, Li Xuanxi simply ignored it. Han Yun immediately showed an aggrieved look, which made people feel inexplicably distressed. Li Xuanxi continued to ignore him. Don't even think about tricking him again. I was soft-hearted once before and was deceived by the other person's pitiful expression. As a result, my face was rubbed numb by this nymphomaniac cow-sister, and it was also covered with saliva. Okay, senior sister, stop teasing Xuanxi. Ning Qingxue actually wanted to rub against Xuanxi like her senior sister. But with her personality like that, she really couldn't bring herself to do that. Xuanxi, we won't practice calligraphy today. Let's pack up and leave for Kangwu City early tomorrow morning. Han Yun, who was originally half squatting on the ground with her arms open, the aggrieved look on her face disappeared and was replaced by a bright smile. Li Xuanxi's expression of surprise when she saw Ning Qingxue's return became even brighter. Although he only needs to memorize 20 or 30 words every day, it is really difficult for his brain now. For some reason, I feel sleepy the moment I see these words. The hypnotic effect is comparable to taking math classes on Blue Planet. But Li Xuanxi said that his inability to concentrate on learning had absolutely nothing to do with his IQ. Isn't it normal for a 7-year-old to learn slowly? Although he has a mature heart, he has a lowly, Shota body. The two said they were cleaning up, but in fact there was nothing to clean up. Both the big and small ones looked conflicted, picking up and putting down the things at hand, and then putting them down and picking them up again. In the end, Li Xuanxi ripened the minghui fruit twice more and used it as fruit to eat on the road. At the same time, you must also bring protective gear, weapons, and iron tools. Li Xuanxi actually wanted to bring some low-level spiritual plants, but Sister Han Yun said that these spiritual plants were too perfect and if they were sold rashly, they might be coveted by others. As for gold ingots, it is a metal controlled by the Imperial Court and the Immortal Alliance, and it is difficult to sell it without connections. Li Xuanxi immediately said, "Wow, it's so hard to make money in this shabby place." But he naturally followed the good advice and believed that less trouble was better than more. I can only give up helplessly. Having just arrived, he didn't want to be like the protagonists in some fantasy novels, surrounded by enemies everywhere, with a different enemy attacking the sect every day. As for Ning Qingxue, she hesitated for a long time and didn't take anything with her. She just stuffed all the spirit stones into Li Xuanxi's backpack. Those who went on this trip were the second elder Xingquan of Sanyuan sect, the third elder Han Yun, the fourth elder Bai Duan and his disciple Xiong Jianxiang, and finally my sister Qingxue and myself. Originally, the sect leader Qin Jingxing was also planning to go along, but after taking 2 minghui fruits 2 days ago, he felt a glimmer of an opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage. Back to retreat. Apart from the sect leader Qin Jingxing, the only ones left in the sect are the indifferent great elder Han Chang, his disciple Mu Qiuya, and the 6th elder Bai Shuji. Of course, there are actually 2 other people in the sect, namely the 5th elder Gu Xiantu and his disciple Yu Hongying. However, he went on a long journey again 2 years ago, saying that he wanted to take his disciples out to see the world. It is estimated that he will not be back for a few years. Early the next morning, Li Xuanxi was pulled out of bed by Ning Qingxue, dressed neatly, washed quickly, and then flew to the top of the mountain on his sword. It was not until he stood on the flying sword and felt the cool breeze blowing on his face that Li Xuanxi's somewhat confused mind became a little clearer. When we arrived at the open square at the top of the mountain, there were already 2 people at the guardrail at the edge of the square. Ning Qingxue flew over to them and took the lead in giving a brief introduction. "This is your 4th uncle, Bai Duan. If Sierra wants to learn weapon refining in the future, she can look for your uncle Bai Duan. The guy next to you is your 4th uncle's direct disciple, Xiong Jianxiang. You can just call him senior brother. Li Xuanxi looked at the two muscular brothers in front of him who were smiling creepily and nodding at him, and was a little overwhelmed. He always felt that these two people were incompatible with the cultivators he knew. Why would a bodybuilder intrude into the world of immortal cultivation? Fourth uncle Baiduan is a burly man who looks to be in his 30s, over 2 meters tall, with a face full of flesh, but no eyebrows or hair. Due to the backlight, a shiny bronze-colored braised egg head was very dazzling in the morning light. He was wearing a blue and white sect robe that looked ethereal. Perhaps the sect robe was a few sizes too small, which caused his strong chest muscles to bulge out of the clothes. The second senior brother next to him, Xuanxi, was not much different. The only difference was that he had waist-length hair that was so black, thick, and smooth that even Rejoice in his previous life couldn't wash it out. He also had a bronze complexion and a face full of flesh, as if his lips could lift a few barbells. With his flowing hair, he felt his eyes a little sore. In comparison, Fourth Master's bald head doesn't seem so hard to accept. Judging from appearance alone, he couldn't even tell who was older between the two. This must be Xuanxi. The bald, muscular man with a face full of flesh was used to the little guy's surprise. He even showed off his strong chest muscles and revealed a sunny, ferocious smile. A rough big hand rubbed Li Xuanxi's head naturally. Li Xuanxi felt like his heart skipped a beat. I was afraid that the other party would accidentally crush my head. Ning Xingxue was used to this and was not worried about the little guy's safety. Although fourth brother Baiduan looks rough, he is actually very easy to get along with. Xiaoxi's performance now is much better than it was back then. At that time, she was frightened to tears by the fourth senior brother's head-patting gesture. It was only after fourth senior brother gave her a lot of roasted rabbits that she was finally coaxed into submission. The big hand on Li Xuanxi's head did not stay for too long, and was retracted, then patted Li Xuanxi's shoulder. Li Xuanxi was slapped so hard that he staggered. Ning Xingxue grabbed him with her hand and hugged him back to her, thus preventing Li Xuanxi from hitting the ground with his head. By the way, he rolled his eyes at his clumsy fourth brother, which made the bald man scratch his head. The bald man suddenly remembered something, walked back to his apprentice, and kicked him in the butt. Look at you, you look so ugly. Why don't you take out the gift you prepared for your junior sister? What are you still standing there for? Li Xuanxi? Li Xuanxi looked around. What junior sister? Where was the junior sister? The burly man who was kicked shook his black hair, which was smoother than Rejoice, and elegantly pulled out a pink, unsheathed dagger about 50 centimeters long from his back with one hand. His movements were very graceful. He squeezed out an evil, ferocious smile and handed it to Li Xuanxi. This is a Xian-grade longsword that my master and I worked together to create. Please don't despise it, little junior sister. Li Xuanxi? Oh my goodness, my junior sister turned out to be me? And this deadly Barbie pink longsword, how can I put it? It just doesn't match his macho temperament. What's even more outrageous is the voice of this second brother. Xuanxi voice is gentle and makes people feel like they are in the spring breeze. If someone who doesn't know the situation heard it, they would probably think that the person making the sound was a handsome and elegant young man. The bald strong man next to him twisted his forehead muscles into the shape of the Chinese character and slapped the back of Rejoice's head. Bang! Can you please talk properly? We're all on the same mountain from now on, who are you pretending for? Xuanxi's bronze face with an evil smile was broken in a second and turned into a silly look. He scratched his head and said in a low voice, little junior sister, you can just call me senior brother or big bear from now on, he. Li Xuanxi. This sound is so comfortable. Li Xuanxi had a strange look on his face and reached out to take the long sword handed to him by Xuanxi. The appearance of this long sword is beyond words. The sword body is thin and light, only 2 fingers wide, and it feels very light in the hand. And just by looking at it, you can feel its dazzling sharpness. Mysterious patterned pink gold sword. Equipment. Spiritual power circuit I. Sharp 4. +6, 1 + 5, attack damage. Li Xuanxi? It also comes with enchantment? And it comes with 2 enchantments, but the basic damage is only a little? If he remembered correctly, each level of sharpness increased damage by 1.25 points, and level 4 was exactly 5 points. The use of spiritual circuit eye is currently unknown and it is not in the MC game. Li Xuanxi was a little confused about the numerical calculation of his golden finger. What can I say about this equipment? This is a Xian-grade weapon in the world of immortal cultivation. How could the damage be so little? Although he couldn't understand it, and its color was too girly, it didn't stop Li Xuanxi from liking this beautiful dagger very much. This is the first magical weapon he has ever acquired since he came to the world of immortal cultivation. He thanked them earnestly. Thank you, fourth uncle and senior brother, for the gift. I like it very much. Aha, as long as Xuanxi likes it. Looking at Li Xuanxi's cherished expression, the bald strong man laughed heartily, which could probably be heard by the entire Sanyuan gate. Bai Duan was a bold person by nature. When he learned that his junior sister had returned with a personal disciple, he rode as fast as he could to the nearest monk's market and exchanged some materials that the female cultivator liked. It was not until yesterday that he completed the forging of this dagger. He even hadn't had time to consume the few spiritual fruits that junior sister had sent him. Fortunately, there is a jade box to store the elixir, so there is no need to worry about the loss of the efficacy of the medicine. Oh, by the way, senior brother should call me junior brother, I am a man. Li Xuanxi was a little embarrassed and felt that he still had to clarify his gender to his cheap senior brother. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly froze. What's going on? Li Xuanxi was puzzled by the sudden silence. Aren't cultivators in novels able to see through mortals with just a glance? Xuanxi immediately expressed his disbelief. Junior sister, please don't lie to me. How can a man wear women's clothes? Now it was Li Xuanxi's turn to be stunned. Women's clothing? What women's clothing? Li Xuanxi looked up at Xuanxi's clothes, then looked down at her own clothes. Although both have a white background and blue edges, there are differences in the sleeve designs. The outfit he was wearing was obviously more similar to the one worn by his sister Qingxue. Li Xuanxi turned stiffly and looked at Ning Qingxue beside him. Sister Qingxue? However, at this time, Ning Qingxue had obviously not yet recovered from the news that her little Xuanxi had changed from she to he. So this little guy who likes to hold his own tail, pinch his own ears, and even sleep in the same bed with me is actually a cute boy? Ning Qingxue's pretty face became hotter and hotter. Although she was very embarrassed, she didn't hate it. At the same time, he turned his head and looked at Li Xuanxi. Really? Ning Qingxue didn't know how to describe her current mood. However, her love for Li Xuanxi has nothing to do with gender. Without waiting for Li Xuanxi to speak again, she summoned her flying sword, picked up Li Xuanxi, and flew back towards the treasure pavilion. It only takes a cup of tea for the two of them to leave. When they returned, Li Xuanxi was already wearing new clothes, but the blush on Ning Qingxue's face had not faded. Xuanxian was still immersed in the sadness of losing his lovely junior sister. Then he was kicked again by Bai Duan. Why are you being so delicate, man? Call me junior brother. Xuanxian sighed deeply and said, junior brother. Li Xuanxi. My goodness, are you serious about this? It should be a while before departure. Li Xuanxi was holding Ning Qingxue's hand with one hand, and leaning on the railing with the other hand, looking into the distance. Because it was early in the morning, there was a lot of fog in the mountains, and the distant mountains were looming in the sea of clouds. Isn't this place much more beautiful than the 5-level scenic spot in the previous life? Before I could sigh, I felt a pair of soft arms on my shoulders, like water snakes, wrapping around from behind with a familiar fragrant breeze. Then, I felt the amazing softness on my back. Well, Xuanxi, it feels like a whole day since we last met. Sister Hanyun misses you so much. Hanyun buried her face in the back of Li Xuanxi's neck and took a deep breath. She had discovered before that every time she came into close contact with the little guy, she could greatly alleviate the feeling of heat brought by the heavenly charm holy body. The hairs on the back of Li Xuanxi's neck stood up, and you still said you are not an nympho. Besides, the last time we met was yesterday evening, not even a day ago. However, with Li Xuanxi's small body, it was absolutely impossible for him to break free. He could only spread his hands and give up resistance. I think it would be more interesting if Xuanxi resisted, Han Yun said. I won't. Li Xuanxi refused firmly. It seems that as the relationship between the two becomes more familiar, Sister Han Yun becomes more and more shameless. But unfortunately, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. With Ning Qingshue's help, Li Xuanxi finally broke free from Han Yun's arms and hid directly behind his sister Qingxue. As expected, Sister Qingxue is the best. At least she doesn't covet her own body. Hey! Why did Xuanxi change her clothes? Han Yun realized it belatedly. Xuanxi is a boy, so he should wear men's clothes. Ning Qingshue's expression was calm, as if she was not the one who made the mistake before. Han Yun was stunned, feeling a little guilty, and said with an awkward smile, Hey, you only found out now? I was wondering when you would find out. Li Xuanxi looked at Han Yun's erratic gaze and the awkward scratching of her head, and said, Sister Han Yun didn't realize it either, did she? How is that possible? Han Yun rubbed her hands on Li Xuanxi's outstretched face and manually shut Li Xuanxi up. How could I, a dignified medical practitioner, be wrong? While Li Xuanxi and Han Yun were still playing around, Bai Duan's voice was heard. Senior brother Xingquan is here, let's get on the spirit boat. Li Xuanxi turned around and looked in the direction Bai Duan was looking. Sure enough, a small boat flying in the sky arrived above the square in the blink of an eye, and then slowly descended. The spirit boat didn't look big, about the same size as the black-sailed boats in the water towns of the south of the Yangtze River in my previous life. However, there is no shelter on top, so if it is crowded, it can easily accommodate 20 people. Let's go. The serious middle-aged man stood at the bow of the boat. He nodded to Li Xuanxi first, and then called his fellow junior brothers and sisters to get on board. This journey takes 3 days to reach Kangwu City. The spirit boat flew extremely smoothly, without any turbulence. In addition to the formation, one cannot even feel the breeze when sitting on the spirit boat. Li Xuanxi lay on the side of the boat with great interest, looking down at the scenery that was constantly receding under the spirit boat. Through Han Yun's explanation, he realized that the sect was actually built on the edge of the monster forest. Why don't the monks of the sect kill the monsters and sell them for money? Li Xuanxi asked a question that he was very curious about. When reading novels on Blue Star, the protagonists would often kill monsters to obtain their fur, claws, and monster pills, and any of them could be sold for a lot of spirit stones. Logically speaking, if you bring it into this world, you should still be able to use it. If you insist on explaining why? Han Yun smiled and explained, that's the Immortal Alliance's prohibition. Immortal Alliance ban? Li Xuanxi was a little confused. Han Yun nodded. She rubbed Li Xuanxi's face before continuing to explain. The Immortal Alliance has clear regulations prohibiting the indiscriminate killing of monsters. Li Xuanxi was puzzled. Why? The reason is very simple. Han Yun explained with a chuckle. The vast majority of spiritual plants coexist with demonic beasts. Those that can be directly absorbed, refined, and used to improve cultivation cannot be cultivated by cultivators. The only way to obtain them is to pick them in the wild. And killing monsters on a large scale will at best reduce the production of wild spiritual plants, and at worst cause the extinction of large numbers of spiritual plants. This is new knowledge again. Li Xuanxi said he has learned it. Then can't we still go to the monster forest to dig spiritual plants? Han Yun said helplessly, how can there be so many spiritual plants for you to dig in the monster forest? Because of the thin spiritual energy in the eastern region, spiritual plants above Earth grade are almost extinct. Now, even Xian grade spiritual plants are scarce in the monster forest. Plus, the monster forest is so vast, and cultivators have no way of knowing the exact location of the spiritual plants. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Nowadays, only a few secret realms can still provide a stable supply of high-quality spiritual plants. However, these secret realms are controlled by the major clans and have little to do with us. Li Xuanxi. Good heavens, Doesn't that mean that the world of independent cultivators is about to collapse? Why did he say this sect was so poor? Are the methods of making money in romance novels basically useless? Kangwu City. Outside the city, a thin little girl with a dirty face followed a team that seemed to have no end, slowly moving towards the city gate. Around her, there were dozens of children ranging from 3 or 4 years old to 14 or 15 years old, but their clothes were obviously much neater. There was a complex light flashing in Yimenyao's eyes. Back to where this tragedy began. In her previous life, she had been diagnosed with a top-grade immortal root during this disciple recruiting ceremony, earning her a place among the top sections. Ultimately, she joined the Linxian sect, now the most prestigious sect in the eastern region, boasting tens of thousands of disciples. Later, during the sect's internal test, he was found to have immortal bones and successfully became the 9th direct disciple of the head of the Linxian sect. At that time, she had a yearning for all the beautiful things in the world of immortal cultivation and was full of childlike innocence. It was not until she actually entered the world of immortal cultivation that she discovered that this was not the case. The so-called First Immortal sect values family background and bloodlines, and is kind on the outside but evil on the inside, without a trace of immortal purity. Although it is far away from the secular world, the intrigues and schemes are even more terrifying than those of ordinary people. Frame-ups, suppression of fellow disciples, and stabbing in the back are all done. Back then, ever since she joined the Linxian sect, she had been stuck in a quagmire and unable to escape. She was taught to be courteous to her junior sister and not to argue with her, but she was actually less than a month older than her junior sister and had entered the sect only 3 months earlier than her. She is more talented than her junior sister, looks better than her junior sister, and works harder in cultivation than her junior sister, but she can never get the true treatment from her senior brothers and sisters. As long as the junior sister showed a tearful expression, all the senior brothers and sisters would start to surround her as if they were possessed. Since when, her reputation in the Linxian sect has become jealous, vicious, stingy, and petty. She obviously did nothing. Junior sister always defends herself and takes the blame for all the bad reputation. At that time, she was so foolish as to believe in the junior sister and feel grateful? Until she was seriously injured by several senior brothers and sisters in a secret realm. They transferred their spiritual roots and immortal bones into the body of their junior sister through cruel secret methods, and her life entered the countdown. Only then did she realize how shameless her junior sister, whom she had always regarded as her savior, was. She would never forget the little junior sister's tearful words, as if everything was for her own good. Woo-woo. 9th senior sister looks so miserable and pitiful right now. Why don't we just give her a quick death? In the last moments of her life, all she saw, besides the long sword that mercilessly pierced her heart, was the arc of her junior sister's mouth as she wiped away her tears. Later, she died. For some reason, after her soul left her body, she did not enter reincarnation, nor could she dissipate or practice. Just drifting like this day after day. She followed the team back to Linxian sect. I saw with my own eyes that after my master learned of my death, he did not feel sad for even a second. He even frowned slightly, feeling that this unlucky news had disturbed his enjoyment of drinking with other sect leaders. She didn't care about the flawed reasons given by her senior brothers and sisters, nor did she delve into why her spiritual roots and immortal bones were transferred to her junior sister. If tens of thousands of disciples in the sect had not stopped slandering and abusing her because of her death, she would have doubted whether she was really a disciple of the Linxian sect. Afterwards, she continued to floating for a long, long time. She witnessed how her junior sister rose to prominence through cultivation with the spiritual roots and bones stolen from her. Witnessed the increasing number of suitors of the junior sister competing with each other. The junior sister always seems to be weak, but she always gets what she wants. Anyone who has any friction with the junior sister will be deserted by everyone due to her various explanations and protections. I don't know how long it has been floating. Until one morning a month ago, she felt an invisible pulling force, as if trying to pull her soul somewhere. It was just a trance, and when she came back to her senses, she was surprised to find I was reborn. Back to the morning of my 7th birthday. Kangwu City, noon. It was different from the endless queue at the gate of Kangwu City. It takes a long time for a figure to appear and fly over Kangwu City, but every time it does, it causes exclamations from the people queuing to enter the city. A spiritual boat that was 100 feet long and shining with golden light slowly came from the sky, leaving a huge shadow above the heads of the people below. Yimeng and the crowd also looked up with a look of surprise. It seems that in the previous life, the Lin Xian sect sent a large spirit boat to Xuanxi City. How could it appear here? I don't know why the change happened, but it doesn't matter. After living a new life, her memory was not lost. Although she had a miserable end in her previous life, as the direct disciple of the leader of the number 1 sect in the eastern region, her strength was not weak at all. Otherwise, it would not have required 8 senior brothers and sisters to join forces to launch a sneak attack and severely injure him. In this life, she only wanted to find a remote small sect, and rely on the skills she obtained in the secret realm of her previous life to improve her strength and accumulate power. Even if this sect's spiritual energy was thin, it didn't matter much. She still had confidence in her own talent. At most, it would just take a little longer. Combined with what she had seen and heard during those years of wandering, as long as her strength reached the Jindan stage, she would basically not lack resources for cultivation. As for the intermediate level Lin Xian sect martial arts practiced in the previous life, she didn't even consider it and gave up directly, feeling disgusted. He withdrew his gaze from the huge spirit boat in the sky and continued to move towards the 100-meter-high city wall. It was almost evening when we entered the city. There weren't any setbacks along the way. Even the soldiers guarding the door were polite. In Kangwu City, the people you should never offend are these ordinary passers-by and children. Who knows if that sloppy drunkard is a sword immortal? Will that skinny kid, who looks like a bean sprout, become a disciple of some powerful figure in the future? If I offend him, several generations of my family won't be enough to pay him back. Su's trading company is just ahead. The monk leading the way saw that everyone was feeling uneasy and spoke with a smile. From now on until the end of the disciple-taking ceremony, my Shuji trading company will provide you with free food and lodging. Please don't worry. This is considered an investment for the business. They don't seek those talented cultivators. As long as they have a few children with average talent in cultivation, they won't lose out. What if someone with extraordinary talent emerges among them? Wouldn't that be a favor for their company? Besides, the Chamber of Commerce doesn't even need to spend anything to provide food and accommodation for a few dozen people. There are ready-made houses for accommodation, and you can eat directly in the canteen. Yimeng was not as restrained as the other children, and followed everyone closely. The Shuji Trading Company had a very good reputation in Kangwu City, but one day 70 years later, it was wiped out. It was not until after her death that she found out that the person who attacked her was her righteous senior brother, who was praised and followed by many disciples. From some clues, he could still find the shadow of his junior sister. Her intuition told her that this matter was very likely related to her, but she still couldn't figure out what the other party's purpose was. She was quite sure that, apart from the period of the disciple-taking ceremony, she had never had any contact with this Chamber of Commerce. Even after hearing the news from his senior brother that the Chamber of Commerce was destroyed, he frowned and thought for a long time before vaguely finding the relevant memories. In the end, I can only sigh that life is impermanent. However, in this life, this Chamber of Commerce should not repeat the same mistakes. She doesn't plan to have too much interaction with the Lin Xian sect in this life. Everyone, please follow me over here. As soon as we arrived at the gate of a grand courtyard, a team of servants in gorgeous clothes came out to greet us. He took the packages from everyone and led the way ahead. Everyone present was poor from remote towns and villages outside the city. How could they have ever seen such a grand spectacle? They were all flattered. The person who was in charge of receiving Yimeng and other little girls was a beautiful young woman with a curvy figure. Yimeng stared at the enchanting slender waist and the round and perky buttocks in front of her, secretly rolled her eyes and curled her lips. Tisk, what's wrong with having a good figure? She wouldn't envy you. With this body shape, it is not suitable for fighting at all. The panda is so big that it affects its balance when walking. Dislike and abandon. The young woman took Yi Mengyao and several other girls to walk in the courtyard for more than 10 minutes before stopping in front of a row of small houses. Little ones, this is where you will live during the immortal sect's disciple recruiting ceremony. The young woman has a very delicate face, speaks with a smile and a gentle tone, making people feel like spring breeze. There's a bathtub and clean clothes ready in the next room. I'll take everyone to clean up and wash up, and then we'll go out and get acquainted with the road together. Yi Mingyao's face flushed red. If I remember correctly, this woman was the only guy who saw and touched her body in her previous life. She did need a good wash though. We spent most of the time sitting in the carriage. The weather was hot and humid, and our clothes got wet several times. She could even smell the sweat on her body. Back then, I didn't think too much about it and happily followed her into the bathroom. After my rebirth, with an adult soul, being bathed by a young woman was a bit too embarrassing. The other girls first went into the house and put their belongings on the bunk bed, then swarmed into the room next to it where there was a bathhouse. Yi Mengyao lingered in her residence for most of the day before a beautiful young woman grabbed her collar and took her to the bathroom next door. Good children, be hygienic. Immortals don't like smelly little girls. The beautiful young woman threatened seriously. Then, while Yi Mengyao was resisting, he stripped her naked. Coming out of the cabin next door, Yi Mengyao's hair still damp, she had changed into a white, black-trimmed, double-breasted, waist-cinching dress. She covered her burning face with her hands, stumbling a little. Her delicate earlobes were red as blood, and her starry eyes were misty, like a little flower that had been ravaged. Sure enough, he couldn't escape the clutches of this woman after all. I was touched again, woo-woo. Because I was the last one to come in, and because I was cute, I was treated with extra care compared to my previous life. 2 days passed quietly. The Sanyuanmen group has arrived above Kangwu City. Li Xuanxi finally saw other cultivators flying with swords. Okay, not all swords. There are also imperial swords, imperial fans, and imperial gourds. We encountered 7 or 8 spiritual boats. It's true that compared to this, our sect's spiritual boat is still very high-end. At least the space is spacious and can accommodate 20 people. Although those small spirit boats passing by were much faster, they were still unable to carry 4 or 5 people. It will only take a few minutes to reach the Immortal Alliance Square. The serious middle-aged man standing at the bow reminded everyone. The spirit boat gradually sank into the clouds and its speed began to decrease. At this height, Li Xuanxi could easily see the people flowing through this huge city like blood. Even the noisy hawking sounds could be faintly heard. When I followed Sister Qingxue back to Sanyuanmen before, I just accelerated past from a height of several thousand meters. In addition, it was a dark and windy night, and all I could see were the lights of thousands of houses. How could it be as close as today? What's so good about this crappy city? If you ask me, all cities look the same. Xiong Jianxian showed no interest at all. The place where the spirit boat docks is the Immortal Alliance Square. Until she landed on the ground, Li Xuanxi's slightly open mouth did not close. Before landing, I thought there were several tall buildings in the center of the square below. When I got closer, I found that they were all spirit boats. Then Li Xuanxi looked at the small boat of 15 or 16 meters below him. It's simply the difference between a small fishing boat and a luxury cruise ship. Don't look at it. These aren't something an ordinary sect can afford. Han Yun gently patted the head of someone who was staring at the spirit boat. The 3 largest ones are the Immortal Alliance's spirit boats. They're usually only used during events like the Immortal Alliance competition, which involves the migration of tens of thousands of people. The one with the fairy flower relief carving on the side is the spiritual boat of the 100 Flowers Valley, the richest sect in the eastern region. And that somewhat glaring thing is the spirit boat of the Lin Xian sect, the largest sect in the eastern region today. There are not many spirit boats arriving here yet. By the time we return, this entire square will be filled with spirit boats from various sections. Li Xuanxi was shocked. The whole place is packed? Looking down from the sky, this square is more than 10 kilometers in radius. What a fuss! This is just the beginning. If there's a chance, Sister Han Yun will take you to a bigger scene to broaden your horizons. Han Yun naturally took Li Xuanxi's other hand, and she and her junior sister took each side. It was so natural that Li Xuanxi didn't notice anything was wrong. There were actually quite a few people in the square. Many people were attracted by the Sanyuan men group. To be precise, their focus was on the little Lolita who was wearing male disciples' clothes and walking between two female cultivators with veils whose appearance and strength could not be seen clearly. However, after feeling the aura emanating from the strong men and middle-aged monks in the team, most people tactfully went about their own business. Two powerful warriors who are above the high level of concentration are not something that a small sect like theirs, where even the sect leader is only at the Jindan stage, can afford to provoke. However, many high-level sects were still keeping a close eye on it. She has white hair and blue eyes, a pure aura, bright eyes, and a heavenly appearance. The little girl will surely be extraordinary in the future. An old man who had just stepped off the giant spirit boat looked at the sect's clothes on Li Xuanxi and felt that he had met her too late. But judging by her appearance, this little girl must be a beauty. It's a pity that she already belongs to a sect. The brown-haired old man beside the old man also had a look of regret on his face. It's a pity indeed. I've never seen such a smart and beautiful child before. The two old men quickly glanced in the direction of Sanyuan Gate and didn't look any further. After all, they are considered a second-rank righteous sect. There are no more than 50 top-level forces in the entire eastern region. Naturally, they would not do such a shameless thing as inciting disciples from other sects to rebel. However, most third-rate and second-rate sects do not have this burden. Many people have already started sending people to look for information about Ning Qingxue and her group. Compared to the top sects which basically have no shortage of good seedlings, it is harder than climbing to the sky for third-rate and mediocre sects to recruit a genius. Sister Qingxue, why are they looking at me? Li Xuanxi's scalp tingled from being stared at by the monks passing by. He already regretted not listening to his sister Qingxue and wearing a veil. Well, regret it is regrettable, but let him wear a veil? Impossible. He is a real man. How can he act like a little girl, timid and coy, afraid to show himself to others? Ning Qingxue and Han Yun leaned closer to Li Xuanxi, trying to hide his presence. Don't worry about it. It's obvious that these guys are trying to steal my client's business. Many of their Sanyuan sect's disciples have been poached away by other sects, otherwise there wouldn't still be only 3 disciples after hundreds of years. After leaving the square, the group of 6 flew away on their swords. Since they are not a sect with a certain rank, the Immortal Alliance will not provide food and accommodation. The group still needs to find a place to stay on their own. Back to the sky, hugging his sister Qingxue's soft waist, and looking down, Li Xuanxi was still amazed. The area occupied by this Immortal Alliance branch alone is as large as a small county town in the previous life. After half an hour, the few of them, led by their second uncle Xingquan, walked into a fairly luxurious inn. Obviously, this is not the first time that everyone has lived here. The fat middle-aged man guarding the lobby saw so many guests coming in, and each of them had an extraordinary temperament. He quickly stood up, pushed Xuanxi aside, and greeted them in person. However, when he saw Han Yun wearing a veil behind everyone, the smile on his fat face became more sincere. Oh, Fairy Han is here to recruit disciples again. There are rooms. Please come upstairs. Everyone. The corners of Xingquan's mouth are twitching uncontrollably. Is the boss's expression serious? My goodness, every time he held a disciple recruiting ceremony, he stayed in this inn. He rented the room, paid the money, and took a lot of tips. But in the end, he only remembered his third junior sister who only came to visit every year? Do you even remember the name? Sister Han Yun, do you know this boss? Li Xuanxi asked curiously. Han Yun shook her head. I've only stayed in this inn with my senior brother about 20 times. I don't have any impression of this innkeeper. The shopkeeper who was walking in front stumbled and almost fell. She sighed. When I first saw a fairy, I was still young, less than 6 years old. Now I am already 65. Time is merciless. The fat shopkeeper sighed and then added. Fairy, you may not know that 230 years ago, when the inn was first built, my very old grandfather was poisoned by a villain. No medicine could cure him, and it was only the fairy who saved his life. If the fairy hadn't helped us back then, there might not be Xuanxi Inn. Li Xuanxi was surprised. Is this true? Han Yun frowned and thought, obviously she couldn't recall any relevant memories. After all, this little thing happened too long ago. The fat shopkeeper was so talkative that he couldn't stop talking. Since then, the family has decided that no matter how the business is, they must reserve the best room for the fairy. Han Yun was still frowning in thought. It's true, although she didn't remember the scene of saving people, she seemed to have an impression of the fat shopkeeper. However, there is a gap of 10 years between each time, so it is difficult to connect the impressive little fat boy who was picking his nose and feeding the snot into his mouth when we first met, with the fat boy in his youth, fat boy in his prime, fat boy in his middle age. The fat shopkeeper took the 6 people to the top floor and opened 4 rooms in a row. When he was about to open the 5th door, Han Yun stopped him. Shopkeeper, 4 rooms are enough. The shopkeeper stopped what he was doing, turned around and bowed to the others. Fairy Han, I will be leaving now. Please let me know if you need anything. Li Xuanxi saw that the fat shopkeeper walked decisively, but with the wind under his feet, he seemed to have a second spring. This shopkeeper is very insightful. Han Yun chuckled. Xing Quan, the team leader, also nodded. The fat shopkeeper clearly distinguished himself from the monks, which was much better than those guys who were helped by the monks and then stuck to them like a dogskin plaster. After all, what many ordinary people consider a life-saving grace is nothing more than a simple favor to most cultivators. But, there are 4 rooms. How should we divide them among the 6 of us? Li Xuanxi asked the question at the right time. Of course it's according to the usual practice. Han Yun put her hands on Li Xuanxi's shoulders and pushed him into a nearby room. She didn't want the sweet and soft little boy to live with a rough man. Ning Qingxue signaled to the 3 people behind her, and naturally followed her senior sister and Li Xuanxi. Xing Quan saw that his junior sister had already entered the house, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, Li Xuanxi was just a 7-year-old child. He said to the remaining 2, then, junior brother, junior nephew, let's rest today and start our separate actions tomorrow. Li Xuanxi didn't come to his senses until Ning Qingxue closed the door behind him. What does it mean? Is this a double room? He glanced around. Well, not really. The entire room is about 60 square meters. The interior decoration is ancient, fresh and elegant, without any strange smell. The table and chairs were neatly arranged, along with a private bathroom. In the back of the room, there was a soft couch with an exquisitely woven quilt. The entire interior was spotless, clearly meticulously maintained. Li Xuanxi scanned the area several times, confirming the fact that there was only one large bed. He was a little confused. Then where should I sleep tonight? Of course you'll sleep between me and your sister Qingxue, Han Yun said as a matter of course. Ning Qingxue wanted to say something but stopped herself. In fact, she wanted Li Xuanxi to sleep on her side, but her senior sister spoke up first. Sleep in the middle? Li Xuanxi's eyes widened, his tone a little stammering, and then he shook his head repeatedly, turning around and wanting to leave. No. That's not up to you, little brat, hee. Han Yun used the gentlest tone, but said the most overbearing words. Others want to sleep with you, Sister Han Yun, but they can't, and you, a little brat, are still scorning them? Li Xuanxi only felt a gentle push from behind, and he fell onto the soft big bed. Ning Qingxue looked at the 2 people hugging each other on the bed, playing and frolicking, feeling helpless, but also a little envious. She couldn't understand why her senior sister, who was obviously an intelligent and gentle person, became so strange when she came to Xuanxi. Well, Ning Qingxue recalled briefly. When she was a child, it seemed that she was often held by her senior sister to sleep, and it wasn't just Xuanxi. That makes sense. Senior sister just likes children. Ning Qingxue pursed her lips, opened her mouth again, but ultimately said nothing. She sat quietly on the other side of the bed, closing her eyes to rest. I remember when I first came to Kangwu City with my senior sister and stayed at the inn, I always slept in the same bed with her. It was always like this afterwards, so I got used to it. Li Xuanxi struggled for a long time, but found it was useless. In the end, he could only stare at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, like a body without a soul, and was silently hugged and rubbed by Sister Han Yun. Tired, destroy it. Shuji Trading Company. Yimeng frowned at this moment because she saw someone she never wanted to see again in her life. Her junior sister, Li Yener. Master, these are all the children we have received this time. I wonder if there is anyone you are looking for? A middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes had a happy face and nodded and bowed to several young men sitting in the main seat of the hall with a very disrespectful look on his face. The young man in the lead looked at the delicate little girl beside him, as if seeking her opinion. Yimeng finally understood that this was definitely not a coincidence. She remembered very clearly that in her previous life, her junior sister and senior brother had never been here. It is very likely that his junior sister has also been reborn. As for why it wasn't the eldest brother or several other brothers who were reborn? That's because it was these senior brothers who recruited her back then. If it were them, I would have been recognized long ago. The only variable is this little junior sister who was supposed to become the disciple of the Linxian sect master in more than 5 months through family connections. Yimeng tried hard to maintain her composure. He looked up and acted like an ordinary child, showing an admiring expression. As for exposure? Don't worry. Although she is now clean, fair and lovely, she looks thin and slender because she has not had enough food for many years. She still has some earthly air and looks like a pretty small-town girl at best. No one would have connected this seemingly frail small-town girl with the 9th junior sister of the Linxian sect who, after practicing martial arts, being nourished by spiritual fruits, and taking spiritual medicines, became as delicate as a goddess who had descended to the earth, and whom she met for the first time a few months later. The main seat was occupied by a little Lolita, dressed in the standard white double-breasted long dress worn by female cultivators of the Linxian sect. She looked delicate and weak, with a faint smile always on her lips. Yi Chunhua? I'm looking for a little girl named Yi Chunhua. Does anyone know her? The little girl's voice was very sweet and crisp, like a breeze, and the hearts of the people present almost melted when they heard it. Yimeng eyes darkened. Is it really coming for me? However, my junior sister is destined to be disappointed. Although these children came here together, they are not actually familiar with each other. Even among these 50 or 60 people, there were children from more than a dozen villages and towns. And no one knows a child like her who has been abandoned. In her previous life, she came to Kangwu City out of desperation when she was nearly starving to death on the roadside. Luckily, she met a monk from the Xinshan Chamber of Commerce who was passing by and was willing to take her along. The little girl sitting next to the young man in white had a visibly depressed look on her face. It was pitiful and distressing to see her. Oh, forget it, big brother, second brother, let's go look somewhere else. The young man in the white robe nodded and stood up, nodding slightly to the members of the Chamber of Commerce. He casually tossed a bulging bag onto the table and said, "Thank you all for your cooperation on this trip. These are my compensation for wasting your time." Then he looked at the junior sister and another young man beside him, and led the way out the door. Let's go. Hey! Senior brother, wait for me. The delicate little Loli trotted and followed closely behind the young man in a white robe, stretching out her little hand to hold the young man's sleeve. Seeing that the immortals had completely disappeared from their sight, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were honored to have the legendary largest sect come to them personally, they had been in contact with monks for many years and had greater respect for monks than ordinary people. Ordinary warriors value the code of conduct in the martial arts world and are also subject to the control of the imperial court. If they want to kill someone, they have to find an excuse. It is much simpler for monks. A casual insult from you may bring you or your family a fatal disaster, including obtaining a magical medicine, an incomprehensible martial arts book, or an antique of unknown use. If they encounter a good-tempered monk, they will be slightly punished by having a trace of spiritual energy absorbed into their body, causing them to suffer excruciating pain for several days, or having their limbs broken. I really want to have a daughter like this, the beautiful woman's voice sounded from behind Mengyao. Isn't that right, little Mengyao? Yi Mangyao, who was lost in her memories, suddenly shuddered and looked up at the beautiful woman with some embarrassment. "Aunt Chu is so young, she just wants to give birth to a lovely daughter. Ask me, I can't do anything." He. Chu Hongyan liked this little guy who was full of spirit more and more. According to guard Zhan, this little guy was picked up on the roadside and was not tested with the qi sensing stone. These past 2 days, she had been thinking that if Xiao Mengyao didn't have the talent for cultivation, she would keep her as her daughter. Yi Mengyao always felt that there was something in Aunt Chu's eyes, but she couldn't tell what it was, but it seemed vaguely familiar. "It seems like it was the same in my previous life. Xiao Mengyao, do you want to go shopping with Aunt Chu? I'll buy you something delicious." The beautiful woman squatted beside Yi Mengyao, her tone seductive. Okay, looking at the expectant face of the beautiful woman, Yi Mengyao agreed inexplicably. When she came to her senses, it was too late to regret. Her little hand was already held in the palm of a soft big hand. "After struggling for a few times, I couldn't get free." Yi Mengyao vaguely remembered that she had rejected Chu Hongyan's invitation several times in her previous life. "Oh, never mind, it's better to go out for a walk." In his previous life, except for the day of testing qualifications, he had never left the Su residence. Later, he became a disciple of the Lin Xian sect, but he only had a rough look at Kangwu City from high in the sky. He left without any worries at the beginning, and in the end, he never came back. Yi Mengyao raised her head and secretly glanced at the beautiful woman's profile, but she met her gaze. The gentle smile on her face made her lose her mind for a moment. After coming back to her senses, she quickly lowered her head and clenched her small hand in the beautiful woman's. Chu Hongyan was secretly delighted, and her steps became a little brighter. More than a decade ago, when she was pregnant with her husband's second child, she was plotted against by the second branch of her family, causing her unborn daughter to die in the womb, and also damaging her family foundation, leaving her with a chronic illness. The doctor said that she would never be able to get pregnant again in her life. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and although she has accepted the reality, she still feels uneasy about it. Whenever she thinks about it, she is filled with regret. Back then, she and her husband were only one step away from having both a son and a daughter. Later, the silly boy and his family had a chance to become an immortal and was admitted to a good 5th-grade immortal sect. Although Chu Hongyan was happy that her child could embark on the immortal path, she missed him most of the time. Although the immortal gate is great, it is too far away. I can only go home once every 10 years. However, 2 years ago, her husband saw that she was depressed and proposed a compromise. If you can't have children, it would be easier to raise a ready-made child. She suddenly understood. So, she took over the task from her family to pick up the children who would participate in the disciple-taking ceremony this year. Even before Guardjan set off, she gave him many instructions, asking him to be more careful. As it turned out, her decision was a wise one. It even feels like it was destined by God. Guardjan actually picked up an abandoned little cutie. Early in the morning, inside the Shui family inn. The sunlight shines through the tiny gaps between the glazed doors and windows and the curtains, and falls on Li Xuanxi's face. He instinctively wanted to raise his hands to block, but his hands were suppressed and he couldn't move at all. Besides, he's still a little out of breath. Is this sleep paralysis? After traveling through time, perhaps because he became smaller, his confused little brain short-circuited for a moment. Oh. I remember now. I stayed up too late yesterday because of Sister Han Yun, and I accidentally fell asleep. He tried to look up, and sure enough, half of Han Yun's body was pressed on him, and her slightly open pink lips were less than a finger's distance from his neck. The hot air from his mouth made his face hot and he wanted to scratch his neck. Unfortunately, the other half of his body was also tightly held by his sister Qingxue. Well, looking at it this way, he has become a pillow for Sister Qingxue and Sister Hanyun? A soft moan came from the side, which directly disrupted Li Xuanxi's thoughts of organizing words to wake up the two. Looking in the direction of Yingning, I met a pair of sleepy pink eyes with a smile. Ha, good morning, Xuanxi, Hanyun said lazily and yawned. Because of the big movement, a large area of spring light was exposed at the collar. There was no intention of avoiding Li Xuanxi at all. Looking at Li Xuanxi's somewhat panicked and evasive look, he laughed to himself. He's really a cute boy. Han Yun showed a devilish smile and deliberately stretched her somewhat exaggerated curves in front of Li Xuanxi before putting on her coat and veil. Okay, junior sister, stop pretending to be asleep. We still have to go to the Immortal Alliance to take a look today. Ning Qingxue blushed and silently let go of the arm that was hugging Li Xuanxi. She had actually woken up a long time ago, but seeing that her senior sister was still holding her little Xuanxi tightly, she simply followed her senior sister's example and hugged the other side of her obedient disciple. Of course, she just hugged one of her daughter Xiaoxi's arms, and her main purpose was to accompany her. By the time the three of them had packed up and walked out of the inn with the fat innkeeper's farewell, it was already noon. The purpose this time is simple: to buy spiritual plant seeds. This time, Han Yun even brought her coffin. I'm counting on this little guy to help me achieve my alchemy freedom. The inn was not far from the square, and the three of them had plenty of time, so they simply walked over, each holding Li Xuanxi's hand. Along the way, Li Xuanxi looked around, but he couldn't tell who was a cultivator and who was a warrior. Although Kangwu City is a city of cultivators, most areas are still populated by mortals and warriors. There are only more monks during the disciple recruiting ceremony held every 10 years. On weekdays, except for the areas near the Immortal Alliance, ordinary people may not see any monks even if they spend a whole day in Kangwu. Moreover, there were no handsome men or beautiful women on the street as Li Xuanxi had imagined. It's no different from walking on the streets of a blue star city. There are people of all shapes and sizes, tall and short, beautiful and ugly, fat and thin, and those with ordinary looks still make up the majority. Instead, the three of them became the focus of many passers-by. It's mainly because of Sister Han Yun's gentle temperament and exaggerated figure. Even if her face can't be seen clearly, she still attracts the attention of passers-by. But there is nothing blind. In any ordinary city outside Kangwu City, it is not uncommon to see evil young men who bully others and rob women. But this place is Kangwu City, where the luck of the human race is weak, and it is also the place where thousands of sects around recruit disciples. If a family member dares to bully men and women, I'm afraid that the threshold of the family will be knocked down dozens of times by passing monks. Not to mention the playboys, even if the demons come here, they have to behave themselves. Thousands of sects, big and small, are keeping their eyes peeled. This is a free opportunity to promote their sect. This kind of situation is truly one of too many wolves and too little meat. Li Xuanxi's mind was spinning all the time. Along the way, there are all kinds of shops selling fruits, food, clothes, toys, paper umbrellas, wooden carvings, fans and musical instruments. The buildings in this world are not the low brick and stone houses of ancient times, but are similar to the small county towns in the previous life. 5- or 6-story buildings can be seen everywhere, but the architectural style is more fairy-like. As we approached the Immortal Alliance Square, the roadside shops were gradually occupied by stalls set up by monks. Behind many stalls, there are spirit boats loaded with goods. Body tempering is the foundation of immortal cultivation. It's the most important stage on the path to immortality. Don't let your child lose at the beginning. Buy your child a 4-piece body tempering set consisting of Peiyuan pills, Jingu pills, Kaimai pills, and Qishui pills. Warriors can use it too. Genuine products from the Danmeng. Honest. Qi refining stage, the beginning of immortal cultivation. It's the most important stage for a cultivator. A cultivator must know how to spend his spirit stones wisely. Buy yourself a Qi refining 4-piece set, Qi gathering pills, nourishing Qi pills, nourishing meridians pills, and invigorating Qi pills. The foundation establishment stage is the first stage on the path to immortality. It's the most important stage on the path to immortality. The Jindan stage is the most difficult stage in the cultivation of immortals. Li Xuanxi. Wow, they are exactly the same as those institutions on Blue Star that sell courses and run tutoring classes. Just to say that every stage is important. There were still quite a few people stopping in front of the stalls selling elixirs, especially those in the body tempering stage. Many parents in gorgeous clothes brought their children to ask about the price, and then showed a painful expression on their faces, which seemed to indicate that it was not very cheap. Ning Qingshui and Han Yun seemed to have been accustomed to it and were not affected by these sounds at all. Then there was another hawking sound, which successfully attracted Li Xuanxi's attention. The jade slips of the martial arts are on sale. A jade slip of cultivation techniques from the Xianxu secret realm. Anyone interested? There's only one left. Take it away with 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Sister Qingshui, that person is selling jade slips of martial arts techniques. Fake. 4 head. Along the way, there were not only cultivators setting up stalls to sell goods, but also many sects holding banners to recruit people. Li Xuanxi even saw a familiar figure. Hey! Why is Uncle Xingquan here too? Li Xuanxi felt a little uncomfortable looking at his Uncle Xingquan, who was sitting upright with a serious face in front of a shabby little table with a banner that read Sanyuanmen is accepting disciples. Maybe it was because Uncle Xingquan had such a strong aura that he didn't even ask for a drink. He just sat there, leaving a large space for the people around him. Xingquan also noticed Li Xuanxi and the other two, nodded slightly at them, and then sat down again without moving. Li Xuanxi. If I could recruit disciples this way, then there would be something fishy going on. The 3 of them said goodbye to Xingquan, and after another half an hour's journey, they finally arrived at their destination. This is a street filled with a faint medicinal fragrance, and all along the street are stalls selling magical herbs and fruits. This is where I usually buy materials. I can find a lot of bargains here. Han Yun felt a little proud. This was her biggest bargain yet. She only spent 15 low-grade spirit stones to get a 3,000-year-old sunset root. Then he sold it to Dan Pavilion for 7 medium-grade spirit stones. It has increased nearly 50 times. Fellow Daoist Han is here to buy medicinal herbs again. I've just received a batch of qi-inducing Ganoderma and Han Yuan grass, and they're absolutely complete. Fellow Daoist Han, it's been a while since we last met. Do you need some scattered leaf vines? Miss Han. As a group of people passed by, Han Yun smiled and declined one by one. It was obvious that she was quite familiar with the people here. Li Xuanxi glanced at Han Yun a little sideways, but his view was partially blocked by 2 huge mountains. My dear Han, I have found some treasures recently. Are you interested in taking a look? Until a smiling old man suddenly called out to Han Yun and the other 2. Han Yun finally paused, her interest piqued. She knew this old man well. He was the one who'd been ripped off by the 3,000-year-old sunset root for 15 low-grade spirit stones. She made a fortune at the beginning, but because of guilt, she often patronized the old man's business later. Then I found a lot of leaks. The old man's smiling eyes subtly glanced at the white-haired child who was looking at the stall curiously, and he was a little surprised. It is unprecedented in my life to see a 7-year-old girl who has never been exposed to cultivation and has such a pure aura. And just one look at it gave me the illusion that it was my destiny. This boy's future is definitely limitless. Senior Hao, there are a lot of good things this time. Han Yun picked up a fresh spiritual herb wrapped in spiritual energy and looked at it carefully. If she was not mistaken, this was the core material for refining the 6th grade Xuanmei Dan, the purple skyflower. But what the hell is this purple cloudflower? Although the 2 look similar, the price difference is more than 100 times. Does your spouse know that you are doing business this way? Li Xuanxi looked at the dazzling array of herbs on the stalls, and her little hands were eager to try some. The main thing is that the name is clearly marked on it, but I can't recognize it, which makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Senior, can I touch it? Li Xuanxi looked at the old man at the stall with anticipation. The old man smiled and nodded. Of course, please do as you please, young friend. The old man agreed. Li Xuanxi rubbed her hands together and reached directly for the nearest spiritual fruit. Sanyang fruit. Sanyang fruit? Li Xuanxi subconsciously read out. His words immediately attracted the attention of 3 people, including the old man. Question mark. Han Yun was also surprised and looked down at what was in Li Xuanxi's hand. As a mid-grade Shen-level spiritual plant, the Sanyang fruit is not very rare because it is not picky about where it grows, but it is worth at least 50 or 60 low-grade spiritual stones. As far as she knew, there had never been any spiritual plants on this old man's stall that were priced at more than 20 low-grade spirit stones. Han Yun looked down at the stall on the ground and saw that the sign marking the spiritual fruit clearly read, Xiaoyang fruit. Wow, Han Yun said directly, wow. This little old man must be a congenital resentful holy body. Hey, wait, Han Yun looked at Li Xuanxi with sparkling eyes. She remembered that this little guy couldn't even recognize all the words, let alone identify herbs. How did the little guy recognize this sanyang fruit? With the mentality of giving it a try, Han Yun handed the purple flower in her hand to Li Xuanxi. Xiao Xuanxi, can you recognize what kind of spiritual herb this is? This? Li Xuanxi first looked at the spiritual herb in his hand, then compared the name that came to his mind with the sign on the stall. Although he didn't recognize the middle character, he knew and. This is the purple sky flower. Isn't there a sign on the ground saying so? Han Yun looked at the sign, purple cloud flower, on the ground, opened her mouth, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Then she picked up other spiritual plants from the stall, tested them all, and confirmed a fact. A holy body that was found by chance. Not to mention anything else, just the slight difference between the sanyang fruit and the xiaoyang fruit, even I may not be able to tell the difference without a close and careful look. After all, both are the same kind of spiritual fruit. If the fruit of the xiaoyang fruit tree is picked directly after it matures for the first time, it will become a yellow-grade medium-quality spiritual fruit, the xiaoyang fruit. Once the xiaoyang fruit matures, it will continue to grow in a place with abundant spiritual energy. After 15 years, it will become a low-grade Xian level Xuangyang fruit. If it can meet higher spiritual energy requirements and continue to grow for another 30 years, it will become a mid-grade Xian level fruit, the Sanyang fruit. The general price of Xiaoyang fruit is less than 1 low-grade spirit stone, while the price of Sanyang fruit has remained stable at more than 50 low-grade spirit stones. I love you so much. Han Yun grabbed Li Xuanxi, nearly suffocating her in the surging waves. After struggling for a while, I finally got free. The old man at the stall watched Li Xuanxi's entire move. I was also shocked. You know, these medicinal herbs were all carefully selected by him, and there was also a sense of testing involved. Especially 2 of the spiritual plants, he was sure that only a medical practitioner with extensive knowledge and a strong memory could know them. His purpose was simple, to find a suitable disciple. As long as you can recognize all the medicinal herbs on his stall except those 2, you have met his cultivation standards. If you can recognize one of the 2 rare spiritual plants and pass his test, you can become his disciple. But he has gained nothing in these decades. For now, I am quite satisfied with Han Yun. Although he is greedy for money, he is not greedy and can stick to his original heart. Even if he doesn't meet his standards for accepting him as a disciple, he can still be considered an outstanding young person worthy of cultivation. He had originally thought that after seeing Han Yun again, he would give her the Danlu he wrote. I didn't expect there would be such an unexpected gain. The old man could hardly hide the joy in his eyes at this moment. He seemed to see the future of alchemy in the white-haired child in front of him. Even the subsequent tests are not necessary. At the age of 7, he could identify all the spiritual plants on his stall. Does such a genius still need to be taught? At this moment, the old man just wanted to laugh out loud, and he didn't even hear what Han Yun said to him later. Han Xiaoyu, ah. When the old man came to his senses, he found that Han Yun and the other 2 were no longer in the stall in front of him. Oh, never mind. There's no rush. Leave the old man who buys medicine. At this moment, Han Yun's eyes were shining with the light of small money. Apart from those spiritual plants and fruits that radiate pure spiritual energy and can be directly absorbed, refined, and used to increase cultivation, those spiritual plants with special effects are the focus of their medical practice. But there are more than tens of thousands of such spiritual plants. The records in various alchemy books and atlases are nothing more than outlines in black and white lines, supplemented by text descriptions. Not to mention memorizing spiritual plants, there are very few medical practitioners who can accurately identify 1 or 200 common spiritual plants on the spot. When she was testing the spiritual plants at the old man's stall just now, there were 2 kinds that she couldn't even recognize, but Li Xuanxi pointed them out in one sentence. Unfortunately, I was too excited earlier and let Xuanxi identify all the more than 20 kinds of spiritual plants on the stall. Otherwise, I would have been able to pick up one or two from them as a reward for helping the old man recover the 5 or 6 mid-grade spiritual stones he lost. It seems that I can only repay this old man by taking advantage of his opportunity when I meet him again next time. Along the way, Li Xuanxi and the other two stopped and started frequently. The small glimmer in Han Yun's eyes that had just lit up soon dimmed. Facts have proved that in this remote and poor area of the eastern region, apart from the old man with the innate holy body of the wronged, no one can get any advantage. The vast majority of what they sell are not even spiritual plants, but just ordinary herbs for warriors to practice. Near Kangwu City, the gathering point of the In Gue men. The skinny old man who rushed over from the In Gue gate sat in the main seat with his brows furrowed into a shape. Replying to Master Ming, I have never seen young Master Ming Hung, nor have I received any news of his arrival nearby. The deacon at the In Gue men gathering point was feeling nervous, because this was a huge Buddha, an existence that small minions like them could not afford to provoke. The sloppy old man frowned even deeper. Did he just vanish from the face of the earth? In fact, he had arrived in Kangwu for 2 days. However, in the past 2 days, he has been looking for the traces of his grandson Ming Hung in several nearby In Gue men gathering points, and by the way, he also went to the vicinity of Sanyuanmen. However, there was no trace of Ning Xingxue. Could it be that my previous prediction was wrong, and that half-demon is still in the Yunjin Basin? The sloppy old man touched his chin. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed to make sense. He suspected that Ming Hung had followed the soul-fixing pearl. The sloppy old man sighed, waved his hand, and signaled everyone to leave. He wanted to be alone. He now regrets his decision. Ning Xingxue is too powerful, and she has a magic weapon that can conceal her aura, so ordinary tracking magic weapons are basically ineffective against Ning Xingxue. Now, the only way for the In Gue sect to locate Ning Xingxue is the soul-fixing bead that they bought at a high price from the Xuanwu domain. The moment he handed the soul-fixing orb to Ming Hong, he completely lost the way to locate Ning Xingxue. The sloppy old man was feeling irritated. This time I have accepted the mission and made a guarantee, but without the soul-fixing pearl, finding that half-demon in the vast eastern region is much more difficult than looking for a needle in a haystack. Who knows where he is hiding in that corner to recuperate from his injuries? He rubbed his eyebrows with a look of despair. I felt like there was a lot of depression stuck in my chest, neither going up nor down. This feeling of being too clever and getting into trouble for myself was extremely frustrating. He now wanted to slap himself twice. He took out another communication talisman, held it between his fingers and pondered for a moment. The entire talisman turned into a gray flame. He waited for a long time, but still no response. A week has passed since Li Xuanxi and his party arrived in Kangwu City. Han Yun's plan to find a bargain was declared a complete failure. Ever since Han Yun discovered that Li Xuanxi could name anything he held in his hands, she no longer stuck to spiritual herbs and plants from the next day. Things like litmus or incomplete jade slips and secret realm magic tools were all tried. I came to a conclusion: there are so many scammers in Kangwu City. Fortunately, the seed collection plan has made considerable progress. In fact, because the 3 people only bought a few seeds of each type, many stall owners and spiritual seed shop merchants saw the business opportunity. They have been using marketing tactics such as buying a bag of spiritual seeds and getting a few rarer spiritual seeds for free, or directly selling blind boxes of seeds mixed with random seeds. But I have to say that this method is quite effective and perfectly captures the monk's desire to get rich quickly. Over the past few days, the street of the Dan League has become noticeably busier. Even some cultivators who are not medical practitioners want to buy some to try. Li Xuanxi inexplicably felt as if he was ordering takeout from Blue Star and getting a free lottery ticket for the day. But these monks were destined to be disappointed. There is no free lunch in the world, and there is no business that loses money. In the eastern region, spiritual energy is thin, and for spiritual species above the yellow level, except for those common basic spiritual medicines, the chances of survival are extremely low. Often, in a small bag of spiritual seeds, less than half can actually survive, and even fewer can grow up. 1 or 2 seeds are just a drop in the bucket. However, many cultivators who returned from the monster forest and the mysterious realm had the habit of collecting spiritual herb seeds. However, they didn't want to waste time selling them themselves, which led to a backlog of high-level seeds in many medicine shops and even small stalls. Merchants know that they cannot grow it, so naturally the purchase price will not be too high. Most of these seeds were sold to families, medical practitioners, alchemy alliances, and the like who were trying to research and cultivate these spiritual herbs. There are also a small number of fools who don't know how to grow spiritual herbs and think they have found a bargain. There is never a shortage of such fools, just like leeks. All in all, when you calculate it, you can actually make some money, but not much. In the evening, inside the inn, Han Yun held the small notebook and looked at Xuanxi, who was holding the little fox, with anticipation as she tested the rare seeds given away by the shops one by one. When it comes to identifying herbs and fruits, she still has confidence, but identifying seeds? She really can't do it. The main thing is that even if you recognize it, it's useless and you can't grow it at all. Blue moon grass seeds, green ivy leaf seeds, purple cloud mushroom seeds, black frost flower seeds, red flame fruit seeds, cold dew grass seeds, wind spirit leaf seeds. Li Xuanqi scratched the chin of the little fox in his arms while reading out the names of these spirit species. What? Why are there so many repetitions? Han Yun wrote and drew on her notes, complaining. Li Xuanqi pretended not to hear and continued counting. The main thing is that Han Yun would say this every once in a while, and if she responded even slightly, she would pester her for a hug in comfort. He was a little overwhelmed. After clearing the props on the desktop, there are only 7 new useful seeds added today. Most of them are useless seeds that were not planned, or even ordinary medicinal seeds that are inferior in quality. It's impossible to find any seeds above the earth level. There are not even a few profound level seeds. Han Yun was a little discouraged and lay down directly on the table. It would be great if we could go to Xuanwu territory or Xianbin territory. Li Xuanqi continued to ignore it. This is the sentence I hear the most besides the previous one. He had heard Sister Qingxue talk about the Xuanwu domain and Xianbin domain mentioned by Han Yun. Both have oceans with thin spiritual energy as natural barriers. It is basically impossible for cultivators below the Dharmakaya level to arrive by flying. Now the only way to travel to other domains is the giant spirit boat of the Immortal Alliance. Unfortunately, due to the high cost of flight, the Eastern region's Immortal Alliance rarely travels to other regions except for the region's genius competition every 30 years. Don't ask why there is no Chamber of Commerce in the East region or the other 2 regions to bring spiritual plants from other regions to the East region to sell for money. The last person who did this had already fallen from the top 10 aristocratic families in the Xuanwu domain to a bottom-tier family. This family thought they had discovered an unnoticed blue ocean of business, so they secretly avoided other families and purchased a large number of spiritual plants and fruits at low prices in the Xuanwu domain, hoping to buy low and sell high in the Eastern domain to make a fortune. It was a beautiful thought, but when they arrived in the Eastern region, they discovered that the Eastern region cultivators had to haggle for a long time even to buy a jade box that they usually use to store medicine. After one trip, let alone making money from selling at a discount, even the spirit stones consumed by the spirit boat in the round trip to the Eastern region cannot be earned back. And taking these elixirs back would be another huge expense. What's even more outrageous is that in order to maximize their profits, this family only brought the spirit stones needed for the spirit boat on the way there, and did not bring the spirit stones needed for the return trip. This resulted in them being trapped in the Eastern region for 2 full years, having to sell off a large number of spiritual plants at a low price before they could barely gather enough spiritual stones for the return journey. In the past 2 years, the family still in the Xuanwu domain was involved in a large-scale business turmoil. Due to insufficient funds, the status of the entire family plummeted. As a result, this family became the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world, and at the same time, the Eastern region's last fig leaf was stripped off. Originally, there were more or less some caravans from other regions that came to the Eastern region to suffer losses, for business. Then, after suffering a great loss, because it was too embarrassing, and coupled with the idea that they should not be the only ones to suffer the loss, they all tacitly chose to remain silent. This incident even gave rise to an idiom to describe a person who was reckless in business and outsmarts others with his cleverness, Huang's reverse spirit. To some extent, it can be said that his name will be passed down through the ages. Han Yun held the brush, dipped it in red ink, and drew a red circle on the Hu Mai Dan and Xiaoyang Dan in the booklet. This means that all the seeds of this elixir have been collected. The 9th, 8th, and 7th grade resurrection pills are all here. The only thing missing for the 6th grade resurrection pill is the yellow dragon fruit. The foundation establishment pill still lacks 2 spiritual plants, jade ginseng and sunset root. The resurrection pill is the most commonly used healing pill among cultivators. From small things like tempering the body and cultivating qi to big things like using dharma to overcome tribulations, everyone has its influence to a greater or lesser extent. Of course, preparations must be made for each grade. As for directly skipping grades and taking high-grade resurrection pills, unless it is an emergency, it is not recommended. Unlike directly taking spiritual fruits and plants, the excess medicinal power will remain in the body, and over time it will form erysipelas and drug resistance, resulting in a significant reduction in the effect of taking low-grade resurrection pills in the future, which will do more harm than good. Han Yun closed the booklet, feeling like something was missing today. Hey! Where's my junior sister? She suddenly discovered something serious. Judging from the attitude of my junior sister who wants to stick to Xuanxi all day long, why is she acting so abnormal today? The little fox in Li Xuanxi's arms, looking very happy, and Ning Qingxue, hiding in the quilt, trembled at the same time. Sister Qingxue said she was feeling a little unwell and wanted to rest early today. Li Xuanxi said truthfully. Uncomfortable? A look of confusion flashed across Han Yun's face. How could her junior sister, a Dharma image cultivator, feel uncomfortable? Junior sister, you're really something. I'm a medical practitioner after all, so I could help her figure out something. But you didn't even tell me. Han Yun stood up unhappily and walked towards the bulge with graceful curves on the soft big bed. However, when Han Yun's hand was about to touch the quilt, Ning Qingxue suddenly sat up from the bed, with a suspicious blush on her cold little face. I'm fine. Seeing the expression on her junior sister's face, Han Yun subconsciously looked at the small set of female disciple clothing behind Ning Qingxue. It was obviously not her junior sister's, and a strange look appeared on her face. Could it be that my junior sister is using Xiao Xuanqi's clothes to do something bad? Ning Qingxue also followed Han Yun's gaze and looked to her side. Her face turned even redder, and then she hurriedly stuffed the exposed clothes into the quilt. Her mind was in a mess and she felt extremely embarrassed. Han Yun tacitly turned her head away. Seeing her junior sister's flushed face, she was afraid that if she spoke again, she would faint from shyness. Hey, it looks like junior sister is fine. I was just worrying too much. Han Yun turned around naturally and returned to the small round table in the room. I still have some spiritual plant seeds to sort out, so I won't bother you. Li Xuanxi held the little fox in his arms, looking at Ning Qingxue and then at Han Yun. I always feel that the atmosphere between the two of them is a little weird, so orange. Sister Han Yun, what happened to Sister Qingxue? Li Xuanxi couldn't help but ask. Children should not ask about adult matters. Okay. Then another 2 days passed. The collection of low-level spirit seeds required by the 3 people has been basically completed. Han Yun also spent 50 medium-grade spirit stones from the Immortal Alliance and issued a task to find non-repetitive spirit seeds of Earth grade or above. Deduct seeds from these 50 pieces according to their quantity and quality until all are deducted. If it is a natural seed, the price is negotiable. The mission ends on the day the disciple recruiting ceremony ends. If we just rely on the 3 of us running around the streets, it will take forever to find high-level spiritual plant seeds. However, it is a waste of money to publish tasks for low-level seeds. The standard for publishing tasks in the Immortal Alliance is a handling fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones. If you put Blue Star, that's 1 million. Although Han Yun had some wealth as an alchemist, all his possessions were no more than 30 medium-grade spirit stones. Even the spirit stones for completing the mission were pooled together with the people from San Yuan sect. The small treasury that Ning Qingxue had stored in Li Xuanxi's backpack shrank directly to 33 low-grade spirit stones. Han Yun was even worse off. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was completely broke. She had already been content to live off Sister Qing Shue's money. The morning of the third day, the three of them went out again. However, this time they were accompanied by their fourth uncle Bai Duan and their senior brother Xiong Jianxiang. "Nephew, leave the ore matter to me. Apart from anything else, I'm an expert when it comes to ore." Fourth uncle Bai Duan clapped his chest muscles so hard that they seemed to explode, and his 8 neatly cracked teeth were a little dazzling in the sunlight. Passers-by around subconsciously narrowed their eyes. Well, actually the reflection from the bald head is too glaring. Although the place they came to today was also near the Immortal Alliance Square, it was more remote. From time to time, a three-eyed spirit beast resembling a yak would slowly pass by, carrying 2 giant cargo boxes full of ore. This is the three-eyed pack ox from the Weapon Alliance. It's just an ordinary beast, not a spiritual beast. Although it's slow, it has a gentle temperament. It's usually used to transport ores to mines outside the city. Bai Duan saw that Li Xuanxi was curious and introduced it casually. Li Xuanxi was curious but not surprised. "I have seen snails that are 5 or 6 meters tall and spiders that are 3 meters tall, so there is really nothing surprising about this three-eyed cow that is less than 4 meters tall." But he always felt that he saw the shadow of an old friend in this three-eyed pack ox. Unlike the stalls that can be seen everywhere on the Dan League side, there are only large and small warehouses and processing workshops along the way on the Qi League side. And it's not just ores, there are also large amounts of stones, wood, and the like. The 5 of them walked along the flat brick and stone ground. Bai Duan introduced enthusiastically in a loud voice. Li Xuanxi nodded as he walked, looking left and right. Not long after, the group walked into a spacious warehouse without a door as if they were familiar with the place. There are many samples of various minerals piled up in the hall, and finished metal blocks are also for sale. When Bai Duan saw a servant coming up, he waved his hand to drive him away. The young man breathed a sigh of relief visibly. Although the 3 beauties, 2 large and 1 small, were very pleasing to the eye, the 2 burly men didn't look like good people at first glance. "I haven't asked my nephew what materials he needs yet. Starting from this family, there are spiritual ores for sale. You will definitely find the materials you want. I'm just taking a look." Li Xuanxi scratched his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. After all, he wanted all kinds of materials to see if he could unlock some new props for synthesis. There are actually not many types of materials in this hall, only more than 10 kinds of ores and finished metal ingots. Prices also vary. He touched them one by one, but found that a single metal ingot or ore could not unlock any props. These metal ingots obviously did not reach the purity of MC, and their names showed that they were all crude iron ingots, crude copper ingots, crude black iron, etc. It should also be fired uniformly in a furnace. In the end, Li Xuanxi did not stay in this hall for too long. He just bought some crude copper ore and left. Even so, it still hurt a bit. It cost a total of 16 low-grade spirit stones. Remaining low-grade spirit stones, 17. It is definitely no problem to burn these crude coppers and make about 15 or 16 copper ingots, which can be used to make lightning rods, telescopes and the like in the future. Of course, the main thing is the lightning rod. His houses are mostly made of wood and are built on the top of a mountain. Although the chance of being struck by lightning is extremely small, he would have no place to cry if he were really struck by lightning. As for the minerals from another world? Can't afford it. The price of metal ingots in this world is not low at all. For example, an ordinary iron ingot is worth 23 taels of silver and 1,000 kilograms. 1 ton is 46 taels of silver. In order to make a 1x1 iron block in MC, at least 8 tons or even 10 tons of crude iron ingots sold by the Chamber of Commerce are needed for sintering. Converted to this, 1 MC iron block is worth more than 4.5 low-grade spirit stones. It feels a bit uneconomical. After all, according to the current speed of the monster tower, the remaining 6 or 7 iron ingots can be collected in 3 days. If there are villagers later, the iron-making machine can also be set up. Although he wanted the anvil, he was not in a hurry for a day or two. If he was really in a hurry, he wouldn't have come to Kangwu City. As for the more expensive black iron? To dissolve an MC black iron ingot, you need at least 70 low-grade spirit stones. Most of the spirit stones they had were spent on purchasing spirit seeds and issuing tasks, and the remaining ones were not enough. Not to mention some metals such as Gangjin, Xuanxi, Hantai, Xuannuity, etc., which are sold by weight or even by gram. Even if I sell all 5 of them, I still can't afford it. This dream of relying on purchases to upgrade everything has officially been shattered. Another thing is that Xuanxi did not find any coal on this trip. Bai Duan said that if he wanted to buy coal, he needed to look for it in the secular chambers of commerce outside the Immortal Alliance. After returning to the inn from the Weapon Alliance, I couldn't say I felt lost. Forehead. Xuanxi, who was still distracted, felt the little hand playing tricks on her face, and subconsciously raised her head, just in time to meet a pair of bright pink eyes with a smile. Xuanxi, what are you thinking about? Han Yun withdrew her hand and asked with a smile, raising the Chen Yuan Enlightenment selection in her hand. Xuanxi's face fell immediately. Sister Han Yun, why don't we just forget it? No, that's not possible. This is what your sister Qingxue said. I don't have the final say. Han Yun dragged Xuanxi, whose face was full of resistance, towards the wooden round table in the room. It was not until he was pressed next to Ning Qingxue that Xuanxi accepted his fate. The 2 women laughed a lot. Okay, hold this for you. Ning Qingxue's ears felt a little hot, and she put a white ball in Xuanxi's arms. Xuanxi looked at the tiny white fox ball on his legs. An irresistible force pulled his little hand and he held the little fox close to his face and hugged it tightly. Ning Qingxue quickly withdrew her soul from the little fox. The close contact just now and the feeling of being held in the palm of her hand made her blush and her heart beat fast. Junior sister? Han Yun looked at her junior sister strangely. It seemed that since the appearance of this little fox, her junior sister's blushing frequency had increased. But she did not consider the little fox as Ning Qingxue's Dharma image. As far as she knew, all Dharma images were phantoms formed by the power of heaven and earth. Even the most advanced Dharma images could not possess a real body. This little fox is obviously an ordinary little animal with flesh and blood, and it even has a high level of intelligence. The most important thing is, how can there be a Dharma image so small? The disciple-taking ceremony is getting closer and closer. The seed collection is basically completed. Just wait for the disciple recruiting ceremony to be over, and then go to the Immortal Alliance to collect the rewarded seeds of earth quality or above. As for the ore, the few of them went around the area a few more times, and Xuanxi gave up. They spent most of their spirit stones on spirit plant seeds, and the remaining low-grade spirit stones were not enough to even make a splash. As for coal, it is cheap and you can buy a ton for more than 1 tael of silver. 1 MC coal block is only about 2 taels of silver. Xuanxi generously asked Ning Qingxue to buy 3 sets with a small amount of money. The total cost was 380 taels, and because I bought a lot at one time, the merchant rounded off the extra 4 taels. As for storage, it is simple. Just pile it up and dig it with a pickaxe. These excavated coal piles will automatically be converted into the same type of coal as MC, and then 9 of them will be combined into a coal block and stored in the backpack. This coal is enough for him to use for a long time. And it's ridiculous that you have experience? A rough estimate is that the experience gained is over 1,500 points. However, most of this experience is used to assimilate seeds. It is really not cheap to assimilate the seeds of this world of immortal cultivation. A few require 3 or 5 levels, and a large number require 7 or 8 or even more than 10 levels. In the following days, in order to avoid learning calligraphy in the inn, Xuanxi took the initiative to join the glorious enrollment. The current number of students enrolled, 0. What the hell, you really think you're a big sect? You're just a low-ranking sect, but the threshold is so high. A fat middle-aged woman was cursing. Her words scared the thin middle-aged man next to her. He quickly reached out to cover the woman's mouth, but unfortunately the fat woman avoided it. Keep your voice down. I'm an immortal. If someone hears me, people will die," said the thin middle-aged man anxiously. The fat woman, who had been cursing, suddenly stopped cursing, shrank her neck, and bowed in the direction of the Xuanxi stall. Then she pulled a little boy of 7 or 8 years old who looked nonchalant and disappeared into the crowd. Xing Quan, who was sitting in front of the small table, didn't even raise his eyelids, as if he didn't hear what the woman said. I would get angry when I first heard this kind of remarks, but after so many years, I have become immune to it. She's just an ignorant woman. Xuanxi didn't look away until the fat woman disappeared into the crowd. Hey! It took so much effort to get the last one. He lay in front of the stall, playing with a gray stone, looking a little uninterested. This is the beggar version of the spirit stone, the chi sensing stone. You only need 5 low-grade spirit stones to purchase one from the Immortal Alliance. As for why not take out the spirit stone and use it? Uncle Xingxuan calls this keeping wealth within reach. Compared with the spirit stone, the specific talent can be inferred based on the different colors and intensities of light emitted from it. The chi sensing stone can only determine whether the monk being tested has talent through slight changes in color and temperature. Unfortunately, this chi sensing stone still had no reaction in Xuanxi's hand. Xuanxi's talents simply couldn't reach the lower limit of activating this chi sense stone. Of course, the use of chi sensing stones is not just because it conceals wealth. This can be considered an unwritten rule before the disciple-taking ceremony. It allows disciples who are not confident in their own talents, worried that they are not talented enough and cannot enter the sect to have a chance to change their fate. At the same time, it also gives the fringe sects and low-level sects the opportunity to obtain some talented seedlings. According to the Immortal Alliance's rules, once a disciple's contract is signed, the sect must take the disciple in and train him for 10 years, no matter what, even if he can only do menial work. The same is true for disciples. Disciples who sign the contract are not allowed to join another sect within 10 years. Generally speaking, there are not many children who actually participate in early admissions. 10 years is not something you can just gamble on. But fortunately, during the disciple recruiting ceremony, the number of people coming and going to seek immortality was indeed huge. Looking at Xuanxi, who was lying on the table with a lazy look on her face, Han Yun joked, "Since you're so boring, why don't we go back to the inn and continue teaching you how to read?" Xuanxi shook her head repeatedly, sat up straight, and said righteously, "Sister Han Yun, please don't slander me. How can I be bored? I'm full of energy right now. I volunteered to help recruit disciples because I didn't want to stay in the inn to learn to read. There is no reason for me to go back and suffer." In the morning, there were actually quite a few people who asked about and wanted to join the sect. But they are all stuck at the level of the chi sensing stone. These people should all be residents of Kangwu City. If they come from outside the city, most of them are children who have been tested by the Chamber of Commerce and confirmed to have talents. Xuanxi looked at the long line in front of the 2 Hupa sect disciples at the stall next door, and it would be a lie to say that he was not envious. And most importantly, why is this crappy Tiger Soul sect so popular even though it charges membership fees? On the contrary, my place is free, but no one is interested. This Hupa sect is more of a martial arts academy under the guise of a sect than a sect of immortals. Those with talent cultivate immortality, while those without talent practice martial arts. Han Yun explained, then added. Besides, the Hupa sect is an 8th grade sect with a good reputation. There is nothing wrong with having so many applicants. Xuanxi was speechless. Why did they choose this location? Isn't this obviously increasing the pressure on yourself to recruit students? Seeing Xuanxi's troubled expression, Ning Qingxue, who was sitting next to him and holding the little fox, suddenly said, "Master said that everything in the cultivation of immortals is fate. Don't force it." Xuanxi was surprised. Could it be that his sister Qingxue had the ability to read minds? Before he could ask, he heard Han Yun covering her mouth and laughing softly. "Your sister Qingxue had the same expression as you at the beginning. I explained it myself." Xuanxi. And you said you can't read minds. On the Linxian sect's spiritual boat. In the luxurious room with an ancient flavor, the cute lowly who used to be like an angel in the Chamber of Commerce now had a gloomy expression. Where did that little beggar Yi Mengyao die? She was Yi Mengyao's junior sister Li Yener. In her previous life, she relied on Yi Mengyao's top-grade immortal roots and nirvana immortal bones to rise rapidly and was about to successfully overcome the calamity. However, at the critical moment of reaching the immortal realm, the nirvana immortal bones that were forcibly fused through secret methods suddenly became ineffective. As a result, she failed in her attempt to pass the tribulation, her qi was severely damaged, and even her cultivation was almost completely destroyed. At the beginning, the family and the sect were still searching everywhere for elixirs to heal her wounds. Until the news of her nirvana immortal bone disappearing was discovered by her cousin, with whom she had always been at odds, and made public. Then everything changed. Without the immortal bones, and with his foundation severely damaged during the tribulation, it was basically impossible for him to reach the immortal realm again. The elixirs needed to restore her to the tribulation crossing stage were more than enough for the family and the sect to train several powerful tribulation crossing stage masters. Then, she was abandoned by her family. Until she was used as a bargaining chip for marriage and married to a playboy who was slightly inferior to her family and coveted her body. Afterwards, with her strength greatly reduced, she was completely caught in the vortex of the palace fight of the playboy saint. After struggling for more than 10 years, he was eventually trapped in the cruel harem, with not even a complete corpse left. There is only one reason for all these consequences. Her useless senior sister who was born a beggar has successfully reincarnated. This made her even more confused. Yi Mengyao's soul has been maintained by her using the soul locking array. Not to mention reincarnation, she can't even leave the range of 100 miles from the array. In the end, as she anticipated, the soul of this useless senior sister would only be shattered after she survived the thunder tribulation and completely integrated the nirvana immortal bone into herself. She later thought about looking for her senior sister's reincarnation, but the world is so big, where could she find it? I can only blame myself for killing my useless senior sister too late, causing her soul to become too powerful, giving her the opportunity to break out of the soul-locking formation. Although the sect's senior brothers and sisters looked down on the little beggar's background, no one could find fault with his talent and understanding. It is not impossible for the useless senior sister to find an opportunity. Fortunately, for some reason, the moment she died, she opened her eyes again and returned to the age of 6. But she guessed that it should be related to the nirvana immortal bone she had fused with. Legend has it that the nirvana immortal bone has the effect of rebirth from nirvana. There is no detailed record of how it is reborn, and various classics only mention it in one sentence. This life. The first thing she did when she woke up was to rely on her past life memories and family connections to join the Linxian sect a year in advance. And this disciple recruiting ceremony is exactly the time when her useless senior sister will join the Linxian sect. Based on some information that her senior sister from her previous life mentioned to her, she came to Kangwu City with great interest. She knew that Yi Mengyao was still a little beggar named Yi Chunhua. With such an identity, she doesn't even need to find complicated excuses. After extracting the spiritual roots and immortal bones, just kill them directly, and then find an excuse at random. For senior brothers and sisters who come from big families, it is normal to beat and kill a lowly person who has made a mistake. The time came to the day before the disciple-taking ceremony. Currently recruiting disciples, 0. During this period, Li Xuanxi not only stayed at the Sanyuanmen stall to help recruit disciples, but also served as a qualified mobile warehouse, accompanying Han Yun and Ning Xingxue shopping. MC backpacks actually have great limitations. For example, only identical items can be stacked. For example, equipment and clothing cannot be stacked. But this is not difficult to solve. Only one container is needed to perfectly get rid of the limitation of not being able to stack. Storing a single piece of clothing and a bag of clothes both take up one slot in the backpack. The same backpack is used to store a seed in a jade box containing various seeds. The only difference is the name in his mind. In short, there is a lot of room for maneuver. Ever since Han Yun knew that Li Xuanxi had this ability, she dragged him on a big shopping spree. There are only a dozen or so spirit stones left in stock on the small table where Sanyuan men recruits disciples. Today only Li Xuanxi and Ning Qingxue were left. Han Yun was invited to attend an alchemist exchange meeting held by the Alchemy Alliance. Xing Quan went to the Immortal Alliance branch to handle the procedures for participating in the disciple recruiting ceremony. As for Master Bai Duan and his apprentice, they had already gone to visit their good friend a week ago. During this period of time, with the help of everyone, Li Xuanxi roughly understood the current situation of the various sects in the eastern region. Generally speaking, only 3 people in the Jindan realm or 1 person in the Ningxian realm are needed to apply to the Immortal Alliance to open a sect. In Dongzhou today, more than half of the sects do not even have cultivators who have achieved the state of concentration. As for sects below the 5th rank, there are basically no nascent soul powerhouses, let alone Dharma images. Among the 93 powerful Dharma image masters in the entire eastern region, 16 are royal servants of the 4 empires, 33 are from immortal cultivation families, and the rest are all in the top 10 sects. Of course, it's not that there are only these few powerful Dharma image masters in the entire eastern region. The reason why they are left behind is that they feel there is no hope of promotion. More Dharma images, after breaking through, went to the Xuanwu realm or Xianbin realm, where spiritual energy was more abundant, to seek opportunities to become immortals. I heard that many of the Dharma image cultivators from the eastern region in the past have formed forces in the Xuanwu region and the Xianbin region, and there are also many cultivators who have broken through the tribulation. Now think about it carefully. The Sanyuan sect has 1 at the initial stage of Dharmakaya, 1 at the initial stage of nascent soul, 1 at the peak of concentration, 2 at the high stage of concentration, and 2 at the middle stage of concentration. With this configuration, it can simply crush other sects. The most important thing is it's free. So, what went wrong? Li Xuanxi expressed indignation. Turning to look at the table next to us, the 2 strong disciples of the Tiger Roar sect had already finished their meal and left. The new neighbors were 2 kind old men with gentle smiles, white hair and beards, and energetic spirits. The decorations on the table were also fairy-like. On the other hand, look at your side. Apart from Sister Qingxue, who was wearing a veil and whose appearance could not be seen clearly, there was also the decadent white-haired girl who looked listless and weak, as if she was hanging by her last breath, a macho man. Even the table in front of him had a broken leg and was propped up with bricks from the roadside. Compared with the Tiger Roar sect, which had the same square table and a silk banner as before, it didn't seem like anything special. But compared with these 2 old men, their stall is really shabby. So, why don't we get a nice table? Li Xuanxi pointed at the table of the Wuyun sect next door, like theirs. Master said that this is to select disciples with good character and firm faith in Taoism. Ning Qingxue said as a matter of course without thinking. Li Xuanxi. Why doesn't he believe it? I feel like the real selection should be for disciples who don't mind the sect's poverty. I heard from my second senior brother Xiong Jianxiang that there were actually only 2 students admitted in his class. The other person also looked at the place where Sanyuan sect recruited disciples. It was shabby, but the middle-aged man in charge of recruiting disciples was very extraordinary. He remembered the story told by the storyteller at the tea stall. That hidden sect was just like that. He thought this was a test of the disciple's character, and felt that he had found a treasure, so he resolutely joined in. A few years later, I discovered that this sect was truly poor. As soon as the 10-year period was over, he ran away without even getting to know the real core skills. Only the clueless Xiong Jianxiang stayed and practiced with Master Bai Duan for 30 years before he reached the requirements for learning advanced techniques. Before practicing advanced skills, he basically relied on the Qi Ling Ju, a book with only yellow-level mid-grade skills, to improve his strength. It's not that the people of Sanyuan sect are unwilling to teach, but that they need to have intermediate foundation-building skills just to get started in practicing the techniques. In addition, the old master deliberately instructed not to tell the other party about the existence of the martial arts before the disciples reached the threshold of practicing the martial arts. This also led to nearly half of the disciples being poached by other sects after only a decade or 2 in the sect. In order to integrate into the new sect, the disciples who were poached did everything they could to discredit Sanyuan sect. Today, the reputation of Sanyuan sect has long been infamous in both the circle of immortal seekers and the sect circle. There are only a few uninformed families who are willing to let their children come and try it out, but they are very rare. After all those who can be brought into Kangwu City by the Chamber of Commerce are children who have passed the Qi sensing stone test and have been confirmed to have the talent for cultivation. Most of them would rather take a gamble and go to a better sect. Li Xuanxi fell directly on the small table, causing the entire table to shake, and her cute face was slightly deformed by the pressure. Seeing that he was bored, Ning Qingxue put the little fox in her arms on the table. As soon as he let go, the little fox slipped into Li Xuanxi's arms. To be honest, Ning Qingxue was a little jealous. But I don't know if it's because she's clearly in her Dharma image, but she's closer to Xuanxi. Or maybe it's because the little fox can just stay in Xuanxi's arms anytime. The afternoon is fulfilling. Li Xuanxi spent more than half an hour teaching the little fox how to play gobang. Even Ning Qingxue herself was surprised by this result. She actually knew that the little fox was smart, but she didn't expect it to be so smart. At the end of the day, she didn't take over the little fox's body. After all, if I were to control the little fox in a crowded place, and Xuanxi touched sensitive areas like the ears and tail, and my body reacted and made some embarrassing sounds, I would be too embarrassed to face anyone. In the afternoon, more than 20 city residents came. In the end, no one passed. Most of them left with a look of disgust on their faces when they saw the Sanyuanmen flag clearly. Currently recruiting disciples, 0. The time came to Xushi, 7 p.m. Even the always energetic little fox didn't want to move anymore. It lazily lay on top of Li Xuanxi's head, covering its mouth with its snow-white paws and yawning from time to time. Sister Qingxue, can this place really accept disciples? Li Xuanxi expressed doubt. Ning Qingxue was used to it and flipped through the book in her hand casually. That's normal. We at Sanyuan sect haven't recruited anyone in the past 6 disciple recruiting ceremonies. Li Xuanxi. One class every 10 years, which means that no one has been recruited in 60 years? Is it so difficult to recruit disciples? Didn't Sister Han Yun say that many second and third-rate sects won't be participating in the disciple recruiting ceremony this year, so we have a great chance? Ning Qingxue nodded, but the disciple-taking ceremony will not officially begin until tomorrow. Forehead. Li Xuanxi suddenly understood and clapped his hands. It seemed to be like this. It seems that there is no harvest today. Li Xuanxi looked at the lights in the city coming on. Although he had expected it, he still couldn't help feeling disappointed. Ning Qingxue was still immersed in the booklet in her hand. It seems like it has been like this since early morning. Li Xuanxi felt that there must be something fishy. This is definitely not normal. He really couldn't figure out what kind of booklet could have such magical power that could make Sister Qingxue, who is usually as cold as water, read it for a whole day. Based on the currently known information, we can first rule out things like martial arts techniques. After all, whose martial arts is this that makes you blush just looking at it? Li Xuanxi accidentally dropped the brush on the table to the ground, and naturally bent down to pick it up. But just as his head was about to drop below Ning Qingxue's thigh, he suddenly sped up. He lunged forward, thrusting his head into Ning Qingxue's arms, and twisted his head to try to see the book cover clearly from below. Ning Qingxue reacted very quickly. She retracted her little hand and hid the book behind her back. The two of them stared at each other. After a while, Ning Qingxue couldn't bear it anymore. She turned her face to the side, her cheeks flushed, and didn't look at Li Xuanxi. Li Xuanxi. Ning Qingxue. There is a problem. There is definitely a problem. Li Xuanxi looked at the books that were still within reach behind Ning Qingxue, and put his arms around her slender waist and continued to grab the books in her hands. However, he underestimated the reaction speed of a Dharma phase cultivator and failed again. Sister Qingxue, you are very suspicious. Li Xuanxi withdrew from Ning Qingxue's arms, touched his chin, and looked at her with scrutiny. Is there anything suspicious? Ning Qingxue was a little panicked, and her face turned even redder, but she didn't know whether it was because something was discovered or because of Li Xuanxi's actions just now. Li Xuanxi looked at the book hidden in the other party's sleeve, and then looked at the nervous Ning Qingxue. "There is something wrong with the book you are reading, unless you let me take a look." "No." Ning Qingxue refused sternly and stuffed the book back in. "This book is about getting along with apprentices and developing master-apprentice relationships, which I bought after asking the merchant when I went to the bookstore with my senior sister yesterday." The merchant smiled knowingly at that time. He could tell at a glance that she was a novice teacher and had no experience, so he enthusiastically sold her 5 or 6 books in a row. For example, The Master Who Loves the City, Raising a Disciple for 1,000 Years, The Confused Master and the Rebellious Disciple, The Path of the Teacher, The Master is Very Clingy, The Master Gave Birth to 3 Treasures in One, and so on. Well, she actually only bought 5. There is something obviously wrong with the statement "Master gave birth to 3 treasures at once." She doesn't even have a Taoist partner, so how can she give birth to 3 treasures at once? Moreover, what she needed was a book about getting along with her apprentices. The title of this book was obviously irrelevant to her needs. It is obvious that the merchants are trying to boost their sales and fish in troubled waters by inserting some irrelevant books. She sternly refused, but the merchant was still stubborn and insisted that this was a book about mastery and apprenticeship. As for actually starting to watch it, it was this morning. In the early stage, it was just as she thought. The book recorded various warm and trivial things in her interactions with her apprentices, and she learned a lot. However, as the plot progressed, the atmosphere in the book gradually became charming. There was even such embarrassing scene as master and disciple bathing together. Although she felt it was absurd, there seemed to be some special force that urged her to continue reading. It made her look forward to the sequel even more. So, she looked at it and it was a day. Good opportunity. Li Xuanxi took advantage of Ning Qingxue's distraction and pounced again, lying on Ning Qingxue's plump thighs. As he wished, one finger slid across the page of the book hidden in Ning Qingxue's sleeve, revealing a corner. Although his finger touched it for only a moment, the title of the book still appeared in his mind in its entirety. Raising a Disciple for 1,000 Years. Ha! Li Xuanxi was stunned. It seemed that it was different from what he thought. It was not that unhealthy book? Judging from the name, it should be a book that teaches monks how to train apprentices? Okay, now that makes sense. No wonder Sister Qingxue blushed. Her master didn't even know the most basic common sense to teach his disciples. He must have felt ashamed. He awkwardly withdrew from Ning Qingxue's arms and sat back in his seat. To ease the embarrassment, he rubbed the sweet little fox sleeping on the table. However, the little fox was obviously unhappy about being suddenly interrupted. He gently bit Li Xuanxi's finger and buried his head in his tail again. Ning Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Li Xuanxi stop. "Excuse me, is your sect still recruiting disciples?" A clear and hesitant lowly voice reached the ears of the two. Li Xuanxi and Ning Qingxue both looked in the direction where the sound came from. The person who was speaking was a delicate little girl of 6 or 7 years old. Beside her was a young woman in red with a graceful figure. Probably a mother-daughter team. Li Xuanxi became excited. Finally he came to life. He skillfully pushed the gray stone at hand and put on a mature and steady attitude. "Ahem, I took it. Come, little sister, put your hands on the chi-sensing stone." The little girl's mouth twitched slightly, feeling as if she had been taken advantage of. Quickly, she grabbed the chi-sensing stone that was about to fall off the table. As soon as her little hand touched the chi-sensing stone, the surface of the stone turned visibly red. Fire attribute spiritual root? Li Xuanxi was not sure either, but according to the description in the novel of his previous life, it should not be simple. Thinking back, it seemed that Uncle Xing Quan had only told me that I could judge whether I had spiritual roots by the color, but he never told me how to judge specifically. Ning Qingxue next to her was also surprised. Such pure red is rare. Normally, most of those who take the test have mixed spiritual roots, with all 5 attributes, but in different proportions. Therefore, the colors are a mixture of the colors and proportions corresponding to each spiritual root, and naturally they are all kinds of strange and varied. The little girl in front of him now had pure fire spiritual roots at the very least. The lowest level of earth spiritual roots. But Ning Qingxue wasn't surprised. After all, she, a half-step immortal spiritual root, didn't say anything. Moreover, before the other party signed his name on the sect scroll, she had no right to interfere with the other party's choice. Imagine the guy who was detected with pure spiritual roots at the Sanyuanmen stall, and then turned around and joined a third-grade sect. After all, with such talent, it is not difficult to advance even to the first or second rank. As for the other party's choice, she expressed her understanding. People always strive for higher goals. Ning Qingxue casually took out a scroll from her sleeve and spread it out on the square table. Although I don't have any expectations for this little girl to join the sect, the process still has to be followed. If you are sure you want to join our Sanyuan sect, just write your name on it. The beautiful young woman next to the little girl seemed to be hesitant to speak. As a chi-refining cultivator, she naturally knew what the color change of the chi-sensing stone just now meant. Innate single spiritual root. This is the symbol of genius. Not to mention the first and second rank sects, can't ordinary sects below the third rank be entered easily? But she didn't dare to speak directly. After all, that cold-masked female cultivator looked difficult to talk to. But the cute white-haired lowly next to her, leaning against the table, wearing men's sect clothing, with a look of anticipation. I want to try to rub it. She did the same. A pair of well-maintained hands naturally touched Li Xuanxi's confused little face and pinched it. Li Xuanxi's face was filled with black lines. What a guy, he started touching me before I even accepted him as his disciple. However, considering that this beautiful elder sister is the mother of the future junior sister, it is okay to sacrifice some of her looks. As long as you can sign. The action of the young woman in red made the little girl a little jealous, and she took the initiative to pull the young woman's sleeve. Ha! The hand that was still playing tricks on Li Xuanxi's face quickly retracted. Only then did he realize that his action was inappropriate and apologized quickly. Please forgive me, immortal master. It was unintentional. It's just that the little immortal master is so adorable. Ning Qingxue stopped trying to pull Li Xuanxi back into her arms and said calmly, have you thought it through? I'll discuss this with the child. Although I think the white-haired lowly from the other sect is very cute and her little face feels comfortable to pinch, this is a major event in Xiao Mengyao's life after all, and I can't be careless. I've made up my mind. I'm going to join this sect. The little girl in the white corseted skirt with black edges was very determined. Before the young woman could stop her, the little girl had already picked up the brush dipped in red ink and began to write her name on the scroll on tiptoe. Yemen Jiao. As the last stroke was completed, the red ink flashed with golden light and instantly turned into dark gold handwriting. The disciple contract is officially reached. Yi Mengyao? Ning Qingxue picked up the scroll and took a look at it. She was a little surprised to see that the handwriting of this little girl named Yi Mengyao was neat and elegant, and extremely lively. This kind of handwriting is not much different from hers. Thinking about it, he subconsciously glanced at Mr. Li, who could only draw coal balls. Li Xuanxi shuddered inexplicably, feeling as if something bad was about to happen. The young woman in red sighed, but now that the contract had been signed, there was no possibility of regret within 10 years. Li Xuanxi's eyes lit up. Cute junior sister +1. Ning Qingxue waved her hand to take back the scroll, and took out an ancient token with the word Yuan engraved on it. This is the disciple token of Sanyuanmen. Keep this for now. Once the disciple-taking ceremony is over, we will come to your house and take you away. Of course, you can also leave with me now. It's up to you. This. Yi Mengyao subconsciously looked at Aunt Chu beside her. In her previous life, she would have probably followed the sect directly, but in this life, after spending more than 2 weeks with Aunt Chu, she felt a little reluctant to leave. Chu Hongyan was also a little nervous at this time, looking at Yi Mengyao with burning eyes. I'd better wait until the disciple-taking ceremony is over, and then the immortal master will come to pick me up. Yi Mengyao finally chose to stay with Chu Hongyan. On the way back to Shuji Trading Company, Xu Hongyan held Yi Mingyao's hand, with an expression that didn't know whether she was happy or sad. The good news is that Xiao Mengyao seems to be closer to me. What she was worried about was the San Yuan Gate. She was actually not satisfied with it. For some reason, Xiao Mengyao was determined to join the sect. It was no coincidence that the two of them came to the square table at Sanyuanmen today. She and Xiao Mengyao have been wandering around here for 3 days. There is only a small broken table at Sanyuanmen, and its location is remote, so it is difficult to attract the attention of passers-by. Oh, that's all. It will only take 10 years. At worst, after 10 years, I can ask that bad boy at home to use his connections to bring the little girl into his sect. Even a 5th grade sect would be eager to find a fire spirit root. Yi Mengyao was naturally unaware of Xu Hongyan's complicated thoughts. If I knew, I would just laugh it off. Although her choice was impulsive, it was by no means random. The Sanyuan sect in the previous life was just like it is now, with little reputation. Until 100 years later. The headmaster of Sanyuan sect, who was in the tribulation period, suddenly brought along 3 tribulation elders and 3 dharma elders, and with the power of just one sect, he overwhelmed the Yinyui sect, which the entire eastern region was helpless against. I heard that even the evil place where the Yin Guimen was located was blasted into an extremely young place by a white-robed scholar using talismans and formations. The entire Yin Gui sect, consisting of more than 13,000 people, was blocked by the barrier and no one survived. The Yin Gui sect's influence in the mortal world was also completely uprooted by the 3 Yuanying disciples of Sanyuan sect. After that, there was no more news about Sanyuan men and Ying women. At that time, countless monks near Kangwu city beat their chests and stamped their feet, regretting their actions. For powerful warriors who have transcended tribulation, 3 of them at the peak of Dharmakaya. Even the first-rate sects in the eastern region do not have such combat power. What's more, the only 3 disciples were all above the middle stage of the nascent soul. Later, it was discovered that all 3 of them came from ordinary backgrounds. Those monks who had left Sanyuanmen and joined other sects, and then turned around to discredit Sanyuanmen, came out to clarify the rumors, expressed regret, and wanted to return to Sanyuanmen to apologize. However, it naturally ended in nothing. As usual, Sanyuanmen did not respond. As for why Sanyuanmen wanted to destroy Ying women, there are many different opinions in the eastern region, but they are all speculations and cannot be confirmed. People know too little about Sanyuanmen, and Sanyuanmen itself is also easy to understand. It seems that apart from rumors, there is no useful news. In her previous life, when she heard about this, she had just touched the edge of the Dharmakaya and was looking for an opportunity to break through to the Dharmakaya. She just regarded it as a curious anecdote and did not waste too much time on it. It was only a few days ago when I was shopping with Aunt Chu that I heard a fat woman cursing along the way, and then I remembered that there was such a legendary sect in my previous life. According to the memories of the previous life, the Sanyuan sect was too low-key. Even though it accomplished the feat of destroying the Yin Gui sect, the world knew very little about it. It didn't even cause any ripples in the Lin Xian sect at the time. After all, they wanted to talk, but they didn't know what to talk about. At most, they would say Sanyuanmen is great when they met, but it was soon overshadowed by the news of the Xuanxi secret realm a few days later. As for why she even remembers the name of the secret realm so clearly? Because it was in this secret realm that she was ambushed by her trusted senior brothers and sisters. After that, her soul began to wander for more than 200 years. Now it happens again, this mysterious, powerful, low-key Sanyuan sect with no clan interference, few disciples, and no need for intrigue. He is simply her dream lover. Chu. Could it be that the disease has entered the body? Qin Jingxing touched his hot face, picked up the milk bucket that junior sister Qingxue had given him before she left, and drank it all in one gulp. Now is the critical moment for the alchemy god to transform into an infant, and there is no room for carelessness. Then he was stunned. The milk in his mouth seemed to turn into a breeze, wandering through his limbs and bones, and all the old injuries, blocked spiritual veins, and residual poison from elixirs were swept away. At this moment, he felt that his ears and eyes were sharp and his mind was open. Even the Danshan Huaying, who had been clueless all along, began to figure out some tricks. Xuanxi was overjoyed. Breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is just around the corner. Xuanxi sighed. Because they successfully received a disciple, the two delayed their return time. Unfortunately, nothing was achieved. Only when the moon was high in the sky did they return to the inn. At the inn, Xingquan and Han Yun still had not returned. This is also expected. Uncle Xingquan should be back at noon tomorrow, but Han Yun might take a little longer, probably 4 or 5 days. After all, this alchemy exchange meeting is not just about discussion, but also about exchanging alchemy experiences and top alchemists starting to make pills. High-level elixirs can take several days to refine. To put it bluntly, it's a bit like an open class taught by a big shot in the Blue Star field. However, this does not affect the recruitment of disciples. For a minor sect like Sanyuan sect, usually, by the time it is time to accept disciples, the ceremony is already at the end. After all, the space is limited, and they can only have a turn to drink soup after the first batch of top sects have collected all the food. Although you cannot accept disciples during the ceremony, you can enter and visit in advance. Xuanxi is still very interested in those so-called top sects. If he had the chance, he would like to go to the spirit tablet himself to try it. Even if he dies, he has to die with a clear understanding, right? I heard that the spirit measuring tablet can not only measure the specific value of spiritual roots, but also measure various holy bodies and spiritual bodies. As a time traveler, although he said that he didn't care, he was always worried about his mediocre talent and had some fantasies in his heart. Xuanxi always felt that there was some peerless bloodline in his body. Follow Sister Qingxue up the stairs, return to the room, and close the door. When he turned around, he found that Sister Qingxue, who was holding the little fox, had changed back to the appearance of fox ears and a fox tail. A big fluffy tail was sweeping in front of him, within reach. Don't get me wrong, it's just I've been hiding for too long, so I let it out for some fresh air. Ning Qingxue's face flushed slightly. Xuanxi expressed his understanding. Although he didn't know the exact principle of the magical jade pendant, it was not easy to hide such a big tail. But this does not prevent him from Rua Furry. He casually picked up the big tail that swept past him again, held it in his arms and rubbed it. You know what, Sister Qingxue's tail feels better. Although the little fox is cute, it's really not satisfying enough. Sister Qingxue, can I hold you while I sleep tonight? Xuanxi was a little expectant. Hold me while I sleep. Ning Qingxue was momentarily stunned, her tone stuttering. She remembered a similar line from the story 1,000 Years of Raising a Disciple. Master, can I hold you while I sleep tonight? This is also the beginning of the transformation from an everyday plot to a plot not suitable for children. However, compared to the sinister and evil little apprentice in the book, this one of mine is obviously not that kind of person. Ning Qingxue knew she had misunderstood her good disciple, but the plot of raising a disciple for 1,000 years was lingering in her mind. No? Xuanxi was a little disappointed. It's not impossible. Ning Qingxue's earlobes were hot and her face was conflicted. Although she slept with the little guy every night, she always felt inexplicably shy when Xuanxi brought it up. After getting Ning Qingxue's consent, Xuanxi immediately started to clean up with swift hands and feet. In just 2 minutes, he lay down on the quilt and looked at Ning Qingxue with anticipation. On the contrary, Ning Qingxue hesitated for a long time before taking off her coat and snuggling into Xuanxi's arms. Xuanxi. Something seems wrong. Is this what you mean? Xuanxi hesitated to speak. It seemed that his sister Qingxue had misunderstood what he meant. He just wanted to hold Sister Qingxue's tail while sleeping. How did he end up holding Sister Qingxue? Xuanxi looked at the fox-eared girl in his arms who was so shy that her fox ears drooped behind her head. It seems, it doesn't work like this? Isn't it more comfortable to hug a fox-eared girl than to hug her tail? No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Xuanxi still sat up from the bed under Ning Qingxue's help. After washing up, the two of them set off for the Immortal Alliance venue. But today is not to test his qualifications, but to watch the game. I guess the line at the spirit testing monument has already stretched outside the Immortal Alliance square. In every disciple-taking ceremony, recruiting disciples is actually just one of the main events. In addition, there are exchange meetings among the three alliances of elixir, weapons, and formations, as well as competitions among sects of various levels. There is no such thing as attending the exchange meeting as observers. Only registered monks are eligible to participate, and it has basically nothing to do with ordinary monks. The competitions among various sects became the most lively place besides the spirit testing monuments. Children whose spiritual roots have been detected can choose a sect according to the published sect ranking after the sect competition is over. There are only two requirements for participating in the competition. One is a sect of the 9th rank or above registered in the Immortal Alliance. One is disciples under 50 years old. There is no limit on cultivation level. Unfortunately, the San Yuan sect was unable to achieve either of these two things. This time, we can't get to the Immortal Alliance by walking. The spacious streets were already crowded with parents who were traveling with their children from inside and outside the city. At this time, regardless of whether you are rich or poor, everyone is treated equally and moves forward slowly step by step. The streets here are already so crowded that people are shoulder to shoulder. How about we continue setting up a stall to recruit disciples today? High in the sky, Xuanxi hugged Ning Qingshue's slender waist, looking at the dark crowd below, and felt a little tempted. This kind of traffic is tailor-made for recruiting disciples. The rules of the Immortal Alliance cannot be broken at will. Ning Qingxue said concisely. Okay. Xuanxi curled her lips. Speaking of which, he and Sister Qingxue had received a disciple, and up to now, only the two of them knew about it. I wonder which grade of sect Xuanxi wants to watch the competition. Ning Qingxue remembered to ask when they were about to reach the location of the Immortal Alliance. Xuanxi shook his head. Let's go to whichever one is closest. This place is close to the 8th grade sect venue, so let's go there first. Ning Qingxue identified the direction and flew on the sword again, heading towards a venue that covered a large area. From 1,000 meters away, you can hear the passionate commentary coming from the venue. The disciples of Qingju Peak still have some strength left. Could it be that they have another plan, waiting for the right opportunity to launch? It turns out to be Qingju Peak's astonishing and unique martial art, Qingju Sword Shadow. The unique skills of Qingju Peak are truly unparalleled. The sword light is like a weaving, as fast as a meteor. It is definitely not an exaggeration. The Xiangpan sect's disciples are in danger. Ha! The Qingju Peak disciple's sword strike was deflected, but unexpectedly it only cut off the Xiangpan disciple's belt, not the root of the injury. The Xiangpan sect disciple, wearing only red triangle shorts and half undressed, is a little confused now. The disciples of Qingju Peak are also a little confused. The disciple in the red triangle pants, the disciple in the bear pantsuit, with a scowl on his face, quickly approaches, attempting to drag the green bamboo opponent into a close combat. What's wrong with the Qingju sect disciples? Oh! The Qingju sect's disciple was killed instantly. The game is over. Hey! Red shorts, no. Disciples of the Xiangpan sect. The competition is over. Disciples of the Xiangpan sect, please stop fighting. Please stop beating the participating monks. Stop. Crackling voice. Butler. Crackling voice, where are you, Butler? Go and pull those two apart. Xuanxi. I have a sense of picture, and this explanation is quite interesting. When Ning Qingxue and Xuanxi landed on the high stands, the two people in the field below had been separated by several yellow-robed monks. However, two groups of people in brown and green clothes were cursing at each other passionately in the audience. The bright red color covering the buttocks was really eye-catching in the crowd. On the stands. As the two landed, the originally noisy audience around them became noticeably quieter. After all, the two people who came riding on swords had extraordinary temperament. Ning Qingxue was not surprised by everyone's reaction. After all, this was the norm. On the number 8 arena, except for the front row which is occupied by participating monks from various sects, most of the seats are occupied by warriors and wealthy businessmen from Kangwu City. These ordinary people have a deep-rooted awe of monks. On the stage, after a few minutes of rest, the announcements began again. The second match between the 8th grade sects. The Iron Sword sect versus the Guoxin sect. Xuanxi leaned on the railing with an expectant look on his face. All those not involved in the competition, please leave. Participating monks, prepare. After a delay of half a cup of tea, the support groups of both sides finally left the ring along the passages on both sides of the circular ring at the urging of the commentator. The participating monks on both sides moved towards the center of the circular arena, which was the size of a Blue Star football field and paved with gray-white stone bricks, until they stopped 50 meters apart. The scene was solemn for a moment, and even the audience fell silent subconsciously. Aside from the smaller number of players on each side, the atmosphere was no different from watching a football game on Blue Star. Not long after both sides stood still, a circle of golden runes lit up at the edge of the ring, and then everything returned to calm after a moment. Xuanxi guessed that it might be some kind of formation. Judging from the attire and body figures of both sides, they should be physical cultivators. Compared to Xuanxi's enthusiasm, Ning Qingshua's attention was focused on Xuanxi. A small hand was placed naturally on Xuanxi's shoulder, pulling him into her arms. Xuanxi looked sideways curiously, then took the initiative to lean towards Ning Qingxua, and then refocused his attention on the field. The monks on both sides of the field looked at their opponents with full vigilance, waiting for the referee to ring the small bell. Iron Sword sects Lu Cheng versus Guoxin sects Li Shang. The game begins. Clang. The moment the bell rang, before the referee finished speaking, the two monks rushed towards each other. The iron sword in Lu Cheng's hand flashed with a gorgeous swordlight, and he stabbed the opponent's throat. Li Shang was not willing to be outdone. Various bright golden runes appeared on his arms, and his muscles suddenly swelled. With a knife, he slapped the iron sword that was about to reach his throat to the side, and with the other hand, he gathered strength and clenched his fist. A golden rune suddenly appeared, and it struck the opponent's waist and abdomen with a terrifying explosion sound. Swoosh bang! The two separated as soon as they touched. A circle of white airwaves visible to the naked eye exploded in front of the two of them. They each flew backwards more than 10 meters. But judging from the looks of both parties, they were both fine. The moment Lu Cheng stood still, he stomped on the ground hard. His figure became erratic, and the sharp edge of the iron sword in his hand was revealed. His speed was even faster than before. When a sword is swung, several afterimages follow. Li Shang's eyes were solemn, not daring to be careless at all, and both his hands were carving in the air. In less than a moment, a large number of runes lit up from its limbs. Both sides were testing each other just now, and only after confirming the other's cultivation level did they let go. Whoosh! Lu Cheng's figure appeared and disappeared, his sword skills like a violent storm. Li Shang used defense instead of offense, weaving through countless sword shadows, looking for the opportunity to counterattack. The figures of both parties were blurry, and with the naked eye, only afterimages could be seen. The intensity of the battle exceeded Li Xuanxi's expectations. This is a monk under 50 years old? I felt that using the football analogy before was a bit insulting to the game. Isn't this much more interesting than the previous European Cup where the stadiums were just like shopping? Just two people fought with the momentum of thousands of troops. Sister Qingxue, what realm are they in? Li Xuanxi asked curiously. Both of them are in the middle stage of foundation building. Only in the middle stage of foundation building? Li Xuanxi was stunned. He thought the two were some powerful characters. It's already good that they can reach the middle stage of foundation building at such a young age. Ning. Qingxue recognized the strength of the two people below the stage. Then which side do you think will win, Sister Qingxue? Ning Qingxue didn't even think twice and concluded, he must be a disciple of Guoxin sect. Below, on the stage. Under the fierce attack of the Iron Sword sect disciples, the Guoxin sect disciples watched themselves being defeated and in danger. There were even more exclamations from the audience. However, if someone is careful, they will notice that golden light flashes from Li Shang's hands from time to time. The people from the Iron Sword sect below the stage were extremely anxious, but they were at a loss as to how to give them a warning. Swish! Lu Chang swung his sword again, passing by Li Shang's ear. The sharp sword energy left a thin wound on his cheek, with a few drops of blood. However, a triumphant smile appeared on Li Shang's face. Snap! He clasped his hands together, grabbed the long sword beside his ear, and exerted force from his toes to his shoulders and elbows, and finally to his palms. The disciples of the Iron Sword sect only felt a sudden and huge force attacking them, and the long swords in their hands were instantly twisted and deformed, and their offensive came to an abrupt halt. The whole person rolled in the air and flew to the side at a high speed. Li Shang bit his index finger and used the blood as ink. He moved closer to the Iron Sword sect disciple who was still tumbling in the air, leaving a trail of blood-colored runes. "Hurry!" he shouted. The runes wrapped around his feet suddenly lit up, and several cracks appeared on the ground. His figure seemed to teleport and burst to the side of the Iron Sword sect disciple. As the last blood-colored rune fell, Li Shang's face turned visibly pale. The blood-colored rune floating in the air lit up, and blood-colored lines appeared on his right arm. At this moment, Lu Chang felt something was wrong and stabbed the long sword towards the ring. After barely landing, his body was still retreating due to inertia. Mr. Li's punch reached the upper abdomen. "There's still time. Want to raise your knee to block?" Crash! When? He was shocked to find that his calves were tightly bound by dark gold rune chains. He lifted his legs too hard and the chains began to break. However, because of the chain, the goal was wide open. There was no time to defend. Bang! Li Shang punched the disciple of the Iron Sword sect without holding back. The golden rune chain on Lu Chang's leg shattered with a sound. The whole person instantly bent like a shrimp, spitting out sour water. Bang! 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 The Iron Sword sect disciple rolled on the ring 3 times in a row like a skipping stone, and rolled more than 10 meters on the ground before finally stopping at the edge of the ring. His face was distorted, veins bulged on his forehead, and he struggled several times to get up, but due to the severe pain, he couldn't muster any strength. There was thunderous cheering from the audience. Li Xuanxi almost cheered along. "This one is really exciting. I didn't expect that even a battle between cultivators in the foundation establishment stage could be so intense. No wonder the venue was packed. It's just a little short. It was over in less than 7 or 8 minutes. Don't be surprised." Ning Qingxue signaled Li Xuanxi to remain calm. Since the time for the disciple recruiting ceremony is limited, those who participate in the competition are the strongest people under the age of 50 from each sect who have passed the sect competition. Each of them is a rare talent. Don't underestimate them. Li Xuanxi really wanted to say, the other party's fighting skills were dozens of blocks ahead of his, so how could he underestimate him? However, this talisman cultivator always felt different from the talisman paper he had imagined. This is the talisman cultivation within the physical cultivation that Sister Han Yun mentioned when she first gave the popular science lecture. The disciples of the Iron Sword sect on the other side should be sword cultivators among physical cultivators. I heard that the current senior brother of Sanyuan sect, Han Chang, is also a physical sword cultivator, but he has been in seclusion in the sect and has never been seen. The headquarters of Lin Xian sect. Li Yener swept the spiritual fruit sent by the big family in Kangwu City aside from the table with disdain. As the daughter of a top family in the eastern region, she disdained these low-quality spiritual fruits of ordinary yellow grade, and even felt it was beneath her dignity to feed them to her spiritual pet. Only the monks in these remote areas regard them as treasures. These days, the task of finding Yimangyao has been handed over to the big families in the city, but until now, there has been no news from those useless families. At this time, these big families were also in a state of panic. The main reason was that the information Li Yener provided about the person she was looking for was too general. Now, the only information they knew was that the other party was a 7-year-old girl named Yi Chunhua, a beggar with a pure fire spiritual root. Because Yi is a common surname in Kangwu, we've only searched less than 1/3 of Kangwu. There are 2,353 registered Xuanxis, and 37 of them fit the criteria of 7 years old, beggar, or girl. However, after using the spirit stone to test, the remaining 2 people who possess spiritual roots were found to have mixed spiritual roots that were incapable of cultivation. Although Li Yener knew that Yi Mengyao would eventually join the Linxian sect, she was still anxious. The reason is simple. Killing a powerless and down-and-out beggar and killing a genius with top-grade immortal spiritual roots are 2 completely different concepts. It can even be said that once the other party's immortal spiritual roots are detected, it will be impossible to take action in a short time. By then, her plan to dig out spiritual roots and immortal bones would have to be postponed for at least 10 years. This was something she couldn't accept. After all, it is no longer a secret that big families dig out talented spiritual roots for their younger generations. But it is strictly prohibited in the Immortal Alliance. If a genius who only appears once in 1,000 or 10,000 years dies just after entering the sect, not to mention other sects and big families, even the geniuses from all walks of life will inevitably think too much. There are definitely many people who take advantage of the issue to make some sense. In her previous life, in order to reduce the impact of digging out spiritual roots and bones, she spent a lot of time belittling Yi Mengyao's reputation, cultivating her own kind, gentle and pure personality, and was unable to take action for a long time. Although he sent out assassinations many times, Yi Mengyao narrowly escaped death in every situation, and he became stronger with each battle. This delay lasted for 100 years. If she had not joined forces with her senior brothers and sisters to trick her into the secret realm, she would probably never have been able to obtain those immortal spiritual roots and bones in her previous life. Knock, knock, knock. Junior sister, the disciple competition is about to begin this afternoon. Linxian sect disciples will also participate. Would you like to go with us? There was a knock on the door and a gentle male voice came from outside. Li Yener curled her lips, then smiled brightly. Of course I will go, big brother, please wait for me for a moment. Li Yener quickly tidied her appearance, rubbed her fair cheeks with her hands, and looked in the bronze mirror to make her smile more friendly. Then he quickly opened the door and caught up with the young man in white robe who had already walked some distance forward. Brother, you're so mean. You didn't even wait for Yener Li. Yener grabbed the sleeve of the young man in white robe with her small hand. In the previous life, I had a lot of contact with senior brother Lu Feng, so I naturally understood his likes and dislikes. He seems cold and noble, but he is just a fool who is devoted to cultivation. He does things without asking why and does whatever he wants. He is also the only guy who did not participate in the siege of Yi Mengyao. In fact, ever since the spiritual roots and immortal bones of that bitch Yi Mengyao appeared in her body, the relationship between the 2 of them has gradually become distant. However, in this life, this thing can still be used as a qualified knife. Junior sister, come up. Okay. Li Yener quickly grabbed the other party's outstretched hand and stood on the other party's flying sword. When the 2 arrived at the stands, the competition had already begun, but it was not the Linxian sect competition. Of course, it didn't matter whose competition it was, she wasn't interested anyway. If it weren't for maintaining her image in the sect, she wouldn't even bother to watch this extremely boring competition. In the arena below, the battle was nearing its end, and both sides were panting. This is a sign of depletion of spiritual energy in the body. It's tea time again. The fight on the ring was ended by a whip from the woman in the lilac dress. Ding! The referee's bell rang, match over. Hua Bailu from Baihua Valley wins. Baihua Valley is famous for its alchemy and is on good terms with all the major sections. After the battle, the leaders of the 2 sects did not engage in verbal battles like the smaller sects, but instead started chatting under the stage. Judging from their expressions, they should be very speculative. In the stands. Seeing that his junior sister was not interested, the young man in white robes reminded her, next up are the disciples of Linxian sect. Okay. The sudden voice scared Li Yener, who was distracted. He curled his lips and then turned his gaze back to the ring. However, we are still in the preparation stage and there are still at least a few minutes before the competition. At this moment, accompanied by a slight sound of breaking wind, two figures, one big and one small, suddenly fell from the stands where she was. "Sister Qingxue, are we catching up?" A clear child's voice entered Li Yan'er's ears. She subconsciously turned her head to look. Then he was stunned for a moment. What a beautiful little girl! With white hair and blue eyes, and wearing a blue and white sect uniform, his temperament should have been cold, but because of the sincere smile on his face, he became cheerful and sunny. This is an even more amazing feeling than when I first saw Yi Mengyao with red hair. Just one glance and he could feel that the white-haired lowly in front of him had the demeanor of an unrivaled strong person. However, judging from his attire, he obviously already belongs to a sect. Li Xuanxi seemed to notice someone looking at her from the side, and curiously turned her head to look at a cute lowly in luxurious clothes opposite her. There was surprise in his eyes. But it's not about his appearance, but his friendly and elegant temperament. After all, no matter how beautiful she is, she can't be prettier than me, or more handsome? "Hello, little sister," Li Xuanxi waved to the little Lolita. After all, who doesn't like a cute little Lolita? "Ah, hello." Li Yan'er was dazzled by the other party's sunny expression, but responded quickly. Lu Feng, the senior brother of Lin Xian's sect, who was standing beside Li Yan'er, also subconsciously looked at the person who came. There was also a flash of surprise in his eyes. Then he was stunned. He didn't even sense any fluctuations in cultivation from the two of them. However, the two of them flew down from the air with swords, which ruled out the possibility that the other party had no cultivation. He tried to exude a bit of momentum. But soon, a sense of crisis came. Ning Qingxue frowned and looked in the direction where the momentum came from. In the Tianxian continent, the high-level cultivators' investigations on the low-level cultivators could not be sensed by the low-level cultivators. When a low-level cultivator investigates a high-level cultivator, the high-level cultivator will instantly sense it. Moreover, this is also an extremely impolite behavior. Now it was Lu Feng's turn to be embarrassed. Now he is already at the high level of nascent soul. He usually does a lot of exploration when he is outside, but this is the first time he has discovered a cultivator with a higher cultivation level than himself. "I hope you won't blame me, I'm being rude." Having caused the current situation, an apology is definitely the best option. The sense of crisis that the other party just gave him was definitely a powerful Dharma phase master. Ning Qingxue just nodded slightly and turned her gaze back to Li Xuanxi. The young man in white robe obviously didn't expect the other party to expose it so easily, and his action of reaching out to apologize was stuck. Today, he and his junior sister were not wearing the sect's uniforms, and there was no suggestion that the other party was afraid of their sect. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a jade box the size of his head. Even if the other party doesn't care, etiquette must not be neglected. Being targeted by a Dharma master is definitely not a good thing. Even though he is the leader of the first sect, he still has to be timid when necessary. If their realms were similar, he wouldn't even glance at her. But when facing the Dharmakaya, even the head of the Lu family had to greet him with a smile. Ning Qingxue was about to refuse when the jade box was taken by a pair of white and tender hands. "What's in here?" Li Xuanxi opened it and took a look. "It's not some precious spiritual fruit." "Oh, it's a Xueyun fruit." Li Xuanxi took one out. It looked a bit like an unripe mango, but its texture was like emerald green jade, slightly translucent. "Sister Qingxue, do you want to try it?" He said it's not some precious spiritual fruit. Forehead. The white-robed young man's remaining half-sentence, "It's only mid-level earth grade," was stuck in his throat. Ning Qingxue looked at the fruit in Li Xuanxi's hand and shook her head to refuse. After a little thought, she found that she had no memory of Xueyan fruit. But what is certain is that this should not be a spiritual fruit that can improve one's cultivation. There is no pure spiritual energy overflowing from this spiritual fruit. Crunch crunch. It tastes good. Li Xuanxi took a bite, and the juice splashed everywhere. "It's a little sour." Ning Qingxue just wanted to give this little guy a good beating at this moment. She had clearly told him not to eat spiritual fruits that he didn't recognize, spiritual fruits whose effects he didn't know. So this little foodie forgot again? Lu Feng, on the other hand, seemed to be hesitant to speak. How could a cultivator eat this Tsueyun fruit raw? This is the main ingredient for refining the third-grade elixir, Jade Pill. Its value has always hovered between 30,000 and 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even Li Yener, who always looked down on ordinary cultivators, had a slight twitch of her lips. Normally, she would only nibble on a mid-grade Shin-level spiritual fruit, but today she saw something even more powerful, a mid-grade earth-level fruit being nibbled raw. Moreover, it is a spiritual fruit like the Tsueyun fruit, which can only grow in secret realms. It's such a waste of resources. Li Xuanxi saw that the little girl was looking at him with a dazed look, and thought that she wanted to eat too, so he handed her the last Tsueyun fruit in the jade box. As for Sister Qingshue's portion, he won't eat it now anyway. Besides, he has the seeds, so he can eat as much as he wants in the future. Li Yener took it subconsciously. And then reacted. For me? She was a little bit incredulous. Since the other party could recognize the Tsueyun fruit at a glance, he should know its value. It's not a precious spiritual fruit anyway. Li Xuanxi said indifferently. Li Yener. What kind of hidden sect boss did I meet? Looking at what the eldest senior brother did just now, it was obvious that his reaction was that of someone who had met a strong person. She began to doubt her life. He looked up again at the cold female cultivator behind the other person. However, he didn't see any pain on the other person's face, as if the spiritual fruit given by the white-haired loli was just an ordinary fruit that could be found anywhere. She subconsciously imitated Li Xuanxi and took a bite of the Tsueyun fruit. It tasted sweet and juicy, but just as the white-haired loli said, it was a little sour. My mind raced, thinking about asking some questions first. The little girl in front of me doesn't look simple at all. As for the other party's spiritual roots, she didn't have much thought about it. The other party has a strong man behind him that even the eldest brother is afraid of, but this is only a small part of the reason. After all, their Ling family is one of the 3 major cultivator families in the eastern region. Not to mention the Dharma images, they even have 2 people who are capable of transcending tribulations. In her opinion, this white-haired child is very likely to have ice attribute spiritual roots, and even has a high-quality companion spirit. As for her, she only has fire spiritual roots. Even if it is transplanted, she cannot bring out the full function of the spiritual roots without obtaining its spiritual body. What's more, how can an ice-attributed spiritual root have the nirvana immortal bone incense that can lead directly to the fairyland? Li Yener's heart was no longer on the competition below. Under her deliberate guidance, she quickly got a lot of information out of Li Xuanxi. Then she heard a familiar name, Sanyuanmen. The legendary sect that annihilated the Yin Gue clan in one fell swoop 100 years later? I think the child in front of me is one of the 3 nascent soul disciples. You have to know that 100 years later, even with the help of a large number of elixirs and fruits, she could only barely reach the high level of Jin Dan. To reach the nascent soul stage, one still needs to reach a whole realm of concentration. This little girl's talent has already reached Yi Mengyao's level. And that's without the assistance of Nirvana Immortal Bone. Lu Feng listened to the conversation between the 2 little guys. He subconsciously glanced at Master Ning Qingxue and his disciple again. Sanyuan Gate? He had never heard of this sect. I feel like I can go back and have someone check it out. By the way, remind the family not to make enemies with each other for no reason. On the stage, the Linxian sect took on the Wanjian sect. The battle lasted a full half hour. Compared to the 8-minute battles between the 8th grade sects I had watched this morning, it was much more exciting. There were even some cool sword controlling attacks similar to 10,000 swords returning to the origin, even though there were only 5 flying swords in total. This should be a spiritual sword cultivator like Sister Qingshuei. As soon as the game was over, Lu Feng said goodbye and left with Li Yener. He still prefers to stand beside monks who are weaker than him. Li Xuanxi watched the 2 of them leave, feeling unsatisfied. It is worthy of being the world of immortal cultivation. Even a little girl of 6 or 7 years old was so knowledgeable and could comment on the battle below in a very clear and logical manner. Anyway, he didn't see what was so special about it, he just thought it was pretty cool. Later, Li Xuanxi and Ning Qingxue watched the entire battle of the day. Li Xuanxi's originally dormant desire to cultivate immortality was suddenly ignited again. Sister Qingxue, I want to practice. After saying that, Li Xuanxi felt a little regretful. Damn, he was too drunk. The competition among the various sects lasted day and night for a total of 7 days. The first-class sects Linxian sect, Baihua Valley, Wanjian sect, Shenming sect, and Dinghai sect were all present. However, the first-grade sect ended in the afternoon of the same day. After all, in the entire eastern region, there are only 53 first and second-grade sects in total. Li Xuanxi and Ning Qingxue only watched the game for 2 days and didn't go again. As for what Li Xuanxi is doing now? Naturally, I'm feeling angry. Li Xuanxi just felt that he was too talkative and simple-minded. Why did he say such stupid things as I need to practice? Close your eyes and concentrate, letting your mind guide your energy. Concentrate your mind and meditate quietly, embracing the essence and maintaining unity. After a full half hour, a small cycle ended and Ning Qingxue opened her eyes. Li Xuanxi sat cross-legged on the bed, his head empty and his face bewildered. Spiritual energy of heaven and earth? What spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Anyway, he didn't feel anything at all, he just followed along. It was quite uncomfortable to hold his breath. Also, Sister Qingxue, who was sitting next to me, had a strange fragrance on her body, and the faint aroma kept coming into my nose. Ning Qingxue knew the answer without asking. It seems that it still doesn't work. Let's do it again and then take a break. Ning Qingxue still couldn't believe it. How could there be such a stupid person? Li Xuanxi's face turned bitter. Still coming? If it happens again, I might not be able to hold on and not fall asleep. Time flies. Han Yun attended the Alchemy Alliance exchange meeting. Because the alchemy process demonstrated by the Alchemy Alliance elders was complicated, she did not return to the inn until the sect competition of the Immortal Alliance was over. Judging from the smile on Han Yun's face, she had obviously gained a lot. Now that a week has passed, there are fewer people at the spirit testing monument. Early in the morning, everyone from Sanyuan Gate took Li Xuanxi to line up in front of the Immortal Alliance's spirit testing hall. Li Xuanxi was a little nervous. He turned his head to look at Ning Qingxue, Han Yun, Xing Quan, and Master Baiduan and his apprentice. Nephew! Uncle has my support for you. Baiduan's voice was like a muffled thunder, shocking the ordinary people around him so much that they subconsciously covered their ears. This guy Xiong Jianxian got a big flag from somewhere, and it said, I wish my junior brother's spiritual roots will flourish. See? The cutest one with white hair is my junior brother. Oh whoa! Junior brother is invincible. Junior brother. Victory! While Xiong Jianxian was waving the flag with great vigor, he was also howling like ghosts and wolves. Li Xuanxi's face turned a little dark. What's the difference between this and taking a shit in public? He felt like his toes could dig a hole in the bedrock. Standing in front of Li Xuanxi was a fat boy of 7 or 8 years old wearing fancy clothes. They were already nervous, and because of Xiong Jianxian's actions, Li Xuanxi attracted a lot of attention, and many eyes were also focused on him. His legs are shaking now. Squeak! The door of the spirit testing hall opened a crack, and a little girl about 11 or 12 years old walked out of the hall with a lost look on her face. Wang Dia, 5 elements mixed spiritual roots. Gold 17, wood 12, water 15, fire 21, earth 27. No holy body or spiritual body. Next. Li Chang'e. The little fat boy wanted to refute that his name was Li Chang'e and not Li Chang'e, but he didn't dare. Chang'e, Dad's honor for the family depends on you. Chang'e, no matter what, you are your mother's pride. Master Chang'e, the path to immortality is limitless, spanning the past and present. The path to immortality is open and unimpeded, and the path to enlightenment is eternal. Walala, the sound of servants waving banners. Li Chang'e. The little fat man took a deep breath and stepped into the hall. The palace door that had just been opened closed again. The next one is Xuanxi. Time passes by every second. About 2 minutes later, the door opened again. The little fat boy, with a happy look on his face, held up a jade token and trotted to show it to his parents who were watching below. Many of the onlookers cast envious glances, and then quieted down, waiting for the announcement to be made in the spirit testing hall. Li Chang'ir, gold, water, and earth, Shen level mid-grade 3 element pure spiritual roots. Gold 51, water 45, earth 39. No holy body or spiritual body. Next. Li Xuanxi. Ignoring Li Chang'ir, who was crying with joy behind them, the family of 3 hugged each other. Oh whoa! Junior brother. You're the best. A victory. A bright future. Walla walla, the sound of waving flags. Li Xuanxi's forehead twitched slightly, and he quickly quickened his pace, stepping into the threshold of the hall without looking back. The people watching outside all looked expectant. After all, the little girl with white hair was so beautiful that one could feel like seeing the protagonist of a legendary story at first sight. Even a dog passing by would stop and sigh, this child will definitely have an extraordinary future. How bad can this talent be? Maybe it is the legendary immortal spiritual root that appears once in 1,000 years, or the best spiritual body. Although I don't know why that strong man called the white-haired girl junior brother. Unlike the previous chaotic situation when waiting for the test results, this time everyone onlookers tacitly remained quiet and held their breath. I inexplicably felt a sense of historical weight as I witnessed the birth of a giant. In the spirit testing hall. Following Li Xuanxi's entry. The old man reporting at the door was also stunned for a moment. What a pure breath! Is this the beautiful white-haired little girl that some old friends were discussing a few days ago? Li Xuanxi may not know that his name has already been widely circulated among a group of old men in the Immortal Alliance branch. The old man quickly came to his senses and coughed lightly. Go ahead and place your hands on the stone tablet. Li Xuanxi nodded, took a deep breath, and looked at the black translucent stone tablet about 7 or 8 meters high. Although it was only a dozen steps away, he walked with extraordinary heaviness. Until you stand in front of the spirit testing monument. Without hesitation, he put his hands on it. Waves like water appeared on the black mirrored surface of the stone tablet and spread out to the surroundings. Gold, green, blue, red, brown, yellow, black, dark blue, cyan, purple, gray, and white, 12 colors burst out from the self-test zero steel, clearly separated, and finally formed a rainbow-like nebula inside the steel. Fuck! The old gatekeeper's eyes widened. He uttered his first curse words in hundreds of years, pulling out a bunch of his beard. This is. He couldn't believe it, innate 5 elements spiritual roots. No. This is the 12 innate spiritual roots? How is that possible? He has lived for more than 1,000 years and has seen all kinds of big scenes, but this is something he has never seen before. Even the innate 5 elements spiritual roots were born more than 37,000 years ago in the entire Tianxian continent. The relatively common innate dual spiritual roots only appear once every few decades. What the hell is this 12-color rainbow nebula? The conditions for the formation of innate spiritual roots are extremely harsh. The proportion of each spiritual root in the body must be exactly the same, without any difference. There are 5 types of spiritual roots: single-line spiritual roots, innate double-line spiritual roots, innate 3-line spiritual roots, innate 4-line spiritual roots, and innate 5-element spiritual roots. The speed of cultivation is as fast as riding a spirit shuttle. Ordinary multi-attribute spiritual roots have different talent values, just like inserting tubes of different thicknesses into the bottom of the same bucket, but the water flow in each tube is the same. The thinnest tube outputs at full capacity, but cannot withstand the leakage from the thicker tubes as they are installed. Of course, it is impossible for the fire hose and the infusion tube to appear at the same time, and the difference between each talent of the monk is within 8 points. The biggest difference was a 10-point one a few hundred years ago, which caused quite a stir in the Immortal Alliance at the time. As for the specific division of talent values, 120 is ordinary quality, 2030 is yellow quality, 3060 is mysterious quality, 6080 is earth quality, 8100 is heaven quality, and above 100 is immortal quality. There are holy items at higher levels, but they cannot be detected by the spirit testing tablet. And the innate spiritual roots are the outliers among the spiritual roots. They seem to be the favorites of God, and they are basically born with several spiritual roots, which means their cultivation speed is several times faster. After all, their buckets and pipes are all of the same thickness, so water only flows in but not out. The innate 5 elements spiritual roots only require 20 points of talent to reach the cultivation speed of a single immortal spiritual root. What's more, for innate spiritual roots, except for the minimum talent value of 60 for a single line, the talent value of each of the 2 lines and above fluctuates between 30 and 80 at the very least. Logically speaking, since there are innate elements from 1 to 5, there should be higher elements. But in fact, I have never heard of the existence of spiritual roots beyond the 5 innate elements. Good man, this is going to be a big job for me? Now all that's left is to look at the talent values of each spiritual root. But just looking at the appearance and the purity of the little girl's aura, she can't be a simple person. The score for each item is at least over 70. Moreover, the other person has white hair and blue eyes, which definitely means he has a spirit. The old man's breathing became rapid. He will be a witness of an era. The nebula on the spirit testing steel spun for more than 10 seconds before dispersing. Here it comes. The old man held his breath and focused all his attention. Kim, 1. Holy shit. The first one is 1? That's over 100. The old man cursed for the second time in 100 years. His eyes were bloodshot, almost popping out. His face was flushed with excitement, and the few hairs he had were all blown out. He just felt his scalp tingling now. He had already seen the shadow of the human emperor who was carrying the lives of all people on Xuanxi's small back. The subtitles on the stone tablet continued to appear. Gold, 1. Wood, 1. Water, 1. Fire, 1. Earth, 1. Light, 1. Dark, 1. Ice, 1. Wind, 1. Lay, 1. Time, 1. Empty, 1. Holy Sacrament, none. Spirit, none. The old gatekeeper. The old man was sweating profusely, his mind was blank, and his legs went weak and he leaned against the door. He even forgot why he was here. Xuanxi was also confused. He had learned this number. He had thought that he had poor talent, but he never thought it would be this bad. I heard from Sister Han Yun that in Xintian continent, everyone has spiritual roots, but basically no less than 5 points. And if you want to practice, the minimum single talent value cannot be lower than 20. My goodness, this string of E doesn't even add up to 20 points. He almost doesn't recognize this word. He had reason to suspect that he was being forced by the golden finger to pile up a few values for each item to make up the numbers. He turned his head to look at the old man, who was still staring blankly at the stone tablet in front of him, as if he had lost his soul. Xuanxi always felt that something in this old man seemed to be broken. He waited for the old man for a while, but seeing that he still didn't move, he didn't wait any longer. He just opened the door and walked out. Then, I was met with countless eyes. Xuanxi covered his face and quickly came to the people from Sanyuanmen. If nothing else, it's shame. He had been waiting in line for a long time, and the number of times he heard the talent value was less than 10 points did not exceed 5 times. Wow, I lowered the minimum value to just 1 point by myself? 12 more times? The audience was still waiting expectantly for the old man in the sect to report Xuanxi's qualifications. How is it? Ning Qingxue asked quickly. Xuanxi scratched his head, not knowing how to start. Xuanxi laughed awkwardly and chose a nicer way to put it. That old man said I was born with 12 spiritual roots, Everyone in Sanyuanmen was stunned. What the hell is this? The 12 innate elements? They have heard of the innate single, double, triple, quadruple, and 5 elements. What the hell are the 12 innate elements? Why have they never heard of this? But when they think about the little guy's somewhat outrageous magical powers, why do they inexplicably feel that it is reasonable? What's the talent value? Han Yun was the first to grasp the key point and asked excitedly. Everyone came back to their senses. No matter whether they had heard of the 12 innate elements or not, the talent value was the key. If it is really an innate spiritual root, and it is 12 points, even if it is only 10 points, it is the legendary level of a holy spiritual root. In addition to the influence of the value of a single spiritual root on the time of sensing qi, once the qi is sensed successfully, it will be a road to immortality. Li Xuanxi even covered his face. Extend a finger. Han Yun knew that Li Xuanxi's qi was slow to sense, so she directly ruled out the option of 100 points. The only possible guesses were between 10 and 19 points. She guessed the one she thought was most reasonable, 10 points? It seems that there are very few children queuing up before 10 o'clock since this morning. Everyone's eyes lit up. Found a treasure. 1 o'clock. Li Xuanxi said awkwardly, 12 o'clock in total, huh? Everyone was stunned? The people watching at the scene were still waiting for the old man inside to read out the talent of the white-haired little girl. But no sound was heard for a long time. What's going on? Is it because his spiritual roots are too extraordinary? It's inconvenient to announce it, someone speculated. It's also possible that the other party's holy body and spiritual body are powerful. Wasn't there a special holy body 10 years ago who was admitted to a first-class sect without being announced? But why doesn't the white-haired girl have a jade token in her hand? Someone questioned. How do you know he doesn't have the jade token? What if he wears it? Li Xuanxi listened to the whispers around him and tugged at Ning Qingshua's sleeve. Sister Qingxua, let's go back to the inn. After a while, the old man came to his senses and realized that he was the one who was embarrassed. As long as you walk fast, you won't be embarrassed. Although the departure of Li Xuanxi and others caused a brief commotion, it soon calmed down. People's focus has shifted from why the talent was not announced to when the next one will begin. After a full cup of tea, an old voice finally came from the spirit testing hall. Next. Li Xiaomei. The old gatekeeper ignored the uproar outside and did not announce Li Xuanxi's talent. Not to mention that this spiritual root is too outrageous. Even if the total talent value is only 12, it will bring fatal disaster to the little guy. These are the 12 innate spiritual roots. The highest level spiritual root after the 5 elements spiritual roots. He felt that it would be better for this secret to remain with him. Anyway, it's not a loss to see such a miracle. Li Yener and Lu Feng, who had been silently paying attention to Li Xuanxi, both had their pupils flickering after receiving the news that the other party's spiritual root talent had not been made public. As expected of a hidden sect, its foundation is truly extraordinary. Li Yener guessed that the talent that the Immortal Alliance took the initiative to help him hide must definitely be a fairy-level talent. I heard that Yi Mengyao was like this back then. Her talent value is only disclosed to sects of the second rank and above. But now that Li Xuanxi has joined a sect, it would be almost impossible to know his specific talents in the future. In the following period, each sect recruited disciples for a total of 1 month. However, Li Xuanxi stayed in the inn to catch the air and rarely went out. He didn't even attend the last 2 weeks when Sanyuan sect was recruiting disciples. But surprisingly, I actually received another apprentice. It was brought back by Uncle Xingquan. However, when Uncle Xingquan came back, his expression looked a little strange. Because this disciple's name is Li Changdier. After that, until the end of recruiting disciples, no new disciples joined. Return to the sect's spirit boat. Yi Mengyao was led by the young woman in red and given some instructions. On the other side, Li Changgui's side was very powerful. A family of more than a dozen people, young and old, along with a team of servants, carried boxes and moved things onto the Sanyuan spirit boat. The back of the spirit boat is already 1/3 full. Chang Guier, once you enter this immortal sect, you must build a good relationship with your junior brother. As a father, I know from experience that following the right person is more important than all your ancestors working hard for 10 or 100 years. Don't worry about the family inheritance. It will be left to your younger brother. Your share of the family property will be exchanged for spirit stones and materials and loaded onto the spirit boat. Li Changgui nodded repeatedly with a firm look in his eyes. Don't worry, father. From now on, I will follow your lead. Yes, ha ha ha, that's how it should be. Father Li was happy. I feel relieved that you think this way. Li Changgui's actions really confused everyone in Sanyuanmen. My goodness, just to recruit a disciple, he ended up recruiting the richest family in Kangwu, the Li family? Then look at the servants who are still queuing up and carrying things onto the spirit boat. With so many things, can their small spirit boat really carry them? The facts are just as everyone expected. In just half an hour, the entire spirit boat was filled, and there were still several boxes at the back that had no place to go. Master, this. Looking at the man in a gorgeous robe who was in his 30s, the head of the Li family didn't know what to do. The people from Sanyuanmen, who were completely shocked by the Li family's wealth, finally came back to their senses. Leave it to me, Li Xuanxi said. He had read the booklet that Patriarch Li handed to Uncle Xingquan. There is basically no gold or silver in it, mostly low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones, some spirit plants and rare materials. But to be honest, it's not as much as you might imagine. The main reason is that the elixir jade box takes up too much space. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, all kinds of spiritual plants need to be stored in jade boxes. Jade boxes that are 20 to 30 centimeters long and wide are everywhere, filled with thumb-sized elixirs. Young master, do you have a solution? Patriarch Li had an expression that indicated it was indeed the case. Ever since he first saw this white-haired girl, a pretty boy, he had a feeling that he had seen his destiny. Simply put, it feels like this child looks like the protagonist of a storybook. He always trusts his intuition. Otherwise, he would not have been able to make his family from the 9th among the common people in Kangwu to the 1st among the common people in Kangwu in just over a decade. Patriarch Li followed Li Xuanxi's instructions and had someone pour the spirit stones in the box into a pile in front of the spirit boat. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Li Xuanxi took out an iron pickaxe. That's right, Li Xuanxi's method was to dig these spirit stones into his backpack. Most of the backpacks are empty nowadays. At present, in addition to the things he brought with him, there are 3 groups of coal blocks purchased in the city, a bucket of live fish, half a group of crude copper, a pile of various clothes, a box of leftover Minghui fruit cores, and 2 jade boxes containing seeds. Well, there are still a dozen or so low-grade spirit stones left this time. However, the quantity was probably insufficient, and the MC system hadn't determined it. They were currently being packed and stacked. There are still 13 slots of space left in the backpack. Duo. Everyone stared at Li Xuanxi, especially when they saw that as he dug, there was an area on the pile of spirit stones that was more than 1 meter high where even the air cracked. Even more stunned. It is worthy of the power of an immortal. The most surprised person was Yi Mengyao. Shattering space, this is an ability that only those in the legendary realm of immortality have. Even before her death in her previous life, she was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. And as far as she knew, there were billions of lives in the entire Tianxian continent, and the number of strong people in the immortal realm could be counted on one hand. And there is not a single one in the eastern region. Bang! After more than 30 seconds, the area covered with cracks suddenly shrank and merged. It turned into 3 palm-sized regular spirit stones and fell to the ground. Also appearing was a pile of yellow-green glass beads. Level 1, Level 8. Li Xuanxi was stunned. Wow, you can get such high experience points by digging spirit stones? There is such a good thing. The excavated spirit stones were absorbed into Li Xuanxi's body. Low-grade spirit stone. In the Tianxian continent, a standard spirit stone weighs about 50 grams. The pile we just dug out is at least 20,000 spirit stones. It takes more than 20,000 spirit stones to transform into 3 low-grade spirit stones recognized by MC? Holding this transformed spirit stone in my hand, I didn't feel any other changes except that it felt bigger and more transparent. But it should have weight. But don't even think about using a set of spirit stones to hit people. I've tried using a furnace before, but it failed. When it is in his hand, no matter how many are stacked, he only counts the weight of one in his hand. However, if you throw the block, just like in the game, the block will bounce back when it hits an obstacle and will not cause any damage. But the weight is the sum of all the blocks thrown at once. Even if Xuanxi dropped a group of gold blocks from a height of 100 meters, it would not cause any damage to the environment. It's just that no one except him can pick it up. Simply put, it is Schrödinger's weight. Xuanxi stopped digging for spirit stones and had to use the experience he had. Now Han Yun has gone to the guild to collect the seeds obtained from the previously issued tasks, and it will take a while for her to come back. But he still has a lot of spiritual plant seeds that need to be assimilated. After all the excavation, only 45 low-grade spirit stones were obtained. Because the medium-grade spirit stones were not enough to be converted into spirit stones recognized by the MC, they were put back into the box and placed back on the spirit boat. By the way, Xuanxi tried to assimilate the low-grade spirit stones he had harvested. Requires level 3 experience. I've assimilated 3 of them, and we'll see what I can unlock first. After collecting the majority of the spirit stones, a large area has been cleared. Xuanxi packed a few more large boxes into her backpack. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Not to mention the Li family, who are also ordinary families. Even Yimangyao, who lived for more than 100 years in her previous life and died for more than 200 years, seemed a little dazed. What kind of weird storage space is this? So ridiculously big? But when I think about the fact that this is a hidden sect after all, it makes sense. Xuanxi actually wanted to make a box and put it on the spirit boat, so that all these things could be piled in the box. Unfortunately, I didn't have any wood with me. Then you can arrange it for the spirit boat when you go back. As the main means of transportation for Sanyuan men to purchase supplies, the spirit boat is still used frequently. Almost done. After all the things were put on the spirit boat. At this time, Han Yun also happened to rush back. Because of the veil, her expression cannot be seen. But judging from his light footsteps, it seems that he has achieved good results in this mission. Xiao Mengyao, go ahead. Xu Hongyan, with tears in her eyes, stuffed a jade pendant into Yi Mingyao's hand. When you have time, you can go down the mountain to find Aunt Chu. In fact, Xu Hongyan should have parted ways this morning, but Xingquan saw how much she loved her daughter, so he brought the two of them to the Li family mansion so that they could spend more time together. As for Xu Hongyan's return, there was no need for everyone to worry, because Su's trading company's carriage had been waiting outside the Li family mansion for a long time. Xu Hongyan did not ultimately acknowledge Yi Mangyao as her daughter, and she didn't even mention it. After all, Yi Mangyao only has a single spiritual root, and her talent is at least of the earth grade or above. She can at least cultivate to the core formation realm, which means a lifespan of 700 years. The difference between them is the difference between immortals and mortals. Too many worldly ties only add shackles to Xiao Mengyao. Yi Mangyao looked at the direction of the spirit boat, then looked at Xu Hongyan, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Okay, I won't waste your time anymore, go ahead. Xu Hongyan pushed Yi Mangyao to Li Xuanxi's side and said, you must get along well with senior sister in the future. Li Xuanxi. This senior sister shouldn't be talking about me. After all, Sanyuan men does have 2 senior sisters. Compared to the tearful atmosphere on Yi Mengyao's side, Li Changui's side focused on joy. This was the Li family's first immortal cultivator. Whether he joined the immortal sect or followed the protagonist, bringing honor to the family was just around the corner. Go, Changuier. We can see each other again at the next disciple-taking ceremony at the latest. Don't worry about home. Mother Li held the little fat boy's hand and started nagging again. To cultivate immortality, one must be diligent and share more with fellow practitioners. Don't be stingy. Li Changgui looked helpless. He had heard this dozens of times in the past few days. Father Li leaned closer to little Fatty's ear and added softly, 10 years from now, that girl from the Lu family will probably come back from the immortal sect to visit her family. If you haven't made any progress in your cultivation, find an excuse and don't come back with her to embarrass our Li family. Li Changgui, he is my biological father. Confirmed. After giving some instructions, Li's parents escorted Li Changgui to the Sanyuan sect. We are relieved to have him in the care of the immortal master. We hope that the immortal master will take care of this child in the future. Xing nodded to the couple. Don't worry, my Sanyuan sect may not be a famous sect, but the safety of our disciples is guaranteed. Mr. and Mrs. Li nodded repeatedly. Han Yun carried Li Xuanxi and Yi Mangyao onto the spirit boat, one in each hand, while the fat boy was handed over to Xing. As the spirit boat started, the runes around it lit up and the entire spirit boat slowly rose into the air. The little fat man and Yi Mangyao lay on the railing of the spirit boat and waved goodbye to the people below. This time, the Li family beat drums and gongs and held banquets for several days. Although it was a grand event, it did not cause much impact. The Li family said they were the richest, but they added the word ordinary in front of it. In the eyes of the real Kangwu Cultivation family, his family property is still not worth mentioning. You can tell something just by looking at the price of the pills. Even the lowest grade resurrection pill most commonly used by cultivators requires 7 or 8 low-grade spirit stones per pill. A 5th grade foundation building pill costs at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and tens of thousands is not uncommon. Only after watching the Sanyuan sect's spirit boat completely sail out of the sky did the people below withdraw their gazes. On the spirit boat, Yi Mangyao sat quietly beside Li Xuanxi, not knowing what she was thinking. The little fat man was still lying on the guardrail, looking at the Kangwu city below, feeling a little lost. Li Xuanxi scratched his head when he saw the two listless people. He took out a minghui fruit from his backpack and handed it to Yi Mangyao, who was closest to him. Here, have a fruit. Yi Mangyao took it subconsciously. But the magical thing is that after Yi Mangyao took the fruit from Li Xuanxi's hand, the fruit in Li Xuanxi's hand still existed? It's as if it had never been taken away. If she didn't have one in her hand, she would have believed it. Little fatty, this is yours. He put his arm around Yi Mangyao and handed one to Li Changgui as well. If it's not enough, I have more. Don't hesitate. That little senior brother, my name is Li Changgui, not Xiaopeng. Li Changgui explained awkwardly. Ah, Changi your junior brother. Li Changgui. Li Xuanxi actually had quite a few minghui fruits in his backpack. We ripened 2 waves at the beginning and obtained nearly 3 groups. However, after these days, there are only more than 30 left. Naturally, he did not forget the people from Sanyuan sect who were present. Several people did not refuse. The main reason is that the minghui fruit in the sect was already in abundance before coming to Kangwu City, so people were no longer surprised by it. Since the first time he planted the minghui fruit, Li Xuanxi has ripened it 6 times in total. The result each time is around 80 pieces, and sometimes more than 100. In other words, the sect produced at least 500 minghui fruits. But every time you take this fruit, the effect is greatly reduced. After taking 4 or 5 pills, the effect of improving spiritual roots has become negligible and can be ignored. Even the group of clever monkeys in the east sent quite a few. After seeing with their own eyes how Li Xuanxi chewed the food in its original way, how could they not know that those monkeys had been beaten for nothing? Just consider it an apology. The little fat boy was kind-hearted and plump. Although he had never seen such beautiful fruit, since it was given to him by the one he was following, he couldn't let it harm himself. He put it directly into his mouth and started chewing it, not forgetting to praise it. So rude. Yi Mangyao, on the other hand, always felt that this fruit looked familiar. It seems like I've seen it somewhere before? Why does it look a bit like the minghui fruit I saw at the auction house in my previous life, which the sect bought for 80,000 medium-grade spirit stones? Moreover, the fruit in her hand was obviously much fuller than the original one. Then looking at the people at Sanyuanmen who were used to it. All right. She must have been overthinking it. When the auction took place, she just observed from a distance and didn't look closely. Even if I sell myself, I can't afford mingguiguo. Each one is priceless, how could anyone own one? What is in my hand now should be just a spiritual fruit that looks similar. Take a bite. The taste is moderately sweet and sour, and it is indeed delicious. Junior sister, do you want more? Looking at the little hand stretched out in front of me again. Meng Yao nodded and took another one. Changuier Jr. brother, this is yours. Li Changgui. Suddenly the fruit didn't smell good anymore. Well, just call me Fatty. Li Changgui chose to compromise. In the following time, Han Yun shared some knowledge about the world of immortal cultivation with two new disciples who had just joined the sect. Li Xuanxi even heard a lot of familiar words. For example, the words of warning that Sister Qingxue had given me. He naturally had no intention of listening to it again. Instead, he focused his mind on the synthesis list. A lot of things were unlocked this time. But they are all related to spirit stones. For example, low-grade spirit stone blocks, medium-grade spirit stones, low-grade spirit stone torches, spirit stone lamps, etc. The synthesis formula for low-grade spirit stones and medium-grade spirit stones is the same. Each one is made up of 9 low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones and medium-grade spirit stones can also be converted at will through the synthesis page. Li Xuanxi always felt something was wrong. You know, in Xintian continent, the price of a mid-grade spirit stone was 100 times that of a low-grade spirit stone. Once it entered the system, it shrunk to 9 times? Etc. It seems that he still has 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones in his backpack. That is 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Converted to that, it is about 45 MC low-grade spirit stones. Can you also synthesize 5 MC medium-grade spirit stones? Good job. Net profit of 4.5? But now that we've been gone for so long, we can only talk about it later. Moreover, these spirit stones are not his own. Giving up thinking about these brain-consuming things, Li Xuanxi set his sights on the low-grade spirit stone torch. The synthesis formula is the same as that of the redstone torch. 1 MC spirit stone can only be synthesized into 1 spirit stone torch. Since he has no wooden sticks at the moment, he can only decompose the iron pickaxe into 2 wooden sticks and 3 iron ingots. A moment later, a square torch with a gray-white crystal top appeared in Li Xuanxi's hand. I felt the weight. Well, I couldn't feel it, it just felt a slight pressure, like holding a light wooden stick. Duo. The moment the torch was stuck into the ground, everyone in Lingzhou turned their eyes over. Everyone in Sanyuan sect felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them suddenly became more than 2 or 3 times denser. Meng Yao and Li Changgui were simply attracted by the voice. Hey! Why isn't it bright? Li Xuanxi asked in confusion. The little hand waved in the air a few times, knocking the torch away, sucking it back into the body, and it reappeared in the hand. Everyone in Sanyuanmen suddenly felt that the rich spiritual energy around them disappeared at the same moment the torch disappeared. Logically speaking, if dense spiritual energy were to dissipate, it would have to slowly spread outwards. There is absolutely no way that spiritual energy would disappear out of thin air. Ding Li Xuanxi put the torch back to his feet. He even leaned forward to take a closer look. From time to time, a transparent white flame flashed at the top of the torch, but it was very hidden and could not be seen at all if you didn't pay attention. The brightness is probably too low and it is not visible during the day. Put the torch back into the backpack and prepare to test it again at night. Xiaoxi, what happened just now? Han Yun asked in confusion. Ha? Li Xuanxi was stunned and pulled out the spirit stone torch again. This is called a spirit stone torch. It's made with Xiaopong's spirit stone, but its function is currently unknown. The fat boy patted his chest loudly. My spirit stones are the sect's spirit stones. Just take them if you need them, little brother. The little fat guy is very sensible. If you encounter an unscrupulous sect, you will probably lose everything you have. Li Xuanxi gave the fat guy a thumbs up. He loved making friends with such rich people. Han Yun extended her hand in front of him, and Li Xuanxi placed the spirit stone torch on it as usual. Then Han Yun felt a sinking sensation in her hand, and it definitely felt like it weighed 800 pounds. After careful sensing, she didn't feel anything unusual, not even any spiritual energy. She tried to stick the torch into the ground, and sure enough, the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth appeared again. However, when she tried to pull out the torch, she discovered, somewhat embarrassingly, that she couldn't pull it out. Ahem. Han Yun ignored the torch on the ground and changed the subject. I wonder how long this spirit stone torch can be used? Li Xuanxi didn't doubt it. With a wave of her hand, she took the torch back and said nonchalantly, as long as this torch is not destroyed, it should be like the lighting torch I synthesized before. It can be used indefinitely. Everyone in Xuanxi was stunned. Unlimited use? The first thing they thought of was to question. Then I thought of Li Xuanxi's astonishing achievement of ripening a 300-year-old spiritual plant in 7 minutes, and then producing fruit every 4 minutes. It seems that compared to the unlimited use of low-grade spirit stone torches, it is not impossible? And it is easy to verify the authenticity. Just try it and you'll know. Because of Li Xuanxi's spirit stone torch, Xingquan, who was in charge of steering the boat, had his work cut out for him. Li Xuanxi was also slightly surprised by the effect of the spirit stone torch that Han Yun told him. Doesn't this mean that by spending just over 6,000 low-grade spirit stones, one can gain unlimited low-grade spirit stones for cultivation freedom? However, the one who had the biggest reaction on the spirit boat was Yimangyao. She is different from Xiaopang. After all, she was once a top sect disciple and a cultivator who has seen the world. Of course, he is familiar with the common sense of the world of immortal cultivation. Through the conversation among everyone, she also understood the functions of this spirit stone torch. It is easy to make, requiring only more than 6,000 spirit stones and a wooden stick. After that, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a range of 3 meters can be increased by up to 3 times. The closer you are to the torch, the higher the spiritual energy value. Even at the edge there is twice as much spiritual energy? Is this still infinite time? What's even more outrageous is that no matter how many people absorb it together, it won't be diluted at all. Even if you place multiple torches around you at the same time, will they not interfere with each other? You should know that when building a spirit gathering array, each spirit gathering array needs to be at least several miles apart, otherwise the spirit gathering arrays will plunder each other's spiritual energy. If a large spirit gathering array is established, it will even plunder the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within dozens or hundreds of miles. However, if the spiritual energy gathered by the spirit gathering array is absorbed by multiple cultivators at the same time, there will still be a shortage of spiritual energy. Comparing the two, this spirit stone torch seemed to be from a different world. However, no matter how many torches were inserted, they could not break the limit of 3 times the spiritual energy limit, which made her feel that the torches were a little more reasonable. If it could be stacked, she might think she was crazy. No, that's not reasonable at all. Just the unlimited supply of spiritual energy is not reasonable. As for the people in Xuanxi, were they deceiving her? She couldn't think of any reason to do that. After all, this so-called spirit stone torch would be too easy to be exposed if they were to live with each other day and night in the future. A low-grade spirit stone actually doesn't have much spiritual energy inside. But the advantage is that it absorbs quickly. A chi-refining cultivator can completely absorb a low-grade spirit stone in just a cup of tea. For cultivators at the core formation stage or above, it only takes a few breaths, and it is easy for them to absorb thousands or even tens of thousands of spirit stones a day. Logically speaking, the limit of this torch should be about 1 day, and that's when one person absorbs it. But in order to test it, the big-breasted elder and the bald elder absorbed it all night long. In addition, the serious-faced elder continued to absorb the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around the torch and steered the spirit boat at full speed. Even 100,000 low-grade spirit stones should have been consumed. But at this time, this spirit stone torch can still stably provide 1 to 3 times the spiritual energy within 3 meters. Moreover, the range and quality of spiritual energy have not changed at all from before. What kind of magical treasure is this? If I had such a magical weapon in my previous life, let alone letting her go out of the sect to gain experience, she would be considered a loser even if she left the training room. In her previous life, as the direct disciple of the master of the first immortal sect, she received 100 low-grade spirit stones every month. Excluding some daily expenses and medicine expenses, she could only use less than 60 spirit stones for cultivation in a month. If you absorb it directly, you won't even be able to last for a cup of tea. Of course, directly absorbing the spiritual energy of spirit stones is the most stupid thing to do. Absorbing spirit stones can only be regarded as an emergency measure. The correct way to use spirit stones is to use them in conjunction with a spirit gathering array to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The better the quality of the spirit stone, the richer the spiritual energy gathered by the spirit gathering array. One low-grade spirit stone is enough for the spirit gathering array to gather 3 times the spiritual energy and run for about half an hour. On average, this means I can only practice accelerated cultivation for 1 hour every day. She is considered wealthy in the sect. It is certainly incomparable to those immortal cultivation families with a strong family background. But compared to the monthly salary of 30 low-grade spirit stones for inner disciples, 10 low-grade spirit stones for outer disciples, and 3 low-grade spirit stones for menial servants, it's far better. And isn't this spirit stone torch equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone spirit gathering array that you can carry with you, with unlimited duration and infinite spiritual energy? Tell her, what's the difference between a common blacksmith using a random stick, tying a spear head to it, and making a peerless immortal weapon? But think about it again, junior sister, senior brother's ability to use a pickaxe to dig through space? Makes sense. On the spirit boat, the people from Sanyuan sect were not surprised to see Yi Mengyao interested in the spirit stone torch next to Xingquan. Even they still feel it's unreal. What's more, he is a little guy from the secular world, it would be weird if he is not curious. Look, the little fat boy has already put his face on it. Xiaopang, although I didn't understand it, I was deeply shocked. At Xianmeng Square. The Linxian sect's entourage is still staying here and has not made any move to leave. Li Yener was completely stunned. Where is her useless senior sister? Where is Yi Mengyao? In her previous life, she had only learned from Yi Mengyao's account that her useless senior sister had entered the sect at this Kangwu City disciple recruitment ceremony. However, specific details such as time and opportunity were not mentioned. Could it be that because of his rebirth and the fact that he went to various chambers of commerce to look for Yi Chunhua, the commotion was too big, causing the timeline to deviate? That's not right either. If an immortal spiritual root is born during this year's disciple recruiting ceremony, I'm afraid all the second grade and above sects that come to Kangwu City will be in an uproar. Judging from the current situation, Kangwu City seems to be a little too peaceful this year. Not far from Li Yener, several senior brothers from the Linxian sect were greeting a group of old men. After a while, the two sides separated. Junior sister, let's go. We still have to visit the Wanjian sect before returning, so we don't have time to waste. Junior sister? Li Yener came to her senses only after the eldest brother called her twice in a row, and forced an unnatural smile on her face. Brother, what do you want to call me for? The eldest brother didn't care about Li Yener's distraction and said, we should set off. Li Yener felt mixed emotions at this moment and was extremely regretful. Why are you joining in the fun when you have nothing to do? It is obvious that relying on the memories of the previous life, if I try again, there will be absolutely no mistakes. But now, because of her early joining, everything is messed up. Moreover, she is now insignificant and has no influence, so she cannot decide the direction of the spirit boat. In the vast eastern region, it is nothing but a foolish dream to want to find Yi Mengyao again. The time came to the second day after leaving Kangwu. Li Xuanxi has completed the inspection of the items on the ship. I thought I could unlock some items, but no results. The treasures that Xiaopang brought this time are useful, but not very useful. There are actually quite a few types of spiritual ores, but the quantity of each type is too small to meet the MC inclusion standards. As for spiritual plants, most of them are of low grade. The best are only dozens of mid-grade Xin-grade plants. The most important thing is that they cannot be assimilated. It seems that the golden finger can only assimilate seeds or something like that. I feel that the most useful items in this batch of goods are the jade boxes containing spiritual medicines. When I was at Sanyuanmen, I often heard Sister Han Yun complaining about how expensive the jade box was. Look, the jade box is here. All I can say is that Sister Han Yun was ecstatic. Life is not easy, the strong man sighed, and fed his junior sister and junior brother by the way. He is now his senior brother, and Li Xuanxi suddenly feels that his status has become much higher. After Yi Mengyao was fed Minghui fruit by Li Xuanxi several times in a row, her feelings of parting faded a lot. There was also a faint smile on his face. Compared to the cold, oppressive, and condescending Linxian sect in her previous life, the Sanyuan sect gave her a more intimate feeling. And this little senior sister, little senior brother is really cute. Junior sister, junior brother, would you like some fish? Li Xuanxi took out some dried fish. Yi Mengyao refused, feeling that it was unsightly to hold such a big fish and chew it in public. Xiaopang didn't have so many psychological burdens, so he just reached out and took it. Oh my god, the little fat man suddenly exclaimed. Just as Li Xuanxi let go, a huge force hit the grilled fish in his hand, and he fell forward. Fortunately, he increased his strength in time and stood firm, so that the grilled fish did not fall to the ground. Li Xuanxi was embarrassed. These food props are so common that he often forgets their actual weight. Fortunately, the grilled fish weighs only a dozen pounds, which is not very heavy. Fortunately, it wasn't bread that was handed to me. A loaf of bread weighs over 200 kilograms, which would definitely dislocate the fat boy's arm. The little fat boy was still confused at this time. Is this fairy food? It's only the size of 2 palms, but weighs about 10 to 20 kilograms. As the son of the richest man in the mortal world, he had naturally eaten spiritual grains and spiritual birds. He felt that the only difference was that they tasted better than ordinary food, and there was no other difference. Sure enough, the food that immortals eat is not that simple. Li Changgui came back to his senses with admiration in his eyes, worthy of being the protagonist his father had mentioned. It was so strenuous for him to hold it with both hands now. Just now, when Li Xuanxi handed it to him, she did it with one hand, and her arm didn't even shake at all. Li Changgui lifted the grilled fish to his mouth and took a big bite. It's crispy, without any fishy smell, but with a light salty fragrance. Burp. I'm full. Then look at the grilled fish that I only took a bite of. Touched his slightly bulging belly. It shouldn't be an illusion. This is the food for cultivators. It's normal to be full in one bite. There's no need to make a fuss. Li Xuanxi chose a statement that the fat boy could easily accept. Xiaopeng's eyes lit up. Does that mean he has already experienced the life of a monk in advance? He carefully wrapped the remaining grilled fish in a package and held it in his arms, cherishing it like a baby. Li Xuanxi was speechless after seeing this. Yi Mengyao's expression was unremarkable. A fish that can be eaten in one bite? How come I haven't heard of it? But she was not bothered by it, thinking that it should be the same principle as the Qigong pill. In my previous life, ever since I entered the sect, except for the first month, I had been relying on fasting pills to fill my stomach, and I knew very little about the daily food of these cultivators. Thinking of this, she suddenly became curious about the taste of the grilled fish. However, because she had just refused, she felt a little embarrassed to speak up. At dusk, Sanyuan Gate. Today, less than 2 days have passed since everyone set out from Kangwu. With the help of the spirit stone torch, Xing Quan was moving at full speed almost all the way. He said that he had never felt so good in his life riding a spirit boat. In the sect square on the top of the mountain, sect leader Qin Jinxing, who had received the news of everyone's return early, had been waiting for a long time. His tense expression didn't relax until he saw 2 children who were not wearing sect uniforms walking down from the stopped spirit boat. Although the number of disciples he accepted this time did not meet expectations, but with Li Xuanxi included, he has accepted 3 disciples this year.